already knew that. So it's not like, you know, an awe-inspiring truth. I mean, even though flat
Exactly.
Earth is in its own way, because
In relation to our
but you know what
status
I mean.
as a yeah, we all know what you mean exactly.
Sure.
The
I
thing is,
do
you
personally.
can't divorce the legal system. Like, even if you figure out what kind of fucking thing you're involved in and that you've been like believing all these falsehoods, it's not something you can it's not something you can divorce. You're already like too like involved. You know what I mean? Like, if you found out your girlfriend was cheating on you, say we're done, you break up. And there might be a little bit of effort of like, okay, who gets the cat, whatever, find a new apartment, like a little bit of effort. When it comes to like the legal fucking stuff that you like found yourself in this shitty relationship, like an abusive relationship, like you
That's
can't,
subjective though, Fundy.
well, you can't move out of your country all that easily. And where are you going to go? Into another
No,
abusive
yeah,
relationship in another
yeah,
place?
correct.
It's
No,
so fucked.
exactly. But it's
Yeah.
still subjective. A legal aspect of a matter. It depends, like you said, at least geographically, right? In one
Mhm.
country, the law permits you to do so, and in the other, it's illegal. It's a subjective matter. But what if you believe in a God creator? Is
What
law
about it?
subjective then?
Man's law.
Yeah, but God's law.
Oh, and there's a
God's law. I don't
difference.
know. Like, if you believe in a God who's given you laws, I mean, that's not something you can really get out of. Then it's kind of has like dominion over you or whatever.
Really? So man writes some shit down, says it was God, and then we're like, oh, so God said it. That's kind of how we
No, no,
got here
no,
with the Globers, isn't it?
no. I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, if there is a God that you believe in and he is real, and you so happen to like decide, I don't like your laws, God. I'm not saying this is the case, but if that's how you feel, or if that was the truth, it's like, well, tough luck. If there really is a God and you're believing in the correct one, and he has rules
Right.
for you to follow, or
Yeah.
else you'll be punished. Well, you're just kind of fucking stuck with it. Like, there's no getting around it. Like, you will be punished, whether you
Yeah.
like the laws or not, whether you think they're
Yeah.
fair or not.
Yeah, that's an awesome statement. I like that. I mean, in relation to like if you're gonna take let's say a probability kind of stance, right? Let's say you have a agnostic view, right? You don't know if God exists or not. Which would be the bigger gamble? To believe in God or not believe in God? Which is the bigger
Oh,
gamble?
spare me this bullshit. You don't need to believe in God to know that taking something from somebody else is wrong.
That's not my question. I said taking the bigger gamble, i.e., referring to an afterlife. Like the person who just interjected. Do you believe in an afterlife?
Are you talking to me?
No, the person who just like had his question or his statement. It wasn't you.
Are you talking to me or what?
Was it
I
Fundy?
think so. No, it wasn't Fundy.
It was
Glat?
Glat Flobe.
Glat.
Yeah, I do the interjecting because I'm a dickhead. Okay, so what was the question?
Do you think? Do you believe in an afterlife?
I don't have a belief either way about that entire subject, but sure,
Yeah.
afterlife. I don't know one way or the other. No one does.
Okay, awesome. So you kind of fall into this kind of proposition I'm giving, right?
I do.
Which
So
is
you
the
just
big?
assuming
Which
already
is
that I fall into a proposition? How about you
yeah?
how about you ask
Yeah,
first
I'm
if I
explaining.
fall into it?
I did ask, and you answered my
Fine,
question.
let's
Now
keep going. Let's go. Yep.
okay. So which is the bigger gamble, right? To believe or not believe in God, in the instance that once you die, let's say the true proposition is going to heaven or hell.
Stop. I don't know the question anymore.
Okay,
What's the question?
okay,
One sentence, go.
okay. I'll tell you. which is the bigger gamble? Let's say I'm someone who believes in God versus someone who doesn't. Okay.
Okay, gamble.
Are you
so
following?
what am I betting
Gamble.
on? What am I betting? What's the
Yeah,
gamble here?
yeah. The afterlife. What happens after we die? That's the gamble. Okay. So let's take both
Oh no,
scenarios.
you're asking me to take a stance. It's impossible. There's not enough information available for that.
I'm not taking, like, I'm proposing two stances and
I think I can
asking you which
translate.
is
No, you're
which
not.
is
But
the
yes,
bigger.
you are at the same time.
You're asking me to
I'm
take
presenting.
a stance. It's ridiculous.
No, I'm presenting. I'm not telling you to take a stance. I'm
You're
presenting
presenting
two
me with two
stances.
options and telling me to pick one. That's taking a stance.
No, don't pick one. I'm telling you to pick the one that makes that is the bigger gamble, not the one that you believe in. Not the one that you believe in. You don't have to believe in.
Almost done. I'll say I would have to give you an opinion on what a gamble consists of, and therefore take a stance.
Yes, well, that's what I'm explaining.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna give you a fucking stance on something there's not enough information available on Earth.
I'll give you the information for it.
That's fair.
That's it. That's my answer. Thanks.
Yeah. So no answer. Good answer.
So I want to put Egypt's question another way. Oh, go ahead, man.
No, I mean, my Uncle Bob, very religious, and yeah, his argument with my dad is always, well, I would rather go the way that I'm going, live by this Christian way and do the things that I'm supposed to do, and possibly get rewarded and go to have everlasting life.
Yeah, possibly.
Because
that's the whole point. Because
and then if you live the way you do, and I mean, but see, there's a kind of a dilemma there. But I mean, you could have the opinion, it doesn't matter how I live or who I screw over or how I act. Lights out, and it's all over. But what if you're wrong and you've lived a bad life and there is a heaven?
That's a bad.
So, that's the whole point. A probability.
That is a heavily one-sided. Here's what you do.
How's it one-sided? It's proposing both sides.
Saying, you will hear me because my mic is not that great. Now,
sorry, bro.
On one hand, you're saying if you're a good person, then look at all this heaven that you'll be getting. But let's say you're a bad person and heaven does exist. Then you risk the chance of burning eternally or whatever the fuck it is, right? It's like you gave him a choice between being a good person and a bad person. What if he's a good person and doesn't really wonder whether or not which book is telling him what's right and wrong? What if, like the Bible says, the good word is written on his heart and he just lives a good life and gets there anyway?
Or
Elijah,
it could be like myself.
Hold on, left lane. Let me make because I asked the question, right? I made the proposition. Now I said, who's taking the bigger gamble? See, if I believe in God and live my life believing in God and do the right thing in that context of that God, whatever God it may be, the God of the Hindus, the Christians, or the Muslims, whatever, living that life within that context versus someone who doesn't believe in God. Let's say I don't believe in God, right? Now let's actually, this is simply belief. Now let's compare that to actualization. Now let's actualize a scenario where God does not exist, right? Let's say in actuality, God doesn't exist. Now, the person who doesn't believe in God versus the one who believes in God still end up with the same scenario. Blackout. Nothingness. He's not going to get punished nor rewarded. Nothing. It's just black. You die, you're erased. Correct? If God didn't exist.
Who knows? Who knows,
right?
Man?
Oh, well, in most simplest terms of the non-existence of God, in that scenario, it's just blackout, correct?
Man, listen, because I love you, I'm going to tell you that God or not, Earth measures flat. Thanks.
I agree.
Oh,
That's not the point of contention.
Yeah, just real fast. If I was agnostic, I'm pretty sure that I would say that I believed in God, even if I didn't, based on the one fact alone that if there is no God, then that means your rights don't come from the Creator. And if your rights don't come from the Creator, well, then they come from the state. And whatever the state giveth, the state can take it away. So, based on that one fact alone, even if I didn't believe in God, I would act my life out as if I did, both morally and legally.
No, that's
We-
like living
we
a
hold-
lie.
We hold these
No.
truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Is my question not entertaining for anyone? Has anyone actually thought of my question?
Yeah,
that I presented.
I have I have thought of this, and it's come up in conversation. But it leads me to question. I'm an individual. I don't believe in heaven. I think there's very possibly a creator per se, but the Christianity part, I would say I'm jaded by that book. But I do live my life in a way that I think is right. If I've done something wrong, I try to make it right with the individual that I did whatever to, so that I would be able to sleep at night without worrying about something I've done wrong. So in general, I'd say I'm a good person because I make an effort to be.
Yeah.
So what
and
happens
that's taking
if,
the lesser gamble, let's say, to an atheist, right?
yeah,
Like even
then,
if God doesn't exist.
Hold on, let him finish the point, though. What was his point?
Yeah,
He's
sorry.
going to wrap it up.
but the point is, so what if there is a God and there is a heaven, and even though I've lived a good life and done right and been forgiven for the things that I've done wrong, and what happens then? Do you still get in heaven on a get in free card, or what happens then?
Then the question becomes being good by whose standards?
Yeah,
By my
that's a
standards.
totally different question. But my question was specific to the idea of existence versus non-existence of God. And as a philosophy, as a person, when you decide to take a stance of either camp, either existence, non-existence, who's actually by probability, I'm not saying either or is true, I'm just saying by probability, who's taking the bigger gamble? The one who believes or disbelieves in a God? By actualization of both scenarios.
Let
Do you
me go
understand the
ahead
question?
and let me go ahead and be a philosopher, right? So let me go against what I actually believe. Okay? So what's the bigger gamble? I don't know. I guess it depends on whether or not this is the only life you got. If there's nothing here, if there's nothing after this, maybe you wanted to party and bullshit instead of living such a strict a strict sedimentary life. Maybe you wanted to travel more, meet more people, do daring things, maybe not always the right thing. Maybe you wanted to be a glutton. Maybe you wanted to eat the food you wanted to eat. Maybe you wanted to be depressed because, damn it, sometimes that's what you want to be. Knowing
Yeah,
the
I
past.
get that, Eli, but does that matter in your afterlife?
What I'm saying is, what if there is no afterlife? Then
Exactly.
this life matters more.
Well,
I have an answer for you.
If there is no afterlife, then what you do in this life doesn't matter, does it?
No, that's not. That's not true.
It does.
No.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, no, it does. After you die, there's one thing that remains, and that's your legacy. Your legacy is eternal, and your legacy. So whether or not there's an afterlife, the things you do today define your legacy, which will
Your
live on
legacy
forever.
is not eternal. Your legacy is
It is.
lasts only as long as the people remember it.
Well, yeah, but if you, exactly. So if you leave a lasting,
Exactly
there's some
what
people,
you just said.
there's some people who,
It's
because
not
your
eternal.
effect, your effect on the world and the universe is eternal. If you had no effect on the universe, such that it'll be forgotten, don't get me. Until is what is it? All right, if you have no effect on the universe, such that you're forgotten soon after you die, okay, that just means that you had no effect on the universe. But your legacy, your imprint is still eternal. Your imprint is still eternal. So, no, that's 100% true. Even if you live for a moment, even if you live for a moment, even if you live for a moment and no one remembers you, your effect on the world you have affected how the world, that the future world.
Define eternal. Define eternal in this context.
I'm not going to define eternal.
You're contradicting yourself.
It means lasting forever. Is what it means. It means yesterday the world was one way, then you were born, and tomorrow the world would be the way the world's going to be, and that way that the world is going to be is based on everything that happened added together, including your effect on it, which cannot be changed.
So that's your definition? That's it? Because you were refused earlier. Said I'm not going to define. But are you defining it? What's happening?
I said lasting forever. I think everyone here knows what it means. And then I said specifically lasting forever. I'm not going to engage with you though anymore. So continue.
That's fine, bro. I'll go mute. I'm sorry.
So what's the point? So because you have an effect on the Earth, and the Earth is different because of you. What's that have to do with God?
This last thing I'll say on it. His question was specifically about your actions on Earth today, and whether or not you decide to act in a way that in what you believed in God.
Don't misrepresent me.
Hold on.
Misrepresent me.
This is why I don't engage.
You can clear it up as soon as.
No, you're saying he's saying.
I'm not going to engage. I don't got time for this.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
All right, you can clear it up as soon as he's finished. Go ahead.
Yeah, last thing I'm going to say, then I got to go. But yeah, he was talking about the religion, the person who believes in God and follows the religion, as opposed to an atheist, and which one is a bigger gamble. Being the case that there could be no afterlife, and when you die, everyone it blacks out, so there's no loss on either side for that person, as opposed to gambling in the fact that there is an afterlife and living your life that way, and stating like which one is a gamble. I'm just saying that regardless of what you think about the afterlife, your legacy is going to be is a truth. Your legacy living on forever is a truth, anyways. So,
I mean, well,
so you're not addressing my point. You're just fucking talking about a irrelevant point.
I'm answering.
Can you address my point? Address my point. You actually you voiced it out. You said it right. You actually voiced my claim. Now, what's your rebuttal for it?
Wasn't a rebuttal, it was a response. But I'm now responding to percentages at that point or question.
Okay, so I will say that here's my comment on what you said. A legacy and an effect are two different things. The legacy is only gonna last as long as it does in the minds of men, the hearts and minds of men, right? The effect that you're talking about, this like the theoretical or this idea that the Earth is now no longer the same. So it by definition has changed just a little bit because of your negligible effect. Because everything is negligible when it comes to us. We're hardly affecting this world, individually. So that's different from a legacy. The effect will always be there, so long as the Earth exists, and even metaphysically, when the Earth is gone, we'll still have affected it, right? So that's
how I'm using legacy.
Is eternal. I'd agree with you. That metaphysical conception is eternal, so long as we can think about it, right? So again, that's also limited by the minds of men, but in a different manner. Whereas the legacy
That's how
is
I'm
just
using
like your memory.
No, but that's how I'm using legacy. Though I'm using it as your actual legacy, like the not outside of people's memories of you.
How does that address my
all
question?
completely together. But that's the last
Or my
question I'm going to
problem?
I'll talk about this later.
I think he was making just a separate point.
Yeah, he's not addressing my problem that I'm presenting. He's not. He's going off on a tangent.
Now here's the question.
All right.
Given the fact that we have to reflect on something to be like, to actually understand that we are affecting the earth, we have to reflect and we have to think about that, right? We conceive of that notion, this cause and effect notion. We're actually considering it. Does that mean that that's all that exists? That's only a metaphysical thing that depends on us to think of it? Or is the effect gonna remain even without humans to reflect upon it?
Percentage. How come you always sound like you're outside?
You're being too deep, bro. Percentage, honestly, you're being too deep. I presented like an argument that is applicable in all circumstances. You're trying to pigeonhole it.
Oh no,
in a matter. I'm sorry,
absolutely
but
had nothing to do with what you were saying. I got here just like
Yeah.
on the tail end.
Yeah,
Of what you were saying. So I don't even know what your kind of like what problem is.
Yeah, my problem is, or the question I'm presenting that nobody is able to answer, even the atheists in this room, is who's
figure out what
taking
I
the bigger gamble. It's a simple question, and it's
something. I don't know.
Can I finish?
Also, it's like Pascal's
Eli?
wager, basically.
Oh, my
It's
bad.
a wager. It's a wager that I'm asking the room to tell me who's taking the bigger gamble. It's a simple question.
Atheist, of course, man. No question.
Yes, you're honest enough, but other people are
you're
attacking me.
I'll
for
bet
even
you think I'm
asking
being
the question.
dishonest by saying I'm not taking a position. Is that right?
I'm not. What position do I have?
Exactly.
Can you tell
I'm
me?
not taking a position, and nobody should. It's a dumb shit question.
Okay, that's a good answer.
You're saying, listen, you're
I
saying,
guess.
well, if Wolverine fought Superman, who's gonna win? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
That's not it at all.
Yeah, it's the exact same question.
Obviously,
it really
it is.
Hey, it's if in Narnia.
I'll
Narnia,
just say this and then
the king likes you or the king doesn't like you.
No idea.
I'll grant you that. I'll grant you.
That's also
that
that's it. That's all it is. In Narnia, does
Don't
the
grant
king
him
like you or
that
not?
because it's
No,
the
no,
law of
I won't.
non-contradiction.
I won't.
Either there was a creator or there wasn't. That's all it is.
I destroyed it. Goodbye.
Percentage.
Peace.
Hold on. I'll grant him that. Can he answer my question?
Egypt, are you drunk?
Hello.
Yes,
What's up,
hello,
Elijah?
Egypt.
Yeah, hello.
Calm down.
Hello,
one at a time,
Jeremy.
guys. Yes, go one at a time, please.
What's up, Jeremy? You got something to say?
Egypt,
So,
I'd like to say something
hell yeah, I
quickly.
got something to say.
God.
Everyone
Hell
go
yeah,
one at a
brother.
fucking time.
I don't
Say
even
that.
want you to grant him it, Egypt, because
No, but
his analogy. Hold up, let me just say this really quickly. 2 seconds. Well, I mean a little bit more than 2, but anyways, his analogy is a false one because Superman, Batman, whatever, they're both fictional characters. Neither of them actually exist. Whereas with your dichotomy, either there's a creator or there isn't. That's the law of non-contradiction. One of them has to be true. One of them definitely exists.
I want to go ahead and just be really quick with
That's
this. I'll be
true,
so
but
super.
he
I'll be
can't
so
even
super quick.
realize that. That's why I'm
Okay,
granting
so
him.
yeah, mic check. Can I get
All
a
right,
mic
Larry
check?
first, then Eli after.
Okay.
We hear
Yeah,
you. There's
real.
an issue. Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to say that it depends on what your worldview is. If you're agnostic or atheist, you don't know the answer, right? And if you're atheist, you're probably leaning a lot stronger to if you don't know. So if you have one life, right, 100 years, and you waste it doing what God wants you to do, then you wasted your life for what? For nothing. That's a huge gamble for an atheist to make. But for a believer to make, you have eternity on the other hand, on the flip side. Like, so it would be way easier to just take a measly 100 years to do what God wants you to do so that you can have an eternity afterwards. So it depends on your worldview.
Pascal's wager?
Exactly, but I'm comparing the two worldviews and the outcome of such worldviews. Let's say there is God, right? Or there isn't. Let's take isn't for first example, right? There isn't a God. So the person who does believe or doesn't believe end up in the same situation. Correct?
Yeah, but his point was that they won't enjoy, and his point is a flawed one. Larry's point is that they won't enjoy their life. That they're wasting their life by not doing, fun things, basically. But
yeah, but
the thing is, the person that hold on, I'm almost done.
Has nothing.
Egypt, man, come on. So the thing is, the person that's worshiping God, he doesn't find that a boring thing that he hates and stuff like that. People they find enjoyment in worshiping God. There's a relationship there that they nurture and they find it beneficial. It's something that that gives them fulfillment in life. So probably more fulfillment than an atheist, going to the club and drinking alcohol and sinning and other stuff.
That's not my point though. You're trying to steal my argument.
I'm curious.
No, I was just responding to Larry. Had nothing to do
with it. There's some guy praying right now, and there's another guy doing cocaine off a hooker's tits. You think the guy praying's having more fun?
You'd be surprised, man.
That's not the point.
It's not gonna...
The point is, my whole point is, if there is or there isn't.
We heard the point. You gave your premise, your proposition, your whatever.
Nobody addressed it.
Because no one cares, bro. Like that's the honest to God truth.
They did address it. They did address it.
This is your point. Your point is a very rigid point that I guess others don't want to hypothetically answer. It's akin to when a Glober asks, hypothetically, if you were to go in space and see the Earth as a globe, would you believe it? That's basically the same shit. Obviously, if there was a God and I didn't believe in him, the bigger gamble would be not believing it. That's no shit. Like, it's not that profound.
That is true.
Yes, it's simple as that, Elijah. You just said it. You voiced it. Nobody else can do that.
Shut up. You
did it.
Hey, Derek, man. All right.
There has to be a legit.
Yo, Derek, you can't come in hot like that, man. Be respectful.
All I did was say exactly what you said, which is annoying as hell. Because that's all you want, is someone to say exactly what you said. That's why I thought it was a whack question. Like, I've heard that before, like, asked in different forms. It's like, okay, bro, we get it. Yeah.
Well, it's Pascal's wager, right? That's
it is.
Why is it controversial?
It shouldn't be.
I'm presenting it. You heard it before. You heard it before. It's boring for you, obviously. For the others, they're still arguing it and not actually making the point.
Percentage already addressed it. Larry addressed it. Elijah just put a point to it. So what's the point, man? Okay, we move on.
Yeah, let's move on. No problem. I have no problem with that. I'm not being hung up. Like,
kind of.
I just asked a question. I asked a question.
Got little Sean G in the house. He's probably ready to defend the globe to the hell. What do you got?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
All right. I'm like a person who absolutely hated God. I mean, you guys wouldn't know it about me by looking at me or by my history, but I absolutely hated any idea of God, 100%. And when you bring up these ideas of God, like, oh, how we're just supposed to accept him. No, it's not like that. It's more like he convinces you. Like we don't come to him of our own understanding at all. It's not like that.
I mean,
I agree. It's like an epiphany. It's an epiphany based off of really weird and seemingly coincidental circumstances. Like that's how I,
If it were up to me,
that's not an agreement. with
If
his
it,
statement.
if it
You're
were
going against his statement.
if it
Eli.
were up to me, I never would have accepted any idea of God ever.
Me neither.
Well,
I agree with you.
Losers.
You know what I think? You know why I think that is though? Like the people who love God gotta remember that this whole conflict that we're in about the globe is not because of atheists. Like atheists are just like the retard fourth, fifth, sixth string generation. Like this whole conversation began with fuck the creator. That's why we're here. Because they said middle position, the center of the universe, who the hell do you think you are? I can't build a tower to get the hell out of here. I can't go as far to the horizon as I want to get out of here. Why? F you. My life sucks and it's your fault. That's how some people feel.
Yeah, I personally think that
Is that how you feel?
I personally
Eli?
think that this thing.
No. No.
I personally think that this whole globe shit was to hide the creator. You know, not like hide him in the closet, but like, you know, you come up with a way to where this whole shit could have came about without the creator. Because I mean, let's face it, science couldn't explain a flat Earth, how that would even come about.
Yeah, I can acknowledge that.
Science can't explain a fucking globe.
Jeremy. But
Yeah, but they definitely
Eli,
couldn't do They definitely couldn't explain a flat Earth in any way, shape, or form. So.
Yeah, but I think Eli believes in God. Eli, do you believe in God?
Like I honestly think that flat Earth equals creator. Like there's no way to get around it.
Oh, that's far fetched there, Jeremy. But
Not really.
Yeah,
I can't think of any natural process. Dude, relax, Egypt. I can't think of any natural process that would. I can't think of any natural process that could have came about to create a flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you got to have a creator for that.
It's created straight up.
Well, in the context of a globe, do you think creator would be like not in the equation if it were a globe, even in the same context? Like as a globe, do you think the creator should be expunged from the equation just because it's a globe? Or does
no, I'm just saying the globe can do away with the creator.
How so?
Go ahead, Eli.
I'm gonna say no. Like, and this is what's really hard about listening to people and actually being genuine with their words. What I do know is there are a lot of globe earthers who believe that there is a God. They just have a different idea. They think, well, I don't even know if it's different. No, yeah, I do, because I think that God. I think that God is in tune to everything that's happening, and I think He micromanages, and that's my belief. But the point, though, listen for the point. Just listen for the reason I started talking, because that wasn't it. So the bottom line is, some people, like Matthew learns, think that the globe and the universe came about by setting it and forgetting it. So you can have the globe and a God. Now, I don't believe that.
Yeah,
But
no, well,
they
actually,
believe.
no, straight up. Okay, I was a globe earther Christian before I went to FE. Straight up, yes, I was. Yeah.
What changed your mind?
I mean, okay, just let me put this forward. The gospel doesn't require you to believe in a globe earth or flat earth. Point blank.
Yeah, what changed your mind?
Oh, the point that I couldn't freaking verify that the earth curves omnidirectionally.
But
What
you're
I think-
contradicting yourself. You're just saying scripture doesn't affirm either or. But
What I think
Okay.
what I think the globe does is just bring that doubt in. that there isn't a creator. It brings a doubt.
That was the eventuality.
I
Yeah,
get
that
what
was
Elbo's
that
saying.
was the
Yeah.
inevitability. Because if you like 500 years ago, it was literally the most powerful figures in the Christian theism. Like the ones that still influence this world today. 500 years of influence. These people were supposedly. I don't even. Yeah, I got a lot of, I got a lot of
Did
questions in
you
my
say
mind. Because I
500
want.
years?
Yeah. Look up Copernicus. Anyway, so
Well, Copernicus, you're talking about Christianity.
no,
Why are you?
No, I'm talking about heliocentrism and the Big Bang, and the
Oh, okay.
atheists came. Even the word atheism, even though like obviously you don't need the word for there to be people who are atheists, but the term itself came about in the what was it, the 1800s or the 1600s? Somewhere, that's a big
Yeah,
ass
yeah.
margin, but
Even
somewhere in
but yeah, by definition, when you ask an actual atheist, they're merely an agnostic person, as much as they admit when they hold a position. I agree with that.
so to Jeremy's point, yeah, like originally it would appear that it started with like some of the highest of the ranks of the Catholic Church, like the most devout, and somehow their teachings on heliocentrism bred atheism. So that's
Yeah,
just
but
what did. So
that's not core doctrine. Core doctrine would be things like the Trinity, the Holy Trinity, right? In Christianity.
you got to take a sip
And just
of
okay,
water, man.
guys,
Oh no,
give me like
That's not.
give me like 15 seconds, okay?
can I not see that percentage? Is that against the out of? Is it dead ass against the rules to tell somebody to take a sip of water?
No. I was talking to. I was like responding to Egypt about it being a core belief because there's Christian sects that don't believe in Trinity. So is it really core?
Yo, Gregory,
Yeah. Well, are you
don't
asking
skewer
me?
I am not a Trinitarian. I don't, because I don't understand it. To be honest, I'm not gonna fake
Awesome.
like I can get with. I get with a lot of the Bible, even the talking donkey that stopped his master from being slain by the. And I had questions about that, but I was like, I could work that out. I don't know about the Trinity. That's something I like. I'm so like I need.
Yeah, but do you
it's not that
accept the Trinity? Hold on.
How can he accept something he doesn't know
Eli.
about? What the hell?
Yeah, but hold on. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's just
Are you
nonsensical.
accepting
That's why
it?
you don't understand.
That's fine. I mean, that's a position of some Christians. It doesn't have to be logical because God precedes logic, right? That's a stance you can take, but that's not what I'm hearing from Eli here. That's what I'm asking him. The fact that do you reject the Trinity, Eli?
I know. Why?
He said he doesn't know about
No.
it to reject it. He just. But in any case, God precedes logic, but God's word can't be contradictory. And with the Trinity,
why? If he
God's word is
precedes
contradictory.
logic,
What?
You're not making sense. Percentage.
No, because the Bible is supposed to be coherent. It's supposed to be consistent. It's not supposed to contradict itself.
No, it's the word of God. It's the word of God. It doesn't have to follow logic because
the word of God is beyond logic.
It's beyond logic.
So if
Exactly.
God contradicts himself, says there's 118,000 troops versus 100,000 troops, which one's true?
That's your problem, not God's problem. God has an explanation for that.
If God says Judas,
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not a. I'm not a. I'm not a Trinitarian. Not even a Christian. But
that was, oh damn! I swear to God, wait till I get a better. I'm gonna blow your ears off your fucking. I swear.
you're
Wait
good,
till I
bro.
get.
Go ahead, Eli. You're good.
That would just make God. No, I can't. Because y'all don't know me well enough to know that I'm not sexist, so I can't even make that joke. Never
No,
mind.
we know you good enough. Just do it.
Well, I was gonna say, like, to propose something that's contradictory, make you choose one, and have you be in trouble for it or in consequence for it. This is just totally.
It's nonsense, man.
Yeah.
The Trinity is just fucking confused.
So God is logical.
How so? Percentage.
I'm asking a question. Is God logical?
I think we can't describe God as logical, but his decrees must be logical to us.
Again, you said how you said is confusing. I mean, or
There's nothing confusing about, like, treat others as yourself. What part
no,
of
that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
What are you asking?
I'm asking percentage because he said that the Trinity is confusing.
I didn't say it's confusing.
And illogical.
It's confused.
Oh, it's whichever.
Yeah, it's
Can you
confused
explain it?
because.
Well, it's a doctrine according to creed.
Oh, did I almost?
Let me
Did I ask you?
It's a nonsensical doctrine. It violates the law of non-contradiction. You can't be fully man, fully God. A God wouldn't curse a tree that he created for not bearing fruit. He would know that there's no fruit and not get mad and curse it. He wouldn't have to check and then see that there is no fruit. It's just, it's confused. It doesn't make sense.
Stick
Yeah, but
to the Trinity.
Wait.
Trinity.
Come on, guys, one at a time.
Everybody else who's not elbow equal, why did you start talking? Second of all, probably for the same reason I did.
Great point, man. Great point.
You guys all
I was just gonna say, you know what? And I'm gonna come to this conclusion after I finish reading it. Like, I don't know where people get the idea, like, in the way we define perfect and all these other things, other than like describing nature, which is perfect, because it happens. Like it just happens. It is the way it is. Life happens the way it happens. The seasons come around when they come around. Everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. I think God is the way he's supposed to be. But this, like, I'm reading the Bible and I hear God making decisions like, yo, y'all are getting on my nerves. I'm about to smite you now. And then his beloved saying, no, fam, you saved them. Don't do that. Because then these people are going to think that you're a tyrant and you're no better than the slave drivers that you just saved them from. And he's like, all right, whatever, fam. You better tell them something.
So Eli, do you think the Trinity is subject to?
Hold on 1 second.
I'm saying that to say the things that people put on God, I haven't read yet. I'm only on my 4th book, so don't.
It seems like you're saying it seems like a dialogue between two individuals, rather than the same person.
A much more powerful being who can definitely, who like everybody else seemed like if they could do a little woo woo, a little magic, a little hee haw, like
Eli.
he proceeds. Shut up, Sam. Shut up.
Is that what we're boiling it down to? Shut up.
No, it's because he kept on interrupting when he was trying to make a point.
No, but
go ahead.
He's saying the same thing over and over.
No, he's not.
You don't let him finish. He's saying that one of the like individuals has a lot more power. It's clear by the way they talk, by what they can do, that they hold a lot more power and control over the environment of the world and what have you than the other dude. That's because one is a god and one is a man.
Hey, I like that you pointed out a dialogue, because God, when John baptized Jesus, God says, This is my son with whom I'm pleased. God says that.
Hey, let it be your will.
Hey, another
And the
another
Garden
thing
of
that
Gethsemane,
how could the
that's Jesus speaking
oh
to the
man
Father.
oh
So,
Bariqua, if you don't mute
Yeah,
this dude
it's
right
shh, done. You don't have to say anything.
because a bad mic, people not hearing me is a recipe for ghetto Elijah. You all know this.
No, I can hear you fine, bro. I got a good headset, but I hear you fine.
What's up, Mike? It seems like you introduced another point that kind of goes in the favor of well, not goes in the favor of just it goes towards the I don't understand the Trinity, and it seems like that would be another reason that would push me further away from accepting the Trinity, because I like just talking to yourself and sitting beside yourself. Again, I haven't read the book yet to make this determination yet. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt because a lot of people believe it for some reason, and I know a lot of people's positions get like misconstrued.
So
By
Elijah,
those,
there's two types of people that believe in Trinitarians, right? There's one that believe that one God is multiple gods, and then there's other gods. In other words,
Well,
there's
no,
God.
no.
Hold on. There's God. There's the Father. There's the Holy Spirit. Right now, there's three different entities. They all carry the same will, which is to do right the purpose exactly.
Yeah. I'm of that section. So we
Same.
believe they're separate in entity and one in purpose. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. And that's the original Trinity, and that's the Trinity argument that goes back 2,400 years.
And then if you look at
why
Genesis
you have
1,
Protestant and all the other ones, bro.
Right,
Hold
and
up.
if
We
you-
should point that out. You know, that's why you got Protestants and Adventists and all the other ones, because everybody doesn't agree on that interpretation or that translation.
Right. And then if you look like Genesis, right? He's when he created man, he said, let's make man in our image, you know. So I mean, why would God speak to himself in the third person?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it says, "Come, let us make man in our image."
especially eccentric people.
And then first, there's two creations in Genesis. One, man created God in His image, or God created man in His image, and second, it said, "Come, let us form man in our image." If you really look at that, there's two different things. One is created in the image of God, which I believe was the soul, and the other one was formed in our image, flesh. They formed the flesh. I think we all existed in heaven first, but that's just my belief.
But then again, Elijah's just in the fourth book.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna take me a while.
Hey, I'm surprised you're reading it, bro. Rock on.
And then you're gonna hear. Then you're gonna when you get to like Psalms or whatever Proverbs, when he talks about you are judged between gods.
I like this one. Hear me, O God, of my prayers, for the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful have opened against me, as they have spoken against me with a lying tongue. They encroach my encampment and circle around me. Hold back not thy wrath. Hold back not thy thunder. Hellfire and brimstone be each my enemies. It's a Psalms. I think it's 99 or 109. All about asking God to take wrath on your enemies and on the full armor. It's pretty vicious too. It starts out, "Hear me, O God, of my prayers." I like the Psalms and the Proverbs.
Yeah. My whole point is sorry. Yeah, I was talking about specifically wills, right? The will of the Son. whether you're a Trinitarian or not, do you believe the Son has one will, i.e.,
Yeah, I believe he has his own will. Yes.
the divine versus the human? Do you think there are two wills or they're the same will?
Well, he had the ability of free will, but he said to his father, "Your will, not mine." So that's called submission.
Yeah, well, within the Trinity, that idea, the Trinity having the same will, i.e., the Father, the Spirit having the same will, the biblical narrative that you just brought up.
That doesn't undermine his.
Hold on, let me finish. The biblical narrative that you just brought up defies the idea that they have a unified will. It
No,
does.
it doesn't.
When the Son says,
Listen,
"Your
it
will,
only-
not my will," that defies the idea of a unified will.
Yeah, but there in Genesis it said, "Come, let us." So they're all included in the God created these, and then we're gonna form them in our image.
I'm sorry, I'm lost on your point.
There's one Alpha and Omega, and then you see submitting to that will. They are of one mind.
They all do his will, the Most High, right? So
let's repeat it again.
You know what,
so separate
you know
in
what
entity, one in will.
Monotheism is?
Yeah, monotheism. When you say
No,
it's
not
all
theism,
God.
theotism, monotheism. That's to do
No.
with the will.
I know what
because
the oneness doctrine is, though, and the Trinity's been confused with the oneness doctrine that they're all one.
well,
That's a doctrine.
yeah, because you have these sorry, how do you call them? Like the creeds, right? Like the Nicene Creed, like
Yeah, you do, and you also have groups of scribes like the Johannians and the rich peoples in the churches and the Pharisees and the scribes fighting over translation.
Yes,
Throughout
exactly.
history, as the books are written. Yeah, I studied theology at New
Yeah.
Tribes Bible Institute. I
Yeah,
don't tell too
and
many people that.
I'm only agreeing with these doctrines. These
Theological
are the
arguments.
ones who no, but these are like, where do you get the Trinity if not from a creed?
But
From
we
a doctrine.
look.
Yeah, you're right.
To Michael's point, like we know that what you're saying is truth just by going to the second book. What's the second book? Exodus. In Exodus, for some reason, over all of the centuries, over what 25, 26, 27 what generation are we in? Because it's not a lot. Like they matter of fact, heliocentrism gives you the idea of millions and all of these numbers that aren't real. Jesus was here a little while ago. A little while ago, a few grandpas ago. Like it's not crazy that we would still have remnants of a true story, even if they did, like, try to
Rewrite
change it.
history.
But the bottom line is, we know that they changed it because right in the second book, they decide over all of these centuries to use exonyms. That has confused me for a long time. Why are we calling Egyptians Egyptians? They were given a name in Genesis. And that whole accounting of names, that whole long section. So why would we accept
You just started. You just started. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm just getting there. Yeah, man.
What's the name of God? If we're talking about names.
Now we're into
talking about names.
Argument of translations, proper uses. Yahweh,
Well, he brought up
Yahweh, Jehovah.
Why are Egyptians named Egyptians, right? So what's the name of God?
Well, their God is Ra.
So what's the Christian name of God?
Yahweh.
Is that in the New Testament?
Ra is the sun god, and Yahweh is the lunar god.
Yahweh is in the New Testament.
I guess you can get a translation that says Yahweh. Yeah, it's called a app
Yeah,
cipher.
give me one verse in the New Testament that mentions Yahweh. Just one. Go ahead.
Well, I guess you kind of missed the.
It's all been translated to God.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because God is not. It's just a title, like king or lord. It's not a name.
Yeah, it's not a name. Exactly. You said name. That's my whole point. Do you understand the difference between a name and a title? Like the Father is not a name, correct?
That's our point.
No, it's not. The Most High isn't either, but
that's the point. Like, yeah. All
What's
of
the
this
point?
stuff translated.
So basically, what we're gonna say is the Tetragrammaton is never mentioned once in the New Testament.
It's
okay?
not. It's not.
So
You can agree with that, right?
yeah. Well, it's not. It's not Kairos or Theos or any of the Old Testament quotes the Hebrew Tetragrammaton in the New Testament.
It's even as a Tetragrammaton, you don't know how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
right?
YHWH. That's
Yahweh, Yahuwah. We have all kinds of Christians walking here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's a translation argument. So how are you going to pronounce it? Yeah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah. Oh,
I just want to bring something that the people in here will be able to tell me this is incorrect. Now, I was talking to, I guess, someone who would consider themselves a Hebrew Israelite. Now, we already knew that the word Christian was used as a derogatory term, right? We know that Christians were, they called themselves, they called the followers of Jesus Christians, the derogatory term. Now, what I didn't know is that Christian is synonymous, if this is, and you guys can correct me here, it's synonymous with black people. So it's crazy that you would have a derogatory. It's crazy that you would have a derogatory term, black people, and it was Christian. But get this. But get this.
Say it right, Elijah.
Well, I'm about to say it. I'm about to connect it. I'm about to connect it right now. Because King Solomon was a Niger or a nigger or however they said it. He was a Christian. So I'm right? That's crazy as fuck.
No, you are
That's
right.
crazy. Like,
it's no different than
we was getting called niggas since back then. Crazy.
Yeah. 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 Most people don't even know that a Niger. Say it again. Who was a Niger?
King Solomon.
Solomon was a black guy. And this is true. You can find descriptions of Solomon.
Yeah, they base it. Yeah. It's not even an interpretation. Like,
can you give me the verse?
Just Google it.
Google
King Solomon.
Oh, Google. So it's not a.
You'll find it if you Google.
Don't say it's not an accredited. There's plenty of accredited sources on Google. This isn't Wiki, motherfucker. Don't get
not accredited. No, religious. So the idea religiously, is it biblical or is it Google?
You can get a biblical description of anybody in the Bible, and if it exists there in the damn Bible, you can Google it and it'll tell you where. Christ, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, I have I have no problem. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking, is it biblical or is it based on some philosophical understanding?
My Google search would be descriptions of Solomon in the Bible. So you tell me.
I'm in the process of doing that, so I'll tell you in a couple of minutes.
Yep, because that's exactly what it is. Only reason I can't tell you a verse is because, again, This was information that was dropped on me. I didn't get to this part. So
I mean,
don't,
I can give you the common ones: wealthy, wise, and powerful. Those are three I know damn well they describe me as.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. I was like, yo, I've never heard anybody tell me this. Like, I knew the Christian thing, but I had no idea.
I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means.
My only problem is, exactly. I don't know. What you say in the Bible, Solomon is black, but I'm lost. Which verse? Which part of the Bible
I don't dispute
describes?
that he was probably black, but I don't understand this whole like Niger thing. I don't understand.
King of Niger?
He was the king of Niger. Is that what you're saying?
No. The word, the Latin, because I think it's Latin. Now, I don't know how far back it goes, but what I'm saying is that Niger was a description for black people.
Hold on, let me bust this out.
All right,
Elijah. So we can go to the Song of Solomon 1526 in the King James Version. It says, I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as tents of Kedar and as the curtains of Solomon look not upon me, because I am black.
Okay,
yeah, sorry.
I'm not disputing that he may have
hold on.
darker
What's the verse and chapter?
I just told you the song.
Yeah,
Song of Solomon.
Song of Solomon.
Shut the fuck.
Song of Solomon.
Let me just why we're talking about this now.
Come on, man. I'm just asking a question. Like, I want to verify this claim. I'm not calling you out.
Do you not study? Do you not study the Bible?
I don't.
I mean, no offense.
No,
most
I
people
don't. I'm not
call
Christian.
themselves Christian. This is common.
I'm not Christian.
Oh, okay. So, I mean,
I'm asking a question. Again,
I already told
what's the
you.
verse? Yeah, say it again. I'm sorry.
Song of Solomon 1 and 5. There's a
1 and
meme of
5.
it, so you won't forget it in live stream. I am black.
So the point that I'm the only reason that I brought this up was to ask anyone in here who could either verify or falsify what I was told by this Hebrew Israelite. He said,
I don't know anything about the Niger part. I don't know. I do know that black
damn,
Hebrews
bro, I was literally like almost like to the point where I would give you understanding of why I was saying what I was saying. You just started talking.
Solomon was the first Hebrew Israelite. You know, bro.
Why is everyone being such a little girl right now? Like, all I'm saying is black Hebrew Israelites love to always.
How did you think I was finished? How?
Because you stopped talking.
I got to replay the tape because I don't know how you thought I was.
If
you were listening.
Stop talking.
But if you were listening to what I was saying, I don't know how you thought that was the end of my thought.
You said I was asking if anyone in here could verify what I was told, and then you stopped talking.
It literally sounded like you were the one cutting off.
I gotta tell you what I was told for you to understand where I'm coming from, so that you can respond, right?
You literally just told the whole room what you were told.
No, I didn't. I started to set it up. So we were talking about Solomon and Niger, and you're like, I don't understand why we. And I was like, well, let me tell you why we're talking about this. I didn't get to that part yet. And the only reason that I'm yelling is because I've been yelling because these headphones are shit.
Okay, well, just for you to understand, from my perspective, you brought up the Niger thing and said that this guy told you. Can anyone here verify this? And then he kind of went a roundabout way of saying that he was black. And I'm like, okay, I don't dispute you have dark skin. I'm talking about the Niger part. I've never even heard that word anywhere in the Bible. I'm asking where that's from. And then you said, I was just asking to verify what I was told. And then you stopped talking. Then I went back to repeat it, which is, I've still never heard the word in the Bible anywhere.
You're missing context. That's why I was trying to talk. So the conversation started with me saying, you guys know that the Christian was a derogatory term. And then I said, well, I was told that the Christians or the ones that followed Jesus, they were black. and they were called Christians as a derogatory term, and it just so happened that they were called Niger, Niter.
Where's the evidence for that?
That's what they referred to King Solomon as. They said he was a Niger.
He's
Like,
black.
Claim no evidence.
Listen, no, there is evidence. Niger is a biblical reference to black, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
What does that have to do with all Christians being called Niger?
That's
dude?
why he was called Simon Niger.
Okay, see, this is my problem with, because I've talked to Black Hebrew Israelites, and then I start pulling out scriptures. All of a sudden, I'm the devil. So I would just like actual evidence, like as to all black. First of all Christians, quote unquote, weren't black. That's provably not true. So I don't understand with this infatuation with that idea, but it's kind of annoying.
Wait. Followers of the way is what we are. Christians was a derogatory term for a specific people.
When you say we, do you mean black?
I don't know.
Wait,
I'm asking.
Eli, I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. So, are you saying that like a specific sect of people that claim to follow Yeshua were called Christians, and those were the black people? Because Christian was used as a derogatory term.
No,
Okay, well, Christian was used. Christian was used as a derogatory.
Christian is equal to dropping
This is
an
awful.
N-bomb on people. It is, because you've confused everything he said when he didn't cut out.
It is, but what you just said is not true.
I heard him talking. What he just said, Niger?
The fact you just now said that it was interchangeable with the word Niger isn't true. Can someone drop some information?
I didn't say interchanging. I said it's comparable to calling somebody a nigger.
Okay.
Calling them a Christian. It's a derogatory term.
Okay, well, you could say that about
leave your emotions. Leave your emotions on the head.
Either way, let's not let
that young hype guy shit on the internet gets really fucking annoying.
You're the one that keeps interrupting, though.
Which
for a reason.
Let's not drop the N-bomb.
Pissed all
please.
over.
Mike, can you hear me? Mike. Let's not
Which
drop
one,
the
Niger or Niger? Which N-bomb?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Can we have this conversation? Can we have this conversation without using the N-word so much, please?
Christian
Niger or nigger?
Using the derogatory.
Mike, you were muted. Whatever you said was not heard.
For people who like coincidences, it's like, all of a sudden, let's not come to conclusions. I'm not trying to come to a conclusion. I'm just saying it's interesting that Christian is a derogatory term, and then not only that, but then you have these specific people that were called Christian, also called Niger, like King Solomon.
That's one person, though. That's what I'm trying to explain. But I'm going to get interrupted again, for sure. So Christian was a derogatory term. That's correct. As in, these crazy people think that this human named Yeshua was Christ or divine. So they made fun of him. The Christians, the people that think this human was divine. That's correct. Now, this was an entire spectrum of people. This was a huge spectrum of pigment. This was not just one specific color of people. This was a whole group of people that were called Christians. Now, whether or not Solomon was black or not, I don't dispute he probably was. I think a lot of the people in the Bible were black. What I'm not getting the connection here is all people called Christian were also called Niger and were black. There's no evidence for that, and only Black Hebrew Israelites peddle ideas like that. And every time you ask for evidence, it gets some emotional and visceral reaction.
It was an insult.
Yeah, of course. But I could say dumb and retarded and stupid and lame were all insults too, and so those are also similar to Niger. I don't understand the argument. That's what I'm genuinely trying to understand the argument.
There is no argument.
There was no argument.
Well, guess what? I was genuinely trying to understand it too, and then you created this confusion by thinking I was saying something I wasn't saying.
No,
I was asking before you came in. I was asking the same thing you was asking.
Right,
yeah,
so I don't see why
we weren't debating. He was just asking, could it be biblically backed? Pretty much.
And then I said, what is the argument? And then it was, I'm interrupting. And then I just clarified what I just finally got to clarify. And then it's virtue signaling, oh, what's it? You're just getting so emotional or some shit. No, I'm just asking. It doesn't even seem coherent.
Oh, he was asking the question from people who know, could it be true or biblically backed? That's what I'm saying. Elijah was asking that question.
Yeah, and I heard you
wasn't-
say
it
yes,
wasn't a-
and that's
it
not true. There's no evidence. to
Well,
support
yes,
this.
that's what you said. It's not true that it's equal to insulting a black guy, but you're thinking it's got something to do with just black Christians, and that's where you're wrong. Nobody said
What's the
Hello.
reference? Yeah.
Listen. This is what's annoying. So I started the conversation when you sideways called somebody a part of this conversation a girl. I didn't say shit. So stop crying about virtue signaling when you're doing the same shit.
I said, why is everyone acting like a girl? Because everyone's like screaming emotionally. I just get on here to go to the store. Everyone's interrupting everyone, being all emotional as soon as I click into the thing. And then I try to say one thing. I'm interrupting everyone. The whole world's over. So I said, why is everyone acting like a little girl?
We
Like,
were
I don't-
trying
I
to
don't-
get. Listen, there were other people talk. Hold on, Elijah. Your mic's messed up,
Go ahead,
bro. Let me
go
say
ahead.
it. Listen, Elijah was desperately trying to get out his question, and he just kept getting talked over. So we were. It was
Well,
already
what's the
hyped
question?
up because
Oh,
we were
really?
trying to get people to stop doing that when you came in. It wasn't really you. It was already going on. It's all good, man.
So-
Nobody's really mad here. He just wondered if it could be biblically true that Christian was meant to be a frickin' insult of a higher level.
And I'm explaining there is no evidence to suggest that Christian was specific to a certain color of skin. So
No,
I'm more than interested in if that's
Yeah.
somehow a fact, but I don't.
No.
I've researched this in depth. It's not a
Listen,
fact.
bro. Nobody was saying they were all black or a reference to skin. He's saying it's almost equal to calling me an N-bomb.
But
That's
that
it.
is what the Black Hebrew Israelites are saying. They're saying that
Elijah's
basically.
not.
Well, he said he heard it from a Black Hebrew Israelite and was asking for understanding if they're right or not.
If Niger means black in the Bible, was King Solomon black? Yes, he was. He was the first Hebrew Israelite. He was an Israelite, but he was Hebrew, and he was black.
Okay, so I'm
Niger.
just misunderstanding that. I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding. You're not asking about. You just brought up Christian being a derogatory term as like a segue to it, but it's not related to the point. Because I was misunderstanding, I guess.
No,
that
it's
there's
just
some type
shit.
of
He's
connection
just
there.
yeah, it's just shit. He just now started reading the Bible. He's just becoming
Well, I
aware.
know.
of it.
I'm just saying.
So
I
it's
get
a
frustrated
question.
with the whole.
It's a question. He
Black
said.
Hebrew Israelite. We're all black, and
I
that's the
mean,
only Christians,
they
and
came
everyone's the
in with
devil.
the
And
prove Solomon's black, and he said, "Did Niger mean black in the Bible?" And I'm like, "Yes." And he said, "So King Solomon was described as Niger," and I said, "Yes." Because
I don't
he
think.
So what's the verse?
I gave you the freaking verse. I
Hold on,
posted
Elijah.
it. Shut up and read it, or don't be in the conversation.
But that wasn't
dude.
an insult back then, right? Like
Don't
that's what I
ask
don't
for a
understand.
citation.
No, it was just being black.
Exactly, it wasn't an insult. So I don't.
Yeah,
that's what I'm still not
Niger
understanding.
Niger is Latin for black. That's
in
All you
Spanish.
gave was a Bible
that's just the
dictionary,
Niger
not the
point.
verse. You gave a Bible dictionary, not the verse.
No,
What's
he
the
actually
verse?
gave you the verse. He says Act
No, I
13:1.
gave you the verse, man. I said
Okay.
the Songs of Solomon 1:5, and I said it 20 times, and I posted a link to it right above it. Tell me what I did it. Don't ask for a
I'm
citation
sorry,
if you're
man.
not going to be waiting in the lobby. We're dropping them in. Do you know how to do this, or is this your first
So wait,
time?
I'm here. I'm here.
Well, I'm interested in the substance of this.
Christ.
Elijah, your mic is so messed up, bro.
I know,
people should
I
just
know,
calm
but
down,
at least I'm not trying to talk every single time. I'm just hoping that eventually, when I start talking, and I'm not cutting anybody off, that people will allow me to speak. But y'all just keep saying, "Well, his mic is shit, so fuck him." Let me just keep talking over him like I don't hear him. That's annoying. I'm not a fucking Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah,
Okay?
no, I don't think you said that.
So when I ask questions, let me ask fucking questions.
Who said you couldn't ask questions or that you were a black
So if
Hebrew?
you had a misunderstanding, I tried to clear it up, but clearly that just confused things more. Now we're here. Now we're good. Right?
Sure, the word Niger was not an insult. That was not the way the word was used.
I didn't say that.
Nobody
I
said
didn't
it was.
say that.
I didn't say you said that.
It's not.
Okay.
It's a description of you.
Okay. So this is my
literally
point.
Latin for black.
Right. So I don't the fact that the word was used later as an insult was just because of the historical
Christian.
context. Right. So what's the connection between Niger and Christian? That's what I've been asking for 10 minutes.
Is King Solomon black? Was Christian meant to be an insult? Two different topics.
No,
King
it says
Solomon is
dark.
one person.
It says dark in King Solomon in Song of Solomon. In the Hebrew, it says dark.
Yeah,
it doesn't say black. So you posted something that says black in Greek, which fine, it says black, right? But
yeah,
you know,
and
yeah.
so Hebrew kind of co-signs that with dark.
Anybody from the Middle East was definitely dark. You guys, can we just kind of get along? Elijah, I'm sorry people are walking on you. And I'm sure Austin's really sorry that he, like, whatever. But can you guys, there's other people listening. Can we just kind of, like, breathe and, like, start over again? Because I know you guys really like each other.
No.
Listen,
Nope,
that's
we're
what I'm
gonna
saying.
go-
The two didn't go together. Christian is an insult. Solomon was black. Okay, they're two separate.
Okay,
topics.
but I'm saying what I'm saying. So,
You're
Solomon's one
refuting
person.
Elijah.
Solomon's one person. So what does that have?
Nobody made a connection. I was asking a question. That's the point. You're trying to figure something out. That can't be
You're
figured.
making a statement.
Yeah, he had no agenda. He was making no point. He
I
was
didn't
making
say he
no
had an
positive
agenda.
claim. He made
So
no
why are you asking a
What's with
question
all the
that's like
baller-esque strawmans?
no nobody's
making the connection, and I'm answering you by saying no one's making a connection. What's wrong with me answering you?
Okay, what you said was that we know Christian was used as a derogatory term, right? No one said anything. You're like, okay. Well, what I didn't know was that Niger was used as a derogatory term for black people back in the day for the group of people, for that group of people. So I'm
Nobody
supposed to.
said it was.
That's what he said that the
third
black
time.
Hebrew Israelite told him. So I was then asking, wait,
no,
time out.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I said a black Hebrew Israelite pointed out to me that that King Solomon was black. I did not make the connection between. I asked both things, but I did not make that connection. I was asking.
Okay, and that's why I said a second ago, well, then maybe I misunderstood in that you're saying you were just segueing into it because you said in that very order, so Christian was a derogatory term, and then what I didn't know was the Niger thing. So I'm like, I don't understand, what does the Christian being a derogatory term have to do with it? That's why I was genuinely confused, and I'm asking because I've been around the whole country the last 2 years, and every time I run the Black Hebrew Israelites, they just make up the craziest stuff about black and white. So that's why I'm asking.
We know the black Israelites are crazy. All right.
That's why
I know Eli's not crazy. I'm not saying Eli is a black Hebrew Israelite or something. I'm asking, like,
No, I
I don't even get
So
I'm just
he
getting
started
it.
off making he made it.
Eli is not a black Israelite.
Oh my god!
What the fuck are you saying?
Careful now.
He started off with he thought that Christianity was synonymous with the word black or something like that.
That's what I thought it said.
Equal to calling a black guy black.
Hold on.
I was literally that was a question, not a statement.
Yeah.
And I was just asking what the question was, and then you acted like I was assuming it's your argument.
No, I didn't. Everybody else was talking. I was actually trying to tell you. I was actually, that's what I was
screaming
doing.
at me then.
Yeah,
I'm
just
screaming because my mic is broke.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you
wasn't
give me a break. It sounds like you're screaming at me. So
I literally told everybody from like but way before you came in. I'm screaming because I got the shit mic and I'm outside.
Okay.
So what?
I
So
didn't
what
know
happens is
either.
when you scream, it's cutting off. So that's it. So it's like we only get like 3 or 8, half a word.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't think talking like this is any better.
Yeah, it was way better.
Yeah, it's a little better actually. Well, so just to
Well,
clarify, Eli, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
So
Solomon was
so
a
what
pimp
they
and he would
told
have slapped your ass.
Solomon was actually kind of lost his way though, and had a
He
demon
did.
ring and all kinds of crazy.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm trying to understand is like what they were saying. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying that it's your argument or anything. I can tell you were just asking. But like, I'm confused as to what they're saying. Are they saying
The
that
only
like
thing-
all Christians were black?
The only thing he told me was that King Solomon was black. That's literally it. Now, I
Okay, I don't.
also
Yeah,
heard.
probably.
That's it. That was it. That's the only thing he told me.
Well, he probably
And I said,
was.
oh,
Yeah, I don't.
But the funny thing is,
Now he
all
just-
people,
now he
all
just-
people
but
know.
Adam pointed out to me that actually, in proper context, it would be dark, and I do understand because porn is really fucking annoying when you want like dark skin and they give you like some Desi girl, and I'm like, come on, fam, like that's not what I asked for. Bad joke. Okay,
Hey,
whatever.
what?
Moving on. Moving on.
I just looked it up in the strong concordance. It is black. Not
There weren't no darky kings in the Bible, son.
I ordered
No,
the
she
Japanese one, and I got me a black girl, and I didn't bitch one bit.
Bruh. She clarified that the Greek seems to say black, but the Hebrew says dark.
No, I
right?
just looked it up. It's jetty black.
Greek and Latin.
It both says black.
Oh.
It says
In Hebrew?
Original from Strong's H7838. Or Shako, whatever this is the word, and it says properly dusky, but also jetty black.
Yeah, and the only time Hebrew Israelite came in when I said Solomon was the first Hebrew Israelite. By biblical narrative.
Yeah, so like, I personally
wanna
think
know
that
his gun?
everyone had dark skin at first. The only woman that's been proven to be able to give birth to all races, quote unquote, are like black women. So like, I don't even dispute this at all. My problem is like when people start to flirt with the idea, which I may have misinterpreted, but that like all the people that followed Yeshua for many years after he died were like dark skinned, because it's pretty easy to prove that wasn't the case. You know?
We can just say that multiple nationalities followed the way.
Why would only one people follow? Like that don't even make sense. I don't even understand why.
I agree, but I mean that's what I was told by Black Hebrew Israelites like 5 times. I was told that I'm the devil, and that the only people that really follow
we
Yeshua.
is, son. I'm a green eye devil. Nice to meet you.
This same conversation that I
said
had,
I was the king.
Listen, this is probably gonna piss you off, but you have the same problem that John has. Same problem that John has when it comes to listening to what I'm trying to say. Remember the conversation we had in person? And I said, dude, I was talking to the Hebrew Israelite. It's the same conversation, except I told you about the part where I demolished him when I told you he was trying to tell me that all of Jesus' followers were black, and they had to be brothers. Specifically, that's the same conversation. So please listen next time.
Well, okay, to be fair, I wasn't even trying to debate against anything that you were presumptively saying. I'm trying to understand what they were saying. That's literally what I was doing. The narrative is that, but now I understand, because now that you brought that up, if it's the same conversation, that is what they're saying, right? They are saying that, Niger and Christian is somewhat interchangeable because all the quote unquote Christians were black, and so that's the same thing. They're like, they both progressed to derogatory terms about black people that followed the way, and that's not true. That's all I'm saying. Whether or not you think that, I didn't even address.
Yeah, my answer is it's an insult equal to calling somebody that.
I just wanted to know if King Solomon was really black. That's all I wanted.
Probably.
No, he was not.
Yeah,
You
he
don't
is.
know. Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Excuse me. Is it all right if I speak
Can you show me
on this
any
topic?
evidence for that?
Yeah,
Okay.
How would,
definitely.
Is it
how
all
would
right if I
anybody
speak
ever
on this
know?
topic, El Boricua?
Nobody will ever know.
Definitely. Songs of Solomon is 1-5.
Yes, show me evidence. Show me the verse.
Songs of Solomon.
Right. We already did that.
Be quiet. Songs of Solomon 1-5. Go read it.
Okay, yeah, it says Shorani. It says I am black, but it
Okay,
uses that.
okay.
No.
That's enough.
Let me finish. Let me
We
finish.
can move on.
But no. You need. Let me finish. It says that as a woman. A woman is saying that. It uses the woman gender.
Hey,
So the only way that
him.
could be possible that Solomon is black if he was a woman.
On mine.
So are you
Okay,
saying
so-
are you saying Solomon was a woman?
Hey, Witsit, let me know when I can point something out that everybody's. I don't know
Hey,
what
that-
I'm talking.
That guy
Why
came
can't-
from
why-
my server.
why
Mute him,
can't-
El Bruca.
Why can't people be black? Why can't black people have a history other than
Because
we
these
black?
motherfuckers
Dude,
just
I just
crackers.
joined. I just joined, and y'all are talking about shit we could never prove. I mean, dude, there
Because
might have been.
first off,
Maybe Sheldon was black, maybe he wasn't.
Oh
What's
my
up, Exo?
gosh.
Exo wants to say
Crackers
something.
Let me
and
just
Jews.
say something,
Crackers
please.
and Jews. He's the cracker.
Okay, so
Now
yeah,
you-
thank you. So the
You're
word here it
Welcome,
is.
Cracker.
Bro.
Okay,
now
ready?
I'm gaslighting.
Okay, can I ready to speak? Okay, so here's the word. The word in Hebrew is pronounced Shakur, like Tupac Shakur, and it means black, and
No,
nobody knows.
Shachor. Yeah, Shachor means black, but the word here is
stop.
Shechora.
No, it's
Why are you
Shakur, and it's
interrupting?
pronounced. I
Hey,
know.
hold
It's
up, guys.
Shakur.
That kid is Hebrew.
Okay,
he's
so
a
he's
Jew.
just
Wrong.
interrupting.
I know, and he's not the
Oh.
first one that's wrong. He's wrong. It's Shakur, just like
okay,
Tupac Shakur.
No, it's
Yeah,
a
that's the
it's a
point. Yeah, that's right. It's Shakur. It's Shakur. Thanks for playing,
Not
noob.
ooh, it's an o.
That was
Shachor.
easy. Yeah, thanks for playing. I'm sorry. It's Shakur. Just like Tupac Shakur. What a coincidence. Have a nice day.
What a bad coincidence.
There's feminine,
Hold
there's
on.
feminine masculine in Hebrew. He's saying
Yeah,
Shakurah, right?
So this,
Yes,
let me clarify.
It's
So the
Shechora.
argument is saying
Shechora.
that his lover was black, because I was just reading it online. But so that's what the argument is that it actually denotes his lover as being black, like the woman that he was with or whatever. But
And the
I will
verse
say,
afterwards even says, "Don't see me as a blackie, like a black won't, because the sun has tanned me." So it specifically said, "Don't see me as a black woman." So it says that she is
Okay.
black by her skin color, but she's not naturally black.
okay, well it says that. So it looks like he tracks back to like Afro-Asiatic or whatever how you pronounce it. So I don't see I don't see why someone would be so like sure he wasn't black. That's what I don't understand.
Because he was, because people from the Levant area are not black.
Yo,
You need to study the history of West Asia and the Levant. You are stuck in this white supremacist, white-centric idea.
Oh, that's Gregory. But let me respond, and then Gregory restate that point. So, like I had to tell my black Hebrew Israelite friends, when you see the word nation, when you see the word culture, that doesn't belong to one individual's hue. Because everywhere in the Bible that there was a nation, there were immigrants. Never was there ever just one thing.
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay.
And it specifically says that people were grafted in from all over the world. Like, and that not everyone from Israel is of Israel, and Israel was like a spiritual house that you were grafted into. So that's another. Yeah, both. Anyone that's claiming they know he wasn't black is wrong. Anyone that claims they know that everyone that followed or was part of Israel wasn't black is also wrong.
That's what I would say. How would we know for sure? But I was going to joke around and say, what? You telling me there was black people back then? I mean, dude, that's a joke. That's a joke. Like, dude, we're never going to know for sure. But, I mean, if somebody's got strong beliefs and evidence, I mean, I'm good with, I'm not going to argue their beliefs against them, man. Shit.
Well, from my understanding, his hair was described as cluster of dates or something like that.
I just posted some videos for people's consideration in the live stream text 1. And what I was saying earlier was folks are really stuck in this white-centric, white supremacist idea where people with dark skin just cannot be allowed to be of prominent positions in history. And then as you consider the anthropology that is taught in the Mikra, in the Tanakh,
I ain't gonna lie, that would bother me if I was black. That'd probably bother me a little bit too. But there is evidence. I mean, if there was, some prominent black positions and shit in Solomon, I mean, he might have been black. I mean, how can we prove? How can we prove any of that shit? I believe. Why wouldn't it?
Everyone knows I don't care if I trigger somebody. So this is what I think. Actually, I think
wasn't
that it's.
finished with my
I think
sentence. I was just blatantly cut off.
Yeah, it's true.
Twice.
Black power. Go.
And so, as you consider the anthropology from beginning to end that is taught in the scriptures, from the Torah all the way to Revelation, even, is that the dominant gene in the first, for instance, particularly the skin color, was brown skin. Adam himself and his wife, Chava, made from the soil, the rich, ruddy Adamah, from the soil of the earth. And that was, of course, that would show up on their skin color, and then was passed down to their children throughout the generations, all the way down to Noach. And then as you consider the book of Chanok, we are told that he was an albino, to put it in short, and
Noah.
then he reproduces his 3 sons, and then they reproduce their sons, and they become the eponymous fathers of the nations.
Okay, so for example, David was described as having red hair. So I think that everyone came from having dark skin, like I said earlier, and that's for sure. But anyone claiming that everyone in the tribe was black, or that no one in the tribe was black, both of those arguments are stupid. And like I said, David was described as having red hair. So it seems like what happened was that the spectrum of pigment extended throughout time, originating with darker foundation for sure.
So,
and that seems
I gotta
to be
agree with that.
Red hair.
It's not possible for none of them to be black or all of them to be black. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Unless he dyed his hair like Dennis Rodman. So
They
did,
also
did, so
describes
did
him.
David have red skin, but he was actually
I want to
black?
ask Gregory something.
Doesn't it always ask? Doesn't it always ask? Describe
Adam.
Solomon as having black lock hair, bushy hair.
Yeah. Hey, I had 2 points. I thought Adam was red, right? And what do you think about Enoch saying that Noah was a gift from the Watchers, and he was onto like the Watchers?
Well, they
So
thought
you
he
have
was.
Adam, which is man, both the personal name of the first man and the title of the human race. And then you have Edom, which is what Esau was renamed to because he ate the red stew, forsaking his birthright.
All right.
And then you have Adamah, which is the ruddy, or you type in ruddy soil, type it in Google, and you see a reddish brown, rich soil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, what about the David
Adam
thing? Do you
could
think
have been a red man?
Well, no, I don't think that's what he just didn't say
They're
that.
the Occidentals. Actually,
So-
I think you just didn't catch it. We were made of that clay, that red clay, just like Tennessee red clay, fertile soil.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, like, so if for example, if David was described as red, well, then his skin was red, then, right? Like, not you can't
Well,
say
we keep
he was
saying
described.
red, but I keep saying ruddy brown. The term is ruddy when describing his skin color, and then taking into
I'm
account
with
his
you.
genealogy and the whole anthropology that we have in the Holy Scriptures. He was a brown skinned man with that ruddy tint that appears in West Asian, Levantine, Shemitic nations.
Okay, so then you think that all white people came from Japheth alone?
No.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Takes two to reproduce, but
Yo, sorry, Gregory.
Since it's mentioned, since you asked that question, Witsit, I'm going to post this little passage that I typed out just to get my thoughts straight. This is why I use these terms rather than white and black, because white and black is not accurate, but rather I say these terms. Hang on. It's in Livestream text.
Okay. So, like, what we call white now would be type 1, right? Because, like, I get tan.
Type 2.
Well, that's what I don't understand.
Unless you're talking about yourself.
Yeah, literally myself. I'm like as white as people would say, but I think I have Cherokee meat though. So, yeah, I don't know. Because like I mean, you have to have some melanin to get tan, right?
Yeah. So the type 1 albinos would be someone the likes of Blake Griffin.
Yeah.
A type 2 albino is the likes of the general European population or the general East Asian population.
That's what I don't understand, because it says without melanin, but I mean, I clearly do have some melanin, right? I mean, I get tan.
No, without visible melanin. A very low quantity of visible expressed melanin.
Okay.
You type 2.
Okay.
No,
and so
no,
then, like, then here's the question. This is what I don't get. So
Calling me
say,
a white Indian motherfucker?
so like I have like Cherokee in me, right? So say I have a baby with a black girl, right? Then what's the baby classified as?
You got any old
Just
The
like
baby would
David.
the baby
Hello,
would be
can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
kind of weird
I
because
don't know.
in the case of a type
We
1
can definitely hear you interrupting.
in the case of a type 1, according to the definition that I wrote, both parents are melahumans or melanated humans, man and woman, and then they reproduce a child that has very low melanin expressed visibly. In the case of your example, it would kind of be, I don't know, it's almost like an in-between, but more so a type 2.
Okay. So then
it's loss of the visible through generations.
Yeah. So you would say basically like the lack of visible. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so type 1 without visible melanin has melahuman parents and can bear children with melanin across the spectrum. And so in your example,
Greg, do you got Eli muted? Greg?
Well, he's unmuted now.
No,
He's just keep blinking. And a type 2 without visible melanin, whom does or does not have the melanin gene without melahuman parents and can only reproduce children with their level of melanin or less. So in the case that you hypothetically mentioned, he or she would be more so a type 1.
So Gregory
someone else
hear
was
me.
trying to
Gregory couldn't hear me this entire time. That's crazy as hell. I was just trying to make the joke that she was a red bone like this. Red bone, like we know what that is.
Cadillac red, baby.
Yeah, we're not that white, bro. We know what red bone is.
We're some wood, not peckerwood.
Yikes. So then what's really into the gravy? A lot of people get like so like into this that it's just like pun intended, their true color show. But like, so it seems like a pretty chill vibe here, right? So like I was talking to some people in the room with King Loves, and they're talking about like the scientific description would have to do with electromagnetic coupling of the skin. Has anyone ever heard that?
I've never heard that before till now.
Yeah, so I don't know much about it. I'm just saying it was very interesting. The guy definitely wasn't just making stuff up. He definitely kind of knew what he was talking about. So like,
Is melanin
electromagnetic coupling.
People wear grounding kits and shit too, you know.
Is melanin a superconductor? As I've read, maybe in a place that.
Well, I don't know. I think that higher levels of melanin have a higher efficacy of electromagnetic coupling.
That's why we made the electric slides blow.
That's why they made the electric. Hey, it's also why they made the electric chair.
I get uncomfortable when we start talking about race. I start cracking jokes.
I can't believe you guys.
I don't know how the hell we got here. I don't know how we got here, Elijah.
You guys have an advantage, man. I'm pissed.
Come on, my adopted
I'm
son.
I'm not actually pissed.
And he's not white. He's just looking at me right now like, these your friends, Mike?
For real, though, I would think that, like, so then you would be able to heal from illness faster. I would think that maybe what we call black, which is a stupid term in my opinion, those people will be able to heal from illness faster. Because, like just like your body is electric, and that's actually how we heal. For example, if you ground you get rid of a ton of inflammation in your body, and almost all pain comes from inflammation. You have like toxicity and mucus and inflammation being the three primary causes of all illness. And so if you have like higher efficacy of electromagnetic coupling, or let's just use it kind of crude like conductivity, then your body would be able to repair itself faster.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I think it's crazy because it's kind of spun the other way, where like
That's
in mainstream
short
science,
circuit.
they spin that the other way, where they try to say that like darker skinned people are more vulnerable to illness.
Hey, real quick.
You're not doing a great job of being quick so far.
I know. Drop that bomb. What?
Real quick silence.
I knew you
Sorry,
were
real
racist.
quick.
Oh.
No, I was asking, how long does it take to ground? I'm just curious. I was here about grounding, but I'm curious how long it takes to be grounded.
You say to ground?
Yeah, if you're grounding, how long does it take to? How long does it process?
So
Is my
apparently,
mic as bad as
if you do it 15 to 20 minutes a day within a week, you can get rid of a lot of illness. So I think that it can you can have effects. Allegedly, you can have effects like immediately, and that 15 to 20 minutes is the ideal minimum.
It drains all the excess potential out of your body. A lot of people that do it, they work in the energy field, and they're really popular on it because they're working inside transformers and inside basically EMF fields. So.
Well, I can say from personal experience. So, like, I had my back feeling crazy, and then when I started, like, just for a few minutes, like walking outside, I would take my shoes off. Sometimes I forget, and Kai's like, "Yo, why are your shoes on?" But my back stopped hurting, and my back hasn't hurt for a while now. Literally just from like walking on the earth.
They call me the barefoot brawler, bro. Do I got to tell you if I'm on the farm, I'm barefoot?
Oh, my feet are pretty, man. I don't know.
Shit. I jog on a track, asphalt track, barefoot.
How long do we do this? Is it better in the grass or does it matter?
Yeah, you don't want to you don't want to do like concrete or something. So grass, dirt, sand. And then you want to start with like ideally at least 15 minutes a day. And I heard you'll have extreme differences in a week.
In contact with earth. It works best if you're sitting down, your hands are touching and your feet.
That's true. You can put the palm of your hands on there and then keep your feet down. So don't like sit them up with the heels up, but like have your feet down and your hands down.
I've read a lot on this. I
It's
think
crazy.
one
I
of the
actually did a stream
reasons-
on it.
Yeah, well, I've always been barefoot. I grew up on the ground, under a car, in a field, under a tractor, in a field. I lay down in the damn garden after I till it, bro, and be comfortable. But
And dude,
also-
I actually show on my sorry.
I don't get a lot of, upset stomach or
I
sickness.
can't afford Lyme disease. You know what I mean? Like I might love to sit in your grass. I damn sure don't want to sit in my grass. I'm just keeping it real.
Go to the park, bro. Go to the park that we met at.
Listen, bro, three weeks ago it was 75. I said, this is going to be the last warm day. I took my shoes off and walked barefoot through the marijuana garden. Sat down in the middle of it, and a snake came by, and I didn't even mind it, and it just slithered on by me. There were bees everywhere collecting their honey. The fucking Amish dude next door's got bees. I mean, there was I looked up and the sun was shining. I was smoking, and there's like hundreds of bees right above my head. I was like, holy shit.
That's cool. That means your vibe was good. That's what I say, at least to Kyle. But so, like, look, I have a video that I did a stream on this, and there's a video where they literally look at this older Asian lady's blood, and then she goes and grounds for like 15 minutes barefoot. It was just on dirt. She comes back in, her blood is noticeably different. Like it's moving around. Yeah, and it's not clogged up. It's crazy. 15 minutes, bro.
It's best to do this in the sunlight too. They say the best times to ground are at dawn and sunset, and maybe high noon. If you're
look at the sunrise.
This is where I began to hear this because I was going to ask you, what do you think about staring directly at the sun? because I was told
I
that
do it
that's
all the
healthy
time.
too.
Sunrise and sunset. Stare at the sun for a sunrise and sunset, or like a couple hours before and after is ideal. Some argue whether or not you should go beyond that, but one thing's for sure is you shouldn't start in the middle of the day. And yeah, I've heard yeah, dude, I think it's really good for you to look at the sun during like a little after sunrise, a little before sunset.
I'm definitely gonna try that. And it has to be grass or dirt or like not concrete.
Earth.
Basically.
Not concrete. Yeah, it has to be
Concrete
earth.
will work too.
Earth.
Yeah, concrete actually, it's not that concrete does nothing, but it's not. Some argue actually it has negative effects. Some do, but either way, the best way is the earth.
I think it disrupts the natural flow of the earthly energy. Personally, myself.
I gotta agree. If y'all don't mind, just a second. If you've ever noticed, like if you are walking barefoot, like on a sidewalk or on asphalt or something like that, step off into the grass, in the cool grass. Notice if your body gets any chill bumps or not. It always happens with me anyway. But when I step off of something like concrete or the asphalt or something and step into the cool grass, it'll send chills through my body for just a minute, just a second or whatever. But I can feel it. I can feel a difference. But if it's okay, can I address something that I was hearing earlier and I wasn't able to speak? It was about the Trinity, or do we need to just move on past that subject?
Seems like you're setting it up, but I'll allow it.
No, we were there earlier. We were there earlier with it. Nobody was getting mad. I actually have a lot of respect for the large amount of people in here that were all respectable during the Trinity conversation. It was a conversation, not an argument.
Oh, so it was just a Niger thing, huh?
It was beautiful, yes, till you came in with the Niger misconnection.
It wasn't even not even that. It wasn't the Niger connection. Even the Trinity portion of the conversation and before that, when we brought up exonyms and that whole conversation was good. It was just the one guy that was drunk that kept interrupting.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that it was a good conversation. I'm saying it was actually good conversation to have.
Oh, it was. But yeah, we had it well, is what I was saying. Like a dog.
From what I read in Scripture, though, I don't see the Trinity existing.
Okay, we're in agreement, then you and I. I don't know about others.
I've got to.
Let him make his point.
But
I've got to. And if y'all could hear me out for just might take me just a few little minutes, but I can kind of back this up in Scripture. Now I'm not prepared for something like this right now, but I can. So anyway, the Word became flesh. We read that in John chapter 1, verse 14. The Word became flesh. Now, what is the Word? Is Yahweh speaking, not his word. So he spoke the earth into existence. He spoke the firmament into existence. He spoke the animals, the trees, the humans, everything we know of, the sun, moon, and stars. He spoke it into his existence. It was his word. Now, I read from the Aramaic that the Torah was created, or the law was created 2,000 years before the earth was created. Now, what do we see that what he did when he created the earth? He spoke it into existence. So if the word, if the Torah, the law, is what Yah spoke, that's the very first thing, in my opinion, would be Yeshua. Okay, his son. So would the Torah, written in stone, that was given to Moses on Mount Sinai, is that stone that the Torah was written in? Well, the Torah itself, actually, not the actual rock it was written in, but the Torah itself, the word of Yah, what was written with his right hand. Is that not our Savior, our Messiah, Yeshua, Jesus, however you want to pronounce it? So if the Torah was created 2,000 years
Law.
Earth was created, then his word in stone would be the Savior, the Messiah. That's
Law and stone.
right. So hold up, I'm missing something. 1 second. I kind of lost my train of thought on that. But anyway, if when we read in I know what it was in 2 Samuel chapter 23 verses 2 and 3. If we read that together, there's 3 people there. Actually there's 4 people there, counting Samuel or David, whoever that was. Can't remember. But we see that Yeshua is called the Rock of Israel. Now we also see that the Torah was written in stone. It was written in stone and given to Moses. Now Moses had to rewrite it because he destroyed that one. Anyway, if the Rock of Israel is not the, how could it not be the commandments written in stone or the 600?
I'm with you.
Sure. But also when it comes to Israel, the Rock of Israel, Israel is a mixed multitude. That's the whole world. That's all people. And if the Rock of Israel, then that would have been Yeshua would have been a savior for the whole world, not just the Hebrews, not just the Egyptians, not just the Babylonians, not anybody, not any one particular tribe.
I got a hymn for that.
But anyway, I'll end right there and see what everybody wants to say or maybe think about that. And
hey, I want to point out this church hymn, the song "Jesus is the rock that is higher than I." The law is above all. The Torah is the law. But I mean, there's church hymns that kind of back that dichotomy. I've heard a lot of them. This one's interesting.
Well, that one I'm in agreement with.
Yeah, Jesus is the rock. That should be common knowledge for any Christian.
But is it?
Yeah, I don't know. We sing in our church.
Is the Torah what is written in the first 5 books of the Bible? Is that
God's word that God says these words shall never pass?
Because if the Torah, if the written Torah is actually Yeshua, then the angel in the wilderness would have been the spirit of the Son of God.
Well, they say the Torah is immortal because this heaven, this earth shall pass, but these words shall never pass. And that speaks to the Old Testament, the Torah, or the law. It's not said for the New Testament. That would be taking it chronologically out of order.
Speaking of chronologically out of order, I got to move all the way to Revelation.
It's written on his
out of order book.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at it? Whereas the trumpet is like the signal for the vial or the bowl. For example, if you read the first trumpet, okay, Revelation 8, I think it's verse 6, maybe 4. I can't remember exactly. I'm not looking at it right now. But if you read that one and then read Revelation 16, verse 1 and 2, and then you go back to the second trumpet, okay, read the second trumpet and then read the second vial. Read the third trumpet, read the third vial. Go back and forth, each one, in between, each one, all the way up to the seventh trumpet. The seventh vial. It all
It's like reading the Gospels, each one chapter at a time, so you're hearing them all from 4 different ways at the same time frame.
Well, then we could look at Zechariah chapter 14, verses 1 through 6 or 8. I ain't turned to it yet either, but we can look at Zechariah chapter 14. We can look at Daniel chapter, actually 13 and 14, but basically chapter 14, verse 1. Daniel 12, verse 1. Sorry. We could look at Jeremiah chapters 51 and 52. We can look at Isaiah 66. They all line up perfectly with looking at the tribulation or the wrath, rather, the wrath, being the trumpet is the signal for the vial.
Yeah. I was raised Adventist, so we probably disagree on a lot of this, but
Well, I was raised Methodist, man, and I announced that religion just to show us yesterday is already gone.
Most of these doctrinal arguments have to jump from one book to the other to co-sign each other from points that aren't addressing the point that you're actually making.
Sorry, brother.
That's why I try to stay out of them. I know you know what I mean. We'll be talking about a king and his kingdom and conquering the kingdom and how virtuous and how fluorescent they will, and they'll go to David and the Lion's Den and say this one was a reference to that one, and I just can't buy that crap. So,
But when they line up, we can look at what is it, Deuteronomy 13. When they line up perfectly, we kind of have to accept it, don't we?
Not if they're on 2 totally different topics. No.
No.
If one's to a people and one's to an individual person, then no, it's meant for that person or that people's at that time period.
Yeah, it's Deuteronomy 13 and Deuteronomy 18. That's how we test the spirits and the scriptures and the prophets.
Well, yeah, a lot of people do that. They try to see if they can find a verse that was before it or after it that'll co-sign that verse. But a lot of times those are used for specific reasons, and you have to take it out of that context to apply it towards you. And that's adding to or taking away the scripture, in my opinion. I don't add to or take away. I take it as it is, as it's written for the time period and the topic that it's written for. I will consider it, though. You know,
when we add to or take away from the scriptures, we get a totally different story. And I tell you the truth, man. That's how we come up with pre-trib rapture and Trinitarian doctrines, and
yeah.
It's when we start adding what we want the scriptures to say. I've got a saying. It says, it goes, "Don't bend the scriptures to fit your mind. Bend your mind to fit what the scriptures say." So, I mean, I'll stand true on this.
That's how I live.
Every answer that anybody could ever question is in the scriptures. Every single answer is in the scriptures.
We just got to question them all.
Right. And back to kind of what I was saying, it's not really 2 different topics, really. It's if you look at it kind of along the lines of what the Song of Moses and the Book of Revelation, and test it with the prophets, and you know, we can figure out the chronological order of Revelation. And I'm telling you right now, it's not going to be.
Oh, I wasn't attacking your chronological order of Revelations. I agree with that.
Pre-trib rapture.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not a rapture person.
Well,
I think that's doctrine based on a mistranslation. Is that me?
You're roboting horribly. No, he robots horribly.
Can someone meet him, please?
Don't
I
mute
don't
him, just
believe it.
disconnect him.
I don't believe in a taking away. Why are you going to take me away and go to heaven when the New Jerusalem's going to be here and I'm going to miss it? Anyone? That's a general one for anyone. I'm high. I don't have a problem shutting up and listening.
It says, I think a lot of people get confused, Michael, because it says that you're going to meet him up in the air, right? But what is he doing as you're meeting him? It says that he's coming down to earth.
Yeah. Yep. We're
So
battling.
you meet him as he's coming down. So you only go up for, a short period of time, like to meet him, and then you're going down the same place he's going down. If we take the scriptures literally.
Yeah, because we're going to help battle the armies of earth. Right? The governments. And all that. I'm gonna participate in the battle. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I believe. As I believe, so shall it be unto me.
I'd say
Here I
one
am,
way or
Lord.
another.
Pick
If
me.
you're alive during that time, you will be participating in the battle. The question is just which side.
That's what's written.
Now, Mike, you had said this earlier, but it's crazy. Today we finally had just one conversation, just one. For once, we had a conversation. In 24/7, it was damn near impossible. Not
Yeah,
damn
dude.
near. It wasn't impossible.
Yeah. I'm gonna mark that shit on my calendar. I wrote a blunt to celebrate it, bro. Out of an expensive fucking cigar. I've tried to talk to Trinity, but over there it's so one-sided, and they're narrow-minded Christians that won't even admit that this is a doctrine they follow. They say, no, this is the only true version of the authorized King James version. Well, I'm a man of free will. God gave me the Holy Spirit. I don't need an authorized version. I'm guided by the Spirit. So, and it is a doctrine, and it's been a conversation between theologians since the books were
Michael,
written.
you
There
don't
should
need
be.
you don't need to explain yourself. It's fine, bro.
No,
Yo, you
I'm
think
talking.
24/7's bad? You should see what I
No,
get through
listen.
my YouTube.
Yeah,
We
I
know
think
you.
everybody.
You're
I
awesome.
think
You're awesome. No, just okay.
everybody here knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Among
we
reasonable
do.
men,
Yes,
it
yes,
should be a reasonable
we do
conversation.
know.
You
Yep.
just can't. Yeah, Derek knows you can't have it at 247. There was a time when we could, Derek, and nobody would even get mad at you, or you just mute them.
Oh, you mean back when I was like taking charge of probably David's server? Oh my God.
Way back when we first started this shit, brother.
Oh, dude, what a nightmare that was. I'm telling you.
Remember all that gay porn they posted before we really learned how to get rid of it without looking at it? You had to click delete. We got a bot to get rid of that shit on command. I was like, yes. This is
Like, how
nice.
dirty does your soul have to be to just to wake up doing that? What is going on
Yeah.
sometimes?
You'll be a baller, bro. That's a prerequisite.
Let me porn bomb these flat earthers. Ha ha ha.
I still have nightmares about that.
Yeah, I wake up to 1,000 DMs. Mike, would you get rid of that crap? I'm like, man, I just shoveled 2 tons of cow shit. Now I gotta erase gay porn for an hour and a half. People didn't know the work we put in there. And then over a disagreement about scriptures and beliefs in scriptures, freaking 100 people get fucking banned. Old friends say, fuck them. I made a motherfucker ban me. Anybody can ask, they can say, I banned this motherfucker for this reason. Well, tell you what, I put that motherfucker through hell and tested his limits before he banned me for that reason, all right? I'm impressed with the shit Meemore took from me.
That was crazy.
We all know I can dish it out, and I gave it to that motherfucker because we made an agreement a long time ago not to take sides in a doctrinal argument. But some motherfuckers aren't men of their words.
feels
I never
really.
took a side. I didn't go down there and say I'm a non-Trinitarian. Everybody that's a Trinitarian, speak up and ban them all. I could have done that shit at any time. No. I felt it was a conversation that needed to be left alone and let these people moderate themselves so they can come to a frickin' understanding, because they both sides, all sides, refuse to not have a voice in the fight. We weren't a religious server. We should have just let them figure it out. I had to stand back and let my kids learn to get along. My 2 cents out. Can't make people act right. That's what people don't understand. I'm a man of free will.
You gotta just let it happen. You know.
That's right. We call round here. I'm gonna go southern on it. We call that there coming to an understanding. Now, if you need a learning stick or whatever, by God, you better some ass.
Like the problem comes in when I think, and I've been guilty of it before. Probably will be guilty of it tomorrow. I'm not a perfect man, but at least in this time, I have the clarity to at least for me. I don't think that you should police anybody on what to think, how to think.
Right.
When like it that's because look, it on one hand people will argue, well, not enough people stepped in and poof, there was a globe. But I mean, we can't keep on shoveling accountability in the backyard. Like we all. I mean, come on. Like we all had a chance to think, is this really a spinning ball? Like, and we just didn't. You know what I mean? Like, and I gotta hold that. I gotta eat that. Like, so
I know
it's like I trust people to come to the truth when they can have the conversation. I don't like all the other shit in between.
Holy shit, bro. We had a Trinity conversation and nobody told nobody they was going to hell. You people rock.
Well, that just shows it only takes one or two agitators to stop an entire conversation for the course of like fucking 2 years. Like, that's insane. Because it'd be the same people that would jump in and derail the conversation. And it's like, wow.
Which God? Which God? Which God? Which God? Name him. Like, oh my God, bro, chill out, man. Are you possessed? Is that Tourette's? You autistic? What's up, bro? You cool? Let him talk. Listen, I didn't get that much stress from my wife, or I'd divorced that bitch 14 years ago. So that's I just said it's all good, man. I'll go somewhere where there ain't so much drama. I mean, I don't want to start calling people out by their you Uber driver. Don't fucking talk to me like that. And you're a cashier at 7-Eleven. Shut the fuck up.
I've been both.
No, but you know what I mean. That's not what I get on here for. We can have good. The conversations were so beautiful in the beginning, and it took Geo to create a server we could actually have this fucking conversation.
You know what I said?
Nobody got moderated. El Bruca and them was like, come on, man, just have a calm. And I dig that. Nobody hears you, Mike. We're muted. El Bruca, where you at? That was funny as shit. I was like, motherfucker.
And it's like, hey, what was I gonna say?
Go, my bad.
Damn, I forgot. It'll come back.
Oh, I could take us off into a celestial navigation conversation or some shit.
Why not? Why not?
How about the mirror images of shit everywhere? What's that called? Specular reflections. Can you have that on a curved surface?
No, you cannot. But
Yo, it's crazy how y'all really think that the sensible position would be, yeah, the part that you can see is basically damn near flat. Not like for real, but like every argument you have is actually my argument.
But wait, it would appear flat, but in 3 miles we can watch a boat float over that flatness, bro. 3 miles to the horizon, and that's a geometrically physical place where the curve starts. But
You
up
guys
till there, it
repeat,
looks.
you guys
I was
repeat the
asking
same
about
shit over and over again.
yeah, right. So I was
Come
asking about the yeah. See, what you do is go yeah. That's what you tell us, snotty little. Anyway, so that's the thing, like clouds, man. What's up, bro? How you doing? Thank you, man.
You know that?
Thank you. I appreciate
Getting
it.
some of this stuff. Like, come on.
But yeah, the clouds.
Whatever
It's like you
chewing
can
out on
you
them.
can you can see the whole the clear blue sky littered with clouds. Not a gray forecast, but like it's blue, but you got a lot of like really big clouds. And I'm like, yo, what is the area of that cloud? Because I know my horizon is like I'm standing at the beach, supposed to be like 3 miles away. That cloud up there, way over there, that wide, just looks like the bottom of somebody's crusty foot. Straight up.
He said it's
Flat.
athlete's foot. Got mold and shit on it.
But you see the little shadow on the bottom of them when the sun is going. It looks flat as fuck. Where's the curvature in the cloud? Am I crazy for asking that? That's not a good question.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Actually, I don't know. I work outside all day on either a farm or asphalt, and I don't think it sounds so crazy. I watch storm fronts come in because I work outside in the weather. It doesn't look like they're wrapping around nothing to me. They just come into view and go out of it at about the same height.
Can I get a chopped cheese with cocoa bread?
Hey, make that too, and give me a root beer.
Tell them to add some cream to it.
Uber that shit to Michigan. I'll pay. New York got some sandwiches.
Yeah, man. Yo, if you have tried it.
Shit, I might drive there for a Philly sub. What's up?
Look, that's what I'm. Oh, for a Philly job.
I want the best. I'm paying. Fuck it.
It takes me an hour and a half, less than that, hour and some change to get to Philly. All right. Fucking but like this new phenomenon going on.
I'll pick you up in a Camaro, and we'll try to do in half that.
It's like these it's called a chopped cheese. So basically, it's a cheeseburger but chopped up. So you do that real well done. I like it well done. And you put it in cocoa, but you put it in cocoa bread. That's the newness. Because people usually get the chopped cheese, on a hero, on a roll. Nobody's ever put it in cocoa bread. Because you usually put the cocoa bread onto the beef patty with Swiss cheese. You get that with cocoa bread. Instead, you put the chopped cheese in there. It's delicious, I'm telling you.
Like I said, you motherfuckers got the sandwiches, and I just got the damn munchies.
Extra well done, please.
What's cocoa bread?
I don't even know if I can do anything other than just repeat what it is. I don't actually know. It's just cocoa bread. I don't know.
Is it chocolate?
Google it. Nah. Okay. So I guess. Damn. No, because I'm looking at all the other bread and it's just as fluffy. Well, it's kind of like a thick, doughy bread that's kind of sweet.
Huh.
They put it around cocoa. They put it around
bread.
beef patties. So you can get a beef patty with cocoa bread.
Yeah.
So Jeremy, you feel what I'm saying? Get the chopped cheese or the Philly cheese and put it in the cocoa bread.
Yeah. You get that cocoa bread that's like a pocket?
Okay.
It's so good. Yep.
It ends up to be like a pasty. I'm from Michigan. We call those pasties, where you fill the cocoa bread with meat and cheese and onions. And yeah, that shit is good.
So good. It's bad for me. I'm not even supposed to be eating bread, but I'm gonna get on my diet at some point.
You know, you can make them at home too, and just wrap the bread right around the burger, and then bake it.
It'd be even better. Exactly, yeah. Because when you do it yourself, you throw that thing in the oven. Everything is better in the oven. I don't even know why microwaves exist. Like, that's just
If I
like
made it, it'd be like Uniloaf wrapped in bread. Have everything in it.
Bread is always good with butter.
Oh shit! But you know what puts the grooves in it? You could just put the bacon in the grooves of the bread, like, or you could oh
Yeah.
damn! Now we're talking.
How are you thinking?
I'm not even high yet. I can't wait to get home.
I am. Shit. Hi, the motherfucker. And this here's what he was talking about: a beef patty and cocoa bread. I can
Damn,
get that.
I just forgot. I guess I was cursing out my dentist for no reason. Cause a lot of people complain about the white what do they call it, composite fillings versus these titanium whatever the fuck poison that they put in my mouth as a kid. And but these shits is sturdy as fuck. I've had them since I was a child. Like
What are they?
my teeth
Porcelain or ceramic or something? What I
something
think
like
it's
a mix of
porcelain.
ceramic and I think it's a mixture of that stuff. I guess the basic idea is to I didn't even know that you could so peep this. They have teeth like rehabilitating stuff. Like you would think that okay, your teeth is fucked up and fucked up. No. Like they can actually use materials that'll help your teeth do whatever it does. Like I didn't
Show
but
her
then
not a grower. Hey,
which
I take care of even the cows.
and I was gonna ask what for that the solution for the cavity thing because and again like my dentist be trying to hit me over the head just because he can get money out of it. No. Listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't even know why I got this filling, to be honest, but I did it. Whatever. And anyway, what it was saying something about being able to like something about cleaning cavities or something.
Yeah.
And my
Yeah,
doctor
if you
told
use
me that,
you get like organic, you want to get like organic yogurts, and then you mix it with this stuff. It's like a all natural mineralizing powder. I can send you like a picture of it. I think it's like $30 on Amazon, and it's like incredible. So like you use also use clove oil. So you take coconut oil and you put that in your mouth. As you move it around, it'll turn into like a mouthwashy type of stuff, like liquidy. And then you drop a couple things of clove oil in there. And you do what's called like an oil pull. You swish it around like from the front to the back. Make sure you like really work it around whatever's hurting. Like swish it around. The clove oil is like amazing, and that'll give you some immediate pain relief. If your teeth hurt like crazy bad, you can just drop the clove oil directly on your tooth, and it'll like stop it from hurting. It's like really intense, but it's like amazing. Anyway, you do that like if you do that frequently, that'll like basically reverse any issues you have. Just coconut oil and clove oil, and like a rinse every night for like at least 5 minutes. But if you do it for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, watch a video or something, even better. And then if you have like something that you need to like reverse or have your teeth like regrow up and starting to break apart or anything, then you use that organic yogurt. You mix it with that powder, and you basically like coat your teeth with it, and then you just go to sleep.
He knows. I've seen him
Is
in
the
a
powder
dentist coat at Mount Rushmore.
Is the powder bentonite clay? What kind of powder?
He was wearing white, man.
I'll go grab it. 'Cause I don't
I
know.
bet it's bentonite clay. That's what our dentist told us to use for our children. We have a
Yeah,
like
I'm
more of a
serious.
homeopathic dentist.
Right. For toothpaste or
Just
Chicken
I'm
you
soda.
just
scared to use it
you
because
just wet the toothbrush and
I,
dip it in the bentonite clay.
yeah, okay. I've
I'm
used that.
curious if that's what kind of powder he's talking about.
Uh,
the reason I'm so wary is because my like again I have the fucking what do they call it? What was
I've used toothpaste to buff a paint job. It's a
what's that
mild
stuff?
abrasive.
It's
Well,
diatomaceous earth. So it's diatomaceous earth, non-GMO birch, xylitol, and then organic premium grade matcha, organic peppermint, organic Ceylon cinnamon. I'll take a picture of it. It's called
Natives use
Regrow
just
Remineralizing Tooth and Gum Powder.
also,
natives use birch twigs as
see,
toothbrushes
how-
and picks.
I guess my only concern, like, I would need to post, I would need to do it like locally, because I don't want nobody pulling my wisdom teeth. Second of all, I feel like they just tell you that, oh, it's gonna rot, so let's make sure. Like, actually, no, I don't know that something is wrong until I can feel something wrong. Then maybe I'll come to it.
Well, don't let
Like,
them take your wisdom teeth. If you still have your wisdom teeth, you're blessed. Like, you don't ever need to take your wisdom teeth out. It's like one of the biggest deceptions ever, and it connects to your brain. It's like super important.
that's what I'm. I'm like, when he was like, "Oh yeah, you still got your wisdom teeth," it's like, "Oh, they got cavities and blah blah blah." I was like, "Yeah, Sam, I'm gonna either clear these shits up or die with them, but you're not pulling shit out my mouth." Like,
Nah,
I don't, because I just
I
want
still have my wisdom
my teeth.
teeth.
you're blessed.
Yeah, it's like, who
Yeah,
wants?
and
Like, he said that you have to take
it's
them out. I don't even get it.
yeah. Actually, they started coming through when I got pregnant, and I only have an issue with one that's like impacted. It's not like all the way through, but I'm just gonna wait and see what it does. It hasn't
Give it a couple of
I
years.
haven't had any problems with them.
Yeah, mine
Dropped
was
you a
like that.
picture of the stuff in the chat.
So my only concern with doing it, like, over the whole area is I got these fillings, not the ceramic, not even ceramic, the composite, whatever they call them. I have timeout. What you put on it?
Yeah.
Oh, no lettuce, no tomatoes, but yes, onions, peppers.
You can do it with your fillings, man.
I have an e-bike. I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you put lettuce and tomatoes on you didn't, no lettuce, tomatoes, right? Thank you. Perfect. So my worry is I got the gray filling, the silver filling. Now, I honestly, I've had them in, so that's me right there. I had them in so long, like since I was a child, that I'm afraid to take them out. Like, and if I do take them out, like to replace them and to replace them with something better would be like chopped cheese with
Nah, don't take them out. Just do this stuff with them in. Like, I think the first thing you should do
that's
is
the thing, though. It's the whatever this silver stuff is made up of is
It's
a little.
amalgam. It's amalgam.
Yeah.
So
It's
I don't
amalgam.
want to be breaking it down and then having it seep into like my.
nah,
You know what I
you're
mean?
good.
Like it's.
Hey, to have it taken out, the people that do it, they wear full almost hazmat suits. Like when you go into our dentist, she has a picture of what it takes to take them out, like a procedure being done, and like they all have to wear oxygen. You have to wear oxygen. They like completely like it's crazy, man, that what they have to do to take out those amalgam fillings because they have mercury in them, and when they start
Right.
grinding on it,
Yeah.
that mercury vaporizes and makes
Yeah.
dust too, but the heat from it causes some of the mercury to vaporize. That's why they all got to wear oxygen and stuff. It's really
Yeah.
expensive, man.
So that's
Yeah,
why.
I got a
I'm
mouthful of yeah.
not safe to do that with that in my mouth. You know what I mean?
You can do the natural stuff. You'll be fine. You should definitely, at the least, do the coconut oil with clove oil. It's like amazing.
Yeah.
Cause I tried all
Love
this
it.
stuff. I tried that like my mouth was hurting so bad. I tried like I forgot what it's called. Like it numbs your mouth or whatever.
That fake though, that bullshit.
Gel, like
Yeah,
Orgel.
oral gel. Yeah, doesn't do anything. I tried. Like I was given like pain pills, didn't do anything. Except made me feel sick. Like none of it did anything. I dropped that clove oil straight on my teeth, like straight on it, like just drop, 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 drop. And dude, it made my teeth stop hurting. After like, dude, I had my mouth hurt so bad that like, I don't know, I thought I was gonna die. Like I'm not
I can
even
testify too
exaggerating.
to the efficiency of clove oil with teeth. I've had a few issues as well, and yeah, it was ended up just like dropping it right on the tooth, and it was actually just like miraculous. I was like, holy cow!
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, and you know, I don't quote me on this, but this is something I heard through the grapevine, is that and many of you probably even know this, is that your oral health is actually directly linked to your gut biome. They've done studies on this and stuff. There's like a 1-to-1 sort of correlation there. So you got to definitely take care of your teeth. You know?
Actually, your teeth are connected to all of your organs and your blood as well. So everything is connected.
Just stop drinking soda right now.
No. Sometimes you've done too much. Like you need to fix it. Like doing coconut oil is a game changer too. And then also like putting clove oil in the coconut oil makes the clove oil not as intense. Like I mean, when it hurts bad enough, you don't care. You're just gonna drop it straight on there. Like if you've actually had tooth pain that's that bad, then you know. Like my head was pulsating. I had a migraine. I literally thought I might die. I'm not even joking. Because I read some Google article that said you could die, and then I felt so bad. I was like, dude, that might be what I'm going through. Because I have like a crazy pain threshold, and it was so bad that I couldn't like function. But yeah, like coconut oil and clove oil is really good for your mouth. Just do it frequently, and then you can also do like say you have part of your mouth that's like decayed, like part of your tooth is decayed or like starting to break off or anything. If you use this stuff, like the black will go away and your tooth will literally start to come back some. It's really crazy. So or organic yogurt.
You're saying clove oil does that?
No, that's just like it'll kind of like it'll help get them strong based on where they're at right now. But to get it to come back, you have to use this stuff I dropped in the chat. It's called Regrow, remineralizing tooth and gum powder, and you mix it with organic yogurt and then coat your teeth.
That's a Bird's product? The only thing I don't like about whatever you read you read something before that was a Bird's product. That's just a different product. Okay.
Yeah, it's not Bird's. No.
I don't like xylitol. I just
okay.
Some people it upsets their stomach. They don't really know because.
Oh, you were saying birch. Yeah, yeah. It says birch xylitol. I think it says that. Yeah, xylitol. Yeah. So it's got a proprietary blend of food grade diatomaceous earth. So from my understanding, it's the diatomaceous earth that's like really epic. That helps it grow. Yeah.
Right. That's interesting. So you're putting like a mask something on your teeth for a while.
Yeah, and it's not even much. It's not even much at all. Just a little bit of the powder mixed with organic yogurt. And yeah, you just basically coat your teeth and then go to sleep. And like it starts to grow back, dude. Like the black goes away and it starts to like fill in. It's really wild.
That's cool. Check that out.
Yeah. Because they got us with the dentist thing, man. They throwing all this mercury and crazy metal in our brain and taking out our wisdom teeth and all this nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I support antibiotics, but if any of y'all ever get an abscess and can't afford to go to the dentist, if you go to the feed store or a fish store and get fish biotics, the moxicillin, it's the exact same moxicillin that the dentist is going to give you if you go to the dentist for an abscess. It's called fish biotic amoxicillin.
Well, nowadays you can actually book an online appointment for like $10 and someone will just Skype you for 5 minutes and then just you can go pick it up at the store. That's what I did because like I don't like antibiotics either, but dude, I would have done just about anything. You know, like it honestly was that bad. Like I've torn my Achilles, I've like shredded like 5 muscles in my shoulder. Like, dude, none of that is even remotely close to comparing to the pain that my mouth and head was in.
I know what you're talking about because when I was in my early 20s, I had an abscess and I wanted to see if my body would heal it or if it'd kill me. And when it got to like a little smaller than a baseball, the pain was just too much. I'm like, no, this is gonna kill me.
No, I thought I was
My
gonna. I
body's
thought I was
not
gonna
taking
die.
care of it.
Yeah, like if you put your like even Kai could put her hand on my temple, and you could just feel it like pulsing out, like you could like vein was like popping in and out, and like it was so bad that like my light sensitivity, like everything, I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. When you try to sleep, it's worse because the blood rushes to your head, and like when you wake up, it's like, yeah, you just feel like you're gonna
Robin.
die. It's crazy.
It's like your heart is beating in your mouth. Like it's the worst feeling in the world. I had two abscesses. One went away some fucking how, and the other, I never had an abscess before, so I went to the emergency room and had them pull my tooth. Like, because that's what you do. You get an abscess, it's like, oh, you gotta pull that sucker out. That's what they just make money off of every little fucking thing. It's just disgusting. But anyway, so I
They
had
didn't pull your tooth though, right?
when I got an
Yeah,
abscess, the first tooth was pulled. The second time I got an abscess, I went to the doctor. I was like, oh man, I know what it is. Fuck, I'm gonna lose another tooth. This is crazy.
If you have a nerve
But they got
exposed, then it's like bad.
That's malpractice, man. They can't pull your tooth if you have an abscess. It can kill you because then the infection can get in your bloodstream. They're not supposed to pull your teeth when you have an abscess. You're supposed to get rid of the abscess first.
Well, no, yeah. That's what they gave me, like some antibiotics, and then I was supposed to come back to get it pulled. They had to get it down first. But yeah, so the second one I had, I went to the doctor. All right, come back this day. Fam, like 2 days later, it was gone. I was like, oh, what? What just happened? I was ready to fucking just rip my head off, and then it was fine.
Well, what's
I don't
crazy,
know what
bro,
I
is
ate.
I tried that. Like I had it happen a few times, and I kept on doing that because I'm like really stubborn like that. Like I didn't, no one even knew I was in pain, you know. Like I was just like, I'll be fine. And dude, it would come back a few months later, and then I'd do it again. And so I'm like, I'm gonna do it again. And dude, it just persisted for weeks, and like got to where I literally, dude, I know I've said this like 4 times. Like I actually thought I was going to die. Like I was actually considering what would happen if I died. Like I know that sounds crazy, but it hurt that bad. I knew that like it was like moving or spreading into my brain or something. Like it was crazy, bro. Like, yeah, I don't know. I just suggest anyone like if you're a little ahead of it, try the natural stuff. Like I wish I had known about it sooner.
Question: now that I'm like in front of my building, can I stand on the grass with my socks, or like?
No, you gotta take your
I'm
socks.
trying to compromise, bro. I don't want to stand.
Nah, bro.
Well,
Bare feet to the earth.
to be fair, I there's a nice little garden. They take care of it. I just the bugs. I would never survive. Don't take me. It worst like world ending scenario. I'm not it. I can fight for you and do that kind of lift stuff. When it comes to bugs, oh, forget it. Don't ask me to pull.
This is that New
none of
York
that.
City boy right there, bro. You gotta go walk to the park and take your shoes off, man.
Yo, I'm gonna start doing that, but it's getting colder now. That's what sucks.
You need to get north. Hey, yeah, it's getting cold, but you need to get north more often, bro. You want to go deer hunting this year? I can hunt northern
Bro,
woods.
I will admit to you that I've never shot a gun in my entire life.
Oh, that don't matter. I can teach you that in first day of deer camp. Damn it. Not that hard to hit a target 100 yards away with the 308.
Only thing hard about shooting a gun is not flinching.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I want to shoot a deer though. To be honest, I have a thing about killing. Like even bugs. Like, I'm like,
it's a steak,
no,
man.
I just sat there and ate my burger well done. I know, but I know.
Well, just figure the rifle's an extension in your hand, and you're just reaching out and picking up your venison burger or tenderloins.
Maybe there's
Ow!
something more
I
more
killed babies
honorable.
dead. Hell yeah.
No, I can't see it. I don't know. Anyway,
Well,
hey,
if
but
it's
yeah.
your
Oh,
first kill,
when is
I'll drink your glass
again?
of blood for you.
When is Flattoberfest? Because I kind of got like derailed by getting back with my ex. So it's like really the whole purpose was I wanted to meet Flat Earth girls. That was
Are
honestly
we gonna crash Karen's party? Shit, that's drive to New York and then drive to North Carolina. What's up?
keep
I'm
telling
bored.
everybody I don't care who Karen B's husband is. But anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not. All right, my bad.
I'm gonna make her get high.
But yeah, no, I can't do that now. Now I'm back to my.
Her and Ted probably hit the joint, and I wouldn't even have to force them.
But I still do want to go. What day did you say it was, or what week? Please don't tell me it's this week, because I kind of feel like I had a lot of stuff go on in my personal life.
Week.
You guys helped me actually more than y'all know. This anyway.
That
but
happens,
I'm hoping,
brother.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I hope I didn't miss it. I know I was supposed to do something on the 7th and somewhere in the 20s, and I'm hoping that Flattoberfest was in the 20s. Yes, I'll get confirmation some other time.
Might be able to look it up on Facebook, yo. Karen's on Facebook. Let me see. Flattoberfest 2022. Yeah, look there. Yeah. Saturday, October 22nd and 23rd. Greenville Shrine Club, South Carolina. Can you hear me, bro? Did
It's
I
gonna be
fall
hard to
out?
get. No, I think it's me.
All right.
Yeah, it won't be too hard to get
Yes.
there. Just
Yes,
make
I
sure
have
I'm
Karen.
I'm at work so I can take off a couple of days.
Yes, I have Karen on Facebook.
How tall is she?
Ted 2, though. Ted 2. Ted's cool. I like Ted.
How tall is she? I just have to know.
Karen? Shit. I don't know. 5'5", 5'6". Somewhere around there. I'm 5'10". She's shorter than me. That's all I know.
I imagine her to be like 5'9". That's cool.
Yeah. 5'8", 5'9". Yeah, somewhere around there. 7 to 9. Shorter than 5'10". My youngest brought me a donut and some cocoa. This is how we live, yeah. Custard-filled Long John from my favorite donut place. Some hot cocoa. No, we don't make cocoa like you city folk with Swiss Miss. We make it with real ingredients.
Yo, when my dentist was trying to get me to take my wisdom teeth out, and my teeth didn't hurt at all, I was asking him like, why? Like, what? Like, why should I take them out?
Prevent medical problems in the future.
That was like what he said first, but then
Complications.
he started branching into evolution, dude. He started saying that because we used to be monkeys and we used to eat bark and like eat tougher things, and now that we all eat bread, we don't need all our teeth anymore.
Okay. Yeah. He's racist. He's amazing.
That's crazy. Should have asked that motherfucker what kind of drugs he was doing.
Yeah, we got 21 VIP tickets left. Just in case you were.
For what?
Are you talking about Flattober?
Fest?
Nah. Jaron and I are throwing a virtual online summit, and we got 21 VIP tickets left.
I may support.
A summit, so we're gonna unite the nations. What's up?
It's called True Earth Mount Meru Summit. So like online virtual events are called summit. And some people are
I'm with
complaining
you.
about the price, but it's like, dude, we had to pay all these speakers. So these are the speakers: David Avocado Wolf, Amanda Vollmer, Dave Murphy, Brian from High Impact Flick, Marty Leeds, yeah, Dave Weiss, Bob, Caleb from TikTok, Iru, Sean Hibler, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy, me and Jaron, Peggy Hall, Conspiracy Music Guru, Chris Crum, Eddie Bravo, Alex Stein, and Owen Benjamin.
Yo, Eddie Bravo, the High Impact Flicks, and Taboo Conspiracy, and I'm sold. I mean, you and Jared are like regulars
Yeah. And Peggy Hall is one of the ones
Yeah,
that
but
I
your
think we're most
boys,
proud of.
gonna pull in the crowd, but y'all just, you the same old, no offense.
Yeah. But yeah, Eddie's on there. We got Eddie and
All
Owen. And
nonchalant and shit. Yo, Eddie, where you at?
Peggy Hall is also a legend. Peggy Hall was like just crushing with the whole like pandemic thing and getting people out of all the nonsense. She was like got a law degree and stuff. She's kind of been like subtle about the flat earth thing. And now we got her coming to speak at a True Earth is what we called it, summit. So that's epic. Brian's kind of been reserved for the flat earth thing as well. We got him coming. So that's kind of what we're trying to do is like make these cool events where a lot of the bigger people come out and are comfortable kind of promoting the flat earth. It's gonna be dope. So Owen's doing stand up, Eddie Bravo. So it'll be me, Dave, Eddie, and Jaron like doing a little panel Q&A thing. And then Alex Stein's also doing stand up. And everyone else is giving like a presentation that's an hour long.
This is a sick nugget. You're missing out. It's harvest time with it. Harvest. How good are you at
Is it
trimming?
all going to be about flat Earth?
No, actually, we told every speaker they can speak about whatever subject they want to, or that they're the
I want
most
to talk about some weed.
informed on.
How good are you at trimming?
That's
Still
cool.
got the RV?
I do everything
Whoa,
else on it, actually.
I got a lot of fucking weed to trim.
What you guys be talking about the whole, using the magnetism or whatever it is to help plants grow. Like that shit I'm definitely very
I'm trying magnets in my curing rooms this year. I got a bunch
So we
of
actually don't know what
high-powered-
everyone's going to talk about, right? So like Peggy Hall is like really good with the whole like constitutional law thing. Owen's just going to be hilarious, of course, and then like David Avocado Wolf, y'all may not know who that is. That dude is big, arguably like the biggest guy on this list, actually.
I know
And
who he is.
yeah, he's like really famous for like health.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Also the richest.
Yeah. He's got Facebook ads galore.
Yeah.
He's cool though. He's like a really cool guy.
Got a
And
good
Jaren's had him at
message,
his house a few times.
That's awesome. Is this
Gotta
like
be-
a couple day thing that you guys are
Yeah.
streaming?
Yeah, so it'll be November 11th and 12th. So 11/11 and 11/12. It's 2 days.
Oh, sweet.
Oh yeah.
Now,
The
what's
14th is opening day, man.
Now you said you have VIP tickets. Does that mean that they're like regular tickets? Like
Yeah.
How does this work?
Yeah, so there was like 95 VIP tickets, and then there's like unlimited general admission. And the difference is VIP gets to like directly interact. So like during the stand up, you get to open your mic and you can
At
like
the
laugh
cost?
or whatever. When Conspiracy Music Guru performs, you can like sing along or whatever, and then you get to ask questions to the speakers individually.
Yeah,
after the
what's a
presentation.
VIP ticket cost?
So everybody uses a coupon code for 50%. So after 50%, like I said, everyone's complaining about the price, but so they're kind of expensive, I guess. But It's after the 50%, it's $75.
Get the fuck out of here! It's only shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and we had to pay everybody, and then you got all these flat earthers coming at me sideways. I'm like, dude, we had to pay these people, bro. What do you like? I don't know what you think. Yeah.
Most of them don't speak
Like,
for free.
flat earthers think shit is free. Like, no, you waking up in the morning and giving your currency to whatever none of that is free. All of this costs.
Aaron went through the same shit, bro.
Yeah. So VIP 75, regular is 50. And then also what comes with VIP is, so what we did, we set it up pretty fire. So like we got all the speakers to give special perks. So for the VIP, there's more perks, but even general admission is going to get perks. So like say you get 3 months free membership to Marty Leeds thing, website or whatever. And then you can
Another
get
25,
3
you
months
can use
free
the battle
app.
mod.
You get like Jaren's consultation half price for however many hours you book. And so everyone's going to give something like that, where the value for the ticket, you know, is like a no-brainer, is kind of what we think, at least, because you get to see all these people, but you'll actually save more money than that on their content. Something else we did was each speaker has their own code. So if say you pay, if you want to support Eddie, and it's like Eddie 50, if you type that in the coupon code, then you get 50% off your ticket, and then a good amount of the ticket just goes to him. So we set it up with whoever you put in as the coupon code, that speaker gets the money from the ticket. It's pretty fire. So you get to like pick who you support, you know?
I'm gonna do Eddie because literally, like, he's the first. Every time I think of like the genesis of all of this, for me, it started with him. I was not expecting to hear any of that. I was
When
like,
we
what?
came from YouTube to Discord, people used to come in the voice chat and say, Eddie, where you at? You in here, Eddie? It was a standing joke for the first 2 years.
That's true. That's how Kai found out about Flat Earth too.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be mad at you guys if you used my ticket, but again, you can use everyone. I'm trying to. I don't actually know that the website has everyone's code. I think Eddie's is Eddie 50. Most of them are just their names, but like Conspiracy Music Guru is CMG 50. Dave Weiss is FE Dave, but most of them are just their name. Like mine's Witsit 50. Jaren just Jaren 50. I don't know if you guys have heard of Caleb. Caleb from TikTok, he's doing a presentation with Dave Weiss, but so he was on TikTok, he got up to 150,000 followers. He just talks about Flat Earth pretty much. And he got to 150,000 followers, they banned him. Then he got up to 80,000 followers, they banned him again. And now he's back up to 100,000 followers. And he's just talking about Flat Earth. He gets like millions and millions of TikTok views about Flat Earth. It's pretty epic.
Still controversially like Flat Earth Boxer or even not Nathan Thompson. Like is it kind is he like edgy like in that kind of?
No, he's just like, he's kind of like lighthearted and like makes it funny kind of, and it's like real short TikToks, you know. He's pretty fire at it. Like if someone's new, he makes it where it's like really comfortable.
I gotta check him out because I don't do TikTok though. I'm sure I can find him on YouTube.
I think I'm actually about to be on his podcast. Yeah, he emailed me, so I think I'm gonna jump on his podcast. But
this guy just hit me up too, asking me what I was doing tonight. But obviously, I'm just getting home. So.
I'm smoking homegrown.
Nice. I don't know if you guys saw where I debated that physicist dude, but we got I think I got like 4 or 5 more physicists lined up. Like that guy's technically was a professor and stuff. But I got so I think there's like a biochemist that will debate, there's an astrophysicist that wants to debate, an astronomer that wants to debate, a national physics professor that wants to debate. Allegedly, they're agreeing to debate. So that's pretty cool. I think I'm gonna have like a bunch of like really epic, like you know, where they show their camera, we have a mod, all that. So that's pretty dope.
It's crazy how out of touch they are. Either they're out of touch or we're actually out of touch with because it's like we may as well be speaking. It's like a legalese kind of thing now. Like we've moved into territory where
we're so used to speaking to, you know, the Globers and each other that when I speak to other people, I don't realize that they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, we're like
And I
over their
and I
heads.
feel
Almost.
simple shit.
Well, like yeah, they're out of touch compared to the ballers, like the anti-flat earthers in here and stuff. Like they know more about the arguments for sure, but who cares? You know what's gonna wake people up is talking to these people. And what's funny is when that guy
Well,
agreed
right.
to the debate, he didn't agree to talk about the curvature of the Earth or the radius or anything. He only agreed to talk specifically about gravity and the spin of the Earth. He did not want to talk about the radius or the curvature. So I took the debate, of course. You know, he didn't want to talk about the second law and the space vacuum next to the Atmos. But I took the debate anyway because I just feel like that's a good opportunity, regardless.
That's
But I thought
not
that was funny.
that's not the weaker position by any stretch either. Like because people will go, damn, you don't want to talk about the radius. You pretty much like no, like because we have the whole philosophical debate about whether the earth is moving or not. I
Yeah.
love that. I love going from that angle.
Yeah, but you know
Much
what he
better
did,
than
dude? He walked past all of it. I was like quoting Edwin Hubble.
yeah, I was watching.
Yeah, dude, he walked right past all of it. I'm like, dude, wherever you got your degree would be like so disappointed in you. You're doing so bad. You're being so fallacious. And then of course the baller said I got destroyed, but what are you gonna do? That's what I was thinking. You know, I'm like, yeah, I'll debate you about the spin. That's like that's one of my favorite things. Is how it's the philosophy and you can't prove it and you're scared of the crater. Like I love that. I think that's one of the biggest truth bombs. And we didn't even really get into it because he just walked past all of it and he only agreed to do the debate where it was like segmented times like that. So, you know, it's whatever.
What a pussy.
Yeah. And now he's
I'm high,
emailing
man.
me.
I can't sugarcoat it.
He's like
Sorry.
emailing me now. I'm like, dude, you got destroyed. I'm like, look, here's 6 papers. Here's what all you were wrong about. I'm like, either you're gonna admit it or the conversation ends here. Like
So
I'm
you
not
got
going
so
back and forth with
smashed,
you.
says the vagina.
Yeah, like that dude kind of triggered me. Then he went to MC Tunes and like just bashed me and talked about how stupid I am and how much they dominated me. And I'm like, oh wow, you lost all respect, my guy.
Really?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be
That's the thing is,
part of the
they
conversation.
think by
like
not
that.
taking you seriously, they actually prove something. But you know, all that doesn't prove anything, except that
Well-
you'll just deny whatever's said to you and repeat what you've read.
Yeah, that's what he kept saying was like, I got books and peer review, and he was like a robot. But dude, apparently what he said on MC Tunes was, he didn't really even or know like half of what he was talking about. And then of course MC Tunes was like, yeah, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just makes stuff up, but he doesn't make any sense when he talks, and he's Dunning-Kruger, blah blah blah. But what the truth is that means, yeah, I was arguing over your head. You weren't prepared. Like you were out of your league. Like at least the ballers in here, or some of them, like know how to like respond to some of it. I mean, they say the same thing though. If I say incoherent magnetism in this room to a baller, they're like, "Oh, it's word salad." So yeah, I don't know. It was very interesting. I think that's good though. I have like 10,000 views on that video already. I think that's the move is for me to host like
Joe,
weekly or
this
bi-weekly like professor and
sounds like
credential debates.
stupidity to the ignorant.
The only move I kept telling Flat Earthers stop talking to Zanuck every day. Like it took a long time for that not to be the case over at FED. I'm like, yo, fam, like this, yo. First of all, clean up the Discord because people can't get in. Second of all, like who the fuck wants to argue with it was always it got to the point with Zanuck, Akumu, anyway, you get it. And I'm like, yo, it's like take these talents up the street because it can't be me. I'm just Eli. You know what I mean? Like, but if everybody who is better at this than me, who knows how to put a YouTube video together, who knows how to do this and that and the third, like you don't know how powerful we are Like just the fact that a small place like 24/7 that we all let's all keep it real. You look at them YouTube views and it appears to be very low. However, it's strange that even though that it's very low, a lot of those conversations make it to Facebook. I'm like, how the fuck do you know about that? You know what I mean? It's like, how do you know who's in my in this in on this Discord or in this like but it's like, you know, people you can tell that what you're saying is reverberating because I was one of the first I have to say I was the first person to push selling alien a clip. I wasn't the first to bring it up. When I heard it, I was like, time out. What are you telling me? Okay, so this clip. Oh, shadows upside down. Huh? Why are we not talking about that? Like, and all of a sudden, all over Facebook, everybody's talking about it now. It gets on the flatearth.wsd bunk website now. Like, we got juice. We need to just go pour that shit.
They only want me for my juice, bro. What you talking about?
I'm trying to make I'm trying to model a flat Earth map, but with the Antarctica, that projection, but with the literal celestial sphere in the middle. And I'm trying to see if it'll work, having the sun work like concave Earth and the stars like concave Earth, but on a flat Earth with that secondary projection.
Concave, like hollow concave, or
the way it would have to work is light would have to bend in this case, and
well, it gets scattered.
It might work, and light would have to bend up towards the center of the Earth,
or be misdirected.
Anyways,
like scattering does.
because Gleason's dead.
Oh yeah,
Those
Gleason's
that
map
know-
isn't a flat Earth map, bro. Flat Earth doesn't have a map.
But that's it. But no, Earth doesn't have a map. Like this is
Exactly.
Like,
Gleason's
and we
projection
fall
was
for it.
for radio communication, same as the AE, equidistance, azimuthal equidistance. They're about radio transmissions and that, slightly about navigation with corrections, if you can read the legend properly.
They use the Mercator though for navigation mostly, right?
Yeah, it's the most
can you-
popular. It's the most popular Port-o-Land map, or oceanic navigation.
Port-o-Land. Wow, that's crazy. That's the first time you said it like that. Because you would just say Port-o-Land, and I was just typing it in like, what the? Where
Yeah,
is it?
so when you're navigating by the stars in Port-o-Land, you can ignore longitude and latitude and the shape of the Earth. You just follow rhumb lines, which are Cartesian coordinates from sector to sector. It's just a straight line.
Now hold on. Now somebody told me that they didn't use it. It wasn't. Oh no.
Yeah, see, longitude and latitude all converge at the same point, but the thing is, if you follow northerly heading to the southeast, and then you take a northerly heading in the southwest, you're not both can converge at the same place. You'll be thousands of miles from each other. So longitude and latitude don't work, not for navigation. They can't converge. Lines in reality don't converge. If you follow a straight line and I follow a straight line on a northerly heading, we will never cross paths.
Your technical know-how and my blackness, and we'll rock this place. Where's the
It'll get us
Globers?
out of the
Let's do it.
rainforest, bro, but we ain't drinking no pee. We'll survive out there, but I'll kill a whole town before we drink free. Who's that pee
Oh,
drinker guy that made it to where they say all flat earthers drink pee? No, we don't. Don't come here to the farm and say that to my face. Drink no damn piss. What the fuck? And I took jungle survival training in the Marine Corps. And yeah, I know you can safely do it if you're going to dehydrate. I'd die first. This is one thing I wouldn't do. I'm not the few, the proud, the piss drinking Marine. That's not me. You can find water anywhere in the forest or a jungle. Hell, you dig far enough down, you're going to get water. Most stupid people forget that one. You just stop where you're at and start digging a hole. And this is even true in the desert. Why the hell would I ever drink piss? I just need a filter once I get a dirty hole full of water. The hell am I going to drink pee for? Find something I can make a rudimentary shovel out of. I'm going to dig to the water. Like here in Michigan, we got a low water table. You start getting water before 6 foot. Sometimes before 3 foot. That's water quick. You're in the mountains, you ain't got no water, just dig a damn hole. You'll hit water. Ooh, who do you support? Say it proudly. Say, yeah, I sanction that motherfucker. What? With it? What of it? That's what you gotta learn. You gotta learn to say that. What of it? Too many fucking haters on the internet. Start no shit and there won't be none.
Yo, Michael, where you been hanging out? This where I'm gonna find you?
Well, I've been working. I took about a 3-week break. It's the end of my season. I'm busy this time of year, but this is where we're at when there ain't much going on over there.
All right, just checking, just making sure there's not, some secret porthole that I need to go through to find you again.
Some more. Are you at Flat Earth Reality? That's my server.
Nah, I lost the link went dead on that you sent me, so I need shoot me a new one. So how'd your season turn out? Everything come together like you hoped?
Oh yeah, I had a good season.
Nice, man. Planning makes perfect, huh?
Shit, 90%, fuck 95% of my wheat plants stayed female and produced. Like, hell yeah. I got a lot of trimming to do.
Yep, it's that time. You do anything interesting with the full moon phase coming into effect here? Anything on the farm you're paying attention to?
No, I do know right now that the moon is so bright I can walk through my woods right now and it's lit up pretty much. I could see at night from a full moon in the forest. You get a lot of overexposure in the city and shit. So, I mean, most I have city people come out here, but you know, it takes their eyes a little bit longer to adjust. That's all. But right now, dude, the forest looks it's a different kind of daylight to me. You know what I mean? I can see everything.
Yeah,
Just
beautiful moon.
my yeah, it's bright out here. But my distance isn't, you know, I can't see 5-10 miles, maybe 2 miles, if that. Shit. It's pretty bright though. This time of year, the leaves ain't dead yet. It's kind of crisp, cool. You go down by the river with a full moon like this, and I can even see my bobber floating on the river at night from a distance. Water's real calm right now with this full moon.
Yeah, I know there's some flowers that will only bloom during a full moon phase. I didn't know if there was anything on your farm that similarly, like, this is the night we harvest the apples or whatever, you know?
No. We go by the Farmer's Almanac, but I don't know that, you know, certain times are because of that, yes. So the harvest is dictated by this. I read it from the Farmer's Almanac because they've been keeping track of it for hundreds of years, you know? And so they know the cycles. I actually should read an article on that. That's a good thought.
You guys, what do you guys think about the video in the chat?
I didn't look.
With the sun and the clouds. Because I just reason and logically deduce that because the sun is like always for somebody, what we think we're seeing there can't possibly be. But better yet, I'm gonna show you. Hold on. Let me go to this Enoch group and
Why are you
I'm
going?
gonna show you what they're saying.
While you're going there, this is one of the things I think the sun has to be a focal point of light. I mean, kind of, I think that I'm open-minded, but dude, the clouds and behind, like when you see them thick cumulus clouds, not necessarily even the dark ones, but the thick cumulus clouds, like anytime the sun's around me, that them clouds block out the sun. Like some days it's so hot around here, I'm like dying for one of them clouds just to give me shade and shit. So when I see them cumulus clouds behind the sun, that's weird shit because they always block the sun for me. It might be a focal point, man. I mean, there's so much evidence of suns and even the moon in front of clouds, man. It gives me mixed feelings, man. So I kind of keep open mind. I like seeing it, man. It's cool to see.
Just let me explore Antarctica. What's the big deal? Come on. Just let me take my friends in my boat to Antarctica. Let me explore it. Let me take a plane. See if I can cross it in 8 hours. That's all I'm asking. I can gather the money. We can gather the resources, the money, and get a pilot. Just let me fly over to Antarctica. Is that too much to ask?
Me too, man. We need some people down at one at Scott and one at McMurdo, and then one plane full of us fly from South America to McMurdo, and the other would fly from like Australia to Scott, and then we just jump from base to base and wave at each other as we fly by. So it should only be about a 6-hour trip between McMurdo and Scott. You know?
Yeah. Is it that much to ask? I mean, can't you make an exception? I mean, it's not a big deal, is it? I mean, come on, guys.
That's what I'm thinking, man. Right? They could have put this shit to bed if it was what they said. I feel like they could have put this shit.
Question for the flat earthers, real quick.
Uh-oh.
Would you consider this a pass in your world if the world somehow was like not perfectly flat, but like a satellite dish type of flat?
It wouldn't matter either way, honestly. It just has to be different.
Doesn't matter.
Cave, man.
So you'd be cool with that? No, I'm not trying to talk
Dude, we're cool with whatever the truth is. It's obviously
whatever.
and all the space stuff is not true. So.
What
See
I'm
that
gonna
bud,
do
Rig?
is quickly make a custom flat Earth model. It's gonna be like a slight concavity to it, like a satellite dish, but it'll be flat, basically.
It's
It's
not a big deal, man. It's not a big deal.
Basically, what I'm gonna try to do is create a better flat Earth
Okay,
model
We've
than
all
who's
you guys
seen
have.
that map.
all the glory, and seriously, no bullshit. Your microphone has been ripped and it doesn't work. It literally does not work. You should stop speaking.
Yeah, I had to put my,
Period.
I literally had to put my ear up to the phone just to hear what you even said, bro, and I still barely heard it.
Yeah, no, it's not a factor of you being closer or further away or changing a setting. It's literally torn. You cannot speak out of that mic
Is
anymore.
it when I yell? All right, testing. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
bad.
All right.
To
I was just
me,
gonna say
Yeah.
really quick.
when
I
maybe.
you
was gonna say
post a picture
I'm
in
gonna try to
live
like a
stream,
3D
this
model
is
for
what you're
phones.
describing. This is what you're describing to me.
Yeah.
Concave, flat, square, four
Yeah,
corner.
but
Earth.
without that little hump in the middle. But basically
And
that,
there's
yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that depiction either. Like everything literally rises up to your
But it's
vision.
gonna be a
So
different
it's a
projection.
No
it's
comment
a
on the
fair
bud?
assessment.
Oh, so you looked at the pictures, no comment on the bud? What's up? Can you trim? Need help?
What?
I'm trimming.
Oh, the bud.
Harvest.
I was looking at the map. What am I supposed to look at?
I ain't even got all of them. Both.
You're
Map is what you're
obsessing,
describing.
BattleBot.
Yeah. Well, I'm fucking surrounded by weed, man. I got no help trimming it. My son done bailed out.
That's pretty,
That
man.
little prick,
You don't need help trimming, man. Trimming
that little
part of
prick
the fun,
wanted
man.
to smoke it
Part of the
all,
trick.
too.
You're gonna have to make them sit there naked, man. You ain't gonna trust them, so just trim it yourself, man.
No, you can have a bud or two.
I'm just joking, man.
You ain't got to cooch it or nothing. You ain't got to keister it. Trimmers
right.
get buds. You know, fuck, I wouldn't be exaggerating saying 1 million buds here.
I had a bud a long time ago, man, when we went to Vegas, man, and I forgot about it until I got to the fucking airport. I was like, man, I'm not about to walk through the security. But it was dank. Like, it looked like you're
Mike,
showing
could
right
you
there.
give Brian your internet
I was like,
connection?
look, so check it out. I
I
ate
just
it.
got this one, Rig. I'm not giving it
Well,
up.
no, yours is
I don't want
good
to waste
now,
it
but
either,
it
man.
sounds like he got your old one.
Yeah, he's broken right.
Oh, man, I hope it ain't that bad.
No, it's
Man.
yeah,
Anyway,
it's pretty bad.
I'm not going to go through this fucking over one bud. I'm not going to go through fucking security. I'm not going to chance it over one bud.
I bet.
I didn't want to waste it either, right? For fuck's sake, dude.
Right.
Feel like
Give
I'm
that shit
in
away.
The Exorcist.
Riggs. They're here, Riggs.
Who's here?
Poltergeist.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Lame joke, Mike. Lame joke. I grew some decent ones this year.
yeah, those are all right. I got to be honest. Your state makes some really good weed.
Yeah, we call it Michiganus skunkacanus. This shit here grew up with the apples. They're not by the edge of that there orchard. See, it looks like an apple blossom too. By God, I'll tell you what, it'll smoke like pie. Yeah, those two are pictures of my weed like a month ago. Opposite look, man.
It was grown outside.
Oh yeah, those are all outdoor grows. I won't pull them all in October though, so I'll spend the next couple months. I'm trying to leave certain plants till November. Opening day. I want it all done before opening day so I can go out and shoot me a deer. Fill my freezer up. I think I'm gonna go elk hunting this year too. Want some elk.
So is Mark Sargent's mom going to show up with him at Oktoberfest?
Hey, I got dibs on his mom if she does. I'm calling
Yeah.
first, man. I get to hit
Well,
on
when you got her in the sack, why don't you call her Roseanne while you're at it?
her. Roseanne.
That's her real name.
Is it?
Yeah, that's her real name. Not the fake name, but her real name.
Get this finger hash too, man. I got a bunch of that shit. Every 20 minutes, I gotta clean the shears and I roll the pollen and the vegetation up. Did it on wax paper.
Can I give am I roboting y'all? I hope I'm not.
A little bit. Go ahead.
It's good for me.
Can I give a little bit of a take on why people start to get called shills and stuff like that?
You have 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try to rush this time. People study a topic really diligently, and they pretty much get to know that topic ins and outs, top and bottom, 100%, right? Well, then other people get to know that topic as well, but they don't want to stop right there. They want to learn more or something different. Well, after a year or so, when you've been learning different topics and learning different ideas and stuff like that, you go back and look at this particular person that knows that topic and they teach that particular topic very, very well. It's almost as if you look at them and say, hey, they're a shield, they're a gatekeeper, they're stopping everybody right there. But it's the select few that actually look more into it. They look a little more in depth than it. So as far as someone being a shield or a gatekeeper, I don't think so. Because I think that people are in the position that they need to be in to help other people along. Because, we might look back and say, hey, that person wasn't right about something. But that person brought us to more truth. They got our mind into thinking along those lines, and they made us start thinking and start digging into what we thought we already knew. So anyway, I'll stop there. But anyway, that's just my.
Good. Was that some Einstein time dilation shit or what? Okay, so here's the problem with your argument, which is not really a good argument, is that you're essentially saying that who cares because we got further understanding because this person, whether or not they are whatever we think they are or not, we still got what we wanted out of it.
Or attention.
So you're basically saying who cares about what truth is or means because I got what I wanted.
No, I wasn't.
I do think it's good for any advertisement is good advertisement. So anything that gets people looking into flat Earth is.
So is there no such thing as somebody who's been put in place and represents certain values? Is that just not possible in your reality?
I think.
I wouldn't say that.
God damn it, Mike! Let him speak.
I think you was misunderstanding me a little bit. I don't mean that somebody is actually put in place per se.
I know you don't. I'm saying, what if that is the possibility, and you're just getting the toast after it's done cooking and going about your day?
No, because I just don't see it that way, and I could be wrong now. All right, so I'm not trying to start an argument here about this, but I just think that Yahweh puts us in our place.
Oh my God. Okay. Well,
he needs us in.
No, not God. That's a lot of responsibility. Plus, he gets jealous.
Like, why did this go into like a religious aspect? This is just crazy.
I'm not religious.
That's what he feels, man. That's what he
Is
said.
there something objective about someone being put in place or not?
Finish though, Riggs. I thought you were going to let him finish.
I just want to make it clear, I'm not religious at all. Okay, I am far removed from religion. But I just think that certain people have different tasks. Okay, call it fate, call it a lifestyle. I don't care what you call it. Everybody
But that's
has
regardless.
these in life.
We're,
Okay,
we're,
I think that certain people are called to be those particular people. Some are called to teach, some are called to learn, some are called to share the truth. And I think that we should all come together and realize and recognize those specific positions that everybody is in. I mean, if you look at going to school, I mean, you went to kindergarten, you learn how to color. You went to first grade and you started learning how to write, and you said, "No, I want to go back to color." So,
look, what I'm saying is that when you know something to be true, and you know that certain people have been put in a position to hold the truth of reality away from the masses, I'm saying, why the fuck are
You
people
know
not
him
tying that person to
specifically
a chair in a dark lit room?
because
9 times out of 10 for lack of proof.
No,
because
there's plenty
Yes.
of proof. Why is it
Well,
not being
proof is
done?
different in each man's eyes. One person will take
Well,
something for the
if
definitive
there
proof that
is
I will call bullshit. If
objectivity
I can
to the
speak without being
situation, why is
interrupted.
it not being done?
Yeah,
okay, but there
All right, go
objectivity
do it, man. Go
requires
do it.
absolute proofs before you shame a good man. And if there
Go
doesn't, if there
do
isn't, you have
it.
no valor. You have no valor. Why should
yes,
I deal with you?
y'all, I'm very sorry to interrupt it, but there are people out there
The
that
thing is, too many people go around saying, "Hey, man, because I see it this way, I got a right to shame good people's names." You know, it's bullshit. If you don't have absolute proof, you should keep that shit to yourself.
I agree.
That's just being fucking adult and mature. Objectivity brings you to maturity.
And being quick and to the point too. I love that shit.
Well, I was trying to say that, you know, there are tons of people out there that have not heard a specific topic of the truth that triggers their mind, that makes them want to think, that makes them want to break outside of this box and say, hey, you know what? Maybe I ought to look into that. That's what those people are there for. And I do believe it's fate. But the first thing that somebody's going to look into, like say, for example, if they start searching flat earth, first thing they're going to do is get a bunch of nonsense anti-flat earth stuff. But they're going to also see in those anti-flat earth videos, they're going to run across who this Mark Sargent guy is. So they're going to go look into who this Mark Sargent guy is. And then they're going to start hearing a little bit of the truth. And then they might start looking into it. So if he's a gatekeeper, yeah, I think he's opening the gate for a lot more people than what we might realize.
I think all we need to really do is just seek that high elevation. Like however you can use an altimeter to seek elevation going forward horizontally, north, south, east, or west. Yeah, to match what supposedly you got vertically. And that would show me I have an air sphere, dirt, and water. So from any point in the water, the ocean or the beach, you know, right on that water, if you could have two objects, both of them reach like 100 foot in elevation, that'd be great. Just a differential in elevation. I mean, it's so simple. We have altimeters, we have barometric, you know, little pressure devices.
Yeah, but I like the shill talk. There was passion and vigor, and I get it from both sides, right? Like,
I don't know why you guys can't hold more than one idea in your head at the same time. Like,
well,
I agree with everything that Democ is saying, but at the same time, as soon as we get sidetracked by that, like, people totally forget the concept that there's an actual person here who changed their identity Their mother also changed their identity. They're pretending to be someone that they're not. They're embedded within many of the close friends and people in the Flat Earth movement. And now they're celebrating this, Flacktoberfest shit. And no one bats a fucking eye. And let's just pretend like, wishy-washy gatekeeper, touch our butts with fucking soap. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who cares about what you said about all that bullshit, man? Like, this is
Paranoid much?
objective. This person is embedded in the community. They're a fucking fraud. Their family is known to be fucking fraud. And a lot of the people are still friends with them, allowing them into their homes. What the fuck are you guys on? Hey, Mike, you know that
What?
person that you were friends with?
Bro, I know absolutely what
What's
you're
her name?
referring to, and I'm so tired of hearing the bullshit. I'm wondering
Yeah,
what
you know
you're
what? I'm
on,
tired of
dude.
hearing your double speak bullshit too.
You
Like,
called
1
me
minute you're a friend, the
Metatron,
next
you
minute you're just a
lame
foe.
motherfucker.
You're just
Go
a big
drive
fake.
a car,
You're just a
man,
big
Uber guy.
fake, Mike. You're just
I'm
a
a big fake.
two-faced
We're
piece
all
of shit.
Metatron, and
Always
you're
have
some
been.
kind of prophet. Go fuck
You're just a
yourself.
two-faced piece of shit. That's
Yeah,
all you
you're a
are.
narcissistic, self-centered son of a bitch.
Oh no. What have I done? What have I
You're
done to you?
self-centered. You put yourself above everybody. You act like fuck what you're saying. Listen to me. What are you, my prophet?
No,
Look,
I'm not talking to
it's
you. I
your
don't give a fuck
opinion,
about you, Mike.
and I don't care who you are. I have a right to disagree with you. If disagreements gets me called Metatron, satanic, Sutton taking dick, and
Dude,
all
you're
that
just
dumb
talking in
shit,
terms.
then
I'm not
then
calling
I'm
you
just
any of those
then I'm
things.
just gonna
I'm calling you
wonder about your
specifically what
level of
you are.
fucking
A
maturity.
two-faced fucking piece of shit. You're worthless, drunk, you're on pills all the time, and you fucking slur like a
This is
motherfucker
demon
all day.
speak. Demon
Listen,
speak.
dude, I'm not taking any
Listen,
pills.
dude,
I don't
you
drink, and I
smoke
really
my
don't
weed.
give a fuck about your opinion, Riggs.
Weed all the
You're
time.
just
Blah,
some
blah,
Uber
blah.
driving bitch on the internet.
You don't know shit about me, dumbass.
Yeah, you don't know shit about me either, bitch.
Look, I know that you're friends with, I don't know,
I'll
Karen.
meet you for coffee, and you can know
Friends with
me
Mark
personally,
Zuckerberg.
punk.
I know that you have government
I
contracts.
know I don't need your fucking opinion on who my friends
I'm
are.
not looking for an opinion, dude. I know that you have government
I'm an
contracts and nobody
adult.
should trust you for fucking shit all.
Oh, for paving highways, you can't trust me because I have
Yeah,
a
well,
state.
you know what?
I don't have any government contracts, you moronic
Sure.
piece of
You
shit.
pave
I have
highways,
state.
Don't
that's not a
engage the
government
demons.
contract.
I
You
have a
know, only
state
certain people
contract.
get those
No,
contracts,
it's
right,
not a
Mike?
government contract.
Oh, let's just parse this around. Sure. You
It's
pave
a state
roads is not a
roadway.
government contract. Okay, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, the implication is only so many people get them. They're
Well, look,
protected.
the
We
thing
got
is, I'm not
gatekeepers
accusing
on
you
them.
of
You
being
sound like
anything
a
other than a
paranoid schizophrenic, dude. You
No,
should
I'm
get
not
help.
accusing you of anything other than being a two-faced piece of shit.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I
Go
know it's
find
cool because
Stacy
it's
and drink
fucking
a
true.
fifth, man.
I've
It's
known you
all
for
good.
over
We
7
know
years,
about you.
asshole. I know it's fucking
Okay,
true.
whoa,
Calling
what's
me a
going on? I
drunk.
just stepped
You
into the
calling
room
me
and
a
you guys are
drunk.
name calling. Okay, what's
Yeah,
going on?
you are drunk and you're on.
I'm the drunk.
Demons.
Okay. Was that between Michael and Rick? Who was it? Oh, your robot is really bad.
Oh, but those are two legends. This was a moment in time that needed to be had, and maybe we should let it take its course.
Okay, well then they can refrain from name calling. They can do it civilly. I'll unmute them because I
No, they
missed it.
can
But
do it.
no,
Let them do it however they want to do it. That's the point. We need those
Look,
moments.
it's just old school bullshit that Mike's tired of hearing. It's some paranoid ramblings of a person who wanted to call everybody a gatekeeper, everybody a shill. I pave state highways, so I'm some kind of shill. This is why I said objectivity, maturity.
Oh, did I call you a shill? Is that what I did?
You have for a long time, and
Yeah.
frankly, it's
What did I say? What did I say about you, Mike?
I hear the
Go ahead.
demons in his voice. Don't
Do I got to
engage.
repeat
it.
myself, or
Yeah,
should I
go ahead and repeat what
just
I
what
said.
you
What did I
said in
call
the
you?
last 5 minutes?
What did I call you specifically? Specificity. Go for it.
What am I, Pinocchio? Am I your
No,
puppet?
no, you are
You
a
think you can play me,
two-faced,
Riggs?
Okay, you know what? I
drunk
don't really
piece
see the
of shit.
value of this at this point, you guys. If you need to like
Well,
take it
it's
to
just
another room.
Riggs.
No,
He
just
just
listen.
wants.
If you guys want to take it to another room, that's fine, but we don't have to have this live stream, right? Like we can this is not
Yeah.
really fruitful conversation.
I'd rather
Okay?
not be on this topic, but Riggs keeps taking it to
Okay, well,
everybody's a
Riggs,
shill. Everybody's a
let's move
gatekeeper.
on.
No, I didn't say everyone
Everyone,
was shill or
everyone is
gatekeeper.
If they listen to
everyone is
you
Okay, well,
long enough, you
regardless,
will.
you guys, regardless, let's just drop it and move on to something else. Sorry, I wasn't around to hear the whole thing, so I don't know exactly. But like I said, I don't think this is really beneficial. So
More. Yeah,
That
no, I agree.
QMC's been exposing a lot of you guys, hasn't he?
Heavy. Yeah, man. I mean, I think we all face this as a reality with, who we choose to listen to, right? Like, I spent a lot of time here over the years. I get it. There's people that come in here and say their piece, and we don't know what their motives or their agenda is. It's the same no matter who you're dealing with in life. You don't know what their motives or agenda is. You shouldn't treat anyone any different here in a place like this, even though we have this camaraderie that might last a lifetime, right? Like, we know these people well at this point. We've talked for lots of hours, maybe more than we talk to our family. I know a lot of people on here talk more to this fucking chat than they do to their own family, right? So,
Where have you been hiding, Thammer? I haven't seen you in like 4 years.
you're in there, life. It's life. So yeah, man, like, fucking be real. Like, this is hard. It's hard to find people to trust, people to work for you, right? People to work with, work for. Battle the system, find a way.
Hey, Redford, Apocryphon's looking to get unmuted if that's possible.
do we know why? Apocryphon, why were you muted? You can type it.
I don't think it was for any bad reason historically.
And you know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of the roboting. The fucking same shit being said every day by the same people over and over again. Like, fucking have some passion. Care about people, right? Like,
They're selling wolf tickets.
right? Like, I don't care if it's love or hate.
Wolf,
Give a shit.
run!
And that is a pretty cool event that's being put together. It is nice to see that, regardless of, talking heads are being created, regardless of how much we trust them or believe what they're saying. It is kind of neat to see, something, no matter how controlled that is, because there's not a lot of us that know what's going on, right?
I mean, isn't it all controlled to a certain degree?
What is control? Yeah, what is proof? Yeah, a lot of, like, the picture of the sun in the clouds. It presents more questions than answers, right?
I mean, isn't the system under control to be able to work? The sun, the moon, the luminaries, the cycles. Isn't that under control?
It would
That
seem
has to be under control.
it feels that way, that it's very reliable, more reliable than anybody we know, right?
Yeah.
You guys find anything wrong with sun worship?
Well, it's part of where we are.
I mean, it seems to be if you could name anything God, it would most likely be the thing called the sun, right? Because it's the most consistent thing any one of us have.
Brings life to earth, does it not?
It's part of the construct, right? It's one of the important pieces that it has an effect on this environment that we live under, right?
Yeah, without sun, my crops don't grow.
I think the problem is the term. You're gonna work something that could be a problem. Worshiping anything.
Son, you talking
You gotta reset
about?
or something,
You're
bro.
robot in there, bro.
Cool. Let me jump in there and say to the lobby, my bad. I
Type
just
it.
let somebody get me triggered.
But the sun is part of that construct, that design to be able of this system. It's not the sun is not the whole system. It's not the creator or the designer, right?
But
Can
no, that's not what I'm saying. That it is the creator, of course not. But if there were anything that anyone could worship, I would say the most consistent thing that we see every day, and like every day we see it, it gives us energy. It checks up on us every day. Would be the sun.
well, but the sun is an effect. It's not the source of the energy, and people in the past, people have understand that.
I mean, they theorized that. We can't prove that it isn't.
It's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
what is theory or proof in this situation?
Are you sure that? What do you think would happen if the sun would stop doing what it does? You think the
Oh,
Earth will continue the same way?
the sun doesn't stop if the source of it doesn't stop, or the design is not changed, or the sun is part of a mechanism that is in place, and that's why it is in place, but it's not the cause of the effects. The sun is an effect of a build.
Thank you, Gio. And just to explain, earlier, I got irate because Zanuck was simply stating this falsehood, and I got so mad because
Oh, you shouldn't let Zanuck get you worked up like that.
yeah, I know,
Like, but
but
don't
it
let him get
happened.
to you. That's
Yeah,
the
as
trick,
soon as
right? That's
as
like
I
soon
the
as
was
the
so
ultimate.
angry. I got so mad.
That's the challenge, right? Okay, don't let him trigger you.
Right?
yeah,
But
as
here's
soon
what
as you
happened.
said Sonic, that was
He was
enough.
telling
You
me
knew.
he was telling me about theodolites, and that's not his career. That's not his job. He doesn't deal with theodolites. But that's my job. That's my career. I deal with them. And the fact that he was spitting lies to the audience, it pissed me off.
And
And
probably telling you
I-
that you don't understand on top of that, right?
yeah, exactly. He's like, you don't understand. No, fucker. You don't understand because he was trying to say that if you move your eyeball and everything. I was like, no. Anyways, long story short, another scenario of ballers spewing lies, and I got mad, and they muted me.
Okay, all good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you,
Oh yeah,
whoever
no
did.
problem.
I use the total station daily.
Yeah,
I don't know
total
about-
stations,
I don't know
theodolite.
about it. They're not the same
laser
thing,
level.
but yeah.
Here's the problem, though, that they will take the instruments that we use on a day-to-day basis, and they will extend the usage of them. They're
Well, I'll
trying to
just say
say that you
they
point to the horizon.
misrepresent the use and accuracy of our equipment. Yes.
Yes, exactly. They try to say that somebody's using a theodolite to mark a horizon that is 4 miles away. Bonus point, you never use a theodolite to mark anything farther than 1,000 feet. But these guys want to try to,
that varies state to
justify the
state
agenda.
too.
What?
You know that the sector size, the sample size varies state to state. So some will allow you to go up to 11, but 1,200 is generally the the limit to the
Maximum.
equipment.
Yeah.
And we're doing an approximation, so we want the most accurate approximation we can get. There is no absolution in survey or in the instruments they're talking about. There is
Absolutely.
no absolution.
Absolutely.
Half these fuckers can't even tell me how to zero out their shit or calibrate it. And they want to tell me how it's used and how accurate it. Oh, it's 100% accurate. Well, then
Exactly.
why the hell is it considered an approximation then? Because you take multiple things. Yeah, you do multiple angles and multiple points. Why do you do that? Because
Yeah.
it's not accurate enough to trust just one.
Exactly. And I got so fired up earlier because they were talking about a video that Negator put up, and this is how stupid it is. He took
Main
two
surveyor.
theodolites on tripods,
Yeah.
and then tried
main
to
surveyor.
say that they were both level at like 5'4", but I was saying I would get fired if I tried to say that I was trying to set up equipment the way he showed it, because you do
Yeah,
not
5'4" at what elevation?
Yeah, you do not you can't do it independently. You have to
Yeah.
take 1 point, because guess what? If they're 20 yards apart or 10
You need
yards
the
apart,
elevational readings too.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
So
They have
5'4" at
their level
100-foot
at the
elevation and 5'4" at 110-foot elevation will never be equal.
Exactly. That was my argument, and they muted me because I was
Well, they don't
angry.
understand this. They act like 5 foot from Earth and 5 foot from Earth is even, and it's not. It depends on the elevation. This is called topography. That's why
Exactly.
no certified surveyor ever tell you alpine curvature over land. If you look at the GSW 84 model, it's not predicted to be curved at a complete rate. A geoid is, which is the water. The water is supposed to curve at a uniform rate, but the land sticks out of the water like spores. So no model even predicts curvature over land. So, and no surveyor would call change in elevation anything other than topography.
Exactly.
So, or he'd be going against the teachings and rules of his education.
Yeah,
Period.
but you know what they do? No, you know what they do? They try to throw in that one line in their manuals, even though not one surveyor ever follows that, but they try to throw, because in the manuals it says account for curvature, but nobody accounts for curvature ever.
Yeah, where's the formula for it? That's what I dare somebody to find in the civil engineer's handbook the formula for curvature.
The only thing they account for is the calibration of the instrument itself, and that's it, and the refraction index, and that's fair because light does change over a great distance. But that's exactly why nobody measures beyond that calibration.
Well, that's why we use the total station too, and not opticals.
Thank you, because we have a minimal distance.
I try to tell these people for state work, I'm not taking a theodolite out into the woods or onto the highway. It's just with the optical viewer. Even the lens has a limit. Are you using a 30 mil lens or a 50 mil? Which one?
Either or. It just depends on
but that's my point. If they were capable of unlimited observation, there wouldn't be varying millimeters of lenses for an optical
I want to ask you a question. Hold on, real quick. I have Jose right here. He's a retired iron worker. How long were you iron worker? How long? 33 years. When you ever looked through a theodolite, did you ever account for the curvature of the earth?
No.
Thank you. All right, have a good night.
No, it's just
33
elevation.
years. He never accounted for it, ever.
Yeah, when you level a foundation, the only thing you're worried about is the topography and elevation.
Exactly. And that's it. That's what it is. And guess what? Every benchmark you get, you mark it, and then when you set up even down the road, you're going to recalculate that, but you're still staying to a horizon, a level plane. But these ballers don't understand that. They don't get it. It's like a light bulb has not clicked off in their head, and it frustrates.
We survey in planar geometry, right?
Mm-hmm.
We map that out in sectors in the Cartesian coordinates, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's a plane mapped out in a tic-tac-toe board.
You just heard it. You just heard it from a gentleman who's worked and used them for 33 years and has never once accounted for the curvature of the earth, ever. There you go. What more proof do you need? These
I do
ballers, bro.
highways. I
The
build
audacity
bridges
of
on
these
highways.
ballers. The audacity.
These guys kill me. I told Danik, I said, have you ever used one? He said, no. I said, I can send you an antique CDO light and a total station. I got them out in my garage right now.
Nice.
You've never used one, and I'm certified in use.
Yeah,
it's precision instrument. If you didn't take a class, I'm not going to trust your measurements anyway. If
when
you
I
haven't
was an
been taught
apprentice,
how to operate the equipment, tell them. If you haven't been taught to operate the equipment, I'm not going to accept your measurement. Period. Because no state would.
Yeah, when I was an apprentice as an iron worker, one of our classes was theodolites. And I know for a fact they never once said account for the curvature of the earth. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. But these guys that are ballers that want to, for some reason, introduce that, that's not the reality, bro. I don't care if the manuals say it. I have my best friend since freaking when we were both in diapers for 40 years, my best friend, and his stepdad was a surveyor he retired at 35 years. And I asked him, hey, Tony, did you ever account for curvature? He said, no, it says in the books, but we never do it. That's how much more proof do you need? That's it. That's a wrap.
It's almost like they threw that in there in the manual, just like a token, right?
Exactly. They threw it in there just so that way the lie can continue. But in reality, you never do. You never have to.
I think they did the same thing with the gyroscope. I think they threw in, like, the gyroscope manual. I think they threw in their curvature of the earth. But they didn't need to do that. They just threw that in.
It's not curve. It's voltage. Remember what I was telling you guys? Like, okay, every so many meters, or everybody knows it. So many meters you go up, it increases in voltage. If you go forward on this globe, it's supposed to do the same thing. But like if you're on the top of a mountain or in the center of a mountain, like going from top to bottom, there's a differential when you up. No matter what's going on, there's some kind of reaction there. They want to claim with the gyro or the Foucault's pendulum, that reaction they're getting, they want to claim it's longitude and latitude differential. It's not. It's just elevation on a flat plane. That's
it. Exactly. It's never. They say differential leveling is based off of the globe. No, it's based off topography. Bottom line. But they like to like throw it in there as curvature, but that's false.
It's proven. This can prove right here that they don't have the elevation, because they can't seek high elevation just going forward, north, south, east, or west, or horizontal. Their elevation doesn't increase, so their voltage doesn't increase. So if they're at sea level and they go forward and pull their helicopter up a little bit, up to a foot away, just 8 inches, they're never going to see. You're never going to leave the planet that way. They're never going to get an elevation differential like they will going up.
And is a theodolite field of view, is it even big enough to measure the so-called curvature of the earth?
No, because it only is maximum is 1,500 feet maximum.
Oh,
and the reason why is because that's what they're calibrated for, and that's it. But they have to understand it's based upon a flat plane topography. These guys will lie all day, every day. They lie. They never have real experience.
Right, 8 inches per mile squared. You could actually take a drone or any kind of object and have it so high up off the ground, and then you have the object have a chain on it, right? So much worth of chain, say 80 chain, and you just drop down 8 inches. 8 inches every mile you cover, 8 inches more each mile, 8 inches, and that chain should never actually droop. That last link shouldn't rub the ground.
Hold up, extremists, join the voice chat. I want to talk to you. Join the voice chat. I want to talk to you about it. I saw your comment. Join the voice chat.
I'm here.
Okay, listen. You said that it does not get the difference between distance and angle, but you have to understand, we do calculate for that all the time. But the angle that you're talking about has nothing to do with the curvature, quote unquote, of an Earth. It has to do with the the elevation that you're out that you're
Topography
calculating
of
from
the
a higher
plane.
point.
Just topography,
So
higher or lower towards whatever your
sine
flat
or
base.
cosine? Tell him sine or cosine. Sin.
So
What?
for instance, let's
Hill
make
or
it simple.
valley? Hill or valley?
Yeah, let's make it simple. If I'm 5 foot and I'm measuring with a theodolite, but the elevation rises 7 feet, so I'm gonna have to mark my benchmark. I'm gonna have to add 3 feet if I want to make level to the structure that I'm gonna build, and I gotta make sure that I am 3 feet above where I accounted for, according to the hill that is higher than me, to make a flat plane. That differential angle, you're right. There is a differential angle.
But on water,
In the
you
math
don't.
of it.
Now on the ocean, if you were building, you don't have that. The only thing you would have to
But
worry
the
about,
ocean
the
is
only
sea level.
place, right? That's what I'm saying. On the top of the water, you don't have to do that. Only on the of the land. On the water, you don't have to. You see what I'm saying?
But why they try to introduce this stupidity that it has to represent for the curvature of the Earth? No, we're literally talking about measurements based upon a horizon, a horizontal, a flat and level plane, a measurement. 3 feet
Yeah, they're
from
only
Changing
my
going by.
side
elevation.
is 3 feet from the other side.
To be
They're
fair,
only going.
they do need something. They do need to be able to claim something. So
Yes, yes.
any manuals with curvature, they'll grab anything as proof.
Yeah. Now here's the skinny of it. You do have to, I'll give them this because they do say this. You have to get a vertical to get a horizontal. Absolutely, because the ground is not exactly where you want to be at. If you're building a building, you want to go above it. That's the vertical, but that's where you establish the horizon. But at the end of the day, when you build that fucking building, it's going to be flat and level across the distance that you're measuring. But these guys, for some reason, don't get it, and it frustrates the fuck out of me.
They get it. Their job is to frustrate the fuck out of you and do anything to psychologically change your mind and make you think otherwise. They want to explain math that demonstrates latitude and longitude that don't exist on a ball, don't exist, and differentials that don't exist on a, when all you're doing is going up to the top of a mountain, down, over to your backyard, up and down a hill or a valley, in the lake, down in the mountain, mud puddles, all that.
You just heard it, bro. My fellow iron worker of 33 years never accounted for curvature, and any surveyor I know, like my best friend's stepdad, retired at 35 years as a surveyor, never accounted for curvature. But these guys in here in Discord will continuously tell you you have to, and that's an absolute lie. That's to the audience. I don't
Right,
care
we
what the
know it's a
callers say.
lie. Take 80 inches of chain link chain that hangs down, drop it down 8 inches. 8 inches every mile. Once you get 10 miles straight, there should be 80 inches of drops from it, right? And it should not, it should be just barely next to the ground, barely touching it, just to barely rub it, the end of the
And
chain.
it never is.
Case
It
closed.
never is.
Right, exactly.
Get it. They don't even want to believe it. They can't even grasp that is not a true reality. And most of these ballers don't even use theodolites, and they never even measure accordingly. They just read a book, or they probably watch Professor Dave, on YouTube, disclaiming it, even though that's not, he spits lies. He spits lies all day, every day.
Well, that's why I get mad when they claim elevation on a ball, because on a ball, their elevation has to be from the center out. And that doesn't make any
Exactly.
damn sense at all for fucking nothing. Nothing, nowhere.
Yo,
I don't know who's going to build their house from the center of the globe outward
Apocryphon.
on topography, mountains and dips and valleys and
What's up?
rocks and sides of mountains. But they're afraid of elevation. All they got to
Somebody
do is
call me.
show you
What's up?
elevation.
Yo, Apocryphon. I was just looking at your profile, like, because I'm in the chat right now. It's just all of you guys speaking, right? And I was just looking at that AE projection that you have as your thing, and like, does that not kind of remind you of the Mercedes symbol?
Right?
It kind of looks like the Mercedes. Like I don't know. I was just fucking looking at it right now because I just came in the chat and I seen you're flashing, and I was looking at it. I was like, that's the fucking Mercedes symbol, bro. The three continents are going out like the Mercedes.
There you go. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It also looks like an uppercase A in cursive.
Hey, all I'm saying is this. We try to say what is and what should be, but in reality, honestly, we have no idea, bro. We have no idea. We have no idea what the shape of the earth is because we are not even allowed to explore it entirely. And every map that we've been provided with is censored and biased and regulated. So why don't ballers at least respect that position? Because there are lands, believe it or not, there's territory that is blocked out. It's blurred out.
Amelia Earhart risked her life to try to find a differential in elevation going horizontally, but the only time she ever got a different elevation, crazy.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's all funny to me, bro. It's all funny, man. At this point, it's like funny, bro. It's fuzzy math, bro. It's fuzzy math.
You just got to seek high elevation. That's all you're looking for. That's all Hitler was looking for. A differential in elevation going horizontally. He never fucking found it. Good day.
Hey, the crazy thing is, did you hear about Putin wants to the first time forever he wants to go against the Treaty of the Arctic or of Antarctica?
Did
you hear about that?
To the flat earth debate. The motherfucker wants to find out where the sidewalk ends.
Did you hear about that though?
Where the sidewalk ends.
He wants to break the treaty. What does this guy know that we don't?
For the edge of the
He's
globe.
trying to let everybody
just
know
came
the
inside to
truth.
see if they were in here.
He doesn't know anything. He's looking to know something. He's trying to learn something.
Hey, don't get me wrong, bro. Russia, they are statistically, Google it. Russia they're the most advanced in knowing the ocean and the deep. They've explored the ocean more than any other country. So they know more than us.
So where are they going? So what are they trying to find out more than us that they already know?
That's why they were able to hide the nuclear missile, the nuclear submarine that they just launched last week, and NATO admitted that they lost track of it, but they know the points where you cannot be tracked. Russia did last week.
Yo, there's like these huge like fucking like pyramid ziggurat temples like off the shore of fucking Japan, and like some guy was like diving over there and he just fucking like happened to come upon them. You ever heard of this shit? He was some guy just diving and he found these huge ass fucking pyramids all under the water off the coast of Japan.
They're supposed to be everywhere.
Also in Pacific Ocean too. They found in Pacific Ocean too.
They're supposed to be in Russia, everywhere.
That is the Pacific Ocean. Japan's in the Pacific Ocean.
The jungle.
Yeah,
also.
yeah. They found some pyramids on Pacific Ocean too. It was not too long ago that they did that. All I'm saying is this, bro.
Can you imagine diving and then you just find a huge fucking underwater temple? I'd be like, all right, get the fuck out of here before mermaids come.
Who knows, right? Who knows? All I'm saying is this, man. There's a lot of shit that ballers claim to know, but they don't know shit, man. And flat Earth side too. We were once ballers, but there's so much that we do not know, man. Unexplorable. Eventually, the truth will come out. Eventually.
Either that or everyone who knows the truth dies.
Yeah, you're right about that. Hey, did you hear about Terrence Howard? Do you know who Terrence Howard is?
No idea.
Terrence Howard, he's the actor. Remember that Pimpin' Ain't Easy or Hustle and Flow, where he's like, whoop that trick. Remember that movie? His name's Terrence Howard. And he came out, he started talking some crazy facts, bro, like some truth. And he's an actor, but he's also
Not from That's So
self-proclaimed.
Raven?
What?
Is he from That's So Raven or some shit like that? Disney fucking show?
I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know I don't know all of his fucking.
Who is it?
Terrence Howard. He's an actor, but he came out about 5 or 8 years ago, and he came out talking about particles and like he came out like on a scientific level, and the whole community shunned him because he was talking some real shit, and he's an actor, and when he came out with it, like people were tripping out. But hey, Terrence Howard, hey, that motherfucker's smart, dude. He's an actor, but he could be borderline a scientist because he was spinning some crazy shit. That's reality, and he was talking about particles and all this shit. And bro, just watch his interview, bro. Watch it, dude. That fool's on a nut. Hey, you gotta protect him. He might end up dying. Honestly, he might be killed or something because he's spraying truth like a motherfucker. What you quote me on, Extremis? Hold on. How big does a building have to be before the curvature? Oh, come on, bro. Really? Are you kidding me right now, Extremis? Seriously? I'm gonna tell you right now, when we're building buildings, it's always horizontal and level, bro, on a plane. Always. I don't care what these publications you are posting, bro. It's just not reality, bro. Real talk. It's not reality.
If you read that story, it basically tells you that what you're building, the scale of it matters. And if it's not at least 10 miles long, the curvature doesn't matter, and you won't build the curvature.
So guess what? What happens when you build something 10 miles and beyond? You're still not going to account for curvature. You have to account because you need walls that are parallel and flat. You're even beyond 10 miles, brother. Like, what don't you get about
Hold on a second.
You should read the last paragraph of the article. It
Okay, hold
actually
on.
has more to do with the height than the length, but it does mention the Golden Gate Bridge.
So if we set a 10-mile slab perfectly straight on top of the globe, and then I walk to the end and you walk to the other end, and we both have a selfie stick that's 100 foot, and we stick our selfie stick out, is it going to go to not see no dirt underneath us horizontally?
You won't, because it was built on a flat plane. And here's the ironic thing about it. If you're building something, it's always horizontal. It's always flat, level.
Right, but I was asking him, when we take our selfie, is it going to be a straight down space, like down space? When are we going to see that? When do we see that down baby, down by the roller coaster space, like looking down?
Sweet baby, I'll never let you go. Hey, shimmy shimmy cocoa pop. Okay, but listen.
Well, I mean, I can't even dive in the ocean, and they won't even show me the spot where I can dive in at 33 degrees and pop out somewhere on the other side, just in water. They're scared. They're like, no, you can't do that, Democ. You couldn't dive into a ball of water and swim to the other side. That'd be fucking crazy.
Yo, you know how they always say like, how does shit work on a fucking flat Earth or whatever? But like, you can play literally almost all video games are on a flat Earth fucking generated fucking reality.
Everything. There is not
Yeah,
one thing that isn't on flat Earth. There's nothing
bro.
you
Like,
can demonstrate physically, reality, outside right now, forever, that's not a flat plane. You can never find the edge of this globe ever. The sidewalk doesn't end on a globe. Never. There's never no end.
Well, real fast with the video game thing. I mean, video games, you know, they don't really account for certain things. Like they don't account for, you know, refraction. They don't account for buoyancy and all that because it's a video
Because it's
game.
reality.
Reality doesn't need to.
No, I'm talking
Real
about
dirt, real measurements don't need to count for dog shit Narnia.
No, I just I just wanted to address the video game argument because I wanted to address the video game argument
oh,
because
here's the thing though. I can watch a sunset on a flat generated map on a video game.
Did you calculate
And there's
rainbow?
nothing wrong with it. There's nothing geometrically wrong with it.
Yeah, but the thing
video
is-
game renders it. The video game renders it perfectly
Yeah,
on a flat Earth.
but you know,
As if it doesn't matter.
No,
As
but
if
listen,
it
listen,
wouldn't
listen.
really fucking make a difference.
Okay, but here's the thing with the video game though, right? There's only the map, right, or the level that you know, and then the sun is sort of setting, you know, around that, right?
You
But the
don't give
thing,
a fuck about the sun.
so
You can't produce the sun.
let me
talking about stuff you
let
can't
me
produce.
finish. Come on,
We're
come on,
talking about
guys.
topography of the physical flat plane, helicopters, jets,
Why
rockets,
is-
motorcycles, cars, boats,
It's
all
D-Mock.
work on it
Why is-
perfectly.
guys, can someone come on, man?
You just
I'm
have to
trying
let
talk.
D-Mock ramble. You just have to. There's no other choice.
All right. Well, anyway, all right. Yeah, no, but yeah. So with the video game, it's just the level, right? Like you know, or the map, whatever you want to call it, right? And the sun sets in that, right? But the thing is, right, with the flat Earth, and I'm not gonna tackle this, all right, because I understand there's an explanation, but just hear me out, okay? On a flat Earth, though, it's a different situation because you have this sort of, you know, the sun going around and it's lighting, you know, like an area up,
No, it's
all right?
not.
So in a
No,
video
it's
game,
not.
okay, look, listen, all right. What do we know it's not? Are you
No,
saying
it's
on?
not.
No, it's
I
not.
disagree
What?
with you.
The fuck you talking
Whatever
about?
you're saying, I don't know. Show me.
What do you mean?
I can't imagine what you're imagining right now. What are you talking about? It's what I'm asking.
Did you even hear what I said, or you're just trying to just
Yeah,
disagree
hold
with me?
on, D-Mock. Hold on, D-Mock. Let him finish. Let him finish, D-Mock.
What he's saying, I would like a demonstration because I hate imagining dog shit.
Okay.
Okay,
Anyway.
but let him finish. We will correct him when he's done, but let him finish.
Okay, so just saying, you know, oh, I could see a sunset in a video game. That really isn't enough because if a video game is very, very like, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's really just art, you know. You know, when they
But
set up like a level and whatnot.
Don't some of the smartest in your paradigm, the smartest physicists say that this universe could be a simulation or video game? So how is it not analogous that we can make a flat Earth sunset work perfectly well on a flat generated video game, and your best scientists say this world is alike to a video game? It's just kind of weird.
Because and once again, in a video game, right, when you have the sunset, right, that's going to be most depending on how you go about doing it. I imagine it's like a skybox or something. That sun is going to be actually dipping below the actual like surface, whatever. It's gonna be an actual rotation. Like it's not with the flat Earth. The sun isn't actually going below the ground. In video games, it does.
But it's based off a flat plane horizon and perspective in the vanishing point of this sun going a certain distance. And once the sun goes into a distance, it will drop behind the vanishing point because that's what the horizon reality is.
Yeah, but that's not what video games do, though.
Behind it.
I'm saying that's not what video games do. That's the whole point I'm trying to get at. Is like just saying that, oh, I see a sunset in a video game, therefore, you know, it could work on a flat Earth. That's not really like a good argument. There's a lot of
it is because I know why. No, it is because you know why? Because a video game is working off a mathematical geometry. So if you have this sun going down at this, you know, mathematical perspective, it in distance it will eventually vanish. It's not. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth because mathematically it's calculating a flat plane. What don't you understand about that?
Yeah, but when it's doing the sun, though, it's just when it does the sun, it's not doing this distance thing, whatever. It literally, like, depending on how you build the game, like usually it's like a skybox or something, right? They literally rotate, this thing like below, all right, the horizon. It's actually being like, it's an angle change, an actual physical angle change. It's not like it's going farther away or some shit, whatever.
So Arma, if I design like a video game, kind of like Google Earth, but it's like flat Earth. Let's just say like fucking, we'll call it Arma Earth, and it's just like an AE projection. And I get the sun to be in the right place for all points on it, no matter what time. What would you have to say to that?
That'd be interesting. It'd be kind of hard to do the math for that. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but that'd be pretty difficult. That's a lot of crazy math there.
No,
Yeah,
but the math
I've done a lot of math in my life.
No, it's simple because the math is calculating a vanishing point and a distance. So when you do that on a flat plane, it's very, very easy to understand that it will eventually disappear because it's all numbers. And in reality, that is what we see. We see a sun vanishing beyond our view, and it goes down, quote unquote. But we all know that's not going down. We all know that it's a certain height.
Yeah, but in the video game,
does it?
wait, who's saying what now?
But it doesn't get smaller to a dot on the
Bro, you need to get a better
disappear,
mic
does it?
or connection, sir.
Oh my
We
bad,
can't
I
hear
got
what
put
you're.
on the
We
other
can't hear
phone.
anything.
Yeah.
You sound like you're talking to a
Alright,
walkie-talkie right now.
alright. But the sun doesn't shrink to a dot near the horizon and go away like perspective, does it?
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that I can go watch a fucking sunset in a video game. Take your fucking pick. And I can watch it go down. And I know in that video game, the world is a flat Earth model. It's not a globe.
What about
Yeah.
in real life during the vernal
Because in a video game, mathematically, it has to go on a flat plane.
No, the developers are not coding the engines to match fucking real life. Like it's a NASA science experiment, man.
Sir, we can hardly hear you. You need to slow down and pronounce your words. We can hardly understand what you're saying because of your walkie-talkie lag.
Yeah, the mic is a little muffled a bit. I'm not sure exactly what the reason.
Especially
Were you able to hear anything that I said?
especially when he talks.
Oh, there you go. You're good. You're good now. You're good now.
Well, yeah, it sounds a lot better.
Were you able to hear anything I said?
A little bit.
Not really before.
Your video games you're playing, they're not real life simulations. They're simple codes. Simple codes, square rectangle maps with objects placed within them. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, it's not. That's why I don't like this video game argument because it's
because
silly.
in the video game it runs off of geometry, and the geometry seems to work for a sunset on a flat Earth in the video game.
No.
Bro, they're using simple displacement
What part
lights.
of
What are you talking
no is
about?
that? I saw the wait. Here's the thing: the video game is based off of simple geometry. The video game is a flat Earth map. That's point 2. Point 3. Can watch a sunset on it.
Yeah, but the thing is, but if you were to watch a sunset on it, right, it would be a sunset everywhere in that flat map, no matter what. That's the thing, though. If you were to make a giant like flat Earth, whatever, everywhere on that flat Earth, it would have the sunset. So you can't just don't use the sunset argument, all right? You would have to actually program it differently.
In a video game, when a sun goes directly
That's a good
over
point,
your
Arma.
head,
That's a good point.
You'll get straight shadows. In real life, when the sun goes directly over our head in the vernal equinox, when it's riding the equator, and those people living on the equator, if they put a stick, they get straight shadows morning to night. You could draw a line in the dirt of where the fucking shadows are going to be, and they'll go nowhere else. Why are we talking about video games when the model can't prove this?
True. Very, very true.
Why are we wasting our lives and our time with this?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The argument stands on its own 2 feet, and when ballers try to interject something to represent their ball, it's just not reality with their ball, but it's reality to a flat plane, and that's the bottom line.
It's not the bottom line, though, because their model at least works via universities. At least their model, they were able to use our phones and various other technologies. This other model here can't even demonstrate
you need
life
globes.
on a
You need
vernal
globes to use
equinox.
cell phones.
How does anyone have any? How do you sit there and point at someone else and say, "Look what you"? When the simple basics are broken. Where's the
What are you
psychology
talking
behind
about?
this?
What are you talking about?
He doesn't know what he's
What am I
talking about.
talking about?
Yeah, you're kind of just yelling randomly. It doesn't seem to have a point.
Oh, there's a point.
All right, well, establish the point and then support it instead of just randomly yelling things. Anyways, I see what you mean about the sunset being the same all over the map at the same time, Armpa.
Yeah, for the
That's a
video.
good
Unless you
that's a
program
good
it.
fucking thing.
Yeah, unless you program it differently or whatever. But literally every game, though, from my knowledge, does it where it's like a skybox or something. Like it's not like an
No,
actual like
but
physical
hold
location.
on. But at the same time, though, a video game is representing your perspective as the character in it. No different than in reality. Everything that's happening, lights in the sky and
But
beyond, it's a perspective.
the difference
What
Arma
do you
pointed
mean?
out is that everyone on Earth does not experience the sunset at the same time, but in the video games they actually would, which is I have to concede a good point, and means in the game people have to have different time sunsets basically, depending on their position.
And we do. We do see
No, I'm
that.
talking about in the game.
Well, guess what? In the game, you are still only representing your position in it. Now, if you were in California representing a sunset, it's not going to be the same as someone in Arizona because you're a distance behind it. So, of course, the sun will set in Arizona before it does in California because it's a perspective of distance. What don't you understand about that?
Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, sorry. Okay, wait, what are you talking about? Like in real life or the game? Still, like what are we?
No, I'm saying reality. I'm saying reality. Not a game.
Yeah, someone's snoring. They're going. Can't even do the sound they're making. It's like
Who is that?
They're like sucking in through their nose, trying to breathe through their nose or some shit.
Yeah, I can't even do it. Yeah.
That
Anyway.
sounds like a congested nose to me.
Anyway, a pocket phone. I'm not really arguing whether it can work or not on a flat Earth. I'm not gonna touch that because, frankly, I don't even know.
So Arma, if I created a simulation in which the position you are on the map confers a different angle to the sun or time of day, that model would completely address all problems with the sun and sunset on the flat Earth, and there'd really be nothing to say.
I'm sure you could pull it off with some math, but that once again, I think that would be some complicated. Well, maybe it depends, but I do.
No,
think
you just take the equation. We already. It's quite easy because you already have all the information. We already know the angles to the sun, well, all the time zones. You know what I mean? All that's already information known. So it's just assembling the information. Shouldn't be.
No, but it's harder than
Just
okay.
get
Listen,
a big flat racetrack, 360, 3959, 24,901 miles, and then everything's above it. I mean, it's what the fuck so hard about that, dude?
yeah, but I mean, like if you were to actually program this, it's not that simple though. Like I know you guys are saying we have the information and whatnot, but
It's super simple.
But the thing
I
is,
don't think it's super simple. I think it's quite complicated, but I think it is doable. It's mathematically possible.
You might have to reverse engineer it.
Just to put a sun and a moon over a racetrack? No, that's fucking simple. What's hard to do is a globe with 9 planets spinning 15 different directions.
I think that's actually maybe a lot easier. If I'm going to be truly honest with you, from what I've coded or
no,
whatever,
that'd be pretty
a lot
hard.
easier.
That'd be pretty hard to make an interactive Earth that you can zoom in, land on California and San Francisco and watch the sunset, then fly over to fucking Japan and see the sunrise, and then zoom back out and then go and land on Jupiter and see the fucking sunset on Jupiter. That'd be fucking extremely complicated.
It depends on how you go about doing it because
it's 93 million miles on your computer screen. Show me that.
Well, I've actually done it in Blender, but the thing is that the issue is when you try to when you do great distances and a lot of 3D programs, depending on which program you use, though. I know with Unity, there's this thing called like a floating point error, which basically, the short of it is there's pretty much like a digital resolution, basically. And once you pass that resolution, things start to kind of like break down almost. So the idea is that if you do 93 million miles or 93 million units or some shit, right? then the computer only has but so much digital resolution to work with.
That's
So
what I'm saying, Arma. That's what I'm saying is this fucking, you're saying it's simpler, but it's harder for the computer even to fucking maintain.
I mean,
so it's definitely not simpler to live on a globe Earth versus a fucking flat plane where you just adjust where you're going to see which heavenly bodies at which time, depending on what position you are on that map. It's much easier to have all the heavenly bodies moving around and you on a stationary plane than it is to have you on a ball that's rotating, that's also fucking wobbling, that's also fucking going around a revolution, and then have all the other planets doing the same and their individual moons.
Yeah.
It's much more like luminaries in the sky versus all this fucking theoretical shit. One is much more simple and applicable.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to like actually trying to simulate everything down to the last like actual, shit, like, the exact speed, the exact, orbit shape and whatnot, then yeah, of course that would be way more, that would be infinitely more complex than just doing a fucking, like plate or whatever, or like a, I'm making fun of it, but like a flat earth or whatever. So fair enough. But I meant in terms of like, I don't know, just getting like the little details. So, for example, like just having an Earth orbit around the sun, and just having like stuff like that.
Right,
that's
but we're
pretty easy to
talking
program.
about Arma. We're talking about sunsets. So you have to then have your simulation shrink you down to the size of a man on Earth, and then observe the sun coming around that thing. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like your whole way you're going about this is just these distances in and of themselves are gonna fucking bust your computer.
Yeah,
your
I mean,
fucking floating point.
Yeah, I mean, but you could always do it with like, maybe not. Okay, so you can still do it with big planets, just not like big, like to the scale that the globe Earth model claims. Like, because like you have like, for example, like Mario Galaxy.
Well, then
now
it's broken.
Arma.
What's up?
It's broken
Arma.
if you can't
Arma.
do our solar system that we live in.
Arma.
What's up?
Let's take it down a notch. Can you tell me how clouds work?
How clouds work?
Yeah. How does a cloud hold tens of millions of pounds of water, but a skydiver, it doesn't hold a skydiver. It doesn't hold them. It doesn't hold something inside of it. The skydiver will fall right through a cloud. But how does a cloud hold tens of millions of pounds of water? Please explain that.
I'm not like super knowledgeable on this, but if I had to guess, it's because the cloud is less dense than the skydiver. I mean,
So you're saying that the water that is holding and not letting go is 10 millions of pounds of water is not as dense as someone that's 200 pounds?
well, that's not how density
Skydiving?
works. Remember, you can have something that's a bajillion pounds, but if it's literally spread out far enough, then it's not dense enough to,
No. But I'm talking to small. No, don't spread it out. I'm just saying locally to a cloud. How does it hold millions of pounds of water and weight, but a skydiver to jump through it will fall right through it? How does that? What's the principle of that?
I don't know, evaporate the skydiver and see if they still fall.
Is it safe to say? Is it safe to say that you have zero idea of how that even works?
I'd say like 50%. Because like I said, this isn't really my time. I don't really know a whole lot about this, but I think from my understanding, it would be something about like density and buoyancy.
Arma, what do you know a lot about?
I know a decent amount, like video games. That's why I was kind of talking about it.
Yo, bro, have you played Mob of the Dead before on Black Ops 2?
I think so. I played a lot of the zombies maps.
Bro, I was just playing it today, and I got that axe, the Hell's Retriever, had all the perks, all perked guns. I was just fucking like, I got to round 20. And then
I'd really like to discuss clouds and the weight of the clouds that are just dispersing.
That's a good point.
Water.
Why do clouds float? Why do
Nobody,
clouds float, bro?
they're not going to be able to they're not going to answer you right. You know what I mean?
I would ask another Glober here because I don't know too much. I mean, I only know, the best I know is that something about buoyancy, something about density. I would imagine the cloud is just not as dense as a person. That's why it floats and a person doesn't.
So you're saying that a cloud can hold 10 million fucking pounds of weight of water before it storms on a city, but it won't hold a 200-pound guy in it?
Well, once again, if you like disintegrated the 200-pound guy, right, evaporated them into like a cloud, then they float. It depends on the volume. All right, like
Well, I
that's
think. Wait, hold up. I think a paraglider is a better example because it's about surface area. It's not about density, right? With a human, at least, a human weighing 200 pounds will fall straight through. But if you give him more surface area, i.e., a fucking parasail, he can fucking fly around. So
yeah, but
I don't know.
that's like lift though. I don't know if clouds are like a lift thing.
Well,
It
well,
might not even be
here's my
what it
point.
is.
Here's my
They're not a
point.
falling thing. What
Here's
do you
my
think they
point.
are?
Here's my point. If you can't even describe clouds to me and how they operate, how are you going to tell me a star 25 trillion miles away and how they operate?
Water is less dense than normal air. That's all it is. That's all you need for a cloud, man.
Yeah. Also, apart from that's a fallacy. All right, just so you know, that's fallacious thinking right there. What are you talking
So
about?
you're gonna hold on. You could claim it as a fallacy. What I'm saying is, if you can't understand how a cloud operates, and that's the closest thing to you on the ground, how are you gonna tell me how a star 25 trillion miles away operates?
Okay,
That's my question.
Okay, well, fair enough. Okay, well, I guess what I meant by fallacious is that I was saying like because I was thinking something else. I was thinking like I could still tell you like what a star that distance away, would do in terms of like parallax. But that once again that assumes, like a lot of other stuff. Okay, fair enough. Whatever. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know too much on this. So I'll just shut up. But
All right, that's honest.
I don't
At
think
least
there's
you're
much.
honest. At
Are
least
you the
you're
only?
honest.
Are you the only Glober in here, Arma?
no, there's I think.
Yeah, but I
Andy?
think they're all AFK.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Ask a
I'm
Glober.
here as well. Don't forget.
Okay.
Who's
So you're
that?
here
Who's
as well. How does a cloud
Terry.
operate
Okay, cool.
with millions of pounds of weight of water, yet and it's holding it
That's all
supposedly?
it is. It's very dispersed.
You're saying that the disbursement of this water before it falls, by the way, it only falls at a certain point. But how
Well,
does
has
it
to be
hold
cold. It
it?
has to be cold, and it has to condense on something, which
Is
makes
it
it
safe
more
to
dense.
is it safe to say that water spontaneously just appears and then
No.
falls?
Nope.
Yes,
Look,
it's to the electrical continuity of the
Demok.
discharge. Yes, it does. Yes.
I'm hey
However,
DMOC, I'm
the
trying to
medium, what?
I'm trying to walk them down the path. Just hold up, buddy. I'm trying to walk them down the
I
path.
mean, you're by making shit up. That's a path
No.
for you.
So are you saying that clouds hold water for miles?
Clouds are water. They don't hold water. They are water.
Okay. So how does the water stay up without gravity pulling it down in your model?
Gaseous water is less dense than air.
Yeah, that's kind of true because if you boil water, the steam goes up.
That's all it is, man.
We're talking about water falling, not the rain. We're talking about rain.
And then
Right,
if it gets
but
cold and it has something to condense upon, it will form into water droplets because of the properties of water and how liquids behave.
Particles of dust.
And it'll
So you're
fall.
telling me clouds. So you're saying clouds can hold millions of pounds of weight and travel 17 miles and then release it. But what holds the water up? Why doesn't gravity pull the water up?
The
once it's
buoyancy is a
formed?
gravitational effect. So it is the fact that the air below it is less dense than it is causing the water
More
to stay
dense,
in
you
the
mean?
air.
More dense, you mean, not less.
Yes, I do mean more dense. The air below is more dense.
So let me ask you this: if I take a bucket of water up 50 miles and then turned it upside down, the water will fall out, right?
Yeah, because it's fucking liquid water. If you boiled it, it'll stay
Well,
in the air.
rain is liquid water.
Yeah,
and that's why it falls. That's why it falls.
But how does it? Hold on. How does a rain cloud
Can I
hold
explain
the
something?
water?
It's gaseous.
Can I
It's gaseous.
hold up? I
That's
said,
the
can I
answer.
can
That's
explain
the answer to
something. I
all
didn't
of
say
your
can
questions. The
you.
water is gaseous. Gaseous water is less dense
Your
than
water
air.
vapor,
Hold
yeah.
up. Let me fucking explain something to the guy, for fuck's sakes.
You're not.
Okay, so
You keep
you have
repeating
a
the same
you have
point
a
over and over
fucking
and over again.
hold up.
So make a
You
different
don't know
point,
you what
or
point am I gonna make? What point am I gonna make? Go ahead, make my point for me.
you're
Go
gonna
ahead, make the point I was gonna make.
say how the cloud holds millions of pounds of water, and then
That's not
water
at all
droplets
what I was gonna
magically
say.
fall out of the sky.
That's not at all what I was gonna say. So you're
That's what
wrong.
you've said
You don't know.
4
You don't.
times already in the
That's
3
not what I
minutes that I've
said.
been
I
here.
never said that once. I never said that once. So you're thinking of someone else. Please check yourself and realize who you're talking to. Anyways, so I'm gonna fucking try to explain this. You have a pot of water, right? You apply heat to it, okay? That heat turns the water into water vapor, right? The steam turns it into steam. You see that steam is fucking more buoyant than air around us because when you take the lid off the pot, the steam goes up, okay? Now, when you set a fucking glass of cold water on the fucking edge and the water condensates on the edge, it's showing that water in the air condensates and turns into liquid. So when water is cooled, it becomes liquid. When it's heated, it becomes vapor. Vapor goes up, liquid water goes down. So all it is just hot vapor that goes up or cold water that comes down. That's it. You're just applying heat to it.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Clouds are ice crystals.
Yeah, I mean,
ice obviously falls.
Yeah, I mean, like this. I feel like this works on both the flat Earth model and the globe Earth model, so I don't even know why this is being brought up.
I'm just talking about applying fire to water. It's pretty basic. Like fuckers have been doing it for thousands of years.
I'm just trying to walk you guys. I'm just trying to walk you guys down a
through, man?
road to realize that your globe model
This has nothing to do with
is
that.
clearly represented on a flat model. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at this point.
You still need gravity. Buoyancy is a
Flat
gravitational effect.
So you've got to
You
take
don't need
graduated
gravity. Actually,
prepared-
you don't need gravity. You said it in the
Buoyancy is a gravitational
in your
effect, and you
sentence.
can't change that.
In your sentence, you said it. You said buoyancy needs gravity. No, buoyancy
is a gravitational effect.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is.
Apocryphon. Here's the thing, right? So, I mean, I'm not necessarily agreeing with Whitsitt, but even Whitsitt earlier said that you do need a downwards force. He explained that it was, at least on the flat Earth model, that it would be an incoherent what was it, magnetism or something, that would be causing this downward bias. But you do need a downward bias though, in any case, because
incoherent diacceleration.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
The point is
pressure, height, and low. Yeah, I get it.
So the point is, you still need a downward bias because that's how buoyancy works in the first place. It needs to, things need to go down.
But I need you to agree that it has nothing to do with your fucking theory falsehood of gravity. It has nothing to do with gravity. It has to do with another word besides gravity. It has to do with this crazy system that's always trying to equalize pressure high, pressure low, temperature hot, temperature cold. Has nothing to do with gravity.
What causes the pressure?
It has to do with the downwards bias, though, at the very least. And
But
gravity.
that's the whole. Listen, when I pour a Coke into a bottle with ice, the ice will go up. It has nothing to do with gravity.
Yes,
it has to do with the
has
pressure.
everything to do with gravity.
No, it has nothing to do with gravity.
If there was no gravity,
then why is the ice?
Then
why is the ice floating?
If you're in free
Then
fall,
why does the ice go up?
Ice wouldn't go up. It would
Okay,
just
it does go up.
around.
It does go up.
Hold on. Okay.
You missed what I said.
Move to get pressure.
Democ,
you have
I'm
to
not
move
talking
for
to
resistance.
you.
Yeah, because I know you don't like reality.
Because you're an idiot,
to move,
Democ.
you need
That's why I'm not talking
resistance.
to you.
While a rock is sitting on the ground, there's nothing acting upon it, nothing's going on but the ground. The ground is resisting it. Resistance is your gravity. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, real fast, I want to answer our pocket phones for why the ice goes up. So I've given this analogy before, but imagine you have a pit, right? A pit of balloons, right?
Okay.
But they're indestructible balloons, right? They're indestructible, right? Just for the sake of this, because I really can't think of any other way to fucking put this. So they're balloons, and imagine I have a bowling ball, right? And I just kind of drop the bowling ball into this pit of balloons, right? Well, what happens? Well, the bowling ball's going to start digging through those balloons, right? Because this bowling ball is heavy, and the balloons are really light, and they get pushed away real easily, right? And as the bowling ball's digging in this pit of balloons, it reaches the bottom. right? And whatever balloon that was there is displaced now by the bowling ball, right? So
Right.
yeah,
You
so,
just represented density. Thank
no,
you.
no, let me finish, right? So imagine you keep filling up this pit with bowling balls, right? It's going to start slowly displacing the balloons, right? And the balloons are going up, right? So the thing is, all right, there's this force, this downward force, right? Whether you want to call it gravity or just a downward force, right? That's causing the bowling ball to go down, right? But the balloons are going up, right? Because the bowling ball is just heavier and pushing the other things aside. So when you say the ice, why is the ice going up? Because if gravity is a thing, well, there's your answer.
It's not a thing.
The answer is that literally the soda is literally pushing down and it's kind of
The
pushing the
soda
ice.
is more dense than the ice. The soda is more dense than the ice. To put it simply.
Yeah.
The
So
soda literally pushes the ice upwards because of the
because it's more dense.
because
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
pressure gradient.
Yes.
Yeah. So
within
Parker,
the within
So
the
again,
soda.
it's density.
Yeah,
It's not.
No, it's because of the pressure gradient.
But hold on, a pocket phone. So then, how are you going to say? So then, now that I gave you my example, right? How are you going to say that gravity? Like, how come the ice isn't going down? All right, you can't say that because I literally just showed you. All right,
I didn't say. Hold on. First of all, I didn't say the ice is going down, and secondly, I didn't invoke gravity. I'm saying there's no such thing as gravity in this thought experiment. It has nothing to do with gravity. It has to do with the density of the liquid being poured in, pushing up the ice because the buoyancy is. Hey, bro.
Because the pressure gradient within the soda pushes the ice up. You need to have a reason that the pressure gradient is there. Explain the pressure gradient, or there's no conversation.
Yeah, you're right. But it has nothing to do with a quote unquote gravity.
Okay. Then explain the pressure gradient.
The pressure gradient?
Water.
Demok,
Pure
I'm
frozen
not talking
water.
to you.
Pure frozen water on top of the soda, just like the air bubble or just like liquid. Certain liquids find their it's a liquid density tower, nothing else. It's not the density of the world. It's not the density of all reality. It's a liquid tower that shows you the resistance of each liquid that resides upon the other liquid. And pure water is frozen. Therefore, the pure water is less dense than the fucking soda shit, dog stuff, whatever, and all that, dilution, and then it resides up there, and it has to do with electrostatics. It doesn't have anything to do with gravity at all.
Exactly. It has nothing to do with gravity. It has to do with buoyancy.
It's so funny how the opposite sides of this argument are on such different pages. I love it.
Crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how they can't even grasp what we're telling them right now. It has nothing to do with this force that's pulling down. Otherwise, the ice should be at the bottom because the
ice is less dense.
Apart from, I
That's why
literally
it
just told
floats.
you
It's less dense, and because the
Thank
force
you.
of gravity, called fucking weight, has to balance with buoyancy.
Thank you.
Floats.
Okay,
you're answering it. You're saying it. It's buoyancy. I thank you.
Yes,
I just
buoyancy
you're agreeing.
is a gravitational effect.
Okay,
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is a made-up word. Let's call gravity
Buoyancy
orange.
is a made-up word. Word is a made-up word.
Hold
Who
on,
gives
hold
a
on.
fuck?
Hold on, pocket phone. Okay, so you're saying if gravity is a thing.
Show that ice is more or
Hold on.
less dense than something.
Okay, hold on. Before we get to that, right? A pocket phone, right? You're saying that if gravity is a thing, right, that the ice would sink.
No,
right?
I'm not saying it's a thing. Go on though.
No, you say, okay. You're saying no. Let me just fucking finish my sentence, all right? You're fucking making me whatever. Okay, so if gravity, you're saying if gravity was a thing, the ice would sink, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it has nothing to do with gravity. Bottom line,
You
it has to
literally
do with
just said
buoyancy.
You literally just said why does the ice not sink or whatever? A pocket phone, come on, man.
Okay. Maybe I did because I was thinking about the weight of ice compared to the weight of the liquid. But the ice has to deal with buoyancy because the ice
is a gravitational effect.
No, it's not a gravitational effect.
From that.
Go up.
Buoyancy
If heat
is because
rises, why
is
is the ice on
caused.
top?
Buoyancy is caused by the pressure gradient. The pressure gradient is caused by gravity.
No, hold on, Demok. That's silly. That's not, heat doesn't always rise. It just
If
depends.
heat rises, why
Heat
is
always
ice on
rises.
the water?
No, that depends on the context,
Where
though.
at?
Heat
In the
rises.
water, why is ice on the top and not in the center and the
Hot
bottom?
air goes up in cold air.
Listen to what I'm saying,
Wait,
please.
Demok,
Hold on a minute.
Context is important.
In
though.
water, when you freeze it, only the top freezes. Why is heat not rising and thawing the top out? And why is the
Because
bottom not frozen and the top is for water, Globers? What's going on with your physics?
because ice crystals are less dense than liquid water.
That
One
makes
of the
them
only
freeze
liquids
or
that
melt
does that.
at a
I
higher
love
temperature.
how they say it's less dense, thus density is the reason.
Density is one of the things that you need to know to figure out the physics that includes gravity.
No, you don't have to include gravity. Gravity is a theory.
You can't do
you
the
want
math.
to
It doesn't work
invoke
out
it.
without gravity, dude.
You want to invoke gravity for your
No,
story.
it is required for this.
Apocryphon.
No, it's not
Everything
required.
works for that
It's not
purpose.
required.
Apocryphon.
It's
Why is heat
density
not
is
the top
required.
portion of water?
Apocryphon.
Hello?
Wait, what's up? What's up?
The water, the coldest water,
Yeah.
right? The coldest
The most
water.
dense
Why
water
is
is
it on top
40
and not
degree
bottom?
water.
The coldest water is on the bottom. I actually have I have like my water bottle, whatever. I'll take it out the fridge, whatever, and like if I just recently put it in or whatever, like I'll take it out, I'll drink it, whatever, and the bottom, like I'll take it'll like take like a second
Ice
or
is
so.
the coldest and it's floating.
Can I finish? Okay, so it'll take me a second or so to get to the actual cold water. So there's actually is this sort of gradient kind of going on. I don't know why it does that. All right, I have like a mini fridge, but I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why the mini fridge is fucking weird. But anyway,
Cold water is denser.
yeah, but there you go. That's exactly it though. But with the ice
Then
though,
why is it dropping?
what's dropping? The cold
If
water?
cold water is denser, why does it not drop down?
Because
It is dropping. You talking about the ice?
So the water itself, when it's still liquid water, it will go down until water achieves the maximum density about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So if it's above 40 degrees, then it's gonna be above the 40-degree water. And,
What is the color of liquid water?
It's slightly blue.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the color of frozen water?
It depends on the configuration of it.
Blue, right? Blue, right?
It can be white or blue. Yeah.
Okay. So can we at least changing the subject? Can we at least agree that when you look up at the sky and see blue, is because it's a frozen water?
You see blue in the sky because the oxygen in the air is scattering light.
No. Hold on.
No, it's
Real
because
talk.
the oxygen in the air.
Apocryphon.
Hold on.
Water
Real
is the
talk,
only
real
thing
talk.
that's blue. No, I hate to
Bro,
break
hold
it
on.
to you.
Real talk. No, think about it logically. Water that is frozen in its state is blue. So why is not the sky a different color? Because it is blue. So can we agree that there's a firmament
No, that's
with the
correlated.
frozen water,
The
which
sky is
creates
electricity.
this
It's
dome?
electromagnetism.
No, you're trying to
It's
correlate the two. That's not. They're not.
Electromagnetism is what scatters light, not
you're-
the air. You don't know what oxygen or air is. There's no such thing.
Wait, hold on, Apocryphon. You're just assuming. I mean, there's more. A lot of things that are blue. I mean, water isn't the
I'm
only
just
thing.
trying to let you understand that when you look up at the sky and it's blue, that is
of light scattering.
frozen water.
That's a
Frozen
jump.
water.
It's a jump, though, man. You don't like know that like for sure. That's a jump.
It's frozen. Hey, listen, it's frozen water because frozen water. Matter of fact, oxygen frozen is blue. It will change to a color of blue. Matter of
Go
fact,
get me some frozen oxygen, bro.
they have it. It's liquid. They
know
have
it
it, bro.
I know
That's a
it's a
scientific
thing,
thing.
but
how's that water then?
But that doesn't mean it exists in the upper atmosphere.
But hold on though. Oxygen frozen creates a blue color. So why don't you accept
even at ground level, the atmosphere causes things to be more blue at a distance?
Well, hold up.
You don't have frozen oxygen in the air.
Well, no, that's. I would say that's false. I would say that's what the firmament is made of. It's a frozen oxygen. That's what creates the container.
Well, the firmament doesn't exist. So let's talk about things that actually happen.
I can actually prove that it's not the firmament. Have you ever looked at distant, mountains? They appear kind of bluish. Is that frozen oxygen in front of the mountains, or is that?
No,
just
I'm not talking about mountains. I'm talking about the sky. I'm not talking about the sky.
Blue
I'm talking about the sky. I'm talking about the sky.
Yeah, Parker.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
The sky as a firmament is frozen oxygen.
No.
Yeah,
literally.
Yeah, but your little like hypothesis or whatever you want to call it, right? I mean,
No, because guess
it's already
what? Guess
not.
what? Arma. Scientifically, if you took oxygen and froze it, it creates a blue.
That doesn't mean everything that's blue is frozen oxygen, Apocryphon.
I'm just saying, why can't you
You're
at
just-
least accept that might be a possibility?
No, because blue mountains, it could just be a fog effect where it's just, have you ever seen blue like mountains in the distance? Like they appear bluer and bluer.
I feel like I'm trying to tell you the truth. You're not listening to me.
Apocryphon.
You're not listening to me.
Making shit up isn't truth.
I'm not making shit up. I'm
You are
saying
just assuming
here, look at
random
it.
bullshit
In a
about the
classroom,
universe because
listen.
fucking oxygen is blue. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Listen, in a classroom, if you liquefy water and then freeze it, I'm sorry, not water. If you liquefy oxygen and freeze it, and it's a solid state, solid oxygen frozen creates a blue color. So why does not represent the sky? It's the same thing.
Because the sky is not.
Can you let him ask the
solid.
conclusion? Why what?
Because the sky is not a solid.
But that's the point, though. We argue that there is a solid in the sky. We
Okay,
argue
go
that
give me
there's
a
a
piece of
firmament.
it, dude.
We argue that it's
Go
the
give me
firmament.
a piece of the sky.
Well, there has been explorations, and they did say they chipped off this part up. I don't know. I'm just saying they have said that. They have said that. I'm just.
Ooh.
Do I have to post? Let me post it. They're talking about this is a whole new other study. They're saying that they went to the edge over in Antarctica and they're chipping away at this blue particular ice that is representative of a wall container. Let me post it. I'll post it. Shut up. I'll post it.
All right. We're getting somewhere. I'm really interested about this blue ice. Ice. Ice, baby.
Okay, anyway, look, come on, man.
Ice, baby.
I want to know why the ice is supposed to be denser or dense.
It's less dense.
It's less dense.
Yeah, how?
It's because of the structure of like
when it freezes, it forces the water into a certain structure that's not forced when it's in a liquid state.
So if I freeze a lead ball, it's gonna start floating.
No,
Lead
it
ball's already
depends.
frozen.
Yeah. Also, it depends on the thing. Like water is one of those weird ones where, when you freeze it, it actually becomes less dense. But I believe most things it's the other way around though, because obviously it's becoming a solid, and that's
Almost
where
everything is the other way around. Yeah.
So there's a study over in Antarctica.
So water doesn't follow the laws of physics.
No, so water still follows the laws of physics. It just has these particular properties which cause it to become less dense when it freezes.
In Antarctica, they realize that there's this blue ice, and they can't explain it.
Heavier and not sink, more dense and not sink, frozen and not sink. All the things it's not doing like it's supposed to. The hotter stuff's supposed to be at top. The frozen shit's supposed to be at the bottom. The heavier, thick, hard ice that you can break your head on the ice, but you can stick your head in the water. I don't know how you're saying the fucking ice.
You should go stick your head in the water for like 10 minutes, Demok. See what happens.
Stick your head in a bucket of water.
Stick your head through the ice for 10 minutes. See what happens.
So in Antarctica, they discovered this.
Hold on, the
crazy...
ice is less dense.
Go ahead.
The ice is less dense, Apocryphon, so they need to headbutt the ice and show me how it's less dense than the.
That's not how it works.
Can I just say something?
That's not how density works. How do
What
you
is-
measure it then? How do you know what's denser?
Can I say
Wait,
something
just
real?
hold on
Can
a
I
minute.
say
Yeah,
something?
because I'm done. I got 3 seconds.
What-
1 second. Steel. Show me the steel that's because I can make steel boats
can't
float on
extrude
water.
wood, I'm not sure
Does that make them less dense than the water now? Because it's a steel floaty thing on top of water. Now it's less dense, right, guys?
You have to account for the entire thing, right? So boats float
No, I
because
don't have to do anything. That's your
Yeah,
imagination.
I would just like to say
it's not an
real quick,
imagination. You can literally prove
shut
it.
the
But go on.
fuck up, Arma.
My bad.
Shut your fucking
Might
mouth.
be, man. Go ahead.
Listen, okay, so I think the way we can tell is that you put water into like a container and then freeze it, and the ice is actually larger in volume than the water. It breaks the container open.
Yeah, that's right. That's why you can't put like soda in like the freezer or whatever. If it's like a full bottle, because that shit will explode.
You're degrading from the point, you fucking idiot. Just the point is that you put water into a fucking container, cap it, freeze it. The container will bust open because the volume of the water expands when it freezes. That's how you can tell that that ice is less dense than water. That's an experiment of actual science that you can do.
Yep. Look at you, man.
So you gotta fucking say shit simply, not fucking go off into the weeds about fucking soda. Who the fuck cares about soda if we're discussing water, you fucking idiot?
I'm sorry.
I posted something inside voice chat talking about the blue ice of Antarctica that they have discovered, and this blue ice that they're talking about is very, very relevant to what we're talking about.
Is it frozen oxygen, dude?
It's the ices that you get.
It's supposed to be solid helium or oxygen, but these guys don't even know what. Can't tell the difference.
Here, I'll give you blue ice. Hold on.
It's just a story.
Here you go. Here's the blue ice, guys. I found it. Let me post a picture of it.
Is it fucking meth from the show Breaking Bad? Is that what it's gonna be?
No. Hold on.
Hold on, Arma. Let's get one thing across. You have a ball bias. Is that fair to say?
Hold on. Give me a second. I want to show.
Yeah, he lost ball.
Is that fair to say?
I'm trying to show the blue ice. Give me a second before it's too late. Because the joke's already dying. I gotta do it fast. Here we go. Used to have this shit when I was a kid.
Truth, Renee, Renee and May, whatever your name is.
Close enough.
Wow, Arma. Really, Arma? Wow. Fuck you, Arma.
They're mining that shit in Antarctica and shipping it right to
7-Eleven is Antarctica? Really, Arma?
That's why Putin wants to get a fucking crack at the icy fucking monopoly.
I fucking hate you, Arma. That's funny though. I ain't gonna lie. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's
here's the reality.
So what do you guys think about predictable earthquakes?
There's a particular thing that they found, and they're just trying to explain it. And the fact that oxygen, when solidified, creates blue. All I'm saying is that can explain this dome, solid thing that we talk. Every time we talk about a dome, quote unquote, flat earthers, I'm saying that could be oxygen solid as a solid. It does create a container because on the ground, that is a scientific thing that we can do and test and verify. Because oxygen, when it becomes a liquid and then becomes a solid, oxygen is blue when it's a solid. That is factual.
Yeah. Anyways, you heard about these like super liquids and super solids and all this shit where like they freeze shit down to very ridiculous temperatures and they get all kinds of different states of matter, or they heat it up and it becomes like, so they have all these different, they have the same element or the same compound, but it's in all these various states of matter that they test out, and they have like properties that are like, yes, would be considered strange compared to the properties of our normal materials. Well, it's not to say that maybe in the sky there's no physical, like it's not a solid dome, but maybe it's a different phase of water or something. You know what I mean? Or a different phase of oxygen or different, because I mean, the actual conditions up in the sky, like way above where we are, could be drastically different. Just like how we are in a different condition than fish are on the ocean. There's like a phase change, right? Water is vapor on our fucking level, but all the water is liquid on the fish's level. And what's to say in the heaven that water's not in a completely different phase? I mean, we already know water has weird properties in that it expands when it turns solid.
What's the phase after that?
Different.
Heaven's heaven.
Arma. All I'm saying is this: it makes sense because that's something that we can science the fuck out of it and come to a conclusion. Why would you rather take something that you can't science and believe it, as opposed to something that we can and at least accept it to be a reality, possibly?
But because I showed you that mountains, the further they go, the more bluer they appear. I mean, it could just be a fog effect. You ever been in the center of like a, you've been in the
No,
fog,
no, no,
right?
no. That's apples to oranges. I'm not talking about the far effect and opticals. That's different. I'm telling you that scientifically, oxygen, when frozen as a solid, takes a blue colorized position. So why the sky that we look at when we see it blue, why can't that be a solid dome, of which we always protest that there is, because that's what we believe in? Why can't you accept that when we conduct that science on Earth here in the lab, it matches up? Why don't you accept that, bro?
Well, maybe it is, but maybe it is, but I mean, I can't say for certain though. I mean, that's where I'm kind of,
But is it not better? Is it not better of an explanation than you just saying it's not a solid
It
when
could be a
it
gas,
says that it is a solid?
but it could be a gas too.
Well, guess what? Oxygen as a gas form is not going to give you a blue color. Oxygen as a solid form is going to give you a blue color. So why don't you correlate those two?
Well, oxygen in gas form gives you blue color. That's why I brought up the
No, it doesn't.
mountains.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Then
Oxygen in
why are
gas
mountains?
form gives you zero color.
Then why are mountains
I'm going to
blue?
correct you on that.
Why are mountains blue in the distance then? Why are mountains bluer in the distance? The farther you look, the bluer mountains get. Why do they get bluer?
Because you're looking through a water atmosphere, bro.
What?
That's water in the atmosphere.
Okay.
Or atmos. I don't want to
okay.
say atmosphere because it's an oxymoron.
Okay.
But water in the atmos is blue.
Okay, fair enough. So I'll change my argument then. So why can't the sky be that then? Just more blue water atmosphere.
I'm telling you it is. What are you talking about? I'm telling you it's water above us, but it's a frozen state. Water and oxygen in the sky creates a solid form. Now, if it's solid, guess what, Arma? If it's solid, that's why when they launched when they launched rockets in Operation Fishbowl, do you remember that?
I think I know what you're talking about. Where it stops.
Operation Fishbowl did what? Operation Fishbowl, they sent rockets and they were trying to break the firmament, but they couldn't. Hold on. Armin, explain to me sprites. Do you know what sprites are?
I forgot what they are.
They're like lightning strikes, but they're
there you go.
way higher and way more powerful.
And they come down. They don't go up, they come down. They come from a point of reference way above in the top and they shoot down. And there's no explanation for it from the scientists. They don't understand them. All they know is that when they recorded this phenomenon happening, all they know is that sprites, they shoot from this dome and they come down. That's all they know.
It might be like, you think it might be like, I don't know, like Zeus or like God or some shit, like just throwing lightning bolts. It's like, you know.
Maybe
like
that's the
hurling
devil. Maybe that's the devil. He's chilling at the top of the fucking dome, just throwing lightning down at us.
All I'm saying is this:
God quarantined us in this firmament zone because he's like,
hold on.
With the devil.
Hold on. They used to think that sprites were from clouds until they recorded sprites being just like spontaneously manifested without clouds. They just fell from this top. This almost like, look at your roof or look at your ceiling in your room, and all of a sudden you're all of a sudden the wall, the top wall, the floor, or the roof or the ceiling just shoots down something.
Wait, hold on. What if it's like a plasma? You ever like a plasma ball? Like, what do they call it? Plasma? Is it called plasma ball?
Yeah. You're right.
But wouldn't that be then like ball Earth though? Because it wouldn't be a dome; it'd be an entire ball though. So it'd be ball Earth.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with the ball. It has nothing to do with the ball. Oh, I will give you this: it has to do with the hemisphere. Because the hemisphere is what? Half the dome, half of a circle. So I'll give you that. You're right. It's shooting from the hemisphere, the top of the hemisphere. I'll give you that. I will concede to that. But you're right. But the hemisphere means half a circle, not a full circle. It's
No, bro.
half a circle.
Plasma
It's coming
ball
from
Earth,
the top.
bro. That's the new shit. Look at that. That's us in the center right there, right? And then the dome is around us. I like that.
No, well, but what you posted is still trying to allude to a sphere, but that's not
I know.
Earth. That's not
Yeah,
Earth, buddy.
the Earth will be in the center, and then the
Wanna know why? Let's go
celestial-
back.
No,
Let's go back.
Pretty
that's the-
funny
Arma.
example.
Arma.
Pretty good.
Let's go back.
It's pretty good
Arma.
one, Arma. Fuck, I have to
Arma.
admit.
No, that's the celestial
Arma.
sphere. It's both the dome and the celestial sphere. So that actually does. That's 2 for 1 right there.
Arma. Let's go back.
Fuck.
Let's
Holy
go
shit,
back.
the dome and the sphere.
Yeah.
Globers and domers are coming together with the Sprite plasma. They're uniting under Arma, their new king.
Arma, let's go back to the measurements that they've calculated, and they've said if we can calculate this distance, that takes away the circumference of what we've been told that it is. That would make a ball, quote unquote, that you believe in, but it would make it like 1,000,000 miles circumference, not a 25,000 circumference. Because that's the reality. Mathematically, it goes way beyond the sphere of what you know to be 25,000 circumference of a ball spinning in a vacuum space.
Wait, hold on. I mean, this is the last trolling thing I'll do. But remember Arwen's Pac-Man flat Earth, right? You guys remember that?
I don't give a fuck about that, bro.
What if Pac-Man like sphere Earth, like where you just it's a bigger Earth, but you kind of wrap around? You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that's fucking fantasy fairy tale Narnia, bro. Come on, bro. Don't throw that bullshit.
I know that's the
out.
last one. That's the last one. I'll stop trolling now.
You and I both know that's bullshit, so stop. There's no such thing as a Pac-Man. I can't fucking fly to Japan and end up on the other side of the fucking continent like miraculously. Bullshit, bro. Come on. But here's the deal. Here's the real deal. There is a dome of some sorts. Honestly, we don't know. We don't know the heights.
Maybe.
We don't know the depths. We don't know the lengths. That's written in scripture. Are you a believer, Arma? Do you in scriptures?
I'm pending.
Okay, I'll tell you what. In the scriptures, it literally says, if man can know the depths and the heights and the lengths, then God will pull man from earth because we cannot get to that point. He literally says in the scriptures that that's not even a possibility. In the scriptures, it says that.
Apocryphon, do you think that's the reason why he pulled Enoch?
By what?
So Enoch's supposed to have went with God, right?
Yeah.
Walked with God, and then he was gone. So
Yeah.
maybe he knew the fucking dimensions of the earth, and he was like, all right, you got to come with me now.
Hey, do you know that Enoch speaks very, very heavily on everything? And you know what Enoch said? Enoch himself said, not only he said that the moon and the sun are the same size, he explained in detail their circuit around the flat plane. Not only did he do that, he also said that he doesn't know the depths because the underworld, which is what we call, I guess, hell. He said,
Great Deep.
Yeah, the great deep. He does not know that. He will never know that. Enoch says that, and clearly that makes sense because God said, "No man shall know that." No man. And Enoch, by the way, in the writings, he was shown by angels these things. He was shown these things about the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars and all the celestial beings. But
Doesn't
he
he say something
never
about the
stated.
sun? Doesn't he say something about the sun?
Maybe
Doesn't he say
Enoch
something
was
about
missing
the?
a
Doesn't
he
he
and an
say
M.
something? Jesus fucking Christ! Doesn't he say something about the sun like speeding up and slowing down, or is that? Or am I fucking?
Yeah, exactly. He
Yeah,
says
like,
it because it has to make up when it gets further from the North Pole. It has to speed up because in the Enoch calls it quadrants. He says in the quadrants it speeds up so that it circulates and makes the day from night. Right? He says it. Dude. I think it's chapter 23. Off the top of my head, I think it's 23. I could be wrong, but read Enoch chapter 23, and it goes very, very in depth of the speed of the planetaries, celestial heavens or celestial beings, he calls it, and as well as how he explains the moon reacts according to the sun, and it's a beautiful harmonious rhythm, and it happens every fucking season. And it's interesting because he always calls it seasons. Always, there's seasons to this, and it's beautiful the way he says it. If you read it, it's really, really amazing the way he wrote it, honestly. But that goes into a whole nother realm. Some atheists will be like, that's bullshit, because they don't believe the scriptures. But it's crazy that the scriptures are very, very accurate, and they put it down. Like if you read it, like, dude, they have it down to the days and why we believe a certain calendar, which is off of the days. We go by a calendar that's not according to Enoch. That's why we have summer looking like winter and winter looking like summer, because we are off. We are going by a satanic model, literally. It's a demonic doctrine that we now believe, or should I say the ballers believe, because me, you, and everybody else, we've been pulled out of that, and now we see the reality. We see the truth.
Wait, what was that now? You said go back like literally like.
Did you say
15 seconds?
Seasons are demonic?
Some shit
No,
like that.
I said the calendar that we follow today is a demonic calendar because it takes away from the
Gregorian
creation.
calendar? Is that what you're referring to?
The Julian
We follow the
Gregorian.
Gregorian calendar, right?
Yeah.
That's the one we follow. At least here, like most people, at least in America, do. I don't know if I think they have different ones in like fucking the Middle East and like Asia and shit. But
yeah, no. What I'm saying is this: what we have in modern day science, quote unquote. I say quotes because it's bullshit. But in modern day science, we follow a calendar that goes against the creation of the calendar. That's why we have leap year. That's why we have days that don't match up with the moon. The moon used to always represent the first of the month, the middle of the month, and the end of the month. But for some reason, it's off in our calendar. But that's because we now follow a demonic calendar. It's a Satanist. It took us away from the creation. Anything that takes away from God's creation is demonic, is satanic. Bottom line. So if you look at the real calendar, it's different, and it makes sense why we are living in a fallen world. Bottom line, we live in a world where it's fallen.
bottom line,
yeah, real talk. And everything we follow today is not what was believed yesterday. And yesterday, way back in the day, they had it down. The stargazers, they call it in Hebrew. It's called the stargazers, and they knew exactly how the earth worked, the seasons worked.
I want to know what's more dense, the sun, the moon, or the air?
What are you talking?
That's a good question.
What's more dense, a bucket of ice or a bucket of
The
nothing?
sun, the moon, or the air? Not whatever Narnia is talking about back there.
What's more dense?
What's more dense, man? Jupiter, Uranus, or Demok's brain?
No, we don't know.
I was gonna say his brain. I was gonna say his brain. Shit, you beat me to it.
We don't have Uranus. We don't have that. That's Narnia.
I was gonna say
That's the type of questions you ask, man. That's the type of questions you ask.
Yeah, why are the sun and the moon floating on air? Are they more dense or less dense than the air? The questions you don't know what you're talking about that you can't conceive. It's not my fault.
Okay. Anyway, I was gonna say a cup of his brain because he always says
schooled
cups
by
and stuff.
Demont.
Well,
So,
I've been asked very. I've been asked.
Anything. Just a second.
I've been asked very specifically. I've been asked by Gambino very specifically. How does the sun in a flat Earth stay in the air and circle around us. And I was very, very clear. Hey, bro, ask God, bro. He's the one that placed it on its circuit, as it is written in scriptures. The sun and the moon were placed on their circuit, and they will float and they will go around on their circuit according to the way he made it. So that's not a question for me or any flat earther. That
No, it's for
question
the
is for
glober.
God.
Yeah. No, it's for the glober who believes in density and buoyancy and all that whatever the fuck from their chart of the periodic table or something with the atomic number, the idea of buoyancy or density, right? Ice cubes, they say, are more dense. A helium balloon, I mean, less dense. A helium balloon as a whole with the plastic is less dense. I mean, the craziest fucking shit. So, like they say, more stuff is less dense than less stuff. So, if I can push something out of the way, they say, well, that stuff getting pushed out of the way is more dense than you pushing it out of the way. I don't believe so. I believe it's the other way around.
I will challenge this, bro, to anybody that even has a fraction of belief in God, in a creator. Everything that they ask has to be for him, not for me, not for DMOC, not for anybody in this Discord. These things that are anomalies, these things that may not make sense to our minds because we are stupid in our we are in folly compared to the genius of the creator.
Microphone. Doesn't it say in the Bible that the prayers of like
A righteous man?
prayers no the prayers of a sinner is like an abomination to God or some shit like that?
Well, it
No,
says that
doesn't say that.
it says that the prayers of the righteous men are heard, but to a sinner they are not. Yeah, it says the prayers of a righteous man are heard, but the prayers to a non-righteous man are not. And matter of fact, a non-righteous man, righteous means a follower or righteousness is obedience to the law. Non-righteousness means disobedience to the law. So if you're disobedient to the law, then you're unrighteous. So a righteous man means you're following the law that God has put upon us. And if you disobey that, you are then unrighteous. But here's the thing. There's science in Hebrew, which means knowledge. It says, do not take, in Timothy 6, verse 10, I believe. He says, don't listen to these men that are claiming knowledge, aka science, of men, because it's foolishness to God. It's foolishness. It is not accurate. And don't mix that up. Don't collude it. Because if you do, then you will fall away from the faith, it says. If you start listening to the science of man, the knowledge of man, you will fall away from the knowledge of God. That's factual in the scriptures. That I'm just saying. So let any man step forward and try to claim the depths, the lengths, and the heights of the earth. You are then folly. You're foolish to the claims of what God spoke. He told Job, "Where were you when I placed the foundation of the earth? Where were you when I stretched out the firmament and the heavens above?" He was backhanding. He was smacking him, saying, "You know nothing." So if any baller want to try to be God, go ahead, by all means. But at the end of the day, you're going to be held accountable and then struck down for your nonsensical beliefs, because you did not want to believe the truth. And the truth is this: we do not know these things, but science, modern day science, schools and all across the world is going to teach you one thing.
Apocryphon. Would you say the earth is fixed and firm?
Absolutely. Because the scriptures say it. He said, I fixed it. He said it's unmovable. It is fixed upon the the pillars that I placed it. That's what he said. So yeah, you're right. I will say that, Fundy. I will absolutely 100 down because I'm gonna err on the side of what God said as opposed to what a Glober says. Every day, 1,000%. Because at the end of the day, I don't have to answer the Globers. I have to answer to the Creator.
So it's basically scripture over Glober claims, basically.
Absolutely. For me personally, I will say that. Yes. Because I know that there is a creator, because I look around and see there's creation. As it is written, he says that no man shall not be without knowing, because you've always had the creation around you to look upon it and realize there's a creator. So if you want to deny that, well, go ahead.
You're kind of made to witness it, right?
Exactly. That's what he says. You witness creation. So why do you deny it? Exactly, Fundy. Exactly. Go ahead and deny it, ballers. Go ahead. But you're going to have to answer to it. But hopefully the Spirit will tug at your heart to realize the truth. That what we're speaking, like, guess what? Flat earthers, quote unquote, because I don't believe it's even flat. I don't know the shape of the earth. I don't claim to know it. But if you're going to be a baller and deny creation and what has been placed, it's unmovable. It's not a ball spinning. He says it. He says, I place it. He formed it like a ring upon the clay and pressed it. It has nothing to do with the ball. Nothing.
Did he say it, or is it word in a book?
What?
Did he say it, or is it just words in a book?
The words in the book are what he said. You can believe it or not.
Who wrote the
You're
words?
right. You're right. It's just words in the book. You're right.
But
I'll
who
give you
wrote
that.
them?
What was that?
Who was it written by?
You're right. I agree with you, bro. You either believe it or you don't. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. A man wrote
Do you
it.
believe everything it says?
You know what? You either take it for all that it is or you don't.
Because
Bottom
it
line.
does say some pretty fucking crazy shit too.
Like you're right. I agree. I agree. You're right. It does.
Like what?
You're right.
Like what?
I gotta pull it up, but I'm in a game right now.
Okay, I'll pull it up for you. I'll pull it up for you. It says that it talks about gays and lesbians, then stone them. It talks about a man looking upon another man's wife and lusting. You're right. There's a lot of crazy things, and you should kill them. You just stone them. I agree with you. That's crazy. But
isn't that during like the Old Testament though?
Yes.
So
yes.
That's
Well,
under.
I mean,
that's under
So
a
what?
That's under a
says that.
situation. Can I fucking speak? That's under a situation where the government is a theocracy, right? Like the priests are in charge in that case. It's a theocratic society, right? It's society under God, not under a fucking anything else, right? So I guess the rules would be different considering there's like a second part of the Bible that applies to people who are not under a theocracy covenant, but are free, I guess, right? That's why they have the New Testament and the New and Old Covenant. One's for a specific nation of people with its own government. The others is for all of us, right? I'm not saying to believe it or not, but that's the concept. So those things that you would say would not apply to us because we're not part of the nation of Israel biblically. We're not fucking 3,000 years ago walking around with sheep or some shit.
Yeah, no, you're right, because it does say that we today are as sons and daughters that are grafted into the nation, but still obeying what has been, told to follow. But today we don't necessarily follow those same rules, and that is exactly why it's a fallen nation. Exactly why in America men are calling themselves women and women are calling themselves men. This is a fallen state. Now, in biblical sense, we would shut that down and say, no, stop. You're going against God's word. But we live in a time where that's just what is. But we're also living in a time where he says in Revelations that the
I
spirit of
disagree with
evil
that. I disagree
is
with that because in the New Testament it says like as long as it's not going against whatever you're commanded to do, you basically just want to make peace with whatever government's above you and like, you know, pay your taxes and shit or whatever. It doesn't say to
no,
like
but
rebel against.
that's a huge.
And the thing is, these rules, like there's certain rules that are like obviously not applicable because the new covenant specifically says so. It says those rules are for a nation. These rules are for like the people who fucking accept the faith or whatever. So
Yeah,
it's like
exactly. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. So guess what? So guess what? So
we're not in the situation of that we are in fucking Israel, and they apparently, according to the book, have a fucking device that they can talk to directly to God. So they have a device in the center of their fucking tent city that talks to God, and they're a nation who's ruled by priests who talk to God. We're not in that situation. And that's specifically outlined in the difference between the old and new covenant.
but no, hold on. I have to correct you. I have to correct you because remember, I don't know if you remember, but there was a story about the woman at the well, and Yeshua specifically says there will be a time where you don't have to be on that mountain or this city to worship God, but you will worship Him from your heart. So what you're saying is accurate. We live in a time where it doesn't matter if a man wants to call himself woman. That's not on us. It's what you believe in. It's what you do.
Right, but
It
I'm
falls on
saying
you individually.
in the new covenant it specifically advocates against that, right? But it does not specifically advocate to stone people. The stoning is when we're under a theocratic society. It's like the same thing as how a judge has corporal punishment.
Yeah.
In their society, they give out, that's part of their law, right? But we are not in the old covenant because we're not the nation of Israel. We don't have Levite priests who speak to God directly through an Ark of the Covenant shit. We don't have that. As far as I can fucking tell, that's not the government we're under. We're under some fucking bullshit Illuminati fucking shit, fucking dumb shit. But anyways, the new covenant specifically like states not to stone like those people, but it also specifically states not to participate. So it's like two separate rules. You know what I mean?
Okay, no, I hear you, but listen carefully.
He's listening.
It's not that we stone them, but matter of fact, he says, let them be, and that because they're going to be for the day of judgment. Don't worry about what they do. Don't worry about the Gentiles because
it says in the Bible that vengeance is God's. God vengeance.
Exactly.
But also, like in our case, this isn't like our nation, right? It's all like constitutional and shit, all that, whatever. But back in the day, it was like their nation. They're all the same people. You know what I mean? They're all intermarried, all that shit. But basically, like when we go to the courts, right? They administer a punishment for whatever they commit a crime. In their day, instead of having a Supreme Court, they just apparently had a fucking Ark of the Covenant, and God just said, "Yeah, okay, these are the rules. This is how you fucking administer it. Here's judges. Go out and judge people by these rules." Today, we don't have that. We have a Supreme Court, which is a bunch of guys, 9 guys, who fucking make decisions. So it's like that doesn't apply to us because we're not in that nation. We're not under that government. That government is gone now. It was destroyed, right?
Yeah, you're right. But here's the bottom line. You know better, should I say? If you are going to follow along these paths that go against what God says, that's on you. And for those that are going to follow,
Jesus says is love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, or something like that, right? So
yeah. So, and that's what it comes down to. It's a personal relationship. It's your choice. You can choose to take dick every Saturday or not, because that is either going to represent you going against God or you not going against God. And in that judgment, it's not up to us. It's up to God. But in the old days, it was up to us. It was up to man, and they would stone them for doing these acts. But in the New Testament, it tells you don't worry about that because it says specifically those I created those for the day of wrath and the day of righteousness. And you have to be on your own choice. It's a personal relationship. It's your choice. It's that free will you have. Now, you can do it if you want, but you could also not do it. And you will be, for a better, for a lack of better words, you'll be in good grace. You will be better than if you were just out there sinning every day. If you were out there committing these crimes against the word, if you will.
Don't they say like take up your cross and sin no more or something like that? You're
Exactly.
not supposed to sin.
Yeah,
After,
exactly.
after
Remember, he said, go, he told the woman, go and sin no more. He didn't say go and keep sinning. He said, go and sin no more. And he said, be perfect because your Father in heaven is perfect in the
And he said the
spirit of
first
it.
will be last and the last will be first.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So there's gonna be those that come to the belief later on, and they're going to be called first, as opposed to those who've known and believed all this time, but they will be last. Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying, going back to this flat earth debate, God was very specific on the creation that he made. Very specific. He said, I'm going to hold the four corners of the wind. Matter of fact, if you look at old Bibles, they show a flat earth map with the four corners and the angels at each corner, and the earth is in the middle with like this dome half shape. That is an old biblical map. But today's teachings in science and demonic, doctrines, they teach you a globe, that you are insignificant. You are a speck of dust in an infinite universe. They have taken God away from all that is.
And the sun is so much more than the moon, right? And so much more than Earth.
Well, they do say that the sun and the moon is nothing but a greater light and a lesser light. That's all it is. And the sun, is the day,
I'm
and
saying
the
in the
moon is night.
heliocentric model, Apocalypse, I'm saying in the heliocentric model, the sun is like basically everything. It's the cause for Earth. It's the cause for the moon. It's the cause for life.
Yeah, but they
The
don't
cause for
understand.
everything
But
so much
you know what
bigger.
that does? But you know what that does,
You know what I
Fundy?
mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But you know what that
Stop.
does? They're saying the sun is the reason instead of God. God is the reason why it all is. But they want to put the sun as the reason. They don't want to attribute God for being the reason why the plants grow and the trees sprout. No, they want to say the sun does that. And they have taken away from the creator of his own creation. And that's blasphemy. In my eyes, that's blasphemy, because you've taken away from what God has deemed to be and what isn't. But hey, that's an argument down the road, I guess, for ballers. If they want to believe that they're just a speck in an infinite universe, well, then so be it. Maybe they are made for the day of wrath. But those ballers that are called out of it to be known and revealed the truth, then maybe
They would be the last
they're the
that's
ones
first.
made for the day of righteousness.
The
I don't
last
know.
that are first.
What was that?
The last that are first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hopefully, one by one, ballers are called out of it. Hopefully. But hey, every day we come here and we hear ballers just spewing lies, and they're so stuck in the brainwashing and the programming of what we once were in, but we've been called out of. Hopefully they're also called out of it to see the truth, to see that no, it's not a ball. It's not this demonic doctrine that's been taught upon us that makes us insignificant in an infinite vast space. And hopefully they realize that we are a creation by the creator that's very special, extremely special. People believe that there's like 150 planets that might carry life.
Here's the problem, though. Here's what's stopping them from realizing that, because some of them that they come here, they're actually genuine about it. When looked at the model, the flat Earth model, it doesn't work. That's the problem.
Yeah, and in
Is
some
it doesn't
senses,
work.
in some
I know we
senses,
don't live on a model and on all this stuff, but we say all this, you know, heliocentric, sun, your spec, it fucks with your mind, your perception, and it all leads to this. The world's flat here. It's flat. And it doesn't work.
well, in some senses, the flat Earth idea could be seen as limiting God's glory, because the heliocentric model says that God's creation is so much more vast and bigger, like God's power and glory is so much bigger than us, and that we are a small speck compared to God's creation. And
Right.
so it could be seen as like limiting to say, oh, no, God just created this smaller flat Earth and that's it.
Yeah, but
Right, it's a
but again,
significant creation, right?
that is, but again, that goes back to this false belief. When they say, "Oh, you're saying God's not so powerful that He can make 150 other planets with creation and life," well, technically, if you read the scriptures, He never talks about that. That's not even talked about. So you either believe it or you don't. But what I would say is that the Word speaks about Earth alone with creation, and matter of fact, it says that He was happy when He saw His creation.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Didn't he supposedly make man in His image? I mean, that sounds like it'd be pretty important to Him. And then
Yeah.
supposedly he like came and did things like send like prophets or whatever and talk to people and send his own son. So it seems like it. I mean, didn't he put humans in charge of all the animals and shit? Like,
yep.
It just seems like a lot of the scripture specifically talks about. I mean, would something made in your image not be kind of important to you? I don't know. It just seems like the humanity or whatever is important to God. Basically, is what it seems to indicate in the book.
In the scriptures, it does. Absolutely. It separates us from just being this, coincidental clanging and banging and joining of molecules to make us in the Big Bang Theory and evolution, all that nonsense. Like it that whole theory takes away from God creating something that's beautiful, that's perfect. Hey man, what other creation can you think of is that when you get a wound, you heal it heals itself. The body literally heals itself. It's perfect, sort of, with some flaws, but it's perfect in its creation. And we take away from that. We devalue that by saying there might be aliens with 7 eyes and 3 arms. Like that's just a imagination of yeah.
Apocryphon. This guy was like experimenting with like different types of DMT or whatever. He's like one of the, I forget what his name was, but he was like one of the first scientists that was like cleared by the United States to like test it on human subjects. And he said like certain types and administer at certain levels, when they give it to people, they have a UFO experience. And so it's all just in their fucking mind. It's all just like he just literally inserts the fucking chemical into them in their bloodstream. That's how they were giving it to them, like in IVs. And they literally have a UFO experience. And it's like, they're obviously still there in the chair, right? In the room, but they're fucking having a UFO experience. So it's kind of weird, just like, it didn't happen. It was just all in those people's mind.
Well, one thing is this: the mind is pretty powerful, and you could imagine and dream up some crazy things, and a lot of people will even go beyond thinking that they have an ability to heal. But why aren't those people in cancer hospitals healing everybody? It's a falsehood. It's literally this
Why aren't they in the cancer hospitals healing everyone? Are you realize the world that you're living in right now? If it were even true, were they just gonna walk into hospitals and just start curing everyone?
That's my point. In their mind, they think they can, but they don't. They don't do that.
If it were true, like they could walk into what they would, it wouldn't happen.
I know. Hold up.
It wouldn't happen.
I think all Gloria is saying is that even if someone could cure cancer, the people in the hospital and I guess the government and I guess other people would not let them go into a hospital and start healing everyone anyway. Like if you found the cure to cancer, they wouldn't just let you walk in and just start like administering it to patients. You know what I mean?
Sue your ass immediately for fucking some medical bullshit.
They'll say you're like a terrorist or something, and you'll be put away. Right?
They'll pull up the Utah database of all the times you watched Pornhub and your phone was recording it. They'll leak that shit out too. You're fucked.
Yeah, you're right. Wanna know why? Because we live in a fallen world. A fallen world that's going to constantly demonize. Like, for instance, there's people that do claim that they can do these things. And you know what happens to them? For some strange reason, they get ostracized and then they mysteriously end up being killed or die. And nobody in this world even realizes that there are these people that exist because the governments as a whole, because it's a fallen world and ruled by a satanic, demonic realm, so to speak, it shuts all that stuff down. Because if you did that and if you proclaimed it, no, that's not what they want here. They rather you be some chick that gets a OnlyFans and perverts minds of millions of people because that's the fallen world we live in. They rather the disgustingness than the beautiful things that can happen in this world. There's men that been they've come to find the solutions and cures for sicknesses. You know what happens to those guys? They're silenced and killed because that's not that they don't like that here in the world. But again, this is a fallen world. It's supposed to be that way. Fallen, where things that make sense don't make sense. Where if I argue with someone that a man can't give birth to a child, we live in a day where they will argue with me. If I was working somewhere and I said that, I could get fired. It's it's looked down upon if I was trying to spread truth. That's just the world we live in. That's just what it is. Because it's a fallen world. And guess what? In Revelations, it says, as the day of Noah, as the times of Sodom and Gomorrah. And guess what we're living in right now? Those times. And that's when he'll come back. I'm just saying, man, the end days are near, man. Real talk. We're close to it, at least. It may not happen in our lifetimes, although World War III is about to happen, like, on our doorstep because everything's crazy right now. But maybe in our kids' lives.
Yo, I was watching this fucking YouTube video on this Rotas Square. It's some fucking Templar shit in France where they like encode letters and numbers into a square and it adds up and it spells things in Latin or whatever. So I was watching a video on it and they said like, oh yeah, there's a movie about it, bro. And you start watching the movie, bro, and the movie's named after like all the fucking words on the square itself. Like the movie's named Tenant, and the square has Tenant in the middle, and then the guy's name is Rotas, and then they're in an opera, and opera's one of the. It's like, honestly, the fucking like it's just like clear fucking shit right in front of your face. But if you didn't know that there was this square, the movie would just be a spy movie, and you're just like, oh yeah, no, it's just spies. But it's like, what is this shit? Like, you know what I mean? It's fucking weird.
Oh yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It's the times we live in, bro. We live in times where falsehoods are embraced and the truth is mocked. But as the spirit pours out into men and women across the countries, across the continents, slowly and surely, it's going to make its way. And it says that the truth will shine a light upon the lies, upon the darkness. And that's what I feel right now, bro. Like everything we speak about flat earth and stuff, we're just shining a light upon the truth. We are the truth. And we're trying to fucking expose the darkness. And eventually, those that are meant to hear it, it says, let he who has an ear, let him hear. And who those can see, let him see. And you either do or you don't. So where do you fit in that story? Where are you lined with that? Do you see it? Do you hear it? Do you reject it or do you accept it? That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Bottom line, go bow down, give your God source energy, and bow down to one of the archons or fucking whatever is overruling this fucking weird ass world. Just because your book told you so. Do that. Make sure you do that.
Well, it's more than just a book. It becomes a personal experience. When you personally experience something that science can explain, they can't, they can't, what's the
You're
word?
giving away your power to something unknown.
They can't
That's what you're doing.
quantify it. Well, no, but the power that you're talking about, hey, human power is nothing compared to the creator's power. We are weak.
Who said we're human?
Yeah, we're only human. You're right.
No. Who said we're human?
We're definitely human. Yeah, that's what we have in common.
We are human. We are made in the image of. And once it says in the
game
scriptures,
we're playing, this game of life, the game isn't solved by looking at that book and doing exactly as it says. It ain't that simple, bud.
I'll tell you what, it says, don't you know that you are of the king? Don't you know that your blood is of the king? So then why do you fall for this?
You, in your true essence, not your human form, what if you are the king?
Okay. But okay, that's fair. But I will still respect.
It's a big. Go ahead.
No, but I will respect that even if I'm a king, there's still a king of kings. There's
That's
still
what I
a
meant.
greater.
What if you are that?
Okay, yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. But even still, there's a king of kings.
No,
Great...
that right there.
Oh, you're saying I'm a king of kings?
Slow down, bud. Slow down. That, yes. What if you are that?
I'm not even worthy of that, bro. The same
your
way.
Human form, you're definitely not. Neither am I. But
The
what
same
if in your
way,
essence, you are that?
No, none of us are the King of Kings, and none of us ever will be the King of Kings. That's reserved to God Almighty.
The same way that John said, John the Baptist, he said, I'm not even worthy of strapping the sandals of the king. I'm not even worthy of that, bro. I'm just human. I'm just human.
The human said that. The human said that.
Yeah. The human said that. And all of us are humans. All of us.
Do you consider yourself to just be the flesh?
I'm flesh and spirit and mind, body, and soul.
All right then. What if that spirit is not just a lesser spirit? What if you are the ultimate spirit?
I'm not that
no.
arrogant
What
to
if
say that.
you, not me, you are the ultimate spirit, and by reading this book, the very power you have, you're giving it away.
I hear what you're saying. I just
Yeah,
would not
that's
even.
it. That's all I wanted to say. You know, like
I hear
I'm
you.
not saying
I
I
hear you.
believe it or not, but it's something to consider.
I hear what you're
All
saying.
bets are on the table at this point.
I hear what you're saying, but I personally, I wouldn't even count myself worthy of being such stature.
You keep saying that. You keep saying that because you're programmed to, when you say such things, people around you kiss your ass and say, "Look at him, look at him." You're doing nothing when you say that, besides posturing yourself and littling yourself.
Well, I will say this. Well, I will say this. When the spirit is speaking, I hold authority. I get that, and I do, and I try to, because when I hear ballers speaking lies against the very foundations of what the scriptures speak, you're right. I do get zealous over it, and I do hold myself above what they're saying, and not arrogantly, but spiritually. I feel like I have to. So you're right. There are points in the spirit of things. You're right, because the spirit is royalty. You're right. I at times I do hold myself.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think like outside of the carnal body, and I think the carnal body is in the complete domain of, I guess, the God, and I would say, but in the inner domain of us, like your individual self, you have like three parts, I guess. The first part would be like the witness or the observer. Second part would be like the will or your choices, and the third part would be like your spirit or like what you feel. You know what I mean? And I think outside of that, when it comes to your body, the ground, the air around you, all of that, that's all in the domain of the God. Because like, if I was the Most High God, then all those times that I really wished for something and really thought it to come and it didn't happen, like it just shows that you're not, that it's out of your control. Your choices are in your control. Your
Yeah.
choices are in your control. What you witness is part of you, and then your spirit, what you feel, I guess, is in your control. But like the actual, what your body does when you get sick, you can't really control it. Like you get hurt, when you get bruised and you fall, you can't really control it. You know what I mean? It's all in the domain of an outside force. Because if it wasn't, then what I wished to come and what I truly wanted would actually manifest and come to be.
If I was the higher king, if you will, I would not be in my situation. I would not let people that I love and know go through certain things. But again, it says just as he
Bro, I would save people from dying. I would raise people back from the dead.
Sure you would.
I
Yeah,
would put, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. But just as Matthew said, Matthew
Bro,
learns.
you got to stop giving power to these quotes and words. Speak, use logic, use your heart, use your mind.
But listen. Just as Matthew Learns said in text chat, he said it right. He's Isaiah 55, 8 and 9. He said, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord." So he's very accurate in that, bro. That Isaiah very accurately put it, bro. We are not the higher. We are not. And
Your human
as much
form, our human forms,
as
we're
much
not.
as much as you want to try to invoke that we are, we're not, bro. We're not. We are not the
I think what
creators.
Glory's trying to say is that when we go to spirit form, we go to something greater than perhaps our human form, and we still don't know what that might be. And perhaps you signing yourself to this book, I don't know. I kind of lost my track.
I will say this. If we were anything higher than ourselves can even imagine, then everything we talk about, we would have an
Not as
answer.
humans, but in spirit. Once we die, perhaps we go to something greater than being just our human form, spirit form.
Even still, man, even the angels bow down to the Most High. how are we not doing the same? How are we going to be above it? It does say that we will judge angels, but we are going to be judging the fallen angels, the ones
Simple
that
worshiping just to worship is a disgraceful act that if I were the God and I would be disgusted. Worship just to worship. You can worship because you're thankful, because you acknowledge the glory and see all that it does, but just oh, you're the most high. Let me come kiss your ass. That's exactly what it is. We don't want to be quick to kiss ass. Our goal in this life is not to find someone or some thing's ass to kiss. When you're the creator and you
what? What did he say?
Hello? You really think your God is waiting for you to go just to run up there and worship and kiss his ass? Like you think your
Yes,
most
he
high is
tells us
waiting for
that.
you?
He tells us to worship him.
The most high that creates infinite universes, that infinite and exist outside of time, outside of creation. It created creation. The very
Yes,
source of
that
everything
same one. He
wants
commands
his
us to
You
worship.
you would
wants his
think he would
human.
be above ego and above all that
No, it's not. It's
essence
not because of
that
his
human
ego.
qualities have, because that's something of human quality, wanting to
I'm
be
not even
worshipped.
saying he doesn't want his
You don't
humans to
think
love
God would
him
be
and
beyond
Can I
appreciate
that?
him.
can I say can
Yeah.
I say something? Can I say
Please,
something about
thank
the
you.
worship? I want to say something about the worship. Maybe the command is not for him, but it's for us because he's the best thing to worship. Or else, if we don't worship him, we're going to go and worship things of the creation. So
Only
maybe
a
the law is
false
not for.
god.
Maybe
Sorry.
the law is not for him to gratify himself. Maybe the law is for us because the best thing for us to worship is him. Thank you.
Only, in my
Absolutely.
opinion, only a false fucking god would find importance of literal worship. Like I stated earlier, what the fuck does worship do? You can show appreciation. You could acknowledge my laws and rules and live by them. You could love your neighbors. You can bite your tongue and hold your anger. But coming here and kissing my ass, what the fuck is that gonna do?
It does nothing for God. He commands us to do it for our sake.
Yeah. The possible Yahweh Enlil fucking Archon fake
But
one.
but the wisdom behind it is that you are still recognizing your position. That's the wisdom in it. You are
Again,
not above him. He's
you don't
above
know that.
you.
You don't know that.
He says we're not. He says your
You
thoughts are
don't
not
know
my
the book is
thoughts.
a lie and you're not actually above him. You don't know that.
Well, I would say this: if a man is to think that he's above God, then you're gonna get smited, and
Bro,
you're gonna
your
get humbled.
father is not going to be pleased with you by
Lightning
you
bolt.
amounting yourself to nothingness. Your father,
I'm not No, I'm not. I'm not amounting myself to nothingness. I just know my place. Does the son
but
not
what's
respect
your
his
place?
father?
Like you're putting
Okay,
yourself
okay, okay,
down. Like,
okay. Let's take it in a human aspect. Okay, let's take it down to earth.
all right,
If a son thinks he's greater than his dad, what does that do for the son? If a son tries to say, I'm fucking better than you, the dad's gonna say, oh, really? Then you pay the bills, you little asshole.
what
And the
about the
son's gonna say,
version? What about the version of the creator creating creation out of itself into infinite forms and experiences creation through each of those creators' eyes? Why do you have to be a submissive less than? I'm not saying you're God or trying to convince you you're God. I'm trying to convince you
because
this possibility
no,
is
no,
real and it's
no,
out there.
no. I'll tell you why. Because honestly, we were created to do so. We were
Yo,
made. We were made in His image,
bro, you keep
and we
quoting
were
me
made.
a
We were.
text. I need you to step
We,
outside your text. Use
I'm.
it
I'm
because
going
I
to
know
tell
it's
you.
important for you. But like,
Listen. Do you have children? Do you have kids?
bro, this is not the way. Do better.
Just listen. Just walk down. Just walk with me down this path. Do you have kids? Do you have children? A daughter or a son? Do you have one? Yes or no? Hello? Hello, hello. Mic check. Did I go out? What's going on? Did
I
I
can
lose
hear you.
connection?
I
Yo,
can hear
In the
you. I can hear
event,
you. I
in
can
the
hear you
event
loud and
where reality and the creator is as
okay,
is in
hear me
in
out.
in in the Bible. Hold on, I'm about to end it and pass it back to you. If it's how it is in the Bible, like that's actually how it's going on, then I agree with you.
Yeah, I posted a
Humans know
link.
their place.
First
There is a
Chronicles
rightful
16.
creator. You fucking give your worship. Now at that point, it wouldn't be kissing ass. It would be you're giving your fucking to the rightful creator. Created you, everything. So I don't need I don't need like an example of whether I have kids or not to understand that. I understand that. I
Yeah,
just keep pointing out that there's this all these other possibilities where you're not like some second rate, second class, less than. Why choose to be that when you don't know?
because that's who we
But
are. We are
but
second class compared to God. It's clear.
exactly. He says it in
That's
his
it
word.
then the Matrix in the reality where you are the creator and you're experiencing itself like you're the one, you're the anomaly.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's false.
Hold on. And you come in the Matrix, the worst thing the anomaly can do in the Matrix is not acknowledge his own greatness. And the Matrix, through its all these religions, they convince you that you're basically subservient.
No, God tells
Okay,
us that we are subservient to Him, and He
I
commands us to worship Him.
you don't live. You
I
don't live
just
in a
told you
computer
in
game.
the example where God is the anomaly, and you just threw your. You guys got to keep up,
okay.
man. Come on.
Wait,
Oh, hold on.
we're all
Hold on.
God.
The reason why I asked if you have children, because you will understand what I mean on my next sentence. Because when you have children,
Say it. I'm about to leave,
when you
bro.
have children, you will understand that what you say is authority in the house. If you tell your child, don't go outside, he's not going to go outside. Why? Because dad told me. If you have a child and you say, don't turn on the TV, you're not going to turn on the TV because you're the child and he's the dad. So when God, as the
What a
father,
shitty analogy, bud.
no,
What a
it's
shitty
not a shitty
analogy you
analogy.
made us wait through.
No.
That was a
It's called
fucking horrible
authority.
analogy. And
No,
I'll
it's
tell you
called
why.
authority.
I'll tell
It's
you
called
why.
authority. Oh, go ahead.
Because the child came out of the cunt, had the mother and father raise them, could see them. And it's clear in this situation, you don't know which book is the true one. You
But did
could
I
look
just
at
hear that right?
reality and look at it, everything's intelligently designed and irreducible complexity, a sacred geometry at the root and physics of everything, and you could be like, this is no accident. Something didn't just blow up and we ended up here. And that's
Right.
it.
But I didn't create it,
Now
so I'm not
going
God.
further and confirming that which we cannot confirm physically, at least here, is beyond me. I'm a truth seeker.
But what I'm trying to tell you is this: you, as the child, will be obedient to the father. If you have a father yourself, you know that everything you do, if your dad told you, you should follow. Maybe not. I don't know. That's your own personal venture or journey. But I'm just saying, there's an order to things, and
And
in
the
the
order to things
scriptures.
doesn't always apply.
But
Some people have shitty fathers.
Oh, you're right. You're right. But God is the true
And
Father.
you also ignored the possibility where you are the most high.
Yeah, it's false. We are not
All
the
I'm
Most High. None
saying
of
is
us are.
without confirming, without me, I'm not an atheist. I'm not arguing against God. I'm arguing against specifics. I've got all these things on the table.
Okay,
I'm a truth
I have a
seeker.
question. Does the Most High like piss and shit and burp like I do, and have lustful thoughts and like lie and shit? Is that what the Most High does?
Yeah. So
Because if you're saying I'm the Most High and I do that shit, that's the attributes of the Most High. Is that what you're saying?
yeah. So apocryphon. That's all. I fully agree with you. if reality is as it is and explained in the Bible, I'm with you. But
Well,
me
you either
personally,
believe it or you don't.
I know that possibility, and I'm keeping it very near to me. But there's so
Well,
many other ones,
well,
including these various theories of we're in a matrix archon world and our world was taken over by parasitic entities, and don't go to the white light when you die, and this is a karma reincarnation trap, whether it be organic. All these things are on the fucking table for me.
Yeah, but you can look
I
at
get
the evidence for that and see that they don't add up, so you can dismiss them as false.
Yeah, you go do that.
I
You
did.
go
Yeah, I did.
do what you just said.
I will say this. I will say this. It says in the scriptures, "Let a man to his heart be." If you believe one thing or another, he says, "Let him be." At the end of the day, we're all going to know the truth. We're all going to. It says, "Every knee shall bow." Now, you can believe that or not. That's fine. But in my heart, I believe that. Now, an atheist.
Only a hateful, vengeful, antichrist, parasitic archon entity would conclude with such a thing.
No, that's not true.
You know, a loving, most high creator will say, you know, every heart will beat with ecstasy as they some shit like that. You know, the flowers will blossom at the sight of every knee shall bow. Like the most high, like the creator of everything needs to like bend your knee. Are you serious? You understand? Even if the
Yes.
Most High, listen, if the Most High were to even spawn here, not in human form, but in heaven form, which is fire, which is basically plasma, the light of them would fucking blind our eyes just upon sight. If that were even, this every knee shall bend crap, and then you envision yourself bending the knee, and tears are coming out of your eyes, and I'm saved. I'm just a poor little human, my Lord. You've come to save me,
Right. That's right.
That's right.
There's real, based on my studies, if the world were not to be that way and it were to be another way, that way of thinking is very, very detrimental to a just good luck.
We don't base our beliefs based on what is convenient. We base our beliefs on what is true.
I don't think it'll be like, "Oh Lord, thank you for saving us." I think it'll be like shameful because our.
Can I ask Apocrypha on something?
Yeah.
Do you think that we're limited to knowledge and truth?
Absolutely. It says
Who's creating that limit? I'm sorry, right on to the next question. Who's creating that limit?
God. The Spirit.
What?
It
What do
says
you mean by
it says specifically that the Spirit is what will reveal the truth to you. That's why it's encouraged that you bow down in obedience and ask for the gift of knowledge and understanding. And when you ask for it, it will be given. So absolutely, it's based upon a personal relationship, and if it's willing to
That's
give
not the
you that.
that's not the kind of knowledge I'm talking about.
Well,
Anybody can
no, I'm
pray
sorry.
and have a belief in a God and have an understanding of
Okay.
goodwill. But what about this
Okay.
type of knowledge that we don't have access to?
I do believe that only certain people are given certain knowledges, or knowledge of, should I say? That's why. Let's rewind back. Well, yeah, true. If you read the Apocryphas, it says that the fallen angels are the ones that taught man of war, taught women to paint makeup upon their face, and all these certain knowledge of, and yeah, there is a demonic thing to that. So you're right. Some knowledge is wrong, or should I say, not of the Spirit. But that doesn't mean that even still that God allows that to happen.
Do you think the most valued truth of how we can understand ourselves, do you think that's in circulation right now?
Absolutely. Yes, that's
Okay.
that's probably the
People align
epitome.
with it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How would anybody align with this absolute awesome channeling of truth?
Well, he says that my sheep know my voice, and I'm the good shepherd.
But there's a difference between being a follower of the Word of God and having like
Isn't
secret
it that
heretic knowledge.
Isn't it that you're called or something like that? You're called.
Absolutely. He says you didn't choose me, I chose you. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it says. So if you even give yourself to this belief system, it's not because you did it, it's because he's called you to believe in it. And it's upon your free will to accept it or reject it. That's why we have atheists till this day.
How come God wants to limit the amount of knowledge that his followers have? Meanwhile, people that are purposely defying God are able to hoard knowledge that is able to like enslave and control people. Like, why do they get
How are you
remember
saying
this.
that he wants? Well, can you explain where do you find that he's trying to stop you from getting knowledge?
Well,
Yeah, he
I,
says,
I, I
"Seeketh
find it
and you."
funny
He
that it
says,
took me
"Seeketh and you
33
shall find."
years. Sorry, I just want to answer that, bro. It took me 33 years to come across the flat Earth. So why the hell was that? Kind of like.
Yeah, and you've finally been called out of it, right? You've finally been called.
Hold on. Do you think
Go
that's
ahead.
God's will to keep you away from that knowledge?
I'm sorry?
You think that's God trying to make you keep you away from that knowledge?
I think that there's a funny group of people that have been persistently creating the narrative of the monotheistic God. Meanwhile, they're also making jibby jabs and suggesting that you don't believe in God in the same breath, and that the absolute truth is not in circulation.
Do you understand that Scripture tells you to look for knowledge as his buried treasure?
Okay.
So it's not telling you to don't look for knowledge. It tells you watch out for that so-called science. In other words, like pseudoscience or stuff that are claimed to be science.
Yeah, and it says that like seeking out hidden things and wisdom is like the pursuit of kings or something, or emperors or some shit like that.
Absolutely. So here's the thing. Here's the bottom line. You, as it says in Psalms, wisdom is like a woman on the streets calling out for the men, and those that don't come into it are wise.
So I think that people take the the tree and the fruit as to it bringing in that's what brought in knowledge, but it's actually the knowledge of truth and evil. In other words, we were gonna be able to gain knowledge without having to worry about what was good and evil.
Well,
supposedly evil is necessary because God created it, though, right?
Well, remember, it says in the scripture that I cause chaos and form peace for my dealings, for what he wants to be. So if you go out and on this path and journey of life and just be a complete asshole, well, guess what? He might have made you for that, because that's what he does.
The people over at Fives Arena are complete douchebags, and they're rolling in money right now.
But who knows?
You're right.
Yeah, but who knows if
what's the treasures of this life worth the treasures of the next life?
But who knows if the knowledge of good and evil wasn't going to given to us, but probably wanted us to grow first, maybe into actually
exactly. Look at it this way: when you plant a seed in the ground, and you can't expect it to be a full-grown tree the next day. Eventually, it will grow and give fruit. So, in your understanding, in your baby situation of a seed, you are doing one thing or another, but eventually you might give fruit. Maybe not. You might not. I don't know. It's up to God. It's God that increases. One plants and one waters, but it's God that increases. So everything in knowledge doesn't mean you're going to get overnight. No, it might take years. You said it took you 33 years. Guess what? Well, it takes a tree 4 years to give a really good, bountiful fruit. It takes time. And some people, it might take longer. So,
And you think
if
that's the will of God to make somebody wait 30 years to come to some basic necessary to know type truth? That's God's
it
will.
says that
Can I say
it's in
something?
His
Can I
time.
say something real quick? Can I say
Yeah,
something
yeah,
real
yeah.
quick? Yeah, it is God's will because it came to pass, and it's not the fact. It's There's two ways to look at it. There's one way to, oh wow, like I know the truth after 33 years, or fuck, why didn't it come sooner? So it's not that God's will is imperfect, it's that you are looking at it from a frame where it's not good enough, whereas instead you should be grateful that after 33 years it was revealed to you.
It's probably you that wasn't paying attention.
It took me 37 years. So congratulations. You found it sooner.
How many times have you read scriptures? And I mean, I've read scriptures all my life and saw all the information, but never actually came to until actually look for other information, which, then gave me that, oh, snap. Scriptures been have said that.
Yeah, for me, it's like I started reading scriptures and now we're here.
Hey, listen. I've been a full-blown believer since I think I was 8 years old when I raised my hand at Sunday school and accepted Christ in my heart. I was 8 years old. But you know what? I was 37 years old when I started realizing, oh my gosh, everything I believed in school about a round earth spinning around the sun and the heliocentric model was a lie. It took me 37 years. So
Plus,
count yourself.
I was gonna
What?
say, like, in the fucking scriptures itself, it doesn't constantly talk about the world and the earth and all that. It actually specifically says not to worship the world and things like that. It says that there's more important things like doing the right thing and being righteous. So like, it's not it's more of a side note what the earth's shape is really. If you read the scriptures and interpret it, right, it kind of makes it more about your choices and a lot less about where things are geographically located.
Check me out.
Well,
Let me
here's
say
what I
this.
find interesting. If it was very, very important for us to know a heliocentric model, wouldn't that have been in the scriptures to begin with? But on the contrary, it never spoke about that, but it did speak about a world that is unmovable, that the depths can never be found or discovered, the heights and the lengths can never be known, and that it was pressed upon like a ring to the clay, and he put the face of the earth like a compass and spun it, and he made the sun and the moon accordingly. Like, think about all those things. He says so much stuff in the scriptures that is totally against the ball earth. But don't you think that if that was important to him, he would have told us that is a heliocentric model in the beginning? But he didn't. Let that sink in. Let that resonate and go from there.
Why would these people that 100% control information give you access to the truth like this?
Well,
If
that's the
there is
beauty of the
inflation.
Bible. That's the beauty of the Bible.
Haven't people burned at the stake throughout the centuries for having Bibles, and that it wasn't until someone started printing it that like people actually got their hands on it and stuff. So like, yeah, I don't know. People have been trying to suppress it for a long time.
You're right.
The very church that proclaims to follow the book, the very mother church that proclaims to follow the book, is the very same one that tried to repress people and keep them from being able to read it for 1,000 years plus, bro. For over 1,000 fucking years. What are you fucking talking about? For over 1,000 years, they
How do
tried
you
to
know
stop
that?
people from reading it.
I mean,
because
that's a
that's
wild
that's
claim you
what's.
think you can make with your lifespan right now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. But at the same time, historically, it was very, very suppressed. And matter of
Wait, so
fact,
is this guy? Are you
the
saying how do I know that? Are we throwing out all of history and we're just gonna go from like? So we're just gonna say that all of history is a lie, and then we maybe until like the last our parents' generation, but we can't look past that, and all of
I
history is
mean,
lies. Is that
I've
what
heard
you're
many
saying? Is that
things
what you're?
about
Is
this
that what you're?
history.
Is that what you're? Okay, so that is what you're
I've
saying.
heard a
Just
lot of things
confirming.
about this supposed history that aren't what you're saying. So,
well, how about this? How about this history? The scriptures, the Bible, has been
But I'm
the
quite curious what that other
longest.
guy just
Hold
alluded
on,
to. What?
hold on. How about this fact? It's a fact. The Bible is the longest printed book ever to be written. How about that?
isn't it a compilation of multiple books over time?
Anyways,
It,
what were
it,
you saying about? Wait, hold up, go back.
it's,
He was saying some shit like he basically said like, well, how do you know that happened? And then I asked him, is there an alternative history? And then he said, well, maybe there is. This is what I heard about. So I'd like you to explain that because like you can't just reject it and then just be like, oh, because if you're just gonna reject it and not replace it with anything, then we might as well just say we can only go back to our grandparents' generation. Everything behind that we can't know for sure, right? So like, what is your proposed? Are we gonna do that, or are you gonna have some proposed revision to history?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of things. You could plant evidence. You could, convince people that Noah's Ark really got dug up and was preserved in lava for 4,000 years. Yeah, you could go ahead and believe all that stuff. I will continue to be a skeptic. It's not enough for me.
well, if you're a skeptic, let me just share some light. The scriptures were believed to be an accurate thing for many, many years. And then all of a sudden, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in the 1900s, the late 1900s, through archaeology. And they found that those same writings translated were the very same book that we follow today. So it gave validity, I'm sorry, yeah, no, that's right. It gave it that
Validity.
what's the word I'm looking for?
It gave credence to it.
I
Yeah,
gotta ask
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
about the
yeah. There you go. And there are a few words here and there that are off. I get that, but the overall, it gave credence that, oh damn, this is the same book that was written thousands of years ago, and we are still following that book till this day. Now it does come down to belief. I'll give you that. You either believe it or you don't, because
And
there are
the
people.
same royal families are still in power today.
You're right, but you know what? Those don't know what the royal families don't have.
Wait,
They
no,
don't have.
hold up. This guy said that there's an alternative history, but now you're invoking royal families in the past as if the history is true. It's either one or the other.
Dude, I'm gonna
Either
need
you
you
know
to
that,
take
either
your
you know.
emotions out of this conversation.
Hold up. No. I'm just saying. Either you know the history of these royal families, and the history is true, or the history is false, and you need to revise it
Every time I say
and tell us
something,
how.
I don't get a chance to elaborate.
Go
No,
ahead.
no, but
I'm
you're right though.
not
Electric.
looking at it. Let him speak.
Well,
Give him the floor. Give him the
yeah,
floor. Just give him the
yeah,
floor. Usurp what?
electric. You're right though, electric. You're right in what you're
You
saying.
brought up the Dead Sea Scrolls. Do you know who John M. Allegro is? One of the 10 people commissioned to translate them.
How okay, now get what?
Do you
Guess
know?
this.
Do you know about his book, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross? Have you heard of this?
Yeah, I know about that book. Yeah, I've heard of that.
So are you
Okay,
saying that?
so you heard of it. So what
Are
do you know
you
about it?
are
I mean,
you
I'll tell
saying
you about it.
are you saying
He
that it takes
basically,
away from?
It's another version of history supposedly being suppressed, detailing
Okay.
pretty much an alternative timeline.
So when you have authors and historians from way back then writing books about this so-called Torah, when you have them documenting themselves about this book that's been written 4,000 years ago, are you going to discredit all the authors that circulated around it?
Yes.
Like Joseph just what's his name? Josephus or God, I'm so gone right now. Josephus or Josephus. There you go. Are you going to take away Josephus and the dozens of other historians from that time that documented and they align with what we're talking about? And by the way, it's not just us as Americans. There's other cultures that go back even further. And matter of fact,
Well,
they will
I think
laugh at you.
I think this whole mushroom, what was it, like the mushroom book, whatever, it basically says that the whole like Old Testament and New Testament is like a myth, basically. Like
No.
Hercules is
Oh
a
my
myth.
gosh. Do not butcher this
Yeah, it
book.
does. Yes, it does. It says that Jesus didn't exist, and there was all of it is just
Wow.
an
Totally
all of it
not
is
what
just
the book was
the
about
Holy
at
Grail. The
all.
Oh
Holy Grail is
yeah,
just
no,
the
that's
Holy
yeah.
Grail. The book Holy Grail is an allegory for the fucking mushroom, and you
Bro, if
fucking
you
drink
didn't
the
read the
blood of
book,
Christ,
please
all
don't
that shit.
butcher it as if you did.
All right, you tell me what I got wrong, and you explain it.
The Nicene Council were on mushrooms. It's as simple as that. And the Jesuit order that was responsible for revising these old scriptures, they were making a compilation it was the new version. Okay, there was Old Testament, and here comes the new fancy Jesuits with the New Testament. It's that simple.
Well, I would
But
say, I would
You're
say,
saying
I would say
you're
the
saying the
council.
Jesuits. You're saying the Jesuits wrote the New Testament.
no, I'm just saying. No, I might have said that wrong. Go ahead, correct me.
Are you alluding to the council of the canonizers that picked out what books to follow and which ones not to?
Are you talking about 325 AD, Caesarea, Council of Caesarea?
That's
Yeah,
not even really
when
what
they
I'm talking about. I just pointed that
oh
out in
okay.
case you were aware of this alternate version of history that has been written about in the Bible. Okay,
Well,
that's all. That's the
is
only
it?
reason I pointed
I
that.
get you. I get you. I get what you're saying. But is it safe to say that no matter what man has deemed of what is and what isn't, does that still take away from a creator?
That's exactly what you have happening 1,000 years ago: is man telling you what is and what isn't.
No. I get that. I get that. And you know what? That's still happening till today. They're still telling
Yes.
you what is and what isn't. But
Yes.
what I'm saying is does that take away from a creator? Because if you look around, there's creation. Go out to your backyard and see grass and trees growing. There's creation. What man is going to argue that there is creation?
The
And if
context
you
you have to assign to this omniscient creator being is being given to you by these people that I think are just regular men.
okay, I hear you, and that's why I say it's a personal belief. You either believe it or you don't. No matter what man has said, both on the argument of for and the argument of against, it comes down to what do you believe, and ultimately that's all it is. Do you believe that there's a God? Yes or no? And then, do you believe that he's a creator? Yes or no? Do you believe that he gave these tablets to Moshe back in the day? Yes or no?
I
Do you
believe
believe that?
yeah, yeah.
Do
I
you believe
believe
that?
there is. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, do you believe the prophets and when they prophesied and it came to pass? Because historians will tell you that these things did come to pass because they have found ancient cities, they found burial plots, they found, all these different things that the stories spoke about in these ancient scriptures. But are we going to believe are we going to believe the archaeologists at this point? Like, I get what you're saying, but it's giving you this doubt. And I
Okay,
feel like, okay, go ahead.
jibby jab land. We're in the stupid pandemic, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want you to believe that this is some random virus from outer. I don't know what they want people to think, that it just sprouts, it grows from the grass, right? Everybody believes that it is random, that they need to go and align with all this stuff. I think the same thing goes to be said about a monotheistic God. We just align with it because it's strongly suggested. I hate to use the gibberino as an example, but let me try to elaborate on that. What I'm saying is, It was probably a means to control people thousands of years ago by deceiving them, telling them that they need something that they really don't, saying that some omniscient being is going to curse you and condemn you if you don't follow the rules, as I say. And when you don't follow the rules, now you're getting sick. Now your kid has a cough. Now you can't see. You're blind. All of your crops are dying. You know, the result of not obeying authority. They just create an authoritative figure in everyone's mind and say that it's omniscient and that if you don't obey, then you're going against his will. And that's a superiority complex that I don't think everybody 100% needs to grow and have access to knowledge. Thanks.
Okay, well, that's a belief, and that's fine. You can run with that till you're blue in the face. It's if that's what you want to believe, then believe it. There's
No, it's
nothing
not about
stopping
wanting
you.
to believe anything. I find myself here after 33 years of being a devout, God-believing, Bible-slamming type person. My whole family's Christian. I ain't like, I ain't like wander here with my eyes closed. Like, let's play some trolley games. Like, I'm convincingly at this point, like, questioning God. Like, every single day I question this shit. So that's why
Have you
So wait. What's the alternative to a creator God exactly?
Creator is not omniscient and outside of us. He's actually inside of everything. And we are just as much of a creator as we claim this omniscient being is. And that they're stripping us of the reality that we are all Christ-like. Jesus told us that we are supposed to be of and walk in his footsteps. And then they're telling us, you'll never be like Christ. You were born with sin. So therefore, you can't be without sin. Therefore, you're not Christ-like.
But that's the real telling you that. That's the real telling you. That's why if you read your scriptures, you'll know that that's a falsehood. You'll know that.
Yes, that's
you
what
read.
It's false to believe that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're right. I agree with you. And believe it or not, there's plenty of scripture to back that up, and I agree with you. But here's the real deal. Do you personally believe? Have you ever read the book of Job entirely?
I've heard the story of Book of Job. I didn't get a chance to read it again recently. No.
Okay, I will say this: read Job entirely, because that story, that scripture, I think really puts man in its place. Real talk, like that's I put that I bet my life on it. That puts man in their place, because when you read it, you'll understand, especially Job 38 or 33. No,
Let me
38.
ask you something.
Go ahead.
If we could reset, clean slate, all ideas, fresh generation, do you think they'll just start being like cannibals?
Cannibals?
Yeah, like give them a fresh slate, no suggestions of this current world. Do you think that these kids will just grow up and you teach them normal stuff? Just eliminate all the monotheistic stuff, all the evil peddling of mainstream narratives. Get rid of all that. Do you think this kid's gonna grow up eventually and want to like kill people?
No, I don't think so.
That's awesome. I don't think so either. I think we should all have more faith in people that aren't, having all this access to this awesome Christ type knowledge. There's remote islands where people don't ever hear this stuff. Am I to believe that they're just going to eventually become cannibals?
I don't think that people will lead to cannibalism, because we have plenty of food. And matter of fact, the scriptures will let you know that to every seed begot a seed, and it's there for you to eat. I don't know why you would have to revert to eating humans, because there's plenty of food to eat otherwise. But I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying, but
Yeah, so
I'm
like,
just
does a
saying.
belief in God like draw you from goodwill? I mean, like, that's not what I meant to say. I meant to say, does not ever coming across monotheism, does this bring you closer to being violent?
Well, hold on though. There are known Aborigines in the middle of like forests that never even learned about a church or a god, but somehow they still worship a creator because they do give thanks for when it rains, and they like when they're known that when they kill an animal, they have this weird innate understanding that when a life is given, that they give thanks, and that they thank whoever created it for their own pleasure, or necessity, to whether eat it and or to take the skin and make a coat, or to make the fur of an animal. They'll keep them warm. Like there's this crazy, no different than how does a deer know how to walk when it falls out the cunt? How what's in the deer, or what's in an animal? What makes a certain animal do the things it does
But you said
without
something I
ever
wanted to
being taught?
address. You said something really that I wanted to address.
Go ahead.
Damn, I
Go
forgot
on.
what it was. Well, what did you say right before that last part?
I'm about Aborigines, so they will like
Yeah.
kill
Okay,
an animal.
I got it. Yeah. Context of what you mean by a creator. I'm sure a lot of these ancient civilizations would tell you they worship the earth, they worship the sun, they worship their mothers, they worship the plants, the animals. It's never like a invisible, send you to hell type God. Like, where does that come from? And Christians, like, I hear Christians all day like unaligned with the idea that there's this level of condemnation to be had. If you're just like not a good person, you're just going to burn. And I hear a lot of people, they don't want to talk about that. That's what's entertained in the religion. That's the general consensus. Even if it's not truly to be interpreted like that from the Bible, why is
Yeah.
that narrative flowing around? And how come believing in a monotheistic God is automatically synonymous with burning in hell if you don't do it?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Yeah.
So like this creation is a finite creation that is going to be destroyed. It has a beginning and an end. So everything that's a
Correct.
part of this creation is going to end, right? Iron rusts, things die, you age and die, cars go to shit, they wear down, tools wear down. All this reality is going to end. It all goes to shit at the end. So in the Bible, I believe in the theology of the Bible, it's not so much that you're gonna burn because everything's gonna burn. It's just giving you an escape route to an eternal place that's not going to burn. Basically, the Bible is saying you're in a realm that's going to shit. But here's the escape route. Here's how you can get out and get to a place that's not shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of things that can't be explained. Like, for instance, how does an ant, when it's born as a larva and come out their little sac, how does it know exactly what to do in the colony? These things are pre-programmed in their quote unquote DNA, but they don't have DNA, but you know what I mean? It's in their system of things because obviously there's a conscience creator that made them. No different than, have you ever thought about why do you yawn? Have you ever thought about, no, real talk. Have you ever stretched and yawned and wonder what's the point of that?
Yeah, sure.
These
I
things
never even
that are
looked it up, though, so I guess I didn't think about it enough.
well, these are things that I think about, and I'm stupid. I'm ignorant. So imagine, why do these things happen, and who taught you that? What programmed you to do certain things? And you're a human,
I got a
and then
real
you
answer
have
for that
animals.
question you just asked.
What was that?
Who
Go ahead.
programmed you to stretch and yawn and stuff like that? Yeah. Consciousness eventually found itself putting itself in people's brains. Like, I think consciousness came before the material body. We act like our brains are responsible for being the ultimate house, the ultimate spearhead of consciousness. I think that consciousness was here and then came brains. So,
Well,
yeah.
I will agree with you. But I'll tell you the answer. That is the spirit that breathed life into you and gave you that knowledge. It gives the knowledge to animals and insects, the bottom feeders, the creepers and the crawlers, and the things that fly. It gave that into their DNA, into their bodily, whatever you call it. The breath of life gave them this
Their
knowledge.
nature.
Yes, we call it nature. Yeah, you're right. Guess what? How does a baby bird know to build a nest if it's
How do
never
you
been taught?
know? Okay. I want to say, how do you know as a person with access to all kinds of knowledge that you shouldn't know that? How do you know that that type of knowledge is supposed to be hidden from you?
Well, again,
Are you talking
I
about how to
think
build
that
a nest? Like
no,
humans building nests?
no. I will answer with this. That's exactly my point, and goes back to your earlier question about what knowledge is supposed to be given upon us and what isn't supposed to give it. We have the knowledge of what is meant to be. The same way a bird. Why does a beaver build a dam? Why? What enacted, what told a beaver from day one to build a dam? And if a beaver has a baby, it builds a dam. Like it,
I just
like
wanted to.
coherently.
My bad, Apocryphon. I wanted to let
Right.
other buddy say his piece.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
There's someone else trying to talk. Someone else was trying to talk.
Maybe not. Anyways, back to
Sorry.
what I'm saying. It's okay. Back to what I'm saying. I'm saying, just as you said earlier, what gives us, or what is it that makes some knowledge to be known and some knowledge not to be known? I would say, look at nature. What
No,
gives?
look at man. Look at man for that, dude. Man is hiding knowledge.
You're right. I'm not gonna disagree with you. You're right. Man does hide knowledge.
What if
No
there's
different.
knowledge of why birds build
Okay.
nests? What if it's out there and we just don't know it?
Okay. Well, put it this way. I'm a tradesman, right? By career, I'm a tradesman. I'm an iron worker. I'm a journeyman. So when I'm on a job site, I'm gonna teach a kid. That's what we call kids. That's what we call apprentices. We call apprentices kids. So I get a kid. I say, "Hey, kid, come here. Let me show you something that I know. This is how we do it. Boom, 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 boom. Now you either duplicate what I do, or you don't survive in the trade. No different than life. If you don't do as your dad does, then you might not survive the way your dad did. And
Who's
this is
coming in
an
and saying
innate.
they're your dad, though?
What was that?
Who's truly stepping in and telling you and suggesting that they're your dad? Like, who is this figure that is finding a way to assume that position where you're giving them the superiority?
Well, hopefully your
Somebody's
own
stepping
dad,
in
but
between your connection with God. You know what I mean? And I
well,
think that's
yeah,
where all this.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But here's the raw of it. Here's the skinny of it. There are things that man knows only according to the knowledge that he's been learned. Now, I agree with you that there is hidden knowledge, and that's just a fact.
Doesn't it say in the Ten Commandments, honor? It says honor your mother and father? It doesn't say obey them. It just says honor them. Different.
Which means obedience.
Honoring
Yeah.
them is like, no, not necessarily. Like, you're supposed to obey God, right?
You put God before
Thanks
your
for
parents.
Thanks for giving me all that time, by the way. I appreciate you a lot for that. I think about this stuff a lot, so thanks a lot.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just gonna say this though. Like, think of it this way. You were made by your mom and dad, but you were given the breath of life by God. You only exist because our Father, the Creator, allowed it to happen. And everything that you do as a baby up until today, you've had a choice of what to do and what not to do. But you're going to eventually get to a point where you're going to realize what am I doing? What's the purpose? Why am I alive? But hopefully the spirit within you that you have is going to guide you, because you are ultimately going to be doing, you are his hands and feet, as it's written. You're a vessel, you're an instrument to do.
I subscribe to that 100%. I do believe that I'm a vessel for God's consciousness.
Absolutely.
But then, we want to give context to this God word. I feel like that's just elusiveness and mystery and beyond. It's just, things that aren't explained yet. Like you said, why does the beaver build the dam? Well,
I
because
disagree
God
with
made
that.
it. But there might be a real reason,
No,
I don't
there
think
is
we. I disagree with that. Hold up. I disagree with that. I don't think we have God's consciousness. I think we have our own experience that we're experiencing. That's
That's interesting. So you think there's
that's what
two
I.
different bodies of consciousness that God draws from one and we
No,
draw
I
from
think
another?
there's.
remember this.
Hold the fuck up.
Go on.
I think that there's multiple bodies of consciousness, i.e., you, me, Apocryphon, are three bodies of a consciousness right now having a discussion with each other. God
So when you
being
say the
another
word
one.
car, which body of consciousness do you think that comes from?
The word car?
Yeah.
As in automobile?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The language you're using? What is that body of consciousness? Where are these words coming from?
I'm not sure where language comes from. It might only come
to
from.
me, there's one body of consciousness.
Can I fucking finish a sentence, you two? Jesus, you ask me a question and then interrupt me in the middle of me responding to it. Like, fuck.
Okay. Just go ahead.
Nah, man, I don't even fucking remember what I was saying, dude. It's like, when you ask me a question and I proceed to answer it, can you please let me finish my statement?
All right. Well, while you think of what you're going to answer, let me say this. Remember that is written that a man may plan his steps, but it is God who directs them. So you can have a conscious mind of what you want to do, but it's going to be him that's going to direct you what to do for his pleasure, for his will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. And that's why Yeshua taught us a way to pray, and he told us to lift that up. You pray with your hands up for a reason, because you're subservient. Your obedience is going to channel that knowledge and wisdom into yourself, into your ID, or as they say, your ID. You're gonna be that vessel that you were meant to be. Now you can choose not to be. That's the free will. You can choose a whole nother route and not do what he's trying to drive you to be. But at the end of the day, he already knows that you're going to be defiant. He already knows that you're going to be, because he might have even made you for the day of wrath. In other words, he already knows that you're not going to be obedient. He already knows that you're not going to follow what he's trying to put you on the path for. But that's not to say that he will give you countless chances to be on that track. And I don't care what you believe in, honestly. I don't, because that's personal. That's between you and him. That even an atheist, even somebody listening right now that doesn't believe in a God, he's like, these people are full of shit. That's fine. But even those people are used for his purpose, and they won't accept it, and that's okay. That's not for me to judge one way or another. But I will guarantee you that according to the word, they are going to be used. And that's it. Everyone is used. It says, does the clay not look at the potter and say, why have you fashioned me this way? He says that in the scriptures. And it makes total sense.
Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think that the absolute truth is not in circulation. And anything that we have to align with, these thoughts are not our own. They're from a body of consciousness. and that they truly facilitate our thoughts, and that we're like literally driven into these lanes of frameworks.
Absolutely.
So I'm just
Absolutely.
wondering, like, how healthy, like, what is the true result and the outcome of the past thousands of years of monotheism?
Can I make a comment? I don't
Yep.
think the absolute truth is conceivable or knowable to man.
And
I
that's
think man has
exactly.
a. I think. Can I fucking finish my sentence, please? I think man has a fucking limited capacity. We're limited. We're only human, and basically, given that, we can only know a certain limited amount of things, finite amount of things, and so it's better to just know what's important for us than to try and go off and learn everything because you couldn't possibly do that. Thank you.
That's exactly what I'm saying is in contention, is the amount of knowledge that you can have. Who's limiting it? I think it's man. And to say that you shouldn't know these things because God designed you to not know things, well, how do you know that? How do you know that you are not truly reaching your potential when it comes to accessing knowledge?
Can I respond to that? Okay, so basically, I think it is limited because you only have a limited amount of time on this in this life, and so you could learn everything about globalism, then you could learn everything about flat earthism, and then you could look and see, holy shit, there's all these people that fucking read comics. Now I have to learn everything about all these comics. Oh, there's all this chemistry. I have to learn all this chemistry. Oh, there's all this mathematics. I have to learn all this mathematics. You don't possibly have enough time in this life to learn everything. It's impossible. You're limited. You're human. And so it's better to just learn what's most important than to fucking go and search for all the knowledge there is, because it's impossible. You don't have enough time. You're limited.
Well, the smartest.
Hey, can someone mute Elijah? I think he sleeps.
Yeah, he's snoring.
Yeah, he is. He's snoring.
Yeah,
I will
we
say
put him to sleep with that.
Good
I
old
will say
snoring.
this. I will say this. The smartest man that have ever lived, he said everything is in vain. And when you think about that, that's so profound, because everything we do is in vain, because he follows up with life is nothing but a vapor. It goes so fast, it goes so quick. So everything you learn, like if you want to be a mathematician, go ahead and study it, but it's in vain, because life is you're going to die and be buried the same as someone that never learned math. Everything we learn is in vain. So you're going to pick and choose what you want to learn. You ever heard the term, I know you have, the jack of all trades, but master of none? But
Yeah.
the end of that, it's better to be than the master of none. And the reason why that is, very prolific, is because you're right. We do have a limited time here on Earth, and you can be the smartest man on the block, but what does that give you? What does that serve you? What is that going to do for you? It's
Exactly.
nothing
Everything in
in the eyes of Solomon. In the
So
eyes
we
of
don't.
Solomon, it means
So
nothing.
us as people, we're not naturally curious, looking for more knowledge as we grow.
Absolutely,
We are. We
So
are.
on
Yeah.
my quest for knowledge,
That's
I'm
human
hitting
nature.
roadblocks. I want to go find knowledge, and I'm like, oh, look at this dead end created by a man. What's up with that?
Well, what I would say is go and try to find the most important information, because you have a limited amount of time. You can't learn everything this reality has to offer. It's impossible for you.
But remember though, it's no different than when the words was written that said that working out, right? It doesn't profit the body as much as just being an obedient servant to God. The mind is more important than the body. So there's a lot of people they'll go work
So
out and they're eating right,
this
and they're
framework.
getting the body right, the physical. But the physical is nothing compared to the spiritual, to the mind, body, soul, and that connection to that invisible, if you will, the spiritual. There's way more. So spend your time searching. If you're really, really wondering, spend your time searching for what is important to your spirit than your body, than your mind, because that doesn't profit you nothing at the end of the world, right? At the end of life, it profits you nothing, as it's written. So just search for what's important to your spirit,
Even
because
for the people who build legacies, like they build fucking giant skyscrapers and foundations, and I mean even the people who built the pyramids, everyone who's ever done anything on Earth, at the end of the day, it's all gonna go to nothing at the end. Even your
exactly,
legacy, thing that outlives you, your fucking mortal coil on this fucking reality, even when it outlives you, it still dies. Everything in this reality ends, even this reality itself.
absolutely.
So it is in vain. Anything achieved in this reality is in vain.
I should
That's
tell you
why.
guys. I should tell you
That's why.
guys from a like big part of what I believe. So I never try to say that there isn't a creator. I just try to say that consciousness is more responsible for what we consider material than something invoking physical matter and all the forces of nature and la di da di da. I don't know. Consciousness is more responsible for what I see in my mind. And all my journeying and wanting to understand and all these crazy questions I ask myself my whole life, this is where I am. This is an honest position. I'm not here to try to be a troll or tell you that I'm a contrarian.
Yeah, no, I hear
No,
you. I hear
I
you.
never said you're a troll. I think you're genuine. We've had some actual
So
trolls in
then
here the past few
I just
days.
want to, thanks guys. So I just want to continue to say, how do we quantify or at least calculate what is the cause for mental slavery if we really believe that we're under siege, and what are the means of it? What is the tools they're using? What principles are they taking advantage of when it comes to our mental state? And does monotheism have anything to do with that?
Well,
Can I just say something? Can I just say something real quick?
yeah,
I
go ahead.
think that
Go ahead.
I think just by the nature of us being born into these fleshly bodies, we're bound to be a fucking slave no matter what. Just by the reality that we're in.
In
So the
one way or
question is,
another.
who's going to be the master? Because you're going to
Exactly.
be a slave either way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
there's
remember
a
though. But remember what
negativity.
he says. But remember what he says, that you cannot serve two masters. So keep that in mind. If you're going to be a master if your master is the world, then you'll be a slave to it. But if your master is God, the creator, then you'll be a slave to him, and
The
you're going
world
to
is
do accordingly.
the world is what people are making it right now. Yeah, we've been given a reality, but it's been manipulated and shifted into a state
Absolutely.
where people are suffering for whatever reason. I don't think it has to be like this, right?
I
So
agree.
what are they doing to perpetuate this, right?
Well, again,
What are we doing not to perpetuate it?
I don't know.
again,
You don't
you
want it to
choose your
happen,
master.
right?
Hey, at the end of the day, you choose your master. Is it going to be this world where there's folly and discrepancies and disappointments and all these other things that happen along with the world, or are you going to become a slave to the creator where there's bountifuls blessings and fruits that are bun your storehouses. It's who are you going to be a master to or a slave to? Who is your master at the end of the day? Like you can go ahead and
Also,
choose that.
where are
I
you going to
believe
store your treasure?
these people that
Are you gonna store your treasure where it can rust and be stolen by thieves, or somewhere where it won't?
Exactly.
yeah, that's the power struggle of limited resources. What if there
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
be all?
why he says
Who's
don't.
limiting?
That's why he says don't store up your treasures like that. Don't let your treasures be where moths can eat it and rust can wither
He
it
says
away.
he says the
And
meek
thieves.
he says the meek shall inherit the earth.
Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't
And,
say
but
he doesn't say Bill Gates inherits the earth. He says the meek, right? So
exactly.
there's a lot of illusion. There's a lot of illusions forecast or broadcast to us. But is it reality? I don't know.
Well, you're going to find your path, no doubt. And if you're obedient to that little tiny ear, I'm sorry, that little tiny voice that's trying to call you in one direction or another, if you can be a slave to that, it's probably going to be for your betterment at the end of the day. Because once you go against that, you might find, a path that might be a little bit more rough.
Can I ask Electric a question? Are you a slave to the truth and the good? Or are you a slave to evil or yourself?
Why do I got to be a slave? Why is everything about me like serving somebody?
Because that's what you're doing,
Why can't
if
my
you realize it
intention
or
be
not.
of my own and I just come to serving without somebody making me serve?
Then you're
Do
worshiping
people not
yourself,
think
and
it's
you're
possible that
worshiping
I will
yourself in this
ultimately
fleshly
serve
existence.
on my own
You're
will?
worshiping yourself in this fleshly existence. You're serving that even without knowing it.
Do you think I'm
You're going
worshiping
to serve.
myself
You're
when I
going to
say that
serve.
I'm willing to serve people on my own will?
Well, let me take it back to this.
If you're here to brag about how you help other people of your own will, is that really you not worshiping yourself?
Do you hold on, microphone, please? I'm gonna talk to bro for just a minute. I appreciate everything. That was great. Can you ask that last question one more time?
I don't remember what I just said. You can back up the live stream or something.
No, you asked them who's going to be a slave to.
Something about self worship and worshiping this fleshly existence in the world. This self, yeah, that's what I was saying. You're going to be a servant to that, even if you don't know it. You're going to be a servant to something because that's just the way human nature is.
Oh yeah,
yeah, because you asked, why do I have to be a slave to anything?
Yeah, why do I need this type of complex? Why do I need this type of ideological framework in my mind to be a better person?
Well, let me take it back to what I was saying earlier.
That's just the reality of it. If you don't believe that you're serving anything, I could still see from an outside perspective that
Why
you're
do you think
serving
I
your
need
own
a
fleshly
monotheistic
existence.
belief in a God to have this idea of servitude for people and the planet?
Let me take it back to
serve
what
anything you want. You can serve a group of elders. It doesn't have to be a god. You can serve the Third Reich. You can serve fucking George W. Bush. You can go serve Xi Jinping. You can serve yourself. You can serve your fucking
because
body, and
I
you
feel
can
like I
serve how
do
your
all
body.
kinds
You
of
can
things.
serve your body and how good you look. You can serve fucking Allah, or you can serve the God of the Bible. You can serve whoever you want, but at the end of the day, that's what you're going to be doing because that's the nature of humans. It's just what it
I think
is.
it is the nature of people to be compassionate and selfless, and that we can be taught this, and we can also learn it just through regular life experiences. We don't need to be taught it.
Let me take you back to what I said earlier. When you were a child, who was your master? Who were you a slave to when you were a child? I would argue your parents. Whatever your parents said, clean your room, go clean the bathroom, pick up your toys, put your plate away, wash your dishes.
Yeah, that's my mom.
Whatever they
I don't think you
said.
can use slave for that.
What about
Hold on. I'm just trying to point out you were a slave since a child to your quote unquote masters.
I don't think my mom would
Authority.
ever want me to call me her slave.
I get that. You don't have to say it, but you were. Because when your mom said, don't tread mud on my carpet, you listened. You were
You
a
gotta worry about
slave.
the context of these words.
Nah, that was a lesson of life, and we have learned that from our parenting, from our parents parenting us, that when we are getting a house, we are not taking mud in with our shoes because we have to clean that shit up again. That is not about being a slave.
Exactly.
That is not about being a slave.
Can I say something? It's not about.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wouldn't use the word slave because a slave indicates like property rights and things like that.
As a kid, you're a slave.
Can I fucking speak a fucking goddamn sentence? Listen,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would use the word serve, right? You serve your parents by fucking cleaning up the shit. It's in human nature. It's the fucking nature of humans, just like it's the nature of dolphins to fucking swim and for fucking spiders to crawl. It's in the nature of humans to serve something. We're like an empty vessel. Whatever you pour into us is what our nature is what we serve, what we worship. That's just our nature. And what I'm saying is you can worship yourself, you can worship fucking Beyonce, you can worship the Pope, you can worship the Bible, you can worship whatever you want, but that's just what you're going to be doing. You can deny that's what you're doing, but your behavior is going to show what you're worshiping, because that's just the nature of what we live in. That's the nature of this fucking life.
Again, I want to point out that you don't have to call it slave, but I know for a fact I have 5 kids, and they were to some point, some degree, they were slave to me and their mom, because whatever we told them they had to do, no different than a slave to their master. Now, once they grow older, they get to choose who they're going to be slave to. They can be a slave to the world, or they can be a slave to God. And you can be a slave to God in the sense of, I'm going to be obedient, I'm going to follow the word, I'm going to follow the teachings, but we were made in God's image. So we have to pass down that to our kids as fathers and mothers, this same mentality to where you're going to obey us. No, you're a child. Shut up. You don't talk. You don't have you have no say in it. You're a child. Be quiet. But eventually, that child becomes an adult, and then they have that choice of what they're going to be slave to. Now, a lot of people become slave to the system, and once you become a slave to the system, you're in this network of, I got to get a job, I got to go to school, I got to pay bills, I'm going to get a car, I got to pay. Now I'm a slave to the bank because now I owe the bank, and I have to pay that bill. But if you can
also
pull yourself,
slave to your boss.
yeah, it's slave to my boss because he said you better not be late or you're going to get fired. But eventually,
what is this system, bro? You gotta look at the system.
But eventually, you get to a point in life where you have the option, just as Paul wrote, I became a slave to Christ.
Yo, Apocryphon spitting straight facts. He's calling it like it is. He's calling a slave a slave.
Yes, I am.
Hey, percentages here. Let's go.
And I will say this.
I've been waiting for this guy to come AFK to reel it.
And I will say this. You then become either a slave to the spirit or a slave to the flesh. And Paul wrote about this very, very clearly in Romans. He said, every day I had to die to my flesh so that I may feed the flesh. I may sow to the flesh so that I reap righteousness. Because when you become a slave to the spirit, you will reap what you sowed.
All right. I gotta interrupt you.
Absolutely.
You work a full-time job, right, Apocryphon?
I'm on disability right now, but I used to. Yeah, go ahead.
You got in your car.
I'm injured. I have surgery next month on the 29th. But go on.
I'm sorry. I hope that goes well, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Amen. Thank you. So, I do too, by the way, because I could die in the surgery.
I'm gonna be that guy. Man, I learned about the term black pilling recently, so I'm gonna do my best to keep this lighthearted. But what the heck, man? Yeah, when you get in your car and you drive to work, who are you serving? You know, this system of capitalism, you know, we act like we're serving God, but, you know, I think money is God. I think the time away from your kids, and, you know, you got to demonstrate that they need to be obedient and all this kind of stuff, that comes from time away from really letting them have you know, a chance to like put their hand on the stove and make mistakes and learn in a different way. Like, we don't facilitate a type of access to knowledge that I think is happening because of this capitalist system. Low key, I think it's all based around monetary system, and that we're all like limited resources, and we all have to drive to work in the morning and be apart from what we're really compassionate about.
The person you're serving depends on what your work is.
True.
If you're going, your work is going to be like, you know,
We're all serving private bank owners.
Let's say your work is volunteering at a soup kitchen or something like that to give back to the homeless and, you know, to give back to the community and everything.
Yeah,
you're going to be serving
but
God
working,
in that case.
You know, you're making dollars to the hour because, you know,
Not if
there's
you're volunteering.
I mean, we got to try to
work,
figure
right?
out, like, is there something besides capitalism that we can do? Because we're all
you
like,
could work towards God. You could by like doing something philanthropic. You could work for your family. You could work for your local community by being like a farmer and, you know, providing organic, you know,
Well, also,
affordable fruits and vegetables at the local farmers market. You know, you don't have to be working for the system or working for, you know, the boss or something like that.
That's your choice.
Most people are.
Can I
Most
say-
people definitely are, though.
but
Can
if
I say
all
something
things
real
lead
quick?
to
Can I
making
wait,
money,
hold up,
then no
hold
matter
up,
what,
hold up.
you're
Can I say something real quick? There's like, it's like you could go to work and work an extra fucking 20 hours this week to go to a Home Depot and buy yourself a shed, or you could just fucking buy the fucking lumber and get some fucking screws, some paint, some nails, and pay fucking one fucking like 10th the price and build it yourself and build it free. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's things in this world that you can do that don't really involve money or reduce the amount of money that you're spending. If you kind of catch my drift.
I do.
But
the capitalist system is truly the God that everybody's worshiping. You know, we're all in debt to a provider, and they control the resources, and you go to
I
work
have to agree.
Yeah, most people definitely. The huge majority are like
what you really are calling God is where your resources are coming from.
Well, again, remember, he says that man cannot serve two masters.
Wait, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
You know when Jesus is tempted by Satan after he was like fasting for 40 days? And he was like, why don't you just make that rock into a loaf of bread? And then Jesus said, like, man doesn't eat. You go ahead, you finish it.
He said, man doesn't live by bread alone. Go on.
Yeah, he said he lives by like every word that comes from God, basically.
Yes.
And so like like in the desert with Moses, right? They didn't know if they were gonna get food or not, and it pops up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, maybe there's one way that you don't. You go ahead, Apoc.
I mean, I'll finish the scripts for you because I know the scripts very well. But ultimately, he is letting, you know, Hasatan or Satan or the devil, whatever you want to call him, he's letting him know that he was serving his father. He wasn't going to be bound by the things of this earth, even down to food. We are slaves to food sometimes. Sometimes you work just to put food on the table, and you're a slave to that. But remember, as he said, man doesn't live by bread alone. Not saying that you don't live without it. He's saying that's not the only thing that man lives upon. He also lives on every word by the breath of God. And if you can personally distinguish that and respect it, you're going to be better off in the long run, because you're going to have a whole lot of things down the road that might skew you one way or another. But when you have, that's why it says, teach your child by the wayside, when you're asleep, when they're laying down, when they're sitting up, when they're walking, because that will always stick with that child. Now, if you've been that child, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I have to agree about the whole monetary system and all this, but I don't think it's necessarily capitalism the way Adam Smith would have devised it. I think that these, I guess,
It's
how would I say,
consumerism more than it's
trade?
capitalism.
Not because hold up. This has been going on for a long time. Like these old families that trade, and they've basically been in the markets. They've been merchants. They've been merchants for generations. The great merchants of the earth for thousands of years. They've been the great merchants of the earth. So I think it's when you say it's just capitalism, I would have to disagree because capitalism was a word coined not that long ago, whereas 3,000 years ago, these guys cornered the brass trade in the Mediterranean. You know what I mean? It's not. It's deeper than just some capitalism versus communism type of deal. It's the great merchants of the earth, man. They've been in control. I mean, you know what they used to have to trade in the old world in the Mediterranean. You had to have caduceus, like stamp, for you to trade legally. And nowadays, it's the same thing with the pharmaceutical companies, and even your money is literally a caduceus symbol. It's a line with an S through it. It's a fucking staff with a snake around it. Like it's the same fucking cult of merchants that have always ruled. It's not just a capitalism problem. It's just something that's inherent and part of this fucking earth that we have to deal with.
How do
Part
you
of
think they're ruling?
Where do they hide all the brass? That's what I want to know.
How do you think they are ruling?
Well,
What is
well,
their
let-
They
let
didn't
me-
hide. They didn't hide the brass. They were the ones who could bring the components for like tin and copper from vast regions, and they were the only ones trading it, so they could bring it together to build brass from it. So it's not that they cornered brass; it's that they were the only ones that could transport it. They were the middlemen.
Yeah, by brass I just meant like euphemistically where they hiding all the coin, whatever they got. If there was just bringing the brass and
In fat
other metals
coffers.
together, they got
Fat coffers.
Where they keep it?
got
That's what I'm
fat
saying.
coffers.
But
I'll
over all
tell
these
you.
generations, they've been having all this wealth. Where are they putting it? That's what I want to know. All this, all these gold bars, all these whatever jewels.
I want to remind you all that remember that the curse of man was he's going to have to sweat by the brow and work the earth.
Says who?
In other words, it says in the
says Genesis. That's its Genesis.
Yeah, he says that the curse because he ate from the apple that Eve ate. Eve's curse was that she's going to have birthing pains and she's going to have a deep desire in her loins for her man. Even still to this day, that stands true. There are women that can't get away from men, even if it's toxic. Even if it's toxic, because she just loves him. Like, and it's unexplainable. It's unexplainable.
It's good G, man. That's all you need.
Yeah.
We gotta bring this home.
But on the other side, for man, it says that our curse is that we will have to work the earth and we will sweat from our brow. So that means work. We're going to have. That's our curse, that we have to work, no matter what
we're
you
the
endeavor
providers.
in. Yes, exactly. Our curse is we have to be a provider. Absolutely, and that's scripturally. So when in today's society they're trying to take that away, it's actually a slap in God's face, because the man's supposed to be a provider, but our society we live in.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Okay, let the man speak his piece.
I'm gonna say the same thing I said before. I don't think the whole truth is in circulation. A half truth is not valuable.
He's like, can I speak now?
So all this
I'm gonna say the same thing I just said before.
I'm getting interrupted really fast. The whole identifying with this thing that we have in circulation. Yeah, people have a lot of emotions attached to this conversation. I know, but yeah,
but go on.
Yeah,
it's just clearly
keep
triggered and just
speaking.
keeps interrupting me to laugh and just I don't even know.
No,
What he's
go ahead. Go on.
Yeah, what was I trying to say?
I don't know, but go on.
Well, the dude interrupted me made me
Just
lose
keep
my train of thought.
Just keep speaking, no matter what.
You
Just
made me
speak
lose my
hard
train
and
of
clear.
thought.
Just speak hard and clear, like we're
That's
in war.
that's
like,
why
like
we're always fucking trying to get you to calm down, Numpty.
Speak like we're in the trenches, and you have to get this message to me, or we're all gonna die.
All right. Well, if you can't remember what you're saying, just sit
I
back
don't
and
know
try to
why like
remember.
constantly saying stuff that you think is gonna help me remember. Like I'm literally trying.
Yo.
You're talking about money, I think, and the
Yeah,
system that we're
thank you.
in.
Okay, yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, man, you can't say that that this monotheistic religion has resulted in your prosperity and your access to knowledge and your ability to truly provide while you're serving man and you're acting like, you know, all these people that make minimum wage and spend all their time away from their kids during the day. Like maybe you live in a nice world where like everybody seems like everything is perfect, but you know, don't think that the world is just your little bubble and that there are things that need to be worked on. And the monotheistic religion that reigns supreme in this world could be responsible for the type of constraints on your thoughts.
Well,
And that's all I'm
hold up,
hearing.
hold up.
Every time somebody wants to answer my question, they just have to quote the Bible again. I'm like, can you guys even tell me anything without using some kind of biblical
But bro,
text?
you're agreeing with what Apocryphon said. You're going out. You're a slave to the system, but you're also doing it to provide for your family. You're a slave to your family, right? You have your responsibilities towards
Why
your
are
family.
you
You're
using the term
responsible for
slave?
providing.
Isn't like where does that come from?
What do you mean?
What's with the slave all over and over again?
That's the point. That
Is that like the
we're
only way
serving
you're
someone.
able to describe what you consider being providing?
Yeah, when you're providing, you're serving. Your responsibility is your family. You're serving your family. You're
But
protecting and serving
you're
your family.
using the word slave because you want to
Can I
allude
say?
to biblical terms, dude. Hold on. You're
Bro, there's
trying
no
to
difference
allude to
between slave and
biblical
servant.
terms because
There's
you
no
think that
difference.
aligning with the Bible is aligning to some kind of higher access knowledge. But yeah, not everybody in the world is dealing with some awesome type of situation right now.
What are you
Can I say
talking about?
something? Can I say
Yeah, go
something
ahead.
about bad situations or whatever? And I'm gonna make this very like, I guess abstract for us because we don't live this way. But let's just say like you're just a fucking peasant guy that farms on the side and you live before gunpowder and you're just a fucking guy who farms and you have a family, right? And then a guy pulls up to you on a horse with a crossbow and says, "Hey, give me a third of your shit or I'm gonna kill you and your family." I mean, would you not just give him a third of your shit because you love your family and you know that's who you're serving? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you are giving this guy with the crossbow a third of your shit. So technically you would be serving them, but you're more so serving the greater purpose of keeping your family alive. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Like life is not always like, oh, choose this side and you always do right and riches are poured upon you and you just get money and you never have to do anything wrong, and then oh, this side, you know, you just have to like kill people and live in the dirt and be poor and stuff. It's not really like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, who said it
Exactly,
was?
and that's what I was saying. Like, sure, you're serving your boss or what have you, but really, you're going out and working because you're serving your family. You're a slave to your family first and foremost. You know, charity begins at home.
So
And
why is
that's
there?
exactly
So
what
why is
Apocryphon
there
was
a
saying.
man
That
between?
hold up, that was exactly what Apocryphon was saying about you. You're a slave to the responsibility you have to your family. That's your
Why do you got to go
a
work for
slave.
another man to serve your family?
I mean, you don't have to. You could do it the way that, like, Numpty was saying it, where you're working the farm or working the land, you know, or you could do it a different
Or
means, a
So
different way.
you just
can I
want
also
everybody
can
to
I
be
say that?
farmers
Can I
now?
say
So
this?
everybody
Can I
has to be
say
a farmer?
can I say this? You say why are you working why are you working for someone else or well, not necessarily. You're working for your family or whatever. I mean, listen. There's always going to be a
What are you
guy.
working for? You're
But
working for
can
money,
I
right?
listen? There's always going to be a guy. No matter how fucking great you become, he's always going to be able to come and take your shit.
Yep,
That's
that's
just
man
the fucking
worship.
truth. That's just the no. That's just the fucking truth. That's the truth of this world. Is there's always going to be someone who can come and take your shit, basically. Unless you're
Hold
emperor
on,
of
hold
the,
on.
unless you're emperor of the world, there's always someone who can come and take your shit. You're
Let
always
me
gonna have
let
to
me
take.
Hold up, why is that relevant, Numpty? Because I think
no
his
hold on.
point was that why does there have to be a guy in between you and your
Let me
family, like to get
let
the
me
funds,
interject.
you know?
Let
Because
me interject.
life isn't that fucking black and white. There's situations where you have to make compromises to have a
Let
fucking not necessarily compromises as in I'm saying do the right or wrong thing. I think sometimes the right thing is hard to do.
let
Sometimes the right thing requires sacrifice.
Why is there a man between you and your money who
hey
provide to
let
you?
me interject.
Because say I fucking accumulate a bunch of resources
and then a bunch of people come and take them, they're gonna be between me and the thing. I have to be guarding it constantly. Everything people have already claimed all the fucking
Yeah, that's
territory on this
limited
world.
resources.
People
That's the
people
state of desperation.
Let me interject.
No, I think his point right there. Hold up, Apocryphon. You could go right after me. But yeah. I think his point right there is more relevant to his first point. Like he combined his 2 points really nicely. Because someone can always take your shit, right? But if you're employing people, that's less like each person you employ or has gainful employment is not going to be desperate enough to resort to taking your shit and to try to to jack you or rob you, highway robbery like they had back in the days and stuff like that. So, it's good to employ people, and then they're gonna have gainful employment. There's the security right there, and so they're not as stressed about their serving their family, but providing for them because it's it's in the pipes.
Let me interject.
It's a good
real quick.
system, actually.
Hey, let me interject. Electric, do you work for somebody?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
loser.
It's written. No, hold on. Hold on. Listen to me real quick. It says that everything you do in the name of Christ.
Yeah.
So whether you're working
Stop
for
referencing
somebody,
this book, bro. If you want to get through to me, you're gonna have to use your own words.
okay, that's fine. Whether you're working for somebody or working for yourself, if you were to do that in the sense of you're working for the spirit of it, you'll be all right. You're gonna be okay in getting through your day's work. No matter who you're working, no matter who you're working for or serving, no matter who you're going to make a paycheck for, other than yourself. I'm sorry that I always have to quote the scriptures, but that's just in my innate.
No worries. But I would say it a little bit different, Apocryphon. Instead of saying it as in the spirit of, whatever you said, the spirit of the work or the spirit of it. I would say it's for, have your intention be for the sake of, of your Lord, basically, for the sake of your family that you have to serve, for the sake of, your duties and stuff like that.
Can I say
have
something?
that your intention for anything.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Go
Do
ahead.
I sound upset? Do I sound angry with you guys? Do I sound
No,
like
not at all.
Absolutely,
No.
You sound.
No,
Do you
you
realize
don't.
that? Okay, so let me finish. Do you realize the amount of emotions I hear in your guys' voices? Why is there so much insecurity when you're speaking about this?
What?
Wait, what's the what's the overarching discussion? I came in and I'm like, what's going on?
Just listen to it. Just listen for a bit. It's kind of complex. I really can't explain it. Like
I can explain. I can explain my point super duper fast.
Okay, go ahead and explain your point super fast.
We need to be able to identify what's holding us back from our access to truth. And I think that we need to see our facets and the facilities of our ideologies, and we need to identify and break down what's causing us, what's holding us back, what's keeping us bound to this mental slavery.
What the fuck? Were we having the same conversation?
Wait, hold on.
No,
I'm kidding.
I don't think he's done. Let him speak his piece.
Honestly, whoever just said that has been acting emotional this whole time, so I don't even know why
he's joking. He's joking though. He's joking.
Electric,
I can tell he's joking.
everyone be quiet and just let Electric finish his point, please. I want him to finish it.
I made my. I'll say more concise this time. Religion could be one of the reasons why we're dealing with suffering, and maybe we don't need it.
Can you define religion? Can you wait? Can you define? Can you define religion? What you mean when you say
belief?
The belief in one God. Okay.
The belief in anything superior to your own understanding.
Okay, so what I get what you're saying, Electric, but hear me out real quick.
It's flawed.
Hear me out real quick. There's a personal belief in my heart that when I do something, I'm serving myself or I'm serving my family or my friends. It could be selfish, it could be egotistical, whatever it be. But if you can get to a point where I'm doing it for a greater good outside of myself, like for instance, like philanthropy or helping the less fortunate, when you could get to a point where you realize that I'm no longer serving myself and you're doing for your fellow brethren and sisters and brothers in this world as a human, it's serving a greater purpose. And I get what you're saying, as opposed, when you're opposed to it being a religious blah 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 blah. But I'm trying to tell you that there's wisdom in the scriptures when it's trying to guide you to do it for more than just yourself. Get what I'm saying?
I think you got plenty of wisdom yourself, bro.
I
don't want
appreciate
to
that.
give a man from 1500 years ago writing about some supposed other man more credit than you.
Well, I appreciate that, but realize this. Wisdom is passed down. And maybe because I used to hang out with a bunch of 70, 60, and 80-year-olds back when I was 20, that I actually got a lot of wisdom. And I'm only sharing with you something that I've been taught and explained and learned. So one day, maybe when you're my age, because you sound young, but maybe when you're my age, you will pass down that same knowledge and wisdom and understanding. Because once you can grasp these, ideas, maybe it will just you'll live a life where you just kind of sit back a little bit easier. Your life will be as it says in the scriptures, my yoke is light. Take it. It's easy.
I like my
The
yoke
wisdom
over
is easy. Yeah. The wisdom is, it makes your burdens and your shoulders a little bit less heavy. And that's what I'm trying to pass to you, brother. Like, real talk. I'm trying to let you know that no matter what you're thinking, I hear what you're saying, but no matter what you're thinking, try to instill the wisdom that I'm trying to share with you. You get me? You feel me? You feel me or no?
Yeah, I feel you.
All right, cool.
Was anybody trying to say something?
That's just something you say, Electric.
I said I like my yoke over easy.
I like them sunny side up. No, I'm just kidding.
I want to remind you guys that I really did pray a lot for the past 4 years. Pretty much 2022 was the last year I was you could call me, I guess I called myself a Christian, but I'm not a theologian. I don't read every single verse of the Bible like I know some people do. And I know a lot of people around here probably read the Bible plenty of times, but I consider myself a believer in God. My whole entire life, I would argue for God, in favor of God, even would openly in public, talk to strangers about God. I was all into it. And I've had to reevaluate all that stuff.
What changed it, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
curious.
I was going to ask that question too. So.
What changed it?
The same people that give you the nasty practices are the same people that give you monotheism.
Nah. Monotheism is in the heart, man. It's your natural disposition.
Yeah, so I'll say
It's
this,
all in
brother.
the same the murder, the nasty stuff, and the slavery, and the serving, and the monotheistic God. It's all in the same, wrapped up nicely just for you to align with. And if you do it right, good job. If you do it wrong, why would you ever do it wrong? You're gonna burn in hell, silly. Why would you do that?
No.
man.
See, hold on.
When you're born,
that's words of
when you're
Satan. That's
born
words
with your
of Satan.
natural, hold up, Papa.
It's
when
just
you're
the
born
most
with your
compelling
natural
ideas,
Bro,
literally
Listen,
used against you.
hold on, guys. Hold on. Instead of coming at him with correct,
Yeah, I got a lot of things I could say in a little piece of time. So the most compelling ideas are being used against. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What made you connect those two things? Same people that give you one, give you the other. How did you make that connection? I'm curious.
The concept of
breath. What I mean?
It was actually a very 5 days of no food, so pretty much my entire body had nothing in it. I didn't sleep, so I was awake for 5 days. And I thought
Were
about
you
bread.
sick? Were you
Yeah,
sick?
they tell us that bread Jesus passed around bread and everybody ate from one basket, like hundreds of people from one basket or something, and just this idea that
5,000.
bread
Yeah.
is just this magical food that just grows and everybody can eat it because it's great. And
No,
I don't
not
think it's
by
good
bread
for you.
alone.
Yeah, they just say that it's good for you.
Well, hold on
This
though.
is you're talking about when you got sick and you were in the hospital with that food issue.
I was not in the hospital when I got sick, but I was in
So
bed
wait,
for 5 days.
Okay, so you were sick for 5 days, and you were thinking about bread, and then how did you thinking about bread make you think that monotheism is the problem holding us back?
Yeah, taxation, the monetary system, private banks, the Federal Reserve, all these things, and they're all in bed with each other. Giant
So do
food
you think
industries
that
in bed with
do
each
you
other,
think
and they're
they
peddling.
created
I'm almost done.
monotheism?
What'd you say?
Do you
Sorry.
think they created monotheism? Do you think they're the ones who created and
I
perpetuate
think the royal
monotheism?
families that rule the world and the people in power, the powers that be, that have been using the same tactics on people. I think they do like 100-year spells, 70 years. They do a 4-year spell with the election every 4 years. They do funny things to just keep us in this state of
Well,
submission.
I agree. Oh, wait, I
okay.
agree with that guy. I agree with that guy with the 4-year spells and maybe even the 100-year spells. I actually see what you're saying, and even larger. I know exactly what you're saying. I can't. Yeah.
I want to say this. I agree that man has created a system that is definitely not in line with the scriptures. I agree with you. But I will say this. I don't misconstrue that that's what the word of God is about. Remember, he says, don't take commandments of men as commandments of God, because man will surely take you down the wrong road. That's a fact. They will surely corrupt you. That's a fact. But I'm just trying to get at the point where I feel like you need to be roped back in, bro, to
Apocrypha.
the spiritual side of it. Not.
I mean,
Not
he never said he wasn't spiritual.
Oh my God! I just realized something that
Apocryphon. Try to tell. Maybe I don't know how much you know about this subject, but maybe you could talk about what the system of Babylon and shit is in the Bible. Because he seems to be so depressed about the system on this earth, but that system seems to be directly Mystery Babylon
Why
is
are
supposed to
you
be
telling me I'm depressed when I
directly
have a big
referred to.
smile on my face?
Jesus, I'm gonna
Because
fucking
you're
shoot
saying I'm
myself.
depressed, dude. I got a big smile on my face.
Can I fucking hacksaw my arm off next time I
Just
get fucking
because I don't
interrupted?
agree with Christianity doesn't mean you have to impose that I'm depressed. That's it.
I never said
you're depressed.
Can you let can
So why is he
anyone let
using
me
these
finish?
words?
Can I finish?
Hold up. Let's
Can I
let Numpty
finish a
finish.
fucking sentence?
Yeah, let's let Numpty
God
finish. Then
fucking
Electric,
damn
you
it!
can respond.
Yeah, like what is wrong with you guys? You spaz out every time I speak. Listen, Apocryphon. Like he's so worried about the world fucking like this is what he keeps bringing up is, oh, look at this system that's destroying the world, monotheism, blah blah
What, you
blah.
live in a fucking bubble?
Can I fucking finish?
I'm
This is
gonna mute you
You're
next
not
time.
gonna speak for me. I'll just
This
say
is
what I think.
absurd. This is absurd. Let me finish my
Go
fucking
ahead, Numpty.
point,
I muted
dude.
him. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say he's so worried about this system and how it like he keeps saying like, oh, this world is going to shit because of this system. What are we gonna do to stop it? Like, I think this religions is part of the problem, and it's given to the same people that kill these people and kidnap them, blah blah blah. And I mean, is this not described? Is Mystery Babylon not described? Is Babylon not spoken about? Are all the great
Absolutely.
empires of the world not spoken about? All the ancient empires of Persia and
wrap it up.
Babylon and Assyria and Greece not all spoken about, and the things that they
Absolutely.
do? Is it not all spoken about in the scripture?
Absolutely.
Let's let him respond. Please don't interrupt. Okay.
Go ahead, Electric.
You want me to respond to that?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
I was a scatterbrained.
I told you to wrap it up. Numpty, just
triggered emotions, bro. What do you want me to say?
Electric. Electric. Let me say this.
That's funny
There was
response. though.
there
Funny
was
response
there
to
was
that.
there was a time, Electric, where the slave loved the master. Loved.
Hey, that's not how the
Genuinely.
song goes. There
No, hold
was
on
a
though.
time.
Hold on. There was a time where the slave loved the master so much so that they would put a piercing in their ear to show their devotion to their master, and the master loved the slave. Now, fast forward, a lot of slaves hated their masters because they were being beaten and killed and hung, and yes, it did get dirty and did get ugly, but that is the world that man created. Don't let the commandments of man confuse you with the commandments of God, bro. Like you,
So
if you
what's the creator doing creating man doing this stuff? But
Can
that's
I
not
say
even what I
I,
want
something?
to bring up.
Can I
No,
add something really
now you
quick
gotta give me a
about?
chance, bro. Because
Wait,
there's a
real
big
quick.
piece of what
5
I
seconds.
believe in that I feel like you guys might want to know. So
Wait,
I
yeah,
5
believe
let me hear
that
it.
seconds.
Let me
5
hear it. Let me
seconds.
hear it.
Wait,
there's
give me
Hold
oral
on.
five.
tradition.
Before you get into that, hold
Yeah,
up.
go ahead, go
Let
ahead.
Numpty say his quick piece, and then you could get into
Okay,
that.
so I just want
Try
to
not
add
to
to
insult me and
Apocryphon.
like say weird
I just wanted
things.
to. No, I'm just gonna only talk
All
about
right.
what Apocryphon said. Just to add to what Apocryphon said about the slaves loving their masters in Egypt, they used to like die like fucking 100 fucking like 1,000 people would just die with their pharaoh. They used to revere their pharaoh as God. They loved the pharaoh. They thought the pharaoh was God on earth. They literally died by when the pharaoh died, 1,000 would go in the tomb and fucking take poison and die with him. So like that's what happened. They find tombs. They all dead servants in there. All took
Is that
poison and
supposed
died
to
with
be
their.
a? That, were you supposed to be making like a positive comment?
No, I was just adding to
I
Apocryphon
think I
point
might
just
have
what
a
he
more
was saying.
positive example.
I want you
In like,
guys to understand the context of why I
hold
feel
on,
Yes.
this.
Let me
sorry,
hear it.
pardon the interruption. Just to add on to Numpty's point. A more positive kind of example might be when you have the slave, and he's held in such high regard over time and trusted so much that he basically becomes like a son to the owner, and maybe even adopted or
Absolutely.
freed in that regard, and then he like owns part of the business and so on and so forth. It
Yep.
happened often back
Look
in
at
the day.
Moshe. Look at Moshe. Moshe was a slave, and he became the right hand man, and
Joseph
then
too.
yeah, Joseph too. Exactly. Joseph. He was a prisoner, and then he became a slave of Egypt, and then he became the right hand man to the Pharaoh. And matter of fact, he saved everybody. He saved Egypt because of the dream that he interpreted. But I do want to hear Electric's thing. He said there's a whole nother section. Go on,
Take it away.
Electric. Let me hear it.
The context of the word slavery shouldn't be used for like quote unquote means of education. I think we need to like distinguish those two things better. And yeah, servitude is for everybody, not just a guy that is consuming all your time every day. I'm supposed to be able to serve everyone evenly. But anyway, I'm giving all my time to get to a guy that's getting most of my money right now. So that's not even. It's an uneven distribution of wealth. That's why that term exists, right? But anyway.
Yeah, but then you want Britney Spears to be a servant to you. It doesn't really work. It
But
doesn't
anyway.
sound the same. All right?
But anyway, I believe in this shit called oral tradition, and that
Okay.
a lot of the reason they were able to get these people to align with the new ways of thinking was bringing forth glyphs, and every time they saw a glyph, they had to align that glyph with an idea. Like Isis was the reminder of the virgin birth. Osiris was the reminder of the resurrection. So whenever they saw these symbols, oh, I know what that means. That's like a visual to ideological association. I don't know what else to call it. And when you do that, that's low-key, that's sigil magic. Okay, this has been going on for way longer than Jesus. They've been using ideas and misrepresenting them to people and creating slaves in these means. And that's
Yeah.
why these people they also practice other nasty shit. And all these nasty practices that you see happening right now, which one is truly necessary? Which one is
No,
actually
yeah, no.
that's knowledge?
I see where this guy's
Yeah,
coming from. Actually,
Oral
I kind
traditions.
of
Now listen, this is the end of my point. Oral tradition. I think we had all the knowledge at one point, and they brought forth their symbols. They brought forth their medicine and their education and their institutions and their money and their taxes and their face on the money and their faces on the statues. And that was a draw from our true access to knowledge. And ever since then, we've been worshiping the wrong shit. We don't worship Mother God where we think we came from. We worship the dollar. We're serving the man. End of story. Thanks.
well, electric. Here's what it
I
is.
see where I kind of see where this guy's coming from. This is
Yeah, electric. I see what you're saying, but that's a choice. At the end of the day, you have that choice to live with that thought that I'm serving a system, but it's very, very well, explained. Well, you're going to either serve one or the other. You can't serve the dollar as your master, and you can't serve the spiritual side as your master, because you're going to be giving it a half-ass efforts both ways. You choose one or the other, but you do live in a world, as we all do, where unfortunately money reigns supreme, and working for somebody is a part of accumulating that just so you can provide for your family. But if you did everything that you did in the name of the other master, not the master that you're striving to get at the end of the week, but if you strive to get, money for your family or for yourself, that's a better that's a better way to look at it. I'm not working for the system. I'm working so that way I could eat. That way I could put food on the table. That way I could provide. Because you know what? Money's not my master. God is my master. He's go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, it does it not say that, like, he whoever knocks on the door and asks to sup will be invited in. Doesn't matter if he works a fucking 9 to 5. Doesn't say anything about that. Just says he who knocks and asks to come in will be let in. That's all it says.
Yeah.
So no matter what whatever situation you find yourself in, no matter how bad, I mean, you can always knock and sup. You know what I mean? And then once you do that, I mean, does God not make you upright? Does it not say something about God making when you follow the way of God, you become upright? So maybe
Yeah,
after a while, you
he
don't have
makes man
maybe
upright. Yeah.
yeah, maybe after a while you're not enslaved to this system. Somehow by some chance you're not, because you were made upright. It's beyond you. I mean, it doesn't have to be certain. God, there's nothing promised by God for it to be certain, right? When they're in the desert wandering around and then food starts falling from the sky, but they're about to starve, they were uncertain that they were going to survive, right? So, and that's just what I'm saying. It's like you don't see a certain path or whatever, but it doesn't have to be certain. You just have to do the right thing, basically.
But remember this too. Remember that when manna fell from the heavens, they weren't happy. They actually wanted to go back to Egypt. They actually wanted to go back into the enslavement because they weren't happy with manna. And that is a very, very good lesson to know, that some people, they're not happy with their situation, and they rather go back to sin. They'd rather go back to the old ways. But those that kept going forward, what did they find? They found paradise. And those that wanted to go back, they were slaughtered. They were killed, because this is a really, really good example of how a man in today's world, even, you may be so frustrated that you're just going to turn to money being your slave. You'll give yourself up. And it says that he will give you over to it because he knows your heart. And if you want to do that, then so be it. Go be a slave to money. But in the reality,
You know what?
if you just stood focused, you'll probably find a better life down the road. I'm
You know
just saying,
what I
that's all.
find? Yeah, what I find interesting. I don't know. Most of you might know my perspective by now, but I get a lot of flack from talking about the Bible being just a story. It's an allegory for us to understand.
Okay.
And that's exactly the way the Bible's being presented to us right now. It's irregardless of the context. We're being told all of these general platitudes that, like Electric was saying, that's just the way life is. Like, we can get wisdom from life. So you could be making your point from any book that you want. I find it funny that you're using a book in particular to make your point, but you're completely taking verses out of context and just making them these platitudes, right? So, like, if you're going to do that to the Bible, then what's the problem with what I'm saying in terms of making the Bible a story anyway? Because that's all the Bible is being treated as right now. I can just find a verse that looks great. I'm going to make that mine.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you take it in its entirety and you embrace all of it.
That's not what you're doing. But that's not what you're doing. You're taking someone else's story, right? It was written thousands of years ago to a people long dead. Their story is over. The story of the book is over. And yet you're going, that's me. That's talking about me.
Can I piggyback
But
off of
it's
something you
not.
just said, please?
But there's wisdom in it, though.
Yeah, but you can do that with the Iliad. Go find another book and do that.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing. Hey, I could quote the Quran if you want. I could quote, the teaching of Buddha if you want. I will quote whatever I need
Percentage
to.
is getting excited.
Let's do it. Yeah.
I will take whatever book needs to, but every book written in the past is for our wisdom today, so that way you can understand what we're trying to accomplish. And we're trying to accomplish for a man to get back on the road of righteousness. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Get back on the road.
Wait, do you think I'm not on the road to righteousness right now?
No. Don't take it that way. Don't take it that way. I'm just saying, in general.
Well, then what's the point of that statement?
Because
the statement
You're on
was
the road
not
to righteous
the statement was not antagonistic. You don't need to take it that way. He definitely didn't mean it that way.
I mean, like, do you think I don't do good things for people right now?
No, I'm not saying that.
You don't
I
need to
never
brag
said
about
that.
it.
Don't put words in my mouth. But what I'm saying
No,
is
that was
the
a genuine
wisdom.
question. That's why I asked.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think that you're doing that. Okay, to answer your question, but I will say this: the wisdom of this book, quote unquote, that I'm quoting, is hopefully you take that wisdom and instill in yourself, so that you don't lose focus of maybe
Can I
a
say
bigger
something
picture.
after?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it does say in the Bible that even sinners do the right thing when it's convenient. So the only difference between a sinner and someone who's actually righteous is that they do the right thing even when it's inconvenient.
You're right. It does say
So
that.
the point of this now is to just try to make me out to be a bad person.
I'd like you to find it. I'd like you to find that place where you think it says that.
You guys have dissolved the conversation now into just trying to make me look bad. Really?
No.
I think you're terrible. You look terrible, Electric.
That's not the point.
I'm just being honest. I mean, if what I'm doing offends you, you could just say that.
All I did was quote a verse, and you were taking offense to it when it was not targeted at you.
No, basically, I hear what Electric is saying, because you said something about even a sinner, even a wicked person, even a loser can do something good. Right? So,
No, I was just quoting a verse.
No, you weren't. Go find that verse where it says that, man. Go find it.
I'd love to see because Truman is suggesting that anybody that's not believing.
I don't need to do what you say.
Well, that's a cop out.
Let's get this.
Then don't tell me.
No, it's not a cop out. I'm doing whatever I want.
He's contending the validity of the verse that
go look it up on Google. If you think it's fake,
right. Okay.
Hold on.
That's shifting the burden of proof fallacy, Numpty.
Can y'all stop talking right through everybody? I'm just wondering, Copernicus, I feel like I've heard you defend similar things that I say, but I don't know. I feel like me and you might still disagree on a couple things, right?
I'm sure, but I don't know what they would be yet.
Like, you say that the Bible's strictly allegorical and that the stories are not meant to be taken literally. I've heard you say this. Is that wrong?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, but you still think there's value in the Bible, though, right?
Only as literature.
Luke chapter 6, verse 33.
Go ahead, read it then.
If you have to reference the Bible
Yeah,
to
can you read
talk
it,
to
please,
me
Numpty?
every single time you want to talk to somebody that doesn't want to subscribe
Electric,
to
Well,
that's
there's a
not what's
bunch. There's a
happening
bunch.
that's
here.
like a
There's a bunch
cop
of.
out.
There's a bunch of.
Electric,
There's
he's
a bunch of.
substantiating the contended claim. That's not like
Yeah,
he
but
wasn't
he
Yeah, you
actually
guys.
spouting out.
You
Look,
asked.
you
You
need to
asked. You
understand. Like,
asked.
I
You
appreciate
asked
your
people
list,
this.
I will
not
read it.
You
theirs.
I will
literally.
read
You
it.
literally.
Oh
You
my
literally
God.
wasted my.
I will read it.
You
Everyone
Want
literally
to hear
quiet.
it?
wasted my. You
Everyone
wasted
quiet.
my
A
time and
Procopon is
asked
gonna
for me
read
to
it.
find it.
Hold
Do you
up,
want to
Numpty.
hear it?
Yeah,
He
go ahead,
says,
read it
and
out.
if you do good to those who do good to you, what benefit is that to you? For even sinners do the same. And then it goes on to say, and if you lend to those from whom you expect to receive, what credit is that to you? Even sinners lend to sinners to get back the same amount. And going further, it says, but love your enemies and do good and lend, expecting nothing in return. And your reward will be great, and you will be the sons of the Most High, for he is kind to the ungrateful and the evil. That's the
All right.
script.
I
Okay,
think
I
that
do that
that
anyway.
unequivocally
I
and
didn't ever need
absolutely
to hear that
supports what
verse to
Numpty
do
was
that.
saying.
All
I
right, so
never
go back
needed
to
to hear that to feel that way.
Yeah, go back to electric. What were you going to say, man?
I never needed to hear Luke Bible verse to feel like wanting to help people. I am
That's
Yeah,
compelled
good.
but
to
it's not
want to
just
help
about you,
people
Electric.
without hearing that.
Electric. Let me tell you something. Want to know why that's actually refreshing to hear? Because that lets me know that you actually have a genuine good spirit. You don't need
Oh yeah,
a
thanks for
verse.
assuming I don't this whole time.
No,
Because I'm
no,
not
I
aligning
didn't
with all
say that.
Yo,
this
I didn't
The
say
Electric,
that.
heart
I
of
didn't say
you're
that.
too in your
the
feelings
heart of
right now,
man.
man.
The heart of man
I,
is wicked. It's logical to assume someone to be wicked.
yeah, you're right. But here's the thing, though. I'm not saying that you were a wicked man before. I'm just saying it's good to hear that you didn't need a scripture to tell you that, because that lets me know.
Why are you
Remember, he said,
acting surprised? Like you think I just go around
no,
just
no,
like
no, no,
shooting
no, no,
people all
no.
the
I'm
no.
actually wondering where you hide the bodies, Electric.
Like it's funny.
Like
That's the first thing you would think of me, and then
before I was asking
that.
where do
I
the rich people, these families, these merchants hide their cash, hide their gold. Now I'm
Like
wondering
my
where's
first
Electric hide the bodies
assumption,
he's shot.
like I don't think anybody's crazy off the bat. I would have to like break down things they say to me over time to come to that conclusion.
All I'm saying is this, man.
You got some evidence.
All I'm saying is this.
I never
If
said
you're saying
crazy.
that you didn't need a
No, I don't
scripture
think
to
people
tell
are
you that,
crazy. I just
that's
think they're
actually really
selfish.
good.
I think
Honestly,
people are selfish.
wholeheartedly, bro. Like to say that you didn't need a scripture to tell you that, like wholeheartedly, that's good, because some people, unfortunately, they do. They
And
do have to hear
that
that.
right there, boom. I don't like that thought either.
I
That
get you.
is a condemnation of people that are young that you're not even giving them a chance. You don't how do you calculate this? What are the
I hear
amount
you,
of
man.
people that aren't going? Can you quantify this? No. So don't tell me you can.
Electric. Was there something else? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Listen.
Can I say
No,
something?
no. Because Electric and I were having a conversation when Numpty brought in the Bible verse proof. So Electric, was there someplace else you wanted to go? You were talking about how you and I might agree on something, but also disagree.
There's something big I wanted to like bring context about, like my beliefs and all this. It's about oral tradition. I think that we had access to knowledge, and that all of these languages and all of the flicks of our tongue and every stupid little idea that we associate to visuals in our minds that we've been aligning with for thousands of years, that are perpetuating capitalism and all these beliefs into the future for another 100 years. Who knows what? Like literally, everybody 100 years from now is going to believe in the same crap. So who's really in charge of that?
I don't know if
Man,
we're gonna make it that long.
all I heard was there's something big you want to bring. Oral, flicks of the tongue. You had me worried for a second. I thought maybe you caught me with your girl.
Ah, man. You know what I'm saying. I mean, I feel like you just
Wow.
tuned me out because you don't
What?
like the idea in the first
What?
place. It's all good though.
I agree with this guy on the languages and the
Absolutely.
visuals and like just the way, I mean, even buildings are made and like how things are designed and like
all that has like a subconscious effect on you. And I do believe people, I guess, perform like, I guess you would call it witchcraft or some sort of like hidden art that influences
The practices they
the way
got
you.
us acting out are
Jesus,
not the
yeah.
most
Okay, can
necessary.
I finish my sentences for once?
Yeah, you're
Isn't
talking
you
about.
actually
Hold on, you were
interrupted?
talking
I'm
about
sorry.
like witchcraft, maybe even like
Yeah,
some
no,
sort
I
of
just
possessions
say
or
like that.
something.
Yeah, like it's like the way they can control the way we perceive reality basically
Yeah.
by making us associate things with other things, and like I can see where this guy is coming from. Yeah, I do agree that there are things like this
It's
that
like
exist.
subliminal messaging and
I've
like
seen it myself,
brainwashing.
so I've witnessed it myself, so I can't deny that things like this exist. Is what I'm trying to say. So I agree with you on that, but I don't agree with you on the fact that there isn't like a higher power or whatever your that other part. I would disagree with that second, I guess, contention.
I believe that we have a hive mind like bees. So like our collective consciousness could be the quote unquote higher power. All of us together. We're just broken
Then
and
tap into the
segmented
collective
and
consciousness and tell me how many fingers am I holding up?
I don't know, 4.
What the fuck?
You're tapped in, bro.
Oh, did I get it right? You serious?
You did. You got it right. You're tapped into
Well,
the consciousness.
to be fair, I'm not actually holding up 4 fingers, but I had 4 fingers wrapped around my arm, like when I'm just holding my arm. And that 4, I was thinking of 4. I was thinking of the number 4. To be fair.
Yeah, my point is like, I think that we are all supposed to be like way more connected and not considering that we're all disconnected from some omniscient being that we only getting our information through a book written 1,000 years ago. And these smart guys are the only people that can curate information worth keeping for the next 1,000 years. And that we got to consider that us talking to each other right now is valuable information. We should be remembering all this. This is great. But like,
You're
they'll
definitely not
tell us that
remembering all
like,
this.
our little oral traditions and little things we talk about is not as valuable as like some ancient text that they
Well,
just strongly suggested.
can I respond to that after?
Okay.
Yeah. So I think in the book it even says like you don't have to believe it, but you read it and test it to be true, and just witness what happens. And if you don't, I guess if it says that in the book, and then you go into reality and it doesn't apply to your life, then I guess it you witness that it doesn't. So I guess it's really up to what you perceive to happen. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like a textbook on fucking, say you're doing chemistry or whatever. It says mix this solution with this solution. If you do it and you get the same result it says in the textbook, then you would say, okay, this textbook works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Same as the gold star when the teacher has the answer. She's like, look, little Timmy, you said 4 equals 8. Here's your gold sticker. Same as the answer in my drawer.
Yeah. So electric. I just want to remind you too that there's a lot more books with a lot more wisdom, and you don't have to know all of them, but to apply it to your life. But hopefully, everything you're doing, so far, has got you to a point where at least you have a good grasp and understanding of what life is about and what life is. And because you sound young, I mean, I know I'm older
Yeah,
than you.
I'm 33.
What if you guys don't
Yeah.
need any of the books? What if you just need like the idea, definite
Well,
dictionary, maybe, or the
even
understanding of humanized words that we agree upon? And then once
well,
you have
even
it down, you can describe whatever the hell you want. You don't really need anybody to
You're
author.
cutting in and out, Denmark.
What?
I
I'm just
think
saying
there's
you should author your own story.
well, I hear what you're saying, but I just want to say that there's a lot of value in a lot of these books because no different. I'll say this: it's no okay, electric. Did you know your grandfather?
I knew all my grandfathers.
Okay. Did you grow up and your grandfather taught you some crazy cool fucking wisdom that your dad didn't?
Yeah, and my uncle.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at is that these books are like having 1,000 grandfathers, and they're all trying to tell you these cool wisdom pieces, these nuggets that you might not have necessarily known about. But if you can take heed to them and apply them in your life, it just might make life a little bit easier. Because Grandpa, in my life, he always taught me some cool ass shit, bro. Like awesome stuff that my dad never taught me, never would have taught me. Wanna know why? Because my dad didn't even have those nuggets. He didn't know the wisdom of my grandpa. But eventually, my dad got to an age.
But your grandpa and them aren't selling you information of you.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. You're breaking up to me. What'd you say, Demon?
It's a different story. Your grandpa and your family love you because they're trying to
No doubt,
save your
no
life.
doubt,
Hold
no
on.
doubt. No, yeah, you're
Second,
right.
hold on. Let me finish. And people who don't give a fuck about you and have never met you before, and they're selling you a story in a book of science, agriculture, just what it doesn't even fucking matter. Pharmacy, anything they sell you that they tell you is in this book, a middleman wants to get the money for. That's mainly how it works with science and lobbies and in your classroom. So when you say books and information from other people or other grandpas, you got to be careful because your grandpa can't be compared to them for you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. But I just do want to say that when I do speak to Electric, these wisdoms that I've learned not only from books but even from life experience, it's it's always from a place of love. Because going back to them books, it says if you do these things without love, you're like a clanging cymbal. Like it's just disruption if it's not coming from love. So, a brotherly love. I don't even know you. I've never met you in my life, but I'm going to share things with you out of love to better not only you, but myself. Because all the time when we talking, we're always talking to ourselves. We always reminding ourselves of what even of these old same wisdoms. I have to remind myself too, because when I talk to you, I'm an older man than you, and when I tell you these things out of love, it's also a reminder to me, man. Like real talk. I hear what you're saying, Yamak. You're right, because there are forces that be that are forcing a particular teaching. I'm not trying to force it. I'm not
But
trying
I
to
would
force
take your word over like some school type.
Let's Demok, I think your mic is terrible right now, dude.
Yeah, you keep cutting out,
Fucking
Demok.
the world of electronics.
Oh my god, Demok, when your mic is that bad, you gotta quit Discord and come back or something.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily that you have to trust the book or not. I mean, just like you don't have to trust every textbook or not. You don't have to trust whatever. You don't have to trust every internet blog. You don't have to trust every internet video. But say you fucking read a recipe on how to make pasta and you make it and it's good. I mean, you would give good credit to the book and you make the next recipe in the book. If that turns out good, I mean, it's not to say that like you don't have to fucking, if you read it and you disagree with it, then don't believe in it. You don't have to. I don't know why it seems like there's some sort of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Did I go mute? What happened? Did it die? What's going on?
No, I'm here. I'm
Okay, cool. I thought I fell out because they've been dead silent right now. No one answered or no one replied. But at the end of the day, Electric, hey, whatever you choose, man, that's you.
And don't say that after all the compelling arguments you tried to give me.
It's all on you, bro. Like you take it or leave it. It's all you, man. Hey,
Well, I will honestly say I want everybody to consider that God truly wants people to have access to so much information that we don't right now. And the only reason that there's anything in between it is a result of some selfish man. And
You're
we act
right.
like all
You're
these
right.
things are because of God. God is why we don't know this. And God must not want us to know why birds can fly and No, there's a man that knows why all this is happening, and he doesn't want you to know, and he's a dickhead. And we have to who this guy is. Cut it. I'm gonna stop right there.
Hey, well, check it out. You that's called the pursuit of truth. And again, that's only a calling. It's a calling to truth, bro. Like no matter what you want to explain it as, when you're on a journey for truth, you're going to search vigilantly. You're going to search for it. You're craving it. You're desiring it. But that's a drive from
Well, I
something
don't
from
sit here and
within.
talk to you guys for hours because I feel like I'm being lied to. So I really appreciate
Exactly.
one of you.
Yeah. Hey, no, hey, honestly, thank you for even listening, bro. Because you know what? The most precious thing that you can give is your time, because you can't get it back. Remember
I
that.
do believe that I do believe that consciousness is kind of like a hive mind thing that is clearly I am not all of consciousness. So there is something pretty big. But I think every single one of us is truly responsible. It could be for 99% of everything that happens around us or something like that.
Absolutely, man. Hey, consciousness. Some call it, on the spiritual side, they call it the spirit. On the scientific side, they call it it's like just a brain. The human's innate capability to desire knowledge. But at the end of the day, it's what you take from it. That's all that matters. That's what matters. What you're going to learn from it, and not only learn but apply it, because that's more important. That's wisdom. Wisdom is taking knowledge and applying it. That's wisdom, right?
Why am I challenging God in life? Like, why am I like sitting here hoping I could break down this silly fucking topic? Like, I hate to call it silly and I hate to like degrade it real quick like that, but why every night I stay up until like 5 a.m. wondering this shit? Why can't I just be a normal creator believer like everyone else and just agree?
Well, there's nothing more beautiful than any mind to search for deeper meaning, and that's a really, really cool thing, that we all have that capability and we all do it. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have that. And it's almost like the birds of the feather, right, flock together, and we're all on that same path. We're all on that same voyage, bro, and we're all trying to find that deeper truth and understanding. And hopefully, as we ping pong from one another, we learn from each other and go further with that. You feel me?
Yes.
All right. Is DMOC back? Hey, DMOC, your mic better? Go ahead and spit something. Oh, he's not back yet. All right. He's not back.
Why do I try to throw God in the same mixing bowl as the globe? Like, these witches are using two different rituals. They're telling you you're not in control of your life and you're on a ball and you can't leave this place. You're bound to a parameter.
I mean, I think there's some borderline truth in that. You have
Maybe the ball is restrictive, and also is the Bible. That's what they have in common.
Think of it like this.
Not all restriction is bad. You know what I mean? Restricting yourself from murder or raping someone. You know what I mean? But it is the same thing. It is both restriction, right? You're restricted by gravity, or you're restricted by a law and morality in a book.
Yeah, you guys are really good at answering questions, by the way. So maybe you can answer this. Do you think a belief in Santa Claus further assists in a belief in the globe?
Can you say that again? What did you say right now? I'm sorry, I was reading something.
A belief in Santa Claus assists or is a precondition to help kids believe in a globe.
Absolutely.
So who's to say that a belief in a monotheistic God is not like a precursor to the monetary system?
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and it boils down to belief. That's why you have people believing the ball, and that's why you have people believing in God. It's a belief. I wasn't in the beginning. I wasn't there when the tablets were written. I wasn't there when the world was flooded. all the stories, quote unquote. I wasn't there, but do I believe it? Yes, because I've chosen to, and that's your free will. You can choose to believe it or not. You don't have to. Go ahead. Hey, whatever knocks your socks off. You believe what you want, but I like the fact that these stories, quote unquote, they make a lot of sense to me in my personal life, and just as corner what's his name? Hold on, let me look. He said it.
Yeah, don't let me forget that. Okay.
He left. He was here earlier. He left. He said
Continue.
something
I
about
want to hear. Continue. I want to hear both of you speak.
he was saying how, how do you believe in these stories, these Bibles, or scriptures? And for me personally, I feel like there's so much wisdom in them, bro. Like, I don't even care if they're just a story. I have gotten so much wisdom from them that I appreciate it. Like, real talk. But then going on another level, I look around and I see creation. And then I think logically there must be a creator. So if this one book is talking about a creator and it's really, really great at depicting what we see in reality when it comes to those scriptures, particular ones, I feel like it has credence to it. It has a good value to it. And hey, but if you don't, that's fine. It is what it is. If you don't see the value in it, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what you believe in. At the end, and it don't matter, bro. There's a really, I'll tell you something. Let me share a personal story with you. A book that changed my life, bro. That literally changed me. I want to say from a child to a man, or an older man in my age. It was a book called The Shack. Have you ever read that? You ever heard of that?
No.
There's a book called The Shack, and one of the lines in it was this dude who was mad at God. He was cursing God. He was so mad because his daughter had died. She was raped and killed, and he was mad at God, and he was talking about religions. Well, what about the Muslims? What about the the Buddhists? What about the Hindu? And one line that really hit me hard was, "There's no road that God won't take to call you to him." And I don't know why, bro, but that just it sparked a light in my head, bro, for some reason. And I started to realize that all these different beliefs and understandings and upbringings, it all led to the same road. Um it all represented a road of love. That's all they all lead you to love at the end of the day. A love that's greater than your than the normal love. And I don't know why, but that changed my heart, man. As a man, that changed me. And I think that's why I speak to you in the tone I do, not only out of respect, but because I feel like I can only wish that I could try to instill into your heart what I felt from this, from this understanding, this knowledge of these scriptures. And that's all I gotta say, bro. My
Yeah,
bad.
I've done plenty of Bible studies. I was in a religious Discord where we read the Bible every night, and I truly enjoyed it. And that was what stories did we read? John, can't remember the other ones. But of course, there's always that profound lesson in every story that you read from the Bible. It's always going to resonate. And that's so convenient. Regular faculties of life. And the only place that they could be facilitated is in the Bible, not on your own will. That's what's being suggested.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Like, these things
but
can't exist through their means. Is that what we're saying?
I get what you're saying, but I could only hope that you see it from a different angle, if that's even respectable to say, because
You know, I was a Christian before. Like, I really
yeah,
believed in God like a lot.
yeah,
A
I
lot.
know that. Yeah, I know,
I
but
probably argued in favor of God more than like a lot of people. I feel like.
well, let me tell you a story about my cousin. One day, his mom, my aunt, was in a car crash, and she became paralyzed. And I remember at the hospital, bro, my cousin, he was swinging in the walls. He was making holes in the walls. He was mad. And in the lobby, he was cursing God. And he was literally saying, fuck God, because my grandma was there. And she was trying to tell him, like, it's okay, mijo. Like, don't worry. Like, things happen. And he was like, fuck God. If God was real, he wouldn't have done this to my mom. And he was swinging and making holes in the walls. They had to call security. It was all bad. And he was angry, bro, like mad with God. He was livid, bro, like to a degree that was, he literally had to call, they had to call the cops on him. And later on in his life, I remember, we're sitting back, we're drinking, and I asked him about it. I was like, hey, Adam, his name's Adam. I'm like, hey, Adam, like, are you still mad with God? And he looked at me, he's like, nah. He's like, I learned that, you know, I had to put those thoughts aside because it made my mom better somehow, some way. It changed her, and it made her a better person because of what she went through. And that baffled me, bro, because I was young at that point. I was young. This is a good 25, 30 years ago, and it changed me. And, in a sense of, I was like, wow, like, and I was a kid. Like literally, I was like 10 years old. And I was like, wow. And because I was a believer from a younger age than 10, and just him saying that, I think it helped me even further my personal relationship, if you will. But because he was older than me, like by 9 years, and I don't know. I understand that people go through things, and they curse God and they get angry with. There's nothing wrong with that, man. He says, to bring up your arguments with him. But it's just all a part of a process, I guess, man. Eventually, you're gonna be where you need to be. I guess, I don't know, for lack of better words, you're gonna be where you need to be,
Yeah,
regardless.
I don't curse God. I don't hate God. Like, I wish that I wouldn't, like, just because I'm making this worth talking about, maybe that doesn't mean I hate God, right? I could say like you shouldn't eat bologna sandwiches because bologna doesn't have like the greatest things in the world. That doesn't mean I hate bologna, right? Just mean that.
Yeah.
Damn. You hate baloney. What the fuck?
Hey, is there any mods in here right now?
Yeah, what's up?
D-Mock said he's muted. Can you unmute him?
No, he's not muted.
Oh, D-Mock, you're good. Unmute yourself. You muted yourself. You hit me up. I'm muted. I think you're muted yourself. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. He hit me up. He said he's muted, so I don't know. Anyways, my bad. Go ahead and
Yeah, I have a story. When I was like 9 years old, we're like pulling into a parking lot, me, my mom, and my brother. And someone was exiting going 30 miles an hour, hit us head on. And 2 seconds before the car accident, I said, as a joke, I'm in the middle of the back seat with no seatbelt on. My mom's driving, my brother's in the passenger seat. And right before the accident, I said, I'm just sitting there like, whatever, we're pulling to ShopRite. And I said, I'm going to take a nap. And I leaned to the left. And if I didn't do that, the car that hit us head on, I probably would have went flying through the windshield. It would have killed me. So my whole life, I believed that something that wasn't me tapped into my consciousness, compelled me to lean to the left. And that was my unexplainable God complex. Like, I had a God complex where I thought that I was communicated with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I carried that my whole
Oh.
life, and now I realize, why couldn't that have been just me?
Can I say something? I was 16 and I was me and my friends went like to a park and we were all like smoking weed, and we got in my car and it was like there was like a hill, and so I fucking went 80 miles an hour, and then at the end of the hill there's like a fucking turn, so my car started drifting, and I shit you not, we hit the pole at like 80 miles per hour, and the pole went all the way through the engine, like into the fucking like the center of the front part, but we were all fine. Like all the airbags went out or whatever, and like, yeah, I don't know, bro. That had nothing to do with my control of like my nervous system moving anything at all. It was just, I don't know. I guess we had a soft landing or something. It was pretty crazy, bro. Like everyone in the fucking car was like, after that, like thought like something. I don't know, bro. It's just weird, bro. I don't know.
I think a lot of people have those moments where it's like divine intervention to protect you, and when you live those things, if you could identify it as being this, you know, stroke of luck or a blessing or the angels protecting you, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you could
I
call
think
it luck, I guess. If you don't
I
believe in
think
God, you could call it luck.
yeah, but I think a lot of people experience something like that in one point or another in their life, and it's almost like like a a wake up call to not to realize there's God, but to realize how fragile life is and how things can be different if it was even to an inch of things, or like I have a buddy who got shot and he was like a quarter inch from his spine that would have paralyzed him. But those close calls, I think, help people appreciate life, and they see it in a different perspective, because it's like, wow, this happened and it could have been a different way. So a lot of people
Apocryphon. My grandpa got shot in the head in World War II, and he had like it didn't get directly, but it went grazed by his head and literally left like a streak on the side of his head. Like, you know, if you put glasses on, kind of like if
Yeah.
the glasses line extended all the way back, like a straight
Yeah,
line, basically. But
like
it's
a suntan on the head. Yeah.
like
But do you see?
it was that close to fucking killing him, because it literally, you know what I mean. If it was literally
Yeah.
an inch over, it would have fucking blown. You know what I mean? It would. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know what a bullet does if it goes directly into your head, but it's not good. Like, you know what I mean? But it was so
yeah.
close.
Yeah.
It
You're
was so
probably
close
dead.
that
Yeah.
I
it was
gotta
so
try to
close
make
that it took
sense of
this.
something.
It was so close that it took the skin out. You know what I mean? And left a scar.
Yeah.
I gotta try to make sense of this. There's consequences to these types of things that are putting us in these situations, right?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I
So
don't know.
there's
Maybe we
consequences.
shouldn't be driving cars like all the time. How we do, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
should be
I
flying
feel like we
80 miles
attribute.
around
This
the
is what I'm saying.
curve.
This is what I'm saying.
Looking
We're
at
attributing us
hindsight.
like, barely missing and like things happening, and I'm like so compelled to believe that my life was saved because there's some like omniscient being making sure I don't die out there, and I could have died. Like he wanted me to die for a split second, and at the last second he was like, "No, fuck that, I'm not gonna let you die." Like he just changed his mind, like, or something like that. It's just like I can't. My
I
point
said
is,
you could call it luck.
I
You could
don't
call
even
it
know
luck.
my point anymore.
I'm just saying, like, there's just situations where it's like people come very close to death. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we can't attribute. These are just compelling things. These are things that should make you think, not just chop it all up and say it's God.
Yeah, I actually do agree, though. I don't know. Like, in hindsight, letting 16-year-old version of myself drive was probably not like whoever made that decision, that executive decision, was not a good decision. If you know what I mean.
I wonder, like, this lady truly was speeding out of a parking lot because they didn't. I guess it was a new parking lot for the shop, right? They didn't put all the signs up, or maybe like the light wasn't turning the right color at the right time. My mom was following the law because we ended up suing this lady. So I guess the lawsuit was just crazy because all the money that she ended up winning. And yeah, she was following the law. The lady was like exiting the parking lot, didn't see any signs or anything. And it's just like, yeah, what was my mom doing wrong to get hit that day? You know, there's nothing to say. With me in the back seat, like I could have died. Yeah.
I've grazed, you know, that as well a couple times in life, throughout my life, and I think me personally, I've just chalked it up to I guess it wasn't my time to go. I guess it just wasn't meant for that to happen, and you know, I mean, some can say it's you know, by the hand of God or not, but I would like to think that it just wasn't my time because you know there was things for me to do in my lifetime. I ended up having 5 kids, and you know, and now I'm here talking to you guys. I could have been dead a long time ago, a couple times, but here I am. You know, as I stand and breathe, and you know, I'm pretty sure most of us probably have had that moment in our lives where it could have been taken, but for some strange reason, it just didn't happen that way. Because here
Many
we are.
times. I think a lot of times this happens to everybody. So I'm just waking up, guys. I had to take a roommate to work. But in general, like I've even when someone said earlier, like curse God, I had a moment where I had lost a child. I was drinking. I was pissed at God. Like, why? You know, why would you let this fucking happen to me? And I screamed out to God, if you existed, you wouldn't fucking let this happen. This ain't real. You ain't real. Next thing I know, I fall asleep because I was on Discord. And I fell asleep with my headset on. Well, when I went to wake up, I hadn't even had my eyes open. And I literally was like, you're about to literally break your neck. And I was in between like my dresser and my bed. Woke up, tripped on my cord because I forgot it was even on. Fell down and hit my head on my dresser. It's like, I didn't know that shit was going to happen, but it did. And I woke up thinking, oh my God, thank you, Lord. Because I have an injury in my neck. It only takes a car accident or anything for me to literally be paralyzed from the neck down. So when you curse God, God will show you also that maybe you shouldn't. And he can give you some strength. So there's times that you can even scream at him and he'll go, I'll show you, it's okay. But I think it's also a path that we all have. And then if we have this free will, and if we fuck up and choose the wrong path, God will steer us right back on the right one again sometimes.
Yeah.
Some people can't see it.
No, that's for sure. That's for
I
sure.
agree. I agree with
Like, do you
her.
think I'm on the wrong path right now? Not trying
What
to
do
take
you?
what you said
What is
personally.
your?
I'm just curious. Like, am
your
I on the
opinion?
wrong path with what I'm
What
saying?
is your opinion? What do you think? Do you think you're on the wrong path?
Nope.
Well, there you go. I think if you were on the wrong path, you might not be here even in this conversation tonight. I think
Yeah.
everything we spoke about
Yeah, I think
for the
I'm lucky
past.
to be here. Yeah, I like it. I like chilling here. I don't take it for granted. So yeah.
We've been talking for a cool minute, and hopefully, a lot that's been said, as you know, one may have watered and another planted, but ultimately, it's our Father who's going to increase. So you know, take that how you want, but I have a personal belief that yeah, you were meant to be in this conversation tonight for whatever reasons, whatever the purpose, bro. Whether it may lead you to tomorrow or the next day, I think that you were meant to hear everything that's been said tonight. Like that's real talk.
You know, it's funny. I'm on a video game where there's a whole bunch of text chat, and these two guys have been having like very surface level conspiracy theory chat. Like they're talking about NATO and Russia. It's just like so surface level.
That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious, Electric. That's fucking. That's fucking. Bro, I can't. Yeah, bro, I know
This
exactly.
whole
Like,
time, I'm just so
not.
grateful that you guys even entertain the crazy shit I think about. So that's cool.
Nah, bro, I understand what you're saying with the whole symbolism and the fucking language and all that shit. Like, I know what you mean. Like, I've seen what you're talking about, so I can't disagree with it because I've
Oh, I could
witnessed it.
build on
You know
that.
what I
So I
mean?
even think about. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah, I think about the Phoenicians, and they say that the Irish were actually the Phoenicians, and they were, post-flood curators of some ancient knowledge, and then they brought forth Hebrew. I think is the story, which sounds crazy, right? But I don't know. I heard some crazy story that the Irish are actually from Israel or something like this.
Yeah, I think I've heard that theory before.
It's a weird version of history that kind of makes sense in my head for some reason. I don't know. I say that in case anybody else knows anything about it.
Yeah, I've heard that, the theory of they were leaving Egypt or something, and that's why like the crown in England has all this Egyptian like symbolism and stuff, because like when the fucking Hebrews left Egypt or whatever, like it says that like half of them went up somewhere or something, like not even half of them, like a small group of them, like a small subsection of them went a different direction. I don't think it was Moses. I think it was when Joseph left or something like that. It was like way before that. It was not.
No,
It was not.
it was after the flood. Ham and Sham and the three brothers, they spread out across continents. Maybe that's what you're talking about. I don't know, but I just know that in the scriptures it says that they ventured out into these areas, and those were, I guess, technically the original Hebrews because, of course, their dad, was
King
Noah.
of the North.
But yeah, some went to the east, some went to the west, and some went to the south. But I know that it does say that in the end times that there will be a calling, and for some reason, everybody, the the those that were called, will go back to their place of beginning, which would be, I guess, Israel. But I don't know. I know that there's been, they've even said that there's for some reason for the past decade there's been this influx of people migrating back to the land, and that was actually prophesied. So that's why it's one of those things along the lines of prophecy, because that's what was supposed to happen. And then eventually there will be two witnesses, and the great army from the east will storm upon them. And it's interesting to think that right now we're in the midst of World War III almost, and it
Apocrypha.
kind of seems that way. Go ahead.
Do you not feel like this life is like, I don't know about just these two components, but these being very important components, I guess. Just witnessing or experiencing this life, and then secondly, the choices you make, basically. I say those, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. There's like again, it says, man, a man will plan his steps, but it's going to be God that directs him. So you have things in your life that you want to accomplish, and you want to do this and that, but you might be in a whole nother direction of what you even thought about being, because you're going to be exactly where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, like
For
think
his
about all
glory.
those kids who try out for NFL and don't make it, and that was their whole life, all the way through fucking high school and college, and then nope, you don't make it.
You
They
know how
probably
many people though feel that way, even especially in other countries like in England, they think they're going to be a soccer player and they bust their knee or something like that or some crazy shit, and they never live it down,
yeah,
literally, because it
it's
was
just
brainwashed into them to be this celebrity kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
but yeah, it's just proof that shows you that God's in control, basically. And instead of trying to do your will, maybe you want to do His.
So who's in control when they're dropping bombs and they're
Satan.
stealing stem cells in funny
Satan.
ways? Like who's in
Satan.
charge of that?
Satan.
Well, if you're talking about
Yeah,
dropping the bomb,
the
whoever's in the plane, operating the plane, pulling the lever, releasing the bomb, is the person. And I guess some people can take partial credit for helping build the plane, supply them with the plane, and get the money to fucking fund the war.
So you're saying that man
That's who
has
would
will.
be. That's who would be. Yeah, that's who would be responsible. Yeah.
So God created man to be destructive and hateful and cause suffering.
No. Specifically, it says in the Bible that man fucking becomes destructive and violent and all that shit when he sins, which is going against God.
It does say, man, he creates chaos and he forms peace. So I
Is a
mean,
person like a military who shoots the other people based on a narrative that they think they're defending their country for the right reasons, and then they realize later on that they just killed a bunch of people that, you know, they feel really guilty for, and they look back at it now and they realize the war is all bullshit and all that. I know my friends like that. And
yeah,
they're still going to feel guilty, but are they at fault, or is it the narrative and the lies and the brainwashing that has been done to us over the fucking years? Those people,
Both.
are they at fault? You know?
Both.
yeah,
Both.
yeah.
Yeah.
Both.
I have a
Hold
lot of
up. Hold
buddies.
up. Hold up. Both are at fault. Both conspired together for the events to happen.
I
I
think
have a
everybody
lot
needs
of
to feel guilty.
The enemy is at fault. You,
Yep.
the combative, is at fault, and the people helping you, brainwashing you, supplying you with the guns is also at fault. All of you are at fault together. Three
Is
wrongs
that
don't
why
make a
people
right.
can't wake up? Is because the
Three wrongs don't
accountability
make a
then
right.
that's put on them?
Yeah.
That's
I
all you.
have
That's all you can. Here's the thing. It's not about solutions, or it's all you can do is personal accountability. All you
Yeah.
can do is make the right decision. You can't control
I
what occurs, but all you can do is make the right
How
decisions
are
or
you
make the
getting
wrong one.
access to the right decision? How do you do that?
You're presented with choices. Make one or the other.
I have a lot of
What choices? How do those choices come to you?
That's the mystery. That's not for me to know.
I think you know.
I don't
I
make
think you know.
the choices.
Who's truly being able to see these choices? It's you.
I don't know what you're
I have
saying. You're being.
I have
Oh, sorry.
I have a lot of buddies that have served in the military and that are veterans now at this point because they're older, and every single one of them regrets. They regret it, and unfortunately, I've lost a couple to suicide because that regret was too strong, and it well, I'm about to cry. My bad. I'm tearing up right now. My bad. I'm getting
You're
choked
awful,
up.
sweetheart.
Yeah, I'm getting choked up. Hey, you know what? That regret, man, that's heavy. It's heavy on them, and they took their lives because they weren't happy with the decisions they made because they were forced to make those decisions. And it's sad. It's really sad because you a lot of them join the military for financial reasons. They had nothing going for them, and they just learned and they were sold the fantasy of, hey,
Yep.
be a soldier and you're gonna be all right. We're gonna take care of you. We're gonna pay for everything. You can live. You can see the world, and they bought it and they went out, and then
And they
before you know it,
purposely do this to like 18-year-olds in high school and shit. Like they get them
yep,
right before they fucking know what the real world really is. They're like, hey, you know what? Don't want to struggle? You can live this kind of life and pay for your whole family, and your family will be set
exactly,
and all this shit. My brother only went to military because one, he had just had a child, and child was on the way, and he was like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm only fucking 20 years old. I can't afford this. And they sold him a fucking dream. I was actually 19. Sold him a dream and
yeah,
or so-called dream, and then he gets there and realizes that's nothing what he was being told about. It's a lie.
yeah, yeah. I have a buddy till this day, Richie, uh, Vega, and he I've gotten drunk with him a couple times. He's retired. He did his full 25 years in the, and, he gets a pension and everything.
Veteran.
And he sometimes he breaks down crying and it hurts me. But he's had to make that decision in the war field of shooting women and children, and it kills him. It fucking kills him. And I can't even imagine the amount of
Pain,
the amount of
suffering.
guilt
Yeah. And you know, but he was under the guise of, you know, I'm making America free, and you know, and I'm making America safe, and but in reality he was just fighting a rich man's war.
Yep.
And it's sad. It's sad because there's thousands of men that have, and women that have that regret and shame and guilt. And I remember one time we were at a bar, and he had like a hat, and it had, like, you know, the army or whatever, and some dude was like, "Oh, you served? What branch?" And he broke it down, like everything, like this. But then he's like, "Thank you for your service." And he looked at me and he was like, "Nah, I'm not fucking thankful." And I tripped out, like, wow, like he was not happy that someone was even like thanking him for his service, because he was like, "I'm a piece of shit, man." I was like, "Nah, don't feel like that, Richard. Like, don't say that, bro. Like, don't even think about that shit." But he was like, he's conflicted with the service that he put into the service. And it's sad. It's sad to see my own fucking best friend since fucking grade school. I known that
But you
fucker
know,
since
as
sixth
much as
grade.
it's sad, sweetheart, luckily he's not the 20%. I think is one about 2025 that
That
actually
kill
really
himself.
stick to it and go, you know, I'm so proud to be, you know, a veteran and all this. And don't get me wrong, I shake the hands of veterans. I appreciate what you've done because I know a lot of them did it for the right reasons. So I go from that standpoint, but at the same time, I still have that full conversation about why they went. And believe it or not, 90% of them I ran into, or 80%. I mean, this is my own numbers, you know, that I've seen. Regret it, but at the same time, went in for an understanding that's not what people think. You know, a lot of it, like you said, is
Yeah,
financial, or they were talked into it, or they did it for fighting for their country, right? They think that they're
yeah,
actually doing something good. So that
yeah,
luckily they actually see that they did something wrong. That's the
yeah.
point.
I come from I come from a war family. My grandfather served in World War II, you know, as well as you know, other war. And my three uncles, they all served, you know, in the Marines, the Army, and the Air Force. And I
Yeah.
have cousins, they were in the Navy, and my other cousins was in the Marines. I probably have about like 14 or 15 family members that joined the services, and not one of them are thankful at all about it.
I
It's
have
they
one that
wait.
is. I have an uncle who like literally just he still gives his time to it and everything else and is very proud of it and all that, and he just doesn't see the world, and it's a Christian, does not see the world the same view that we do though.
Yeah,
That's sad for me, and I just don't understand because this is someone who literally goes to church constantly, does see the world kind of a little bit clearly, but yeah, still blinded in many ways.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Isn't there something that Solomon said that with great knowledge comes great sorrow? So
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
isn't ignorance bliss?
yeah.
Amen, but not. I'm glad that I'm not ignorant in many ways. I'm still ignorant in some, of course, but I'm glad that I'm awake to the things that I was blinded by and brainwashed by. And if I went to war and I did the things that I would, you know, people have done, I'm hoping to God I'd regret it and I'd see the light. And yeah, have to hold that accountability on myself because that means I have a good heart. So as many of these people are suffering inside, they need to realize that when they look in the mirror, that makes them a good person because they feel actually guilty for realizing for the first time that what they did was wrong.
Yeah.
Whether it was brainwashed into them or not, they still have accountability. And that is a huge thing in this world that a lot of people don't have. So God bless those people that still can find that in those moments, you know?
Yeah,
It's still a pain and suffering that they have to go through, but it's going to make them a better human being. It will.
yeah. I remember my uncle, my oldest uncle, one time at Thanksgiving, the family was all talking about Vietnam and how it was a sham, and you know how it was fake, and you know it wasn't really a war, and he broke down crying, and from the family, like he scared everybody because he was like, shut the fuck up. You guys have no idea what it is. You have no idea what I went through. He was like, you don't know what it is for your commanding officer to tell you to burn a hut with children screaming inside of it. And I was like, what? Like, everybody was like, oh my God. Like, yeah, he carried some demons with him. He carried some deep regrets. And I felt
Vietnam
bad for
War
him.
serious. My uncle was that way. He'd sit there and hi ho Hitler at the table and shit, and tell me that Hitler wasn't as bad as we were told, and he had schizophrenia after he came back. He was not the same.
Wow.
Yeah, saw demons all the time. I always said, you know what hell is? The absence of God. And trust me, you don't want that. I was like, damn.
Absolutely.
Damn.
Yeah. That's words of wisdom right there too. That's
He was
something to
very,
say.
even though he had all these pills they put him on and shit, and he was schizophrenic, exposing all this shit, he spoke some real truth. You know what I mean? I'm like, dang, dude.
Yeah,
It was
no doubt,
beautiful
no
but
doubt,
scary.
no doubt. It's really really interesting to get in conversation with anyone that served in the service.
Oh yeah.
To just to see their perspective of it now, not when they were in it, but now,
Right.
like the latter, and it's a whole different story. And I think of like today, like I have 3 boys myself, and if there was ever a draft, like I don't know, man. I might kidnap them and lock them in the basement so they don't go serve. Like, no, you're not gonna go.
Exactly. You
Yeah,
can't
I
go.
don't want any of them to. Like, I get the whole gung
Yeah.
ho America fight for the country. I get that, but let someone else do it. Like, and I don't want any of my loved ones to be in that. And I feel bad that anyone's son is going to be put in that situation and position.
Yeah, let's not
Because
forget that a lot of people are chose to go to the military in our generation, but before that they were drafted. Okay, they
Yep.
were made to go. So there's a total different feeling for those people.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, my grandfather, he stormed the Normandy. He's known for that. He matter of fact, he got a Purple Heart from it. I remember he had a huge scar on his arm from shrapnel, and he got a Purple Heart for that. And whenever anybody brought up war, he'd walk out. He never wanted to talk about it. That's how traumatizing that was, because he was young. He was young when he joined. And
Yep.
but World War II was no joke. He said every friend he had was killed. Everyone was killed. And I was like, wow. Like that's crazy.
That's what a lot of them have on them, because your military family, because of the brainwashing they do when you go to boot camp too, becomes your family. And they tell you
Yeah.
that your ones at home don't care about you anymore and you're a worthless piece of shit. And then they build you back up. Then they put you out there to war. And they
Yeah.
lose those people. My uncle had to deal with he changed his shift one day. He was supposed to be doing it at night or something, and he changed the job with him. So his friend ended up being out there instead of him. And his friend died. He never ever got over that, because it should have been him, he said. Because it's like losing your brother or your sister. They become your family. It's sad. There's a
Yeah.
lot that they deal with, not just the war, family losing them, your friends out there seeing the shit, just seeing it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's crazy now that I think about it. My buddy Richie, his best friend in the army, he was killed in Iraq. And it's weird because now he ended up coming back, and he missed his friends so much. He used to call this may sound weird, but he used to call his phone just to hear his voicemail saying, "Hey, what's up? It's me. Just leave a voicemail." He used to call his phone just to hear his voice because he missed them, man. That's how dearly he, had this affection for a brother, a fellow, soldier, that he was fighting with, and he died right in front of him. And one day, that dude's wife, the widow, picked up the phone, and they just started talking. Long story short, he ended up marrying her. he's now with her. And so it's weird that he got with his buddy's ex-wife or widowed
It
wife.
sounds so weird, but I bet, if he was alive, he wouldn't really want that. But now that he's gone, he knows that his wife is with someone that he cared about and trusted. At least they have that, something to
Yes.
share. Yeah.
You know what? That's interesting you say that, because one time he said, because she came to my house, him and her kids, they came to the house, and I was talking to her, and she's like, you know what? It's weird because having Richie in my life, it soothed it like it helped her, not getting over her husband, but coping with losing her husband, because at least now he's in her life to go further, and now she like respects that she can have that similarity. They both miss him, which is weird to me. I'm just saying, but yeah, that's
Great
weird to
place to
me.
your husband, but at the same time, that guy understands that love, and no one's
Hmm.
gonna replace his best friend. So there's a complete understanding there. Every time she's sad or misses him, he's gonna feel the same fucking way and have compassion. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that's what their common ground is, to be honest, where they could both miss him together. It's kind of weird, but it works. War is a horrible thing, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It's really sad what we've all gone through. Our
Yeah.
families, everything. We all have it in our families, something like this going on. You may not understand it or know it, but it's somewhere deep in your family.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
reality.
That's for sure. Man. All right. Back to flat Earth. I'm just kidding.
It's a very touchy subject too, and it feels sad, but it's also it's a beautiful thing too.
Yeah, it's good to get out, right? It's good to
Yeah.
talk about sometimes.
If you
It's
don't
that
talk about it,
reminder
it
of,
stays within, and it gets harder, and it builds up and boils up in people, and that's what a lot of people need to do, especially who've been to war, is talk about it. And a lot of people don't have anyone to talk to about it because most of their military friends don't align with them if they step outside of the, rooting for your fucking military and shit. And if you go against it, they're like, "How dare you?" So they can't talk to their military friends. Most of them, they can't.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It's just weird. It's like what a dichotomy that is. For the most part, I think even still till this day, like there's still young men that they don't see it that way, and that's why they enlist. That's why they join. That's why they go, and they're being sold the dream. They're being sold the this story. Um, I remember one time there was this guy, and he was insulted that people weren't as welcoming, to his service, and I think that made him realize, like, damn, soldiers aren't necessarily raised right now at this time, at this moment, and that sucks though. That sucks for him, but I don't know. It's messed up because they literally put their life on the line um for in the story of it, in that falsehood for it, because ultimately they're just fighting a rich man fucking war. And I remember my buddy Joe, he lives in Kansas now, and he's always like, thank you for your service, thank you for the service, he loves that. But at the same time, I one time I got in a conversation with him. He's like, "Oh yeah, you could thank me for that." I was like, "Bro, our freedoms, like you didn't fight for my freedom, bro. You fought for an oil war." And he got mad at me, man. He got so mad at me. I was like, the last time a soldier fought for freedom was a few hundred years ago, and everything since then has been nothing about freedom, nothing. And he got so mad at me about that. He's like,
I didn't even go back to them. Like, when were you free? When has anybody been free? Like,
yeah,
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 we've been so far from free. It's the illusion that we're free. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I guess the last time people fought for freedom was in the 1700s. Everything after that's been
rich man's wars, just fighting for no reason.
I think freedom is an illusion. No one ever fought for it because it's not real. It's the same illusion that there's either abide and do the right thing, or you do the wrong thing. People who do the wrong thing equate it with freedom. I don't think it's ever been a real thing.
Yeah. Like, don't argue with me that I can watch cable TV because you fought for freedom. Like, that's not an argument, bro. Like, has nothing to do with me watching TV, bro. Like, one of my buddies told me that. Like I said, I have a lot of buddies that served, and then I have one buddy. He served, but he was stationed in Germany, and he said that he was in a fake like store. Like it was a store with like, like food and snacks, like kind of like a gas station, but not a gas station. It was a store, but he said that they had guns like at the counter, and it had nothing to do with him, being in any war, and it had nothing to do with him running a store. It had to do with I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but it was like some espionage stuff. They were positioned in that place to be ears on the streets of that city that he was in I think it was Germany. Yeah, Germany. One of the cities in Germany. And it was one of those like espionage type of things. Like he wasn't in war, but he just had to keep his ear to the streets of Germany for whatever reason. I guess there was some stuff going on.
Oh yeah,
But
I dated someone from England who was telling me stories about his father, who literally used to go to other countries and play like ping pong and other shit, but he was not there for that. But it looked like he
yeah,
was there for that. Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah. There's a lot. You'll be surprised of how many men in service are strictly like tattletales. That's all they are. They're just tattletales. They're just there to listen and report.
Spies. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, they're spies. Exactly. They're like not like James Bond spy or espionage,
Right.
but they're there to
Gather information, honey.
exactly. They're just there for information.
Yep.
And it's interesting that always that tripped me out when he told me about his position and what he did. He said, dude, the counters were cardboard. They weren't even real. I was like, what? He was like, dude, it was like a movie set. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, it was all fake. I was like, wow,
And what's
that's
even more
crazy.
fucked up is a lot of these people have to lie to their family, even not tell them the truth until they get out of it, or for so many years they sign a contract, you can't say shit. And so their family thinks that they're just off going on vacation or going to do something for a sport, and they're spying the whole time and shit. They can't tell even their own loved one, their wife, nothing. So they're living a lie.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can't be honest with your wife or husband. Fuck that shit. Can you imagine if you realized the whole time your husband was lying to you, or your wife was, like, and they were out there spying? I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, damn, you're badass. At the same time, what the fuck? You've been lying to me?
Right?
Yeah, messed up. But I get why, because yeah, they know they also be taken out and killed. It was no joke back then.
Yeah.
People don't talk about it.
That's very true. You can't. Yeah, you talk, you might get killed.
They'll take you out in the middle of the woods and just shoot you. You're gone. You died in war. Like,
Yeah.
you wouldn't know anything different.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, crazy.
And a show like that can happen, when people say, well, how can they keep up a big story? And I'm not trying to bring it back to flat earth, but in general, I had this conversation, I think, with, who was it? I don't remember who now at this point. But he was saying, oh, no, you can never keep it up, and how many people would have to be in the line. Not that many actually have to be, but you could have a shitload of people, too, just like the military, and you don't know how many people sign a contract to keep their fucking mouth shut and even lie to their families when they come home. I work for NASA. I build this part. I do this thing. And this narrative keeps going. If the military can do it, why couldn't NASA do it?
Very true. Very, very. Yeah. It's interesting to think that if it's a known
profession, espionage and secrecy, then and obviously it doesn't take many to be involved with that, because it's a very hush hush operation. Why can't that be NASA? Why? I mean, obviously there's things that are like, for instance, when they show rockets, and they show the control center, every single one of them is just looking at a screen. That's it.
Yeah.
They don't know if it's really happening. They don't. They all they know is they're looking at a screen. They're looking at their data. They're seeing beeps and levels. It reminds me of back when CERN restarted, and they were showing it a live stream when they were going to collide, the particles, and these guys were just looking at a screen, and then they're all celebrating once it happened, or they said it happened. They're all happy, but it's like they're just looking at screens. Like, how's that proof of anything? They're just and I remember there was like uh, uh, a mishap, and even the reporter on the live stream was like, okay, so they're still waiting for confirmation. And it was like not till like 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, they're like, oh, they got confirmation, and then they're all celebrating. I'm like, man, they were literally just looking at the screen. Who knows what happened? Who knows if even they even accomplished what they said they were going to accomplish? It's just money being poured into these systems and these companies that are profiting off of the idea that is happening, and that's I don't know, that made me think twice.
Well, people don't even realize too how many actual individuals are involved, and they have to send a contract and not say anything about their job when it even comes to data. My mother was in that and worked for Indiana Bell. There are a lot of people who have seen things or deal with data firsthand before it even hits public, and they're not allowed to talk about this shit and testing it and everything. So I mean, it's in every field that's like that, and data is one that's definitely in it, guys.
Yeah.
We don't even understand what we actually we're capable of having communication and all that, because we've been lied to. And the story just keeps going and going, and you're being lied to every day. But your family, because your grandpa worked for NASA, well, just because your grandpa tells you that doesn't mean that he's not sitting there lying to you. But they can't believe, why would my family lie to me? Because they have a contract signed and they're protecting your life and protecting theirs. They don't get it.
That reminds me of the latest video with Buzz Aldrin. He was doing like this lecture, or this like question and answer thing at this huge hall, and somebody asked him what were the dangers, and he was like, there wasn't any, because there wasn't. It didn't happen. And then like you can see this little like you can see him veer off to the side, like a handler was like, mention the box, right? Like mention these switches. And then the narrator, or the host for the interview repeated that. And then he was like, oh yeah, there was this switch and I didn't know because it was broken, and I don't know, it was almost like they triggered him with the word, and then he knew what storyline to follow with that word. No different than when like the White House press secretary, when they ask her a question and she goes through her book of where that answer is to that question, like it's all scripted. Like they know exactly what to say when something's asked. But it's crazy to see him say, "No, there was no danger because it never happened." Like what? Like what do you mean it never happened? And then they real quickly they cleaned it up. He started going off with some other, wild story about how something broke or whatever. I don't know, but he's been lying all these years. You can see in his face. You can see that he's just reciting a story. Like kind of like when he told that little girl, "That's not a question for an 8-year-old girl. That's my question." He's like, we didn't go back because we never went. Like, what? What are you talking about right now? I thought you did. It's only a matter of time before he dies. He's going to get too senile. He's going to spit out too much truth. He's going to put him on blast. Did y'all hear about that Russian astronaut that came out and said it's all fake?
Yeah, sorry, honey. I'm over here doing something as well. I'm not usually up this early. We're up second shift.
Nah, no worries. No.
My roommate's first up in the shop, so I'm taking him to work at like 3:30 in the morning. Like, what?
No worries. No, I was just saying, did you hear about that Russian that came out and said it's all fake?
Yes, I have before. What was his name, though? Do you remember?
I don't remember his name, but he came out in an interview and he just straight out said, no, we didn't. That's not what we did. It's all fake. And he's it's translated because he's speaking Russian, but he straight out said that no, they didn't go anywhere. they didn't do whatever they're saying that he did. He's like, that didn't happen, and he got a lot of flack for that. They started they try to discredit him, to take away his accountability. Forgot his name though. Let me Google it real quick.
Yeah,
Let me check it out.
I forget who
Let
was
me
just
see.
asking if you've ever seen the curve by flying. Dude, I flew to freaking England, and that was all I cared about seeing since Flat Earth was really getting out there and seeing it for myself. I paid attention the whole damn time. I looked at the windows, I did videos of the window and everything else. Yeah, like, look, see, guys? Exactly what we talk about on here all the damn time. And literally, if you're up in that plane, you don't feel like you feel like you're just coasting. I was 8.5 hours on a flight. Yeah, it does not look like there's any curve whatsoever. I'm sorry, guys. Get up there and fly for a long time. I was in the air for 13 fucking hours. Saw no curve. The window's curved, yeah, for sure. I have videos of that.
Wow.
All you gotta do though is zoom out the window and you don't see the window anymore. You don't see the curve. It's not there. But if you take a picture from that window correctly or incorrectly, however you want to put that, you can actually see the curve in the picture. But it's just a fucking window, man. You just got to get closer so you're not getting the window's perspective in it. You don't see it anymore. That flight was awesome, though. And honestly, it was the first time I ever took a flight at night as well. So I also got to see the daylight and the night side, too, where I was seeing all the stars. Oh, my God. I've never seen stars like that in my life. I felt like I was so close to them. And I was surrounded like it was I'm not saying it, guys, but like it was a dome. And it was surrounding me, left, right, above. Felt like they were just, yeah, I was in a globe. Crazy. Not like a globe, like we're on a ball, guys, but like it was actually like a dome covered in stars. I've never seen
Yeah.
something like this in my life. They were so close. Perspective wise. I'm not saying they actually were. I have no idea how fucking far away they were. But you get up there, it's brilliant. Yeah.
Wow. All I want is one of these spacewalks. I just want one of the astronauts to just turn around and show me space and its vast infinite vacuum that they say it is. That's all I want, but that won't happen. These guys will never do that. Turn around and show the sun, in its huge, glorious, magnificent view, being the 200 miles or whatever the fuck it is, 200,000 miles, whatever it is. I just want them to turn around and just show space from their view. But I guess that'll never happen. All
I mean, can you
lies.
imagine if we went to space, like me and you or any of us, anybody in the world, if they went to space? I'm sorry, but I'd have video out the window
constantly every moment free. I wouldn't be sitting there jogging on a treadmill or in that bullshit I see. I'd be out the fucking window going, look at this shit, y'all. Look what I am
Exactly.
seeing. This is amazing. And I'd come back so excited to tell the entire world, and I wouldn't be sitting there with a gloom look on my face and very pissed off and sad.
Exactly.
Fucking
Yeah.
just brilliant day.
they, it's funny because I remember seeing a video. It's like these guys just won the Super Bowl. They're all happy, excited, smiling. And then they're like, these guys just land the moon. It shows Buzz and fucking what's his name, just all like
Yeah,
sad.
I know. When we win the Super Bowl, we tear up shit and burn stuff down and jump on cars, go fucking mental. But when we go to spades, it's like, listen here. Yeah, we went. I'm very pissed, very upset, not happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Like
Oh, my Lord.
that screams red flags.
Bullshit. That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. But you have some staunch ballers though. Like no, they did. They were there. they won't get their facial expressions, and that won't be a trigger to them. They'll be like, they're just tired.
I can't see it from that perspective whatsoever. It's just too much. They've already been told. It's in their head, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I think a lot of people have lived in books and stories. They have never experienced a lot of the things that we can talk about. I've even met, a lot of flat earthers who haven't had the opportunity to go out there and see it for themselves. They've researched it, they understand it from that level, but haven't really looked at the, observations and all that. And I'm going to listen. It's everywhere, guys. Just travel and look at it for what it is. Everything you look at, like going to Texas and stuff, I have so many shots and views. You can just see flat earth. Yeah, you don't see curves anywhere. I'm sorry, you can go up a high 4,000 something elevation. Even saying it's like you're gonna have no freaking refraction where you're at, hardly at all. And I'm like, well, then why the fuck can I see two? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
Nuts.
No, Zion's a clown, man.
Then it cracks me up.
Yeah, he's a clown, man. He's a character in these parts.
I've had some actually decent conversations sometimes with Zanuck if he's calm. When I was in Texas, he did, and he's even said a couple of times that it doesn't make any sense, and I see your perspective, Stacey, and you're right on certain topics, and maybe you could be right. We're still questioning it. I'm going, no, you guys aren't questioning anything. You guys say that, but in reality, you guys have it on paper and in your head that no matter what, that this is how it is. Period. So, because every time we question it, you get pissed.
Yeah.
So you're not questioning.
Last night I got so pissed. I just had to just leave voice chat because he was saying something along the lines of when you look through a theodolite, the angle of the crosshairs change depending on how you're standing or whatever. And that's just absolutely
and all that.
that's just absolutely that's 1,000% false. And but I had to leave because I was getting heated. I just left.
Yeah.
They muted me and everything. And they didn't want to hear that, but I was mad.
I think a lot of us who talk about it freely have been muted over it at one point. Or
Yeah,
have
right.
left and like, you know what, screw this shit. I can. If it starts getting me upset, I don't allow it to happen anymore. I don't like to debate either. I like to have a conversation. I've done the debate back and forth where I'm actually yelling, getting angry, changing my energy to that level, and I realize I don't like it. So taking a step back, if we can have a conversation like we're having right now, us with those people or anybody. I don't want to see those people ever put us in a category. I'm actually friends with a lot of people who believe in the globe, even on here. Because in real life, I'm like, regardless of what shape it is, you're a human being, and I give a shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
Even if you sit here and you won't stop your bullshit, Zanuck, I still appreciate your team.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot of loss, though, for us to appreciate what we have. If we didn't go through the struggle, or we didn't go through losing people, or we don't see bad, we're not going to appreciate the good so much. and understand it. So there has
Yeah.
to be some kind of balance. But you can't find balance if you don't have both.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
People
A
question
lot
why
of
bad things happen so you can understand the good. Truly.
a lot of them too. It seems like they argue points that maybe don't make sense, like logically, but they're stuck to it. They'll continue that argument. They'll die on that hill, even though it doesn't make sense. Even though it's just not. It's not what they're saying. It is. I mean, in their motto, it makes sense, but that's the whole point of why we're arguing or debating. We're trying to tell them, no, like, beside from your motto, like, it's not gonna make sense, man. Yeah, it's one of them things. We
Sometimes
just
it
have to.
takes people a lot longer than us, or I don't know, timing. My roommate that I was actually in a relationship with for 15 years, we grew apart because of me coming to truth so much, and he wasn't. We were on the same page. And then COVID hit, and he hated everything I said about it because I had information, firsthand. And I was talking ways that he's like, "It's real," and he was going crazy at me. And I'm sorry, I won't go into the conversation because we can get in trouble. But he hated me for it. And then 1 year, I came back, it was like 2 years, actually it was like a year and a half, year and a half later, he starts telling me how it's all a bullshit, it's a scheme, and da 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 da. And I'm going, oh, now you're seeing it because it wasn't affecting him in that way yet.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes pieces of information or for them to affect their life for them to really see it. And
Yeah.
that's okay,
Yeah, no doubt. It's weird to think that so many people fell for it at the early stages, and a lot of truthers, quote unquote, such as ourselves, were like, no, it's not what they're saying it is. It's just not. And they would get irate. They would get mad. They even went as far as saying, even on mainstream media and talk show hosts, they were like, if a vaccinated person, needs to be taken care of in the hospital, and an unvaccinated person needs to, they're like, take the vaccinated person first. Like, fuck the people who are unvaccinated. Like, they just like wanted people like that to die. I was like, wow, to hear that on mainstream television was intense.
For me to deal with it, I have to go to a nursing home to see my mother, and before that, assisted living. And she kind of fell ill right when COVID hit. So it was, yeah, it affected those people the most in these facilities that were locked in and whatnot. But they are most of them are very awake to actually what's happened. And I didn't think that would be the case for some reason. I thought, well, no, they're older. They're going to fall for it, in a way. And they're hearing about it. What do they know? They're just seeing the news. They can't see family, right? Or anything. Um, but no, they have complete understanding, and they were forced to take things against their will, or in a way. And things were
Mm-hmm.
happening. They saw a lot of people die, their friends and everything within these facilities, and it's sad. But a lot of them are awake to the shit that's happened and happening, believe it or not.
Yeah, yeah. I believe you on that. There's a lot more people that are, especially today, or nowadays, should I say. So many people are just, they're over it. They're over the lies. They don't even want to pay attention anymore. When they try to say, oh, we're going to, bring back masks and stuff, they're like, oh, stop.
People are over it in general because the economy. I mean, I'm out here, I understand I'm doing, 2 and 3 jobs sometimes, and driving for Uber and stuff like that. I'm also working at a big corporation. I could see what the hell's happening. I go to facilities, even my mom's facilities, understaffed, complaining about they need help. Nobody wants to work. It's a fact. But here's the thing too: all these places that say they're hiring are not telling the truth. They're not hiring anymore. I don't know what's happened in the last 6 months, but it's a fucking lie. And they're keeping less workers on purpose because they're trying to get their profits back. And they're trying to make it an illusion that the economy's not failed already, and it basically has. So I think we have this new thing that's going to be hitting us because nobody gives a shit about anything else because they can't survive. That's where we're at. It's getting hard
Yeah.
to even fucking buy food, have a meal, a day for people. $4.25 a gallon I just put in my tank, and I know that's not anything compared to other countries or to sometimes things in
425. That's
California.
cheap.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people say, that's cheap. I'm going, for me, that's not.
Yeah.
I only make $14.50 an hour. It ain't shit compared to what $14.50 used to be 2 years ago. It's not the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then everything's going up for people. I keep hearing it. Their electric just went up. Ours did. We're getting letters. Our water, our gas, every single thing is going up. Rent,
Yeah.
food. People are having a hard time surviving. I mean, people in Canada, I just saw a video on this the other day, that are literally euthanizing themselves not because of the pain, not necessarily because of disability, because they cannot live. It's too hard to survive on the paycheck of what you're getting from the government. Trust me, I knew I had to get off disability. I was making $741 a month and plus to survive on that shit. And if I was making $741 a month right now, I would be fucked. Literally. I couldn't
Wow.
survive. You can't get a house. You can't do anything.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
keeping people down.
I know over here in California, things have gone like through the roof. And there's a lot of people that they're resorting to stealing, and no one cares. Like they're
Nobody.
just doing it. Yeah, they're just taking it, and it's
Yeah.
weird because I look at it from a standpoint of the signs of the times, and if you have a collective consciousness of just still, and no one has a care about it.
Yeah.
It seems like, man, everyone's just going against the commandments right now. And days of Sodom and Gomorrah, I guess.
Well, they've made it where you can go into Walmart or anywhere in California, especially. It's pretty bad. I think it's up to $950 or under $1,000. If it's under $1,000, the cops won't even come out. So
Nope.
you're not
Yeah.
going to be arrested or anything. But when people understand that and know that, then there's no consequences they feel. So they'll go in and make sure that they go under $1,000, and that way, if they get caught, it's okay. You just can't come
Yeah.
back here anymore. Get the fuck out. I mean, if we had security walking around instead of acting like they're regular people in the store in regular clothes, nobody even knows they're. No. Why don't you walk around in your fucking uniform so people know if they do something, you're being watched and you will be fucking arrested, and there should be consequences for this shit. If there was consequences like that, people wouldn't do it, but they're allowing it. Problem.
Yeah, because being allowed, exactly, because it's being allowed, it's only furthering the problem.
That's why Mama used to beat my ass. She was like, "You know better now, don't you?" I'm saying the truth. She said, "You won't do that again, will you?" That's why my mom taught me consequences, accountability for everything that I did. And I know a lot of people are against that, but discipline is real. And I'm not saying it has to be physical. There has to be some kind of consequence to when people do something wrong. Now it's becoming, if you do something wrong, it's okay. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. I mean, they're doing the new purge law, whatever it's called in fucking Illinois, where it's almost allowing fucking people to come in your house and shit. It's like, what? What's happening? And that will just spread around. We're coming to a point that I don't know if people are ready for or prepared for. And people could try to prepare for this, but how can you prepare for something you don't know for sure what's going to go down? You can just do the best you can. It's like having a child. Good luck. It's like you can never be prepared for that. You just have to go with the flow. But at least we're somewhat ready mentally. But it's going to take willpower for everybody to get through it and strength within. And I hope people have it. Because let me tell you, I've heard a lot of even our own truthers say, and I get it. Your family, right? You protect them. You'll do anything for your family, your child, even if you had to steal. I've heard it. You come to that situation. And I understand why people feel that way, because your child's suffering. You die for your child. That's that they're banking on, though, right? Instead of us taking care of one another, they're hoping we take each other out for their narrative, their purposes. That's what's coming, I feel strongly.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
gonna
had a
jump off.
conversation with a lady at Dollar General, and she was telling me the same thing. I didn't say it. She goes, "They're trying to kill us off." I said, "What'd you say?" I was like, "What?"
Wow.
And then she was like, "Yeah, I don't know if it's a reset or what." I'm like, "You just used the word reset? Like, wow, let's have a conversation." She wasn't awake like us guys or anything, but she was seeing the world for what it was, not blinded. And I was like, "Yeah, we're fighting over color, we're fighting over everything." She's like, "Honey, we're even fighting within our own color. Like it's divine upon divine." I'm like, "Yep, done by design, though, sweetheart." That's what they don't see, that it's done by the design, but they see it happening.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely do. I'm gonna jump off. I'm tired. I gotta sleep. Good talking to you though, Stacey.
You too, sweetheart. Get some rest. Talk to you
For
soon,
sure.
sweetie.
For sure. You have a good night. Bye bye.
You too. I wish I had a good night. I had like 3 hours fucking sleep, and then I don't even get out of work till 11 o'clock p.m. I'm like, this sucks. Oh well. But that's what you do for friends and family. You help them.
Look at that sun rising up above the horizon, coming up from underneath the ground or around the ball. You should decide. Now, just opposite that sunrise that hasn't quite happened yet, there's a brilliantly lit moon, lit by the sun, obviously. I'm in the middle of a journey to my office, which will move everything in the sky by 1 degree. Almost exactly 1 degree.
Yeah, it's very interesting that it's lit by the sun. So if we're not living in a heliocentric Big Bang model, then it might be a barrier, it might be waters beyond. So we're looking at a direct reflection right across. So thank you for that, Mayak. At least you entertained the possibility.
Oh, no, it's lit by the sun. It's its own entity,
Yes,
though,
it
because
is.
it has different features. So, sorry
Well,
about
you
your luck,
can't
but it's not the sun. It's
you
lit
can't see
by
the
the sun.
features of the sun. You can't see the features of
No.
the sun,
Oh, yeah,
really.
you can.
And when you look into the
It's got little
hydrogen
spots and
alpha,
stuff.
yes, when you look at what you see is something Peter has found out. You're actually looking at Aristarchus. So when we look at all the different craters on the moon, kaleidoscopic expression, like a hole of mirrors of one crater, we just don't recognize it as that because in our brain, this forced solidity has been given to us. So yeah, did you disagree that in the night sky, the universal night sky, there's only two, or day sky, there's only two things of similar sort of size. This is the sun and the moon. Because the sun lights up the moon, right, in your model, fair enough, we have the reasoning. In the flat Earth model, let's see if you're good at speculating. Could it be that it is a reflection if we're in an enclosed system with a watery backdrop?
Well, I'm going to change a couple of things you said there. You said only the sun and the moon. No, the sun, the moon, and several planets all stay the same size, at least within reason.
No.
So,
Sun and moon. There's two things, targets in the sky that are separate from the rest. The sun and the moon. One is obviously connected with the other. Look the same size to us. So as we're trying to find out what they are, what's going on.
that kind of same size. I mean, the
We
same size over
understand.
the period of a day.
Yeah, we understand your story. Now I'm asking you, can you put your mind into a flat Earth setting? So just for the purposes of
No,
just exploration.
I don't
So
entertain insanity.
we have a stationary Earth surface. So you've been in here for years, so you can't even go this far. This tells us the whole point here. So stationary Earth surface, whatever the hell it is, we got a barrier above separating waters. So we got a mirror sky. So you have the sun reflecting off of the barrier. As it's higher, the sun itself, then we get less. The highest part, imagine sun traveling in a sine wave over a monthly basis. As the highest part we get to, there's no moon, or new moon as we call it. As it comes down then to meet the axis, then we have that full moon, or so we have the half moon. So we have two half moons. Then it goes on to its lowest trough point, we have the full moon. So in other words, the sun is at its lowest point along the barrier in its monthly cycle, reflecting directly across the barrier. So we're getting a more direct reflection. Can you appreciate that's a possibility?
Good day to you, sir.
That's all you get, ladies and gentlemen. Listening to this guy and inviting these people back again and again is an absolute waste of time. Because all they're here to do is to defend a lie, and they won't make your declaration. Are you a man of honor, Mr. Military Man?
Oh no, Pete. I would
You a
entertain
man
with
of honor?
anybody but
I thought
you.
you said
I would.
okay.
Pete. You
No,
asked me
no,
a
not
question.
listening. You said good
You
day.
asked me a
You
question.
said good day to you.
Pete.
You said good day. You
Pete.
ignored my
All right,
question. So,
Pete.
ladies and gentlemen, anyone listening,
You
it's
asked
absolutely
whether I would
pointless
entertain this.
listening
No,
to these
you were
people.
lying about me, and I will talk. Now, I would say that I am perfectly willing to entertain it. I'm just not willing to entertain it with you. Have a good
Okay,
day.
well, okay. So you heard it, ladies and gentlemen, and I guess people like Moyak are more welcome than people like me, people like Zanuck, people like Kosho, to rehash the same arguments, all of these military men, all of these patriots. Yeah. No worries, bud. You see how I stumped him with a simple question? Because he can't, what do you call it, entertain other possibilities. He must day in, year out, defend an impossible spinning ball. That's where you get fucking nowhere. Good day to you, dickhead.
Pete, you're a bit of a hypocrite because you won't entertain the idea of anything else as being a government conspiracy. Like you said, you admitted yourself you're an auto-hoaxer. So you won't entertain any other possibilities either. So you're a bit of a hypocrite, really.
Is mad, another man, Gem Panda's crew. No worries, I'm not a hypocrite. I entertained.
No, you are absolutely a hypocrite because you say all these things and you do the same thing.
For years of my life.
Are you not an auto-hoaxer? Are you not an auto-hoaxer?
So
are you not an auto-hoaxer?
I'm answering you. I entertained for years of my life exactly what you were trying to sell to me, which is the reality
are you
of
not
these things presented to
an
us.
auto-hoaxer?
So, see, in any real world, this guy wouldn't be left in the door.
Are you?
He wouldn't be left in the fucking door of the establishment.
An auto-hoaxer?
Not to mind coming and throwing shit around every new day.
Are you?
I was answering
or are
you.
you not?
I was answering you, and you interrupted me. So for years, I believed what you believe. An auto-hoaxer is someone who generally, when they see any new news story, they automatically write it off as a hoax because they've come across so many other hoaxes in the past.
Right. So therefore, by definition, by your own admission, you said you're an auto-hoaxer, right? Okay.
So can you tell me?
Hold on, I haven't finished. No, you're interrupting me. Now shut the fuck up, right? You're interrupting me now. So let's just be quiet until I finish what I'm saying. All right. Okay. So by your own admission, you're an auto-hoaxer. By very definition, you're not prepared to entertain any other possibility. So that makes you a hypocrite, Pete. That's what makes you a hypocrite. You're an auto-hoaxer. You admitted it yourself. You said you're an auto-hoaxer. You said it in Gem Pandas before.
Tell me what it is.
You tell me. You're the one that said you are one.
Look at the passion of these villains. You listen to the passion of these villains, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I'm just exposing you as a hypocrite. You're not interested in the truth, Pete. You say you're a truth seeker, but you're not. You're not interested in anything else apart from your own ideas, and then you criticize other people that won't entertain you.
This is a game and an act for these people, of course.
At its finest, Pete. That's what you are. You're just a hypocrite.
I've destroyed you many times, man. I can destroy any of you in moments. Embarrass you. That's why Moyak had to bow out. He doesn't like dealing with my questions. Ask a simple question. I don't want to deal with you. I'm out.
Oh,
come in shouting and roaring. Come in shouting and roaring, saying I'm an auto-hoaxer. Why I'm an auto-hoaxer is because I wasn't always an auto-hoaxer.
You're a hypocrite. You're not interested in the truth at all. You never have been.
No, that's not what an auto-hoaxer is. I don't pay attention anymore.
You will not entertain any other possibilities whatsoever, but then you criticize other people.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I don't pay attention anymore. An auto-hoaxer is someone who has looked at, let's say he's looked at 50 news stories and found all of them to be hoaxes. Just tired, drained of it all. The next drama story that comes out, I just auto-hoax it. It's fucking easier.
Exactly, it's much easier, isn't it? Than to actually look at the evidence and entertain other ideas, isn't it, Pete?
Because you just become exhausted by it. Now, let me ask you this: have you auto-hoaxed anything?
Absolutely not.
Have you hoaxed anything? Have you called hoaxing anything?
I've had ideas of possibilities. Some things might be a hoax, yeah.
In them, so possibly.
Things like JFK assassination. Might have been, but I'm not going to stick my neck out and say, yeah, he was. It was
very good. I didn't know you were okay. You're not going to stick your neck out and say it was definitely so, but you suspect it might have been.
No, I didn't say that. I said it could have been. It could have been, but I'm not saying it might have been. I said it could.
I'm saying it was. I'm saying it was.
There you go. That's the difference between me and you. I'm prepared to accept one way or the other, but you're not.
Me too. No, I was. Me too. Absolutely.
Just give me the evidence.
But hang on. I just absolutely. So I looked into it. And I believe the official story. So I went through I watched the movie JFK. We have all these conspiracies. But then I went through a massive search, and I came out at the truth, which is that it is a hoax. So I looked into it.
Yeah,
Did you
but
look into
truth.
it?
But whose truth is it? You were saying it's the
collective
truth.
evidence.
Whose
truth?
Evidence.
The collective evidence.
But there you go. You see, you've just proved my point altogether. You said it's the truth, so you're not prepared to entertain any other idea. You see, you've just proved that you're a hypocrite.
Let's hear your idea as to why it might have been a
It
hoax.
doesn't matter why, though, Pete. It doesn't matter. I'm just exposing you every time I get the opportunity because you've got no respect for me, never have done. And you told me before I even started, before I started my behaviour towards you. So every time you speak, I'm going to expose you as a liar and as somebody who's a hypocrite whenever I get the opportunity, Pete. That's my game.
Okay. Apparently, there's no name callings, but the ball earthers, the scum, are allowed to come in and call the truth seekers, all of these names. Okay,
But
no worries.
you're not a truth seeker, though, Pete. You're not interested in the truth. Because you're
Why
not
not?
prepared.
Okay.
You're not prepared to
So-
explore any other possibilities, and you know that. You know this, Pete.
Okay, so I looked into Kultos thread, which is the staged event of November 22nd.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. He's just proven my point whatsoever. He's looked into it and he's
So
proved.
it's a massive research thread.
He'll tell you actually what he did was he looked at some various people discussing the ideas, and therefore that's his evidence.
So it's a massive thread, massive body of work that's actually been going on.
His evidence of all this.
Is there any moderators here?
His evidence. That
So the thread itself has actually been going on for, I think it's still going on, but it's been on about 10 years. So just collective evidence posted.
And where did you get the evidence from, Pete? Where did you get the evidence?
I looked deeply into that.
Well, look deeply into it. How? Where's your evidence? Where did you get?
So I'm asking you now. You considered?
No. Answer my question. Where did you get?
You're not over in Gem Pandas now, bud. Take it easy.
No, I can speak however I want.
Be a bit polite. I mean, the server has rules.
No, I'm not going to be polite to you. I've got no respect for you. You've not got no respect for me. So why should I talk to you politely?
Respect at the start, then I soon found out you were a fake, man.
So no. You found out I was a fake. Yeah, because that's the thing. You see, there was one day I was quite prepared to actually treat you with respect, and I said to you one time, "Hang on, Pete. Before we start this conversation, I'll treat you with respect if you do the same." And what did you say to me? In your words exactly, I will never treat you with respect. So why the fuck should I be polite to you, dickhead?
I didn't remember that. I'm assuming at the start of when you come on the scene that I was reasonable, but then I soon saw it.
No, you weren't reasonable, Pete, because all I was doing, I was asking simple questions of you. One of the things that you can't.
I caught you out. I remember catching you out, didn't I?
I know you've never caught me out, and I remember.
I do. Now I remember.
And every time you got upset was when I asked for evidence. You don't seem to like that word, do you? Don't like that word, evidence, do you? Hate that word. Because every time you did that, you go all upset and started calling me dickhead and all the rest of it. Blah, 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 blah. So, fuck you with your respect.
Okay, guys. All right, it's out of our system. You should disengage, probably, by the sounds of things.
Bandy,
that's what I did.
You're hot mic. Every time that Pete's going to be hypocritical, I'm just going to point it out.
Yeah, no, but I think it's probably best that you two disengage. That's probably best.
Nah, it's fun. I'm having fun. It's okay. It's all good, Bandy. It's all good.
Yeah, but when we start calling each other names and stuff, that's when we cross the line. Okay.
Bandy, so the guy to come in, Bandy, so the guy who comes in and throws shit, he's the one who's given equal sort of allowance as the person who just
let's not continue it. All right. So let's move on to a topic. Talk about a topic constructively, and then we'll have a good night.
Let's talk about the moon being a reflection of Aristarchus.
Oh, fuck that. That's the only quote.
That's the problem. We don't have anybody to talk to yet. So Banzo, if you want to bring up a topic, address what I started. Talk about the sunrise just happening here over my head, the reflection of the moon.
Well, it's not gone sunset here not long ago, I must say. So, and it was
we're about 6,000 miles apart.
Thereabouts. And how can that work on a globe Earth, Boyock? Like, how can it possibly work on a globe Earth? With the tilt and all that sort of stuff.
again, the thing that's strange about that argument is it does work on a globe Earth. I mean, when you physically model it out or model it out in software, it seems to work. I mean, I don't know where you think it doesn't work. It absolutely is a prediction of the globe, mathematically, physically, in
That's why he
3D
prefers talking
space.
to you, Ben. So I'll leave you to it.
Alright. Well, look, software is one thing, Moyoc, but does software actually reflect reality? Now that's the Silicon Valley $1 trillion question. Does their software actually reflect reality?
I mean,
I
I
don't know
get
about
close. I get close. I mean, does it reflect reality? Yes. I mean, when I go and I physically model it, where I take two balls and I set them up at the proper distances specified that are approximately the size they're supposed to be, I get the same results as best I can. For the fact that I'm using balls that are the equivalent of 1,000,000 times smaller than the original, and it's kind of hard to put a camera where a 6-foot tall man would stand, but you can still see that the sunrise, sunset happen approximately the right time. All the amount of land masses that would be there will be lit, give or take a percent. So it does model out physically. It's just hard to physically map out 93 million miles.
Look, I'll grant you, Moyoc, that software can physically map out things.
Oh no, I'm talking physically. I'm talking with balls. I'm talking about with balls. So you can set this up in your backyard, put a flashlight at one side of your backyard in the middle of the night, and you go spin that ball around, and you will see the demarcation between day and night falling in the right places of the earth. And if you set the whole thing up with all the angles, with care to the angles, it will match the time zones, give or take a percentage point.
Well, okay, then if we want to do it physically like that, Moyoc, I would then suggest then that we would have to do things to scale. All right. So me just getting some balls, all right, and going out in the backyard and putting them whatever distance apart, and that flashlight being whatever distance away from those balls, isn't actually a true reflection of what is said to be. Now, if we were to,
you could do it with the 93 foot, like set the ball up 93 feet away, use a 1 foot to a mile scale. I'm sorry, to a million mile scale or something like that. And then I'm not sure how big the Earth would be in that scale, but you might have to extend that a little bit, but to get it bigger than a marble.
But don't forget, a spotlight's not going to work though, is it? Because especially to that scale, because it's the sun is not a spotlight; it acts very differently. So
I would disagree a little bit with that, because at 93 feet, the lines will be as close to parallel as you need them to be for the scale of the Earth that will be there. So it will be close. It'll be within a couple of percentage points of reality.
Maybe.
But your Earth is going to be the size of a pea.
I would, that's that. Well, that's part of the problem. So that's going to be difficult to do, isn't it? Because if you're going to do the Earth the size of a pea, you're not going to be able to distinguish any kind of how shadows behave and all the rest of it, are you? So that's why it's kind of difficult. It's going to be, isn't it?
Yep.
So.
And I think if you like you're saying, Matt, like I think you'd have to probably do it using various light sources too, whether one's say a spotlight, whether one's a light with a lamp shade on it, some sort of diffusing kind of mechanism on it. You'd want to do it several types of way to see what the different effects would be. But
you're gonna need a big light source, and you're gonna need to use bigger objects and to scale. So you're gonna need a big area and a big light source. Is what you're going to be able to do properly.
And to do that is well, it's not all that easy to do it to the scale that would be kind of relevant. Like having an Earth the size of a pea is probably not practical, really.
Well, I mean, I would say that, I'm not sure what the smallest globe you can lay hands on are. One that just shows the continents, and all I'd be doing is showing the day-night cycle. So I could zoom in on something the size of a pea and see that Africa is lit, and Australia is not, or you know what I mean. America's not lit, and Australia is lit. Whatever. I could show the demarcation and roughly that it would show correct.
Could you?
And now I can't do that with a flat Earth.
Could you
on any
do
scale?
That? Could you do it to that scale though, and show continents on the size of a pea? And I think
I think so.
Practical. Do you think?
I mean, it wouldn't be like high resolution, but you could demark all the continents so that they were distinguishable.
I'm not sure.
I got to find what the smallest globe is. That'd probably be a fun thing that you might go find online.
I appreciate your skepticism there, Matt.
The other thing I could do is I could just scale up the globe to like 4 inches and accept the flaws that causes, because I got a 4-inch globe. I think the biggest thing with a spotlight scenario like that, you got to do it at night, and you really should have very little reflective sources around to give incidental light to it. So like it'd be best if you could do it on tarmac, or even shadow the thing inside of a black box.
Can I say something?
It's all good.
Benzo, I haven't heard you yet saying what makes you think it doesn't work.
What work?
So I don't even understand what the globals are arguing against.
Oh no, neither did I. I just threw something out there to get Moyoc to talk.
Yeah, I heard. I should have done that in the first place, because it's like, there's, like I said, there is nothing that says it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I'm listening to the conversation, and I'm like, wait, Benzo even didn't make a claim; he just asked a question, and the globals like started to explain things, and I like, hold on, what the fuck is going on? Like, what?
Exactly.
Well, you do have to remember that this conversation is also an amalgam of all the conversations we've had. I mean, basically, we're answering questions that may not be evident right now, but they are questions on the table.
Yeah, but it's interesting that you say to model these things is very difficult, Moyoc. You got to would agree there. Whether it's I say your model or whatever sort of model that we want to put out. Right, these things are very difficult to model. Because the way that basically the flat Earth model has been demonstrated in programs that people have done in Blender and such, doesn't seem to marry up either too much with what we see.
Well, but within Blender, they've been able to make models of the Earth, but they haven't been able to make models of the flat Earth, really. I mean, there's been a couple of like really specialized lenses that have been used, like Walter Bislin kind of gives an example of, if everybody had a personal lens, which is no physics reason that would exist, it's hypothetical. Yeah, maybe if we all had a personal lens, it could happen, maybe. But I would want to track that back to a why.
I think modeling anything in a computer program, Moyoc, like I was initially going to say, for us to model a building or a landscape, these sorts of things, we can do them pretty accurately. Like we can get the measurements of a building, we can plot them into a program, bang, it'll give us an exact representation of what that building looks like, or the mountain or a boat or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But I think when it comes to modeling what we actually see, especially over distance and through the atmos. Well, that's where the problems arise.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah. No. When you get down to the
uh,
fuzzy, hot world
exactly.
that we live in,
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
fine.
It's very, very difficult.
But I mean, that's where you have to put in the engineering tolerance that you want. Like if I was going to use, I used the example of the pea-sized Earth. Well, I could extend that to my little tiny globe, which is 4 inches, and accept the flaws that causes because I'm only 93 feet away, so it's going to be the light is only going to be hitting 49% of the globe rather than 50% or 49.9%. So it's going to be 0.1% difference. Yeah, I can accept that error from the standpoint of showing that the sun, even with a 26-degree tilt, would hit these places at this time, plus or minus 15 minutes. So it gets you close. It's only when somebody gets into the pedantic argument, but that's not really what you would see. No, you're right. It would be 15 minutes earlier. Okay, but with knowing that tolerance is there, I can use just about any size object I want. The closer I scale it, the better. If I get that like 200 feet away, it'll be a little bit better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like if we're talking about timing issues and all that sort of stuff, I don't really have a huge issue with that with that sort of thing myself. It's just what we actually see, where we're going to see it, what it's going to look like, what variables are taken into consideration, because the variables that you would have to take into consideration, you couldn't possibly ever program all the variables that you have to take into consideration. It's near on impossible. You can't do it because you can't predict it either. What those variables are gonna be. Um, if you get a weather prediction for tomorrow, for argument's sake, and say that weatherman says it's going to be I don't know 18 degrees with a humidity of I don't know 72, right? Barometric pressure, whatever it's going to be. Okay, you can plug those in and you go bang. This is what I'm going to see, but it hasn't accounted for what the temperature of the water is going to be in the shipping canal at that particular time or closer to the shore or any number of other different variables that come into affecting what is going to be in the atmos at any one particular time because it's so dynamic as you know, Moyoc.
Right, but I can take those findings that you said, like and I can get the accuracy trimmed in a little bit. Like I can say that tomorrow is going to be an extreme refraction day because I know that the water is generally warm this time of year and the air is generally cold, so it will be thus and such with it. And I'd probably be able to get it within, let's say, a quarter degree of where it's supposed to be, maybe an eighth of a degree. And so I can trim it in a little bit to say, yes, everything will be kind of shifted up today, but there'll be some room for error depending on how the humidity fluctuates and the temperature delta fluctuates. But overall, I should see that today I'm going to see Chicago.
That's awesome. Do you think you would be willing to do something like that?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, shout out Etherband, because I was just going to say that I've heard Travis quite often ask someone like Ruhi, for argument's sake, tell me what I'm going to see tomorrow.
Right. So I would say that asking that question, will it be a high refraction day or a low refraction day? I think he might be able to give you that answer.
Well,
I'm not going to give you that answer. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, well, I've never heard him come back with an answer, and I've heard actually Travis request this information, well, for a long time, actually, when it comes to Ruhi.
Yeah.
A long time. And I've never heard one person ever meet his request. Now, I could be wrong. Travis, you can correct me, but I don't think anyone's actually come through with that.
No, I mean, that's the disappointing part because I would think that if I were a baller, that I would actually do this so that I could shut that guy up. right?
Mm.
I mean, like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Tell me where you're gonna be. Where, what are your coordinates? I mean, like, I don't want to be that guy. I hate numbers that way. Looking at numbers and graphs just makes my head hurt. I'd much rather look at nature and take pictures and be the guy that provide that data, right? So, like I'm saying, anybody who's in this channel right now or hears it later, like, yeah, like, show me it can be done. That would be awesome.
But
I would love that.
The thing is, I wouldn't disagree with you. You know, you could probably say that, yeah, Globers should do that. But I mean, there are Globers out there that probably would, but it's a case of who would do it. I mean, like people like me and probably or Myok or others probably wouldn't do it. You think, so is it really worth it? Do I really want to? I mean, I don't take this shit that seriously anyway, so I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't go to the expense or the effort of doing it myself, to be honest. So yeah, there could be some Globers that would do. They'll probably do it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but Moyak just said he could.
Yeah, and there's definitely one that does it as a hobby. There's one that does it just for fun.
Yeah, there's a difference between actually sort of he could do it and actually would he do it. You know, there's a difference.
Right.
You know, you might be practical, but would you really?
But yeah, but why would I take him seriously if he says, "Yeah, I could do it," but I'm not gonna? Then I'm like, well, then I'm not taking you seriously.
Well, that's up to you, isn't it? I mean, that's purely objective, isn't it? You know, it's up to you whether you take somebody seriously or not.
So I'd say, like, there's things that, like, I could tell you what days there's going to be miraging on the highway. So it's that kind of a thing. It's like I may not be able to tell you which dip will have miraging on the highway, but I will tell you that there will be miraging on days with this kind of scenario.
Good. Can you do that? I'd love to see it.
Okay, I might have to look back in time a little bit, but let's just think about that. I'm not going to be able to do it for like 6 months, or 6-8 months, because I'm not going to have those conditions.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty.
I like that laugh. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
He's only being honest.
I can predict. Hold on. I will predict that I will have no miraging in the next 6 months of my commute.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then in summer, I will have miraging. There's a loose prediction. Gotcha.
Okay. So that's fine. So, like, take a picture on your commute. Like, find a spot where you think, this is a pretty good spot where I normally see it, and take a picture on a daily basis. That way we can see it. But the thing is that miraging is all about distance and angles, right? So the conditions.
No.
Well,
yes
not,
and no.
Yeah, yes. It's yes and. So if during the summertime, if in the summertime the conditions are such that you can get a mirage at a shorter distance and higher elevation, then to me, all that means is that in the off season, you're going to get a mirage at a farther distance at a lower elevation. You just got to change the way you're looking at the road. You can still produce a mirage. It's just not going to be the same setup. Because a mirage doesn't give a shit if it's summer or winter. It's all about the differential between the ground and the air. That's the key right there.
Of course. But that scenario doesn't happen for nearly 6 months, at least not at my elevation of my eye to the road. And I change my angle to the road all over the place. Basically, my car is tilted up, my car is tilted down. There is ground that's elevated above me, so the actual angle to my horizon, whatever you want to call it, to the tarmac changes. Like right now, I'm looking uphill, so my eye level is right at the eye level of the road.
Right. So then I would say, not that you're going to do it right now, and I'm not saying to do it. Get out of your car, get your face down to the ground, and then you'll see a mirage.
Why do I have to get my face down to the ground? My eye level is at ground level. Oh, now it's above ground level. Okay, I got uphill.
Your eye is at ground level right now?
Yes.
So
there's a hill in front. There's a hill in front of me.
Right. I get that part. What I'm suggesting is that at that distance and elevation, you can say that your eye is level to the ground at that distance. I'm saying get out of your car, get your face down to the ground where you're changing elevation and then limiting the distance that you're seeing the ground, and you can create another phenomenon. It's not that difficult. I don't think I'm being unclear. Like, I don't ever think you can be on a mountaintop and see a mirage across the range, hundreds of miles away. I don't think you're ever going to produce a mirage that way. I don't know that that's ever been done. It always has to be at a lower elevation.
Sounds like you've got a marvelous test for you to do. Right now, I'm happy with my test, which is showing me miraging from my seat. In my Honda Fit.
Oh.
Eyeballs roughly 1 foot from the ceiling, so you can't even know exactly where my eyeballs are.
Went out, let's see, went out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and I took temperature readings of the water in the air where I was locally. Had an inferior mirage both days, but I haven't gone back and compared the images to see how deep the mirage was.
What'd you get, about 63 degrees for water?
Water was, I think, 67. Where I
oh, you're still warm up there. I'm 63 down here, 62 down here.
Both days, it was just below 70. Might have been 68.
That's weird. That's a lot of temperature difference between you and me. My water got so cold after the hurricane came through. It was like, it was swimming weather, and then the hurricane or whatever the storm took all the heat out of the water. Shook it up, took away that heat, used it in the storm.
Well, the temperature dropped too since last week.
Yeah. But it was like, day when I went up to the marina on Friday, and that was just as the storm was kicking up. Stuck my hands in the water, and it was like, oh, it's not bad. Maybe I'll get a swim in this during the hurricane. And then by the end of the hurricane, it was dropped, probably 6-7 degrees. So that was after 1 day of cold air.
I'm going to have to change my phone screen because I'm getting that ghost image. You know how your the early computer monitors, you have that image burned into the monitor from screens left on too long?
Etching, yeah.
I have that right now with my phone.
Oh, yeah. You'll burn in the pixels if you have the same image running on there a long time.
Yeah, but most people, it's like because I'm leaving my GPS. I don't think most people's phones are.
What they should do with that GPS is they should move it by a couple pixels every hour. Just wiggle it around the screen so the lines don't fall at the exact same pixel all the time. Good thing you got that global spherical coordinate system to get you where you're going.
Yeah, I can catch Pokemon along the way too, because they're real.
It's not quite a full moon anymore, is it?
That it's about 97.2%.
Yeah, you can see at the bottom right of it, seems like it's trimmed off a little bit. For you, that'd be the top left. I don't know.
I can't quite see it at the moment. There's a few clouds.
Right. So then this would be one of the instances where I would have a criticism of the model, because if you don't have if you have a shadow on the bottom, then that would mean that this light source would have to be above the moon.
No, I disagree. It does match the physical models and the software models.
Okay, so if you have a ball in your hand, and you can shine a light on it so that the ball is completely lit up, in order for the bottom part of that ball to be in shadow, you would have to lower the ball or raise the source.
Yep. But it all has to do with the 3D relationship and distances involved with the object. So you got to actually model that. And it does work on the models as far as I've seen.
Yeah, it's just interesting that even though the moon is relatively in the same place that it was 2 days ago, now we have a terminator line at the bottom.
Oh, it's moved 2,200 miles every hour for 48 hours. So what's that?
When you look, but when you look up into the sky, it's not in a very different place than it was 2 days ago.
Given the same time of night, yeah, it is. It's moved all the way around. It's moved thousands of miles. Even it happens at different times on Earth now. The ground position is moved for a given time. What does that work out to? 22. How many degrees does that move? It moves every day. 10 degrees a day? Yeah, about 10 degrees a day, a little bit more.
What do you got, Moyok? Have you got a little dumpy level yourself? Is that what you've
Yeah.
got? A little dumpy level?
I know. It's an actual transit. It's what was it? David White. I just looked up the part number last night. But it gives me, I can do elevation to 1 degree accuracy and, or I guess half a degree accuracy because I can use the halfway point. And I could do azimuthal measurements. So full on transit, just cheap.
Okay.
Builders.
So how would you go about yourself, like with your little tool that you've got? How would you go about creating an extended horizontal line, right?
No, we showed yesterday.
Sorry, Jeremy, go, man.
That was rude, Jeremy. I know. But we showed yesterday. Moyak's not the one to make a horizontal line, right, Moyak? Because you're getting a wiggle still.
No. My tool. Once I found out how to focus it properly, I was able to get that wiggle down to insignificant. And I think that's a wiggle that, with my grade of tool, you'll never get rid of.
Oh yeah. Okay, my bad. Go ahead then.
Okay, cool. Well, if you only got a wiggle of 1B scrotum, it's okay, right?
Yeah,
That's acceptable.
it was 1.5B scrotums.
Okay, cool. So now, how would you go about creating an extended horizontal line, Moyoc, when you have to move your tool?
You know what? I've asked the surveyors this because I really didn't have an idea of how to do it, and it seems like the surveyors typically would do it quite simply by making the adjustment in using the assumption of a ball. So that's not a problem for the surveying industry, but for this question, it's not a great answer.
Yeah. So they would have some sort of calculation in their little black book that every time you move your station 100 yards, for argument's sake, that next measurement you have to adjust by 1 millimeter, upwards by 1 millimeter, for argument's sake.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Now, see, I find that surprising that people say that, but these basic measurements, these increments, whether or not we're working in, say, 50 meter, 100 meter, 150, 200, 250, these basic sort of increments where you would move your station, that there is not a chart, say, in the back of the book. Right, here you go. You move your station 10 meters or 25 meters or 50 meters. This is the measurement that you have to account for. Here's the table. Now mark up on your stake 1 millimeter, or mark up on your stake 13 millimeters. I'm very surprised that there is not this basic chart in all the manuals. Now, yes, the manuals may say globe, right? I'm not going to argue that. The manuals may say globe, right? But if you want to create that extended line, I just find it personally surprising that there's not this basic chart predetermined in the back of the books.
I think it's fun. Yeah, you are right, but it is also the most obscure of measurements. In other words, no builder in the country knows. 99% of surveyors, 99.9% of surveyors, will never have a project that calls for that. So I mean, it's not exactly the normal measurement that one would make, because nobody wants to make anything horizontal to infinity. You want to, in almost every construction thing, you want to have it curved. Curved with the surface of the earth. Roads.
Well,
giant buildings.
I've got a mate Moyoc that works in the construction industry, and he does a lot of work, and he has done a lot of work over the last, say, eight or 9 years, constructing factories now that are automated, robotic, right? They have a lot of robotic systems moving along. And one of the things, and I had a conversation with him about 3 or 4 months ago, and it had nothing to do about this topic. We were actually talking about the robotic systems that he puts in place, and he made a comment that I found very, very interesting, that the base, right, the floor, the slab, has to be dead flat. What we're talking within a millimeter accuracy over the whole entire factory, because it upsets the rhythm of whatever automated system that they're putting in. And I go, oh, real? Like you really got to be that? He says you have to be that accurate. It is incredible how accurate you have to be with your surveying. It is double check, triple check, quadruple check. Things have to be signed off. It is incredible the amount of money that goes into the surveying and measuring of these futuristic factories. I've found it very, very, very interesting.
Now, you've got to ask him, though, is that measurement that he's doing level? Is he creating a level across the factory?
Dead flat. So
he said dead flat.
Yeah. Now, I wasn't getting into a discussion with him, Moyoc, about anything else than what he was than what he was doing. So we were just talking as we do, as you know, as mates. So it wasn't either the time nor the place to be, challenging him on what he thought about what level and horizontal was. To be quite honest with you, so. But yeah, like I said, I just found it interesting and whatnot, and potentially down the road, I can when I go back
grill him further.
Yeah. Well, I am catching up with him in about a month, so I may actually bring it up. So
yeah, can't comment on it. I would have to know whether it was within a tolerance of level or within a tolerance of perfect flatness, and I'd have to see that written.
So let me ask this question then, because it seems to me that the designation level, with regard to conforming to the shape of the Earth at the surface of water, right? That water level is curved. But once you get onto the land, that doesn't happen anymore because the land is higher than the water. So no part of the land is going to be level. So
no,
it seems
points at a given elevation will be. By the way, I see some good miraging at the shore across from me right now.
So what's that mean in terms of your prediction that you made?
No idea. I am not what do you call it? I'm not refraction guy.
I thought you said you weren't going to see any, so
I
I'm just
believe.
curious. Yeah.
Oh no! I didn't say I wasn't going to see. I said I wasn't going to see any mirroring on the road.
Oh, mirroring on the road. Oh, gotcha. So yeah, just going back to that. So what do you mean by there are certain parts of the land that will be level? What do you mean?
Oh, at any given elevation, you can determine level. So basically, the vector of gravity changes for every inch you travel along the Earth, easily testable at several hundred feet. So the assumption is that it continues everywhere. It's always there. It's ever present.
Right. Okay. So if we're on the surface of the ocean, that's level.
Yeah.
Gravitational, equipotential, radial axis, blah blah blah. But once you get up to, let's say, 200 feet elevation, where are you gonna, like, the gravitational equipotential is actually 200 feet below you at the quote unquote geodesic, right?
No, if I were to fill up the Earth all the way up to that point of 200 feet, it would still be there. It doesn't go away just because there's not water there.
So every point,
that place called level exists.
Okay, so again, I think that what we're doing right now is deconstructing the designation of level to points, which to me is a distinction that has no.
Well, why? If I was to take a water level and carry it out to XYZ position and measure, many points in between, I would form a place at points.
You would do what?
I would find a place at points. Like it would be that water level be a given distance above the ground at each location. I just have to fix the coordinates to the ground. And I would say, okay, now
just me.
Oh, I'm in a tunnel.
No. It must be you, Travis, because Mark's fine on mine.
Okay, I got a good tunnel then. Yay, Verizon. So basically, at any given XY coordinate on the ground, I could say 10 feet up is level at this point. And at the next point, I could say 11 feet up is level. And then keep on going. I can fix a level in space.
Yeah, but that's in reference, right? But see, that's in reference to the ground beneath you. I don't know why we have to make it any more than that.
I don't know what that means.
Level is just an orientation to what's below you, or what, like, you're standing on. Like, if you were standing on the ground and you dropped your level onto the ground, and then you bent down to pick it up and saw that the ground was uneven, you could, if the ground was soft enough, dig out a space and then just make that point level.
Right.
That point right there at the surface of the ground is level. There's no need to orient it to some gravitational equipotential. To me, that's just absurd.
Well, that's what it appears to end up being. It appears that gravity has a different down for each location. That makes the measurements make sense.
Gravity has a different down. So, again, I take that level and I walk
reference to relative to the very first point. Yeah.
No, it's a different level. It's not a different down. Like, okay, like I'm standing.
It's actually a different down. They diverge. Downs diverge from each other.
Oh, I see. Oh, right.
They're radial. They're radial.
Yeah.
They point out like a pincushion on a globe.
Oh man, yeah. I don't know how to talk through this. Yeah. Okay, I got you. I'm good.
So they can't be perpendicular to horizontal then? That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
They are perpendicular horizontal, but only at one point.
And the horizontal isn't a point, is it? It's a line.
Okay, whatever you want to say. That's not the model.
No, geometrically, horizontal is a line. In real life, horizontal is a line. In real life,
spherical geometry.
Spherical geometry is make believe. You know that.
Oh no, it's not. It works. It has practical
hypothetical.
uses. No, it works absolutely.
Everything we do in the real world uses Euclidean three-space geometry.
Okay, that's
you only bring.
And you can believe that.
You need to talk through me. You only bring your hypothetical spherical geometry into anything when you need to make excuses for where you think you live. Everything done in the real world is measured, surveyed, engineered, built, constructed using Euclidean three-space geometry. End of story.
And if you stick with that, you get wrong answers.
Well, we stick with that all day, every day, and the answers are right.
Can we have spheres in Euclidean geometry?
Can you have what?
So what's the point? So if everything is Euclidean, so what?
Can you? I didn't hear the question.
Can you have
spheres in
Euclidean geometry?
Are you talking about a solid?
What do you mean solid? No. In math, can you have spheres in Euclidean
You said
geometry?
Euclidean geometry. Make up your mind. Are you talking maths or geometry?
Geometry is part of math.
It's part of maths, but are you talking about geometry or maths?
I'm talking about geometry. I'm talking about math.
Well, you can have whatever you want in maths. And why are you raising your voice and starting to shout already?
I'm going on mute. This is pointless.
Yeah, it is pointless. You're either talking about geometry or maths.
Because you're being geometry is part of math. What the fuck?
Are you talking about geometry or maths?
I'm talking about geometry. Yeah.
You're talking about geometry. So, are you talking about a solid being your sphere that you're talking about?
Solid is a physical entity.
And you want to make measurements.
Are you answering the question? Yossi, are you answering the question or not?
Let's go with solid. Whatever the fuck. Like okay, solid. Now what?
It's a ball. It's a Euclidean ball, is what you're talking about.
Let's go with that. Euclidean ball. Yeah.
Okay, has its own Euclidean geometry. What next?
So you agree that spheres can exist in Euclidean geometry?
No, I never said that, did I? A sphere in Euclidean geometry, the solid is a ball. The two-dimensional representation of the sphere, if you like, is a circle.
Okay, can balls exist? Can solid balls exist in Euclidean geometry?
What are you talking about? A solid ball is a Euclidean shape.
Go to hell. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I never asked you to talk to me. You cut in between me and Moyak. I don't even know what the point of what you're saying is, Yossi.
The point is that you say, oh, everything is in reality is done by using Euclidean geometry.
And it absolutely is.
Yeah.
Everything is built, manufactured, constructed using Euclidean geometry.
Doesn't make the Earth flat.
I never said it did I?
So why do you bring that up?
Because everything we do in reality uses Euclidean geometry, not spherical geometry.
So first of all, celestial navigation
I said everything we do in reality. You're talking about
navigation is reality.
You're talking about calculations now.
No.
We were going back to surveying and to manufacturing, and I mean both Bansor and Travis have brought up real-world practical demonstrations where Euclidean geometry is used in day-to-day reality. Bansor, with his friend who works in the factories where they have automated production lines, and I've worked, me personally, I have worked on major construction projects at 1/4 mile plus, and never, ever, ever was any calculation done to put it on the surface of a ball.
Nor would it be expected.
So you do imply, even though you didn't say that explicitly, you do imply that the fact that we
what you think I'm implying is up to you, Yossi. Don't put what you think I'm implying into the general conversation. It doesn't bode well for you.
You're trying to say that the fact that we use Euclidean geometry for this
Don't
kind
tell
of
me what I'm trying to say, Yossi. What I'm actually saying is we use Euclidean geometry for surveying, manufacturing, la-di-da, la-di-da, la-di-da. Everything.
Yeah, and what about geodetic surveying? As far as I read about it, like long distance.
And what have you read about geodetic surveying? Let's hear your full extent.
Yeah, they use spherical geometry in some cases.
Right, a geodesic is a straight line. Geodesics, the only way their toolbox varies from a land surveyor is that they only have a calculator, because this is a calculation added after the fact.
Yes. Why?
Yeah.
Why is it added after the fact? To make it accurate?
Don't know. You go ask Jeff, the main surveyor.
It's to make it. It's used to make it accurate.
It was a claim that it's added after the fact. Nobody's actually come up with any surveying maps that are printed with a key for distortion in them, because that's what would happen. If you added this calculation after the fact, the maps wouldn't work.
DP, we roasted the main surveyor yesterday. You know that one where he's got the horizontals different?
Yeah.
You did?
Apparently there's a wiggle.
Where he's looking over out over to the horizon, and he's got two separate horizontals with machines that are set up at the same height.
Yes, let me tell you about it though. They tried attributing all kinds of causes to this, right? The camera angle.
Jeremy, I want to stop you for 1 second. You spoke to the main surveyor yesterday?
No.
At the end of the day,
you said you grilled it. You said you grilled. Okay.
At the end of the day, he can't.
No, he said he roasted
the main surveyor.
He can't set his
we
tools up
roasted
properly.
him. Remember, because the wiggle. That's why I was.
I thought maybe you had talked to him after I
just wanted to
dropped
tell
offline that you
DP
spoke to him. That'd be cool.
tell DP about what we found out yesterday.
Well, go on. I'm listening, Jeremy.
Okay, so when a surveyor sets up his tool, they're supposed to make sure this wiggle isn't there. So when you move your eyeball, change where the horizontal looks in your field of view, because that can happen. Honestly, you can not have your tool set up properly so that when you move your eyeball or a camera or whatever you're looking at the lens with, it'll shift where the horizontal crosshairs are in the field of view, which is fucked up, right? You don't want that to happen.
No, of
So
course
when
not.
you set your tool up properly, have it so make sure that doesn't happen. Like if that happens, you know your tool's not set up properly. That's one of the ways you can tell that your tool's not set up properly. And in that video, I guess they saw a wobble.
So is that video a practical demonstration of one lens with wobble and the other lens without wobble before wobble was compensated for?
Yes, the high tech equipment, the not what do they call it? The total station had no wobble as he moved the camera around, and the auto level, the cheaper piece of equipment, not designed for super precision, has a little bit of wobble. And it also has
I talked to Larry.
Also has it has no adjustments for focus and stuff like that. I don't think.
No, the auto level definitely has no wobble adjustment.
Real quick, DP. I talked to Larry yesterday. I went back to Gems and talked to Larry. Said the auto lights and auto levels are first of all, I said that Xanax said that wasn't a cheap piece of equipment. And Larry said that's extra stupid. This it's an auto level thing because they're the same optic, it's the same principle, and you would set it up the same way. You'd make sure that there was no wiggle in the tool.
Okay, now what you have to do is ask him next time you see him, why did you see wobble in the auto level, which has no adjustments, no setting for focusing and changing that stuff, and yet it had wobble. So you got to explain. He's got to explain why it had wobble.
Well, Larry,
it had nothing to do with how it's set up because there is no setting for adjusting for that with that particular instrument.
Larry told me he's a professional surveyor, right? Larry GPS. We know who he is. He told me there's not supposed to be any wobble in that. There's not supposed to be any wobble in that. If there is, your tool's fucked up, and you don't know what you're doing, and you're incompetent. Anyways, go ahead, DP.
It can't be that you don't know what you're doing because that is not an option. There's no adjustment for it.
But it just seems to me, Jeremy, that we just keep flapping round and round on this horizontal, the level line that bends. That is absolutely ridiculous. You know, some of them say that you can establish a horizontal plane and extend it indefinitely, and then the next day we get people saying, "Oh no, you can't do that because every time you move the tool, you create a different horizontal." Well, no, you don't. We're trying to extend the same horizontal. It's not about setting up the tool and maybe you create a different horizontal. What we're doing is extending that horizontal, and the people just can't grasp that basic piece of information.
Well, I think the problem with that basic information is that it is non-definitive. Like if
horizontal,
excuse me. Shut up.
Well, can I just cut in
I
here?
have a question.
Non-definitive. He has claimed that horizontal is non-definitive.
Hold on, Moyak. DP, let him finish. You can go next.
Jeremy, how are you letting him get away with this bullshit when he's claiming that horizontal is non-definitive?
I know. You gotta just let him finish though. You can rebuttal after. No one will step in.
I have a question.
No. You can go after DP.
Moyak,
then DP, then Travis.
Okay.
Yeah, then
it is non-definitive in that if you had a ball of the dimensions in question, your method of discerning what's happening would yield a level line, which would keep up with the surface, which maintain a curve. Now you've got to show me a method that is definitive that eliminates that possibility, with 8 inches per mile of curvature.
Right. So what you're saying now then, Moyok, is that surveyors cannot do their jobs because that is what they do day in, day out. They extend horizontal planes.
Levels.
They extend planes.
Okay.
So what you're saying now is that surveyors cannot do their jobs. They extend planes because they measure a deviation up or down from that established horizontal plane. That is how surveying is done.
Okay.
That is
that's
how
not how it says it in the
topography.
book.
That is how topography is mapped and measured, Moyok. So what you are stating here is that surveyors can't do their jobs. So when it comes to this subject in future, we no longer need to listen to you. Thank you.
Nope. Their job is to establish level in 99% of cases. Geodetic surveyors actually have to take into account the fact that it curves.
What?
You little guys with your dumpy levels and your teeny tiny little shitty little slabs don't need to take it into account.
Yeah, there's a reason that plane surveyors they're not extending
hang on,
level.
Miguel, it was
They are
Travis.
linking
Travis was up
sections
next.
of level together.
Travis
I want to make
was
sure
up-
that we understand that. They're
Travis
not
was up
extending level.
next.
Travis was up next.
Travis and Negator.
Okay, so just going back real quick, Moyok, you were talking about the geodetic surveyor has a calculation that he does after the fact. What did you say the reason was for that?
Because it's a curve. I mean, basically, let's go with the argument that it's a Euclidean plane, and if I were to take 3 points and measure the angle between them, left to right, using just azimuthal angles, I will come up with on a plane, 60-degree angles, or a total of 180 degrees. We don't get that. We get spherical excess.
Okay,
and it's
so
reliable spherical excess.
Okay. I mean, I think I get that to a certain extent. So I know that there's a difference between a surveyor and a geodetic surveyor. So, yeah.
Hang on, Travis. Can I just ask a question here? Moyok, they are using lines of sight. How can you get spherical excess in lines of sight? Straight lines of sight.
If you were actually taking a line of sight and you had a different plane that you were dealing with at all of those points, you would get that kind of a measurement.
So you're talking about a triangle.
You have a different gravitational vector.
Now you're talking about
explains why
individual
those straight
triangles
lines-
in separate planes.
Yep. Well,
So
they are individual angles in separate
you have
planes.
one angle in one plane.
I have one angle in a given plane. I will have one angle. I
And
get
in
to
a-
the next given plane, and I take it. I will get another angle, the sum of which will be greater than 180.
You're using Euclidean tools with lines of sight and claiming that you've got